Chapter 2702, I am xuanhuan, 32702, I am xuanhuan, 3 Xuanhuan shouted, Leader, you heard him. These are our reinforcements. Don't hesitate anymore. Instead of living under the enslavement of the 10,000 Scale clan, it's better to witness Master Human Emperor's counterattack with your own eyes. Even if you die heroically in battle, it's more meaningful than living cowardly. Leader, the other 4 people who came with Zhou Chuan also shouted, The human race will definitely win this battle. Please evacuate with us. Zhou Chuan said, Master Human Emperor has been preparing for today's battle for countless years. Everyone, please listen to me and open your minds. Let me take you away. Finally, the village leader relented. He knew that there was nothing worth scheming for in a mere Black Earth village. They had already been living like this. How much worse could their life be? The village leader shouted, Everyone, open your minds. In order to win the trust of the humans in this village, Han Fei had told his men in advance that they should take action when they saw a great Dao crack in the chaotic wasteland. Only when the humans clearly knew that a monarch had died could his men's words sound more credible. Furthermore, every village had at least one of his men. These people were mostly from these villages to increase their persuasiveness. Zhou Chuan tried to persuade the people of the Black Earth village to leave when he saw the great Dao crack, while some people had already secretly communicated with the village leader and the others in advance. Zhou Chuan had planned to go to the village leader after he got familiar with the people of the Black Earth village, but he didn't expect that Han Fei had started so quickly that he didn't even have time to persuade the village leader. Of course, although Zhou Chuan's words were impassioned, this couldn't completely convince the enslaved humans. This was because they had been enslaved for 100,000 years. The long, hopeless life had long made them lose hope. Therefore, these 2 points alone were not enough to ignite their hope. Therefore, the city of wanderers had moved. Gu Tingnan wasn't completely unprepared for this day. Among the 4 generals, Jin Yu was actually responsible for nurturing powerhouses. After so many years, he had cultivated tens of thousands of Sea Establishment realm powerhouses. In the chaotic wasteland, the city of wanderers was essentially just a training tool for the city of scavengers and the city of origin. But others didn't know. For the humans enslaved by the 10,000 scales, the city of wanderers had always been a free city in their hearts. Therefore, when the people from the city of wanderers really appeared, their desire for freedom was immediately aroused. The same scene happened in tens of thousands of villages on this day and at this moment. The plan itself was not complicated. As long as the confidentiality was done well, it could be done. However, Han Fei could do this plan, but Gu Tingnan couldn't. This was because the so-called human retreat plan could only last for half an hour at most. This was because Duan Qingxi and Lin Yu had indeed arranged for people to feign an attack on the major cities under the jurisdiction of the city of scavengers. Besides, the death of a monarch would definitely make the real strong masters in the chaotic wasteland realize that something was wrong here. But Han Fei killed Unhung, a strong master from the city of origin, so theoretically, the strong master behind the city of scavengers would return a little late. However, this matter was not absolute, because Han Fei didn't know the conditions for the return of the strong masters behind the chaotic wasteland. Gu Tingnan had said that even if he personally arranged for people to go to that place, they could only be sent to limited places. Even as a Dao-proving level powerhouse, he didn't know where these people had gone. Now that a monarch had died in the city of origin, the person behind it would definitely send a monarch down, not just a sky opener. And if a monarch wanted to go to the city of origin, how could the strong master behind the city of scavengers let another monarch appear in the chaotic wasteland to affect the balance of power here? Therefore, the city of scavengers would probably send people back too, and so would the city of wanderers. The reason why Han Fei felt that the city of scavengers would lag behind was just his guess. After all, the people from the city of origin would return first, so the city of scavengers might not pay much attention at the beginning. Even if they did, it shouldn't be too rushed. But no matter when the monarch of the city of scavengers would come back, Han Fei had already thought of a way to buy time for the 7-kill army, which was to use himself as bait. He said, Dad, Mom, please help me take care of these people here. Zhang Linxian smiled. Don't you want me and your father to go with you? Han Fei looked at old Han, who had been watching the show with a smile since he came back. Although he knew that old Han could definitely cross realms to kill a monarch, he would probably feel a little uncomfortable under his stare. Besides, old Han and Zhang Linxian were too strong. He didn't want them to interfere in his trial. Therefore, Han Fei shook his head and said, Not for now. You just need to send the 2 people from the city of origin over at the right time. As for what the right time was, Han Fei glanced at Han Guanshu, who nodded slightly. Obviously, Han Guanshu had already seen through Han Fei's intentions. Zhang Linxian nodded and said, Fire, be careful. Don't be careless. Chapter 2703, I am xuanhuan, 42703. I am xuanhuan, 4 Han Fei. Hey, don't worry, Lu Qianxi. Han Fei waved his hand, and Lu Qianxi immediately appeared in Han Fei's hand. Han Fei turned the vast ocean navigator at the same time. Then, as he issued an order in his heart, the few of them disappeared in the ice in the blink of an eye. Although Ning Tianlong and the others were monarchs, their speed wasn't that fast. It might be possible for carefree level monarchs to reach here from the city of scavengers in 5 seconds, but it was almost impossible for Dao proving level monarchs like them. Therefore, they must have set up a teleportation array somewhere around. Sure enough, Han Fei confirmed the location of the teleportation array about 5 seconds later. Buzz. Han Fei didn't know where he would be teleported to, but it didn't matter even if he was teleported to the city of scavengers. Anyway, what Han Fei wanted was the attention of the strong masters of the 10,000 scale race. After crossing the teleportation channel, they were tens of millions of kilometers away from the city of scavengers. On this mine, one could see the city of scavengers with a sweep of perception. However, when Han Fei released his perception, he saw a middle-aged man in black on a mountain peak of this mine, looking at Han Fei and the others with his hands behind his back. In addition to the black-clothed middle-aged man, there were also 4 strong masters here. Han Fei could sense that 3 of them were at the Dao proving level, and the other was actually at the carefree level. As for the black-clothed man, he was like a dead person, not revealing anything. Chu Hao said, 2 of them are carefree level monarchs and 3 are Dao proving level ones. The man in black seems to be at the carefree level, but I feel a trace of the pressure of an immortal level cultivator. He might be half a step into the immortal level. In short, we've been ambushed. Han Fei frowned and looked at the black-clothed man, who happened to look up at Han Fei and the others. The man asked first, just the 4 of you? This person clearly included Lu Qianzi. The man said, 3 monarchs? Not bad, but I don't believe it. From the moment the monarch died just now, I knew that this time, the comers were not simple. But among the 4 of you, only 3 are at the Dao proving level and 1 is at the perfected star transformation realm. This is clearly not right. This person said with a dignified expression, with you, Gu Tingnan, it's impossible for the few of them to kill a monarch under your heaven enlightenment divine technique. Therefore, the monarch killed must be Ning Tianlong, or a monarch from the city of origin. If it was Ning Tianlong, I would have known long ago and wouldn't have waited until now. Therefore, you must kill the monarch of the An family. That's a smart move, however. If the monarch of the An family really died, then you'll have an inescapable obstacle. In addition to An Heng and An Balin, there's also An Feng. Ning Tianlong and An Balin disappeared for 7 days, so it's impossible for An Feng not to notice this. But no second powerhouse has died in the past 7 days. This means that An Feng has been suppressed or has been occupied by a carefree level powerhouse. Therefore, it's impossible for only the 4 of you to come from the human race this time. There must be some other powerhouses who can suppress carefree level monarchs. Am I right? Chu Hao said to Han Fei via voice transmission. This person is not weak. If I fight him, I'm afraid it will be difficult to beat him in a short period of time. Therefore, I can only deal with this one. As for the other 4, you have to solve them yourself. Han Fei thought that he could hold them off for a while, but the people in the city of scavengers had already discovered the problem. It was extraordinary for them to have such foresight and patiently set up a trap here in advance to take them down. Han Fei asked, "Who are you?" The man sneered. My name is xuanhuan. Chapter 2704-2704 Death of xuanhuan 1. 2704 Death of xuanhuan 1. Huan. Everyone knew that xuanhuan in the city of scavengers had a clone. However, because of the existence of the xuanhuan in the city of scale monarch, no one suspected that xuanhuan was a clone. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, how could a strong master at the perfected star transformation realm who could suppress the entire city of scavengers be a clone? However, Han Fei and Gu Tingnan were not surprised at all to hear this person announce his name. This was called darkness under the lights, right? For a long time, some people had suspected him, but there had never been any evidence. Xuanhuan was like an old Buddha, guarding the city of scavengers for so long that no one was willing to guess if he was a hidden powerhouse. However, although Xuanhuan's identity had been exposed, Han Fei and the others weren't afraid. If it was just the few people in front of them, it wouldn't be a problem. No matter how strong Xuanhuan was, they had Chu Hao on their side. Could he be stronger than Chu Hao? Without Xuanhuan, the only threat here was the carefree level powerhouse. Han Fei thought that Gu Tingnan should be able to temporarily block it. After all, Gu Tingnan had cultivated hard for 100,000 years. He wasn't just an ordinary Dao-proving level powerhouse. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to fight 3 Dao-proving level powerhouses alone. Although this was related to Gu Tingnan's great Dao of heavenly enlightenment, which had a powerful life-prolonging and health recovery ability, it was a fact that he could fight 3 alone. Then, the rest was easy to handle. But Han Fei didn't choose to fight immediately. Instead, he pretended to be solemn. 5 monarchs, the city of scavengers is really rich. But what I don't understand is why you chose to set up an ambush here. Xuanhuan didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack either. Instead, he said indifferently, "Aren't the people from the city of scavengers taking action? In just 7 days, they made so many arrangements. It's definitely not as simple as an ordinary siege battle, and you didn't show up, which shows that you haven't gone far from the place you came out. No matter who you are planning to ambush there to lure, you have to cooperate with the City of Wanderers siege operation. And in order to quickly reach the City of Scavengers without being discovered, you will definitely choose to use the teleportation array of my City of Scavengers to arrive here. After that, Zhao Huangyu looked at Han Fei with a faint smile. Interesting. It's not the three monarchs but you that are speaking. Really interesting, Han Fei said. That's because I'm smart, so I'm the one who speaks. Zhao Honghuang sneered. Smart? So smart that use this way to stall for time. Do I stall for time? No, I don't need to stall for time. I'm just fishing. Of course, Han Fei was not stalling for time. When he found that Zhao Honghuang and the others had already ambushed him here, he knew that someone had already returned from that place. However, only the little fish had taken the bait. To be honest, he wasn't interested in this fish. Originally, his plan didn't need to be kept a secret anymore. The operation had already begun when the first monarch died. Since it had begun, it was normal to be exposed. But was it important? If it was exposed, so be it. The problem was whether the City of Scavengers could stop it. You? Zhao Honghuang was confident that he would win this battle. Even if Ning Tianlong died, it didn't matter. Without Ning Tianlong, there would still be Li Tianlong or Zhang Tianlong. Anyway, the so-called great monarch of the City of Scavengers was just a puppet at the Dao-proving level. It didn't matter who he was. Zhao Honghuang said casually, if the people from the City of Scavengers were so easy to intercept, they would have been snatched away long ago. However, you'd better be executed first. The human race is still too weak. You're not qualified to escape the control of our 10,000 scales race. Then, Zhao Honghuang nodded, and the four powerhouses attacked at the same time. Zhao Honghuang didn't attack anyone else but Han Fei because he was the only one who wasn't a monarch here, but he had the right to speak. It didn't make sense. Therefore, whether or not what Han Fei said was true or something else, this person must be taken down first. However, when he thought that he could take Han Fei down with a stretch of his hand, the void hand suddenly distorted and turned into a twisted vortex. Bang! Chu Hao stood in front of Han Fei and said indifferently, if I kill him, I'm afraid I won't have much combat power left. Han Fei smiled casually. It doesn't matter. If there's a chance, just kill him. Don't wait. Zhao Honghuang's expression changed drastically. Dao-proving level? Impossible. You're definitely not at the Dao-proving level. Zhao Honghuang realized that something was wrong. Chu Hao's strength seemed to be fluctuating. He had thought that he was just a new monarch who had just proved Dao, but he didn't expect that this so-called new monarch could easily twist his power and destroy his casual attack in an instant. The others didn't know, but Zhao Huangyu knew that he was half a step into the immortal level. How could he not be able to defeat a Dao-proving level cultivator? No matter how strong this Dao-prover was, he couldn't defeat an immortal level monarch. Therefore, with just this strike, Zhao Honghuang was certain that this person was definitely not a Dao-prover. As for the human race, it was clearly impossible and unreasonable for them to have such a strong master. Therefore, he guessed that this person might have returned from that place too. Chapter 2705-2705, Death of Zhao Honghuang 2. 2705, Death of Zhao Honghuang. 2. In the next moment, Zhao Honghuang shouted, Chen Ta, ignore the others and take down this perfected star transformation realm guy first. Chen Ta was that carefree level powerhouse. This person was puzzled, but when he turned his head, he found that Zhao Honghuang was actually stopped by a Dao-prover. The power that the Dao-prover displayed clearly exceeded the strength that a Dao-prover should have. How could he not understand this? These people were clearly stronger than he had imagined. However, he was more convinced that this was just an accident. It was impossible for everyone here to have the ability to cross realms to fight. The others looked very ordinary. None of them were stronger than him. Therefore, when Chen Ta heard this, he didn't hesitate and immediately activated the law of strength to attack Han Fei. However, Han Fei had no intention of attacking. Gu Tingnin had already met the attack, and Han Fei threw Lu Qianxi out with a swish. There seemed to be only a level difference between the carefree level and the Dao-proving level, but in fact, there was a huge gap. Gu Tingnin alone was no match for the other party. Gu Tingnin could only ensure that he didn't die. As for Lu Qianxi, he lived in the storm quicksand sea all year round and resisted the law of strength every day, so he could barely fight one-on-one. But in a one-on-one battle, he would definitely be abused by the other party. Han Fei paused for a moment and said, Teacher, can you help them? I don't think they can beat a carefree level monarch. The Beast King was surprised. What about you? Han Fei said. No Dao-prover can kill me. The Beast King trusted Han Fei. Since he dared to start this battle today, he must be fully prepared. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't be so stupid as to make them fight these monarchs head-on. Since it was prepared, the Beast King naturally chose to believe Han Fei. Otherwise, even if it could hold back a Dao-prover, Han Fei would still have to face two Dao-provers. The difference didn't seem to be huge. Therefore, without any hesitation, the Beast King roared and charged forward. Han Fei felt that it was enough for the three of them to fight a carefree level powerhouse of the 10,000 scale race. After all, Gu Tingnin was not a newbie. He had been on this path for a long time. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, the other party, a carefree level cultivator, couldn't kill him. At this moment, it was 3 against 1, which was for safety reasons. There was no need to take the risk of someone being seriously injured. The reason why he didn't let his parents take action was that the two of them couldn't be considered normal combat power at all. Han Fei thought that if they really took action, he might not need to do anything. Therefore, Han Fei certainly had to fight this battle, which was his own battle. At this moment, Chen Ta was held back by the three of them, and Zhao Honghuang roared again, "Take this guy down!" The three of them didn't hesitate at all. Since Zhao Honghuang and Chen Ta were held back, their target could only be Han Fei. At the same time, Han Fei fully activated his own Great Dao. His aura soared several times and the invincible eyes slowly opened. It wasn't like he hadn't fought 3 monarchs at the same time. In the infinite mining area, Han Fei had killed 2 of the 5 Dao-proving level monarchs who were besieging him. Although he took advantage of the other party's underestimation of him, now it was no different from that time. Of course, the 3 of them didn't take it lightly. It was unusual for a perfected star transformation realm cultivator to participate in such a battle. Besides, a lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit, let alone that they weren't lions, and Han Fei wasn't a rabbit. The 3 10,000 scale race monarchs immediately took action. One of them mastered the law of strength, the other was good at soul attacks, so the weapon he used was a bell that could magnify the soul impact. The last one was a knife cultivator. His combat power was certainly extraordinary, but his strength was definitely not comparable to the one specialized in the law of strength. His soul might not be weak, but it was definitely not comparable to the one who specialized in soul attacks, so his strength should be relatively balanced. Seeing these 3 people coming at him, Han Fei immediately had a plan. The outcome of a battle between Dao Provers was often decided in a flash. Therefore, it only took the 3 of them less than half a second to reach Han Fei. The fist light, the knife light, and the bell sound were launched at the same time. Han Fei didn't even dodge, letting the fist light and knife light approach him, and he directly used the void stealing technique on the monarch who was good at soul attacks. When a golden bell appeared, he used the void stealing technique again to steal the golden bell. The man was horrified. He didn't understand why his soul-suppressing godly weapon flew out voluntarily, nor did he understand how the soul-suppressing godly weapon cut off its connection with him. Then he saw a big pair of scissors cutting the void, and the power of his law actually failed. Kill, a primordial Dao sword broke through the void in an instant, shattering the soul attack and directly exploding the person. During the entire process, the other party didn't even have the chance to fight back before his body and soul were destroyed. Rumble. A great Dao crack appeared again, indicating the death of another monarch. However, Han Fei had done this more than once. As early as when he came out of the ferocious beast's settlement, he already had the ability to kill monarchs. Therefore, Dao Provers had no advantage in the realm in front of him. When the fist aura and knife light were about to hit Han Fei, 2 pieces of mystic sand formed a sand wall in front of Han Fei. Chapter 2706, Death of Zhao Honghuang, 32706, Death of Zhao Honghuang, 32706, Death of Zhao Honghuang, 3 bang, puff, clang, 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 clang. The powerful defense of the Star Sea Mystic Sand managed to withstand the 2 attacks. Even if it collapsed in the end, the power that could still fall on Han Fei was insignificant. Hiss, Zhao Honghuang, Chen Ta, and the other 2 Dao Provers were all stunned. Was this guy at the perfected star transformation realm? He had only used 1 strike to kill a Dao Prover. Even Gu Tingnan was a little dumbfounded. He knew that Han Fei slayed monarchs in the infinite mining area, but he didn't expect it to be so simple for him. It had to be known that even the Dao Provers had passed the monarch-level tribulation. Be it their physique or soul, they were extremely powerful. To kill a Dao-proving level powerhouse, Han Fei had to first ensure that his strength and soul were completely beyond the physique and soul of a Dao Prover. The Beast King, on the other hand, was shocked. He knew that Han Fei should be strong enough to fight a monarch, but he didn't expect Han Fei to be able to kill a monarch so easily. If Han Fei could kill others, he could also kill him. The disciple he took in far exceeded his expectations. The moment this monarch died, Han Fei knew that the real big shots behind the city of scavengers must have learned about the situation here. So many monarchs had returned, and one of them had died. It could only mean that something big had happened in the chaotic wasteland. Gu Tingnan said that the people over there could come back soon. Han Fei didn't know how fast they could come back, but he knew that since the battle had begun, there was no turning back. Han Fei shouted, "Go all out and kill these people first." Han Fei attacked again, but not passively. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. The invincible eye between his eyebrows emitted a dazzling golden light. He used the same trick again and used the void-stealing technique twice in a row to steal the soul-suppressing godly weapon of the Dao Prover with the law of strength. This time, the World Destruction Fist, the Path of Invincibility, the Tao of Slaughter God, the Ragnarok, the Divine Techniques, and all other techniques were combined. Unable to dodge, the person could only rely on the force field and a divine shield, hoping to temporarily block Han Fei's blow. This was because he could tell that Han Fei's attack was an explosive attack. As long as he could block it once, he would have a chance to counterattack. Unfortunately, with a crack, the huge shield was shattered and the murderous fist light enveloped this person. Although the law of strength was not weak, there were many ways to restrain it. Ragnarok, double-killing both the body and the soul, was the simplest and best method for Han Fei. Therefore, with just one punch, Han Fei blasted this person to death. Rumble. Before the first Great Dao Crack disappeared, the second Great Dao Crack appeared again. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 5 monarchs of the City of Scavengers were gone. The first reaction of the remaining person was to run, but how could he escape now? The moment he had the intention to retreat, he discovered that his understanding of speed had disappeared from his mind. In the next moment, his soul-suppressing godly weapon flew out. This person finally understood why the 2 of them died in the blink of an eye. It was because Han Fei could deprive them of their power, laws, and great Dao comprehension. The man shouted, "This guy can steal my power. There's no way to resist him." When this person shouted, he took out a strange bead in his hand. Chu Hao suddenly reminded Han Fei, "That's the strike of a powerhouse of a higher level." With a thought, Han Fei grabbed the god-shattering scissors. At the moment the pearl exploded, the god-shattering scissors cut through the void and seemed to have cut off an indistinct line. Boom! The bead was crushed, but the scene of a powerhouse descending that the person was looking forward to didn't appear. Only the bead was broken. Han Fei sneered, and the formless infinity sword crushed this person. Rumble. The third crack of the Great Dao appeared again. At this moment, both xuanhuan and Chen Ta were shocked. A perfected star transformation realm cultivator had actually killed 3 Dao-proving level powerhouses in a row in just a few seconds. Was this real? And this was just because this person was at the perfected star transformation realm. What if he proved his Dao? Han Fei wasn't excited at all about killing some Dao provers at all. This was because his strength, physique, soul, means, and treasures had completely crushed the so-called Dao provers. Under the premise that he was stronger than the other party in all aspects, if the other party lost control of the law, his combat power would be no different from that of a perfected star transformation realm cultivator to Han Fei. It would be strange if he didn't die. If hundreds of such strong masters came at him at once, he might not be able to defeat them and would be besieged to death by them, but if there were only 3 or 5 of them, they would only be dead meat. After 3 Dao provers perished in a row, Zhao Honghuang shouted, "Chen Ta, retreat." After saying that, Zhao Honghuang was about to get rid of Chu Hao's vortex power. But how could Chu Hao let him go? Chu Hao roared in a low voice, and a wisp of essence blood seemed to be burning. At that moment, the surrounding void all crystallized. Chu Hao pointed his finger, and a blood arrow seemed to be slow but was actually fast, almost hitting Zhao Honghuang's forehead. The latter broke into a cold sweat, but he opened his mouth and spewed out a burning small sword. Chapter 2707, Death of Zhao Honghuang, 42707, Death of Zhao Honghuang. 4. Primordial power, bang. The blood arrow exploded right in front of Zhao Honghuang's eyes. Chu Hao's attack didn't work, but half of Zhao Honghuang's body was exploded, although he was still alive. Divine technique, boundless. Although Chu Hao didn't seem to be in a good state, he felt that he should do what he promised. Otherwise, if such a powerhouse who could almost be regarded as an immortal-level monarch ran away alive, it would be a big threat to Han Fei and the others. A monarch who had reached the peak of the carefree level and was even half a step into the immortal level. It was better to kill such an enemy as soon as possible. Zhao Honghuang retreated quickly, only to discover that he would never be able to touch the void ice crystal wall. Cough, cough. Han Fei felt a large amount of vitality draining from Chu Hao's body and knew that this guy's combat power was still unstable. He snapped his fingers and another drop of the spring of life flew towards Chu Hao. Upon seeing this, Chu Hao looked at Han Fei speechlessly. "You still have more spring of life? Why didn't you take it out earlier? Why did you only give me 8 drops? Huff. Chu Hao sucked the drop of the spring of life into his stomach in one breath. The vitality in his body immediately erupted, and he immediately felt much better. He sneered. Endless cage. Ice crystals quickly formed around Zhao Yao. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't avoid these ice crystals. Buzz. Chu Hao extended his hand and an ice sword appeared in his hand. It spun in Chu Hao's palm a few times and was immediately filled with a strange spiral mark. As for Chu Hao, he was covered in ice and hadn't been able to charge over. Therefore, Chu Hao's sword was bound to hit. Puffed! Ka-ka-ka-I! The void crystal shattered, and Zhao Honghuang's body was crushed into powder. But unexpectedly, his soul-suppressing divine weapon seemed to be exceptionally powerful. It was a fire seed which protected Zhao Honghuang's soul very well. Zhao Honghuang roared crazily. 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, you will all die. Chu Hao glanced at Han Fei. The primordial fire seed can't be broken with my current strength. Han Fei's expression was ugly, but since Chu Hao couldn't break it, he couldn't use the void-stealing technique to steal it. It was simple to steal the soul-suppressing godly weapon of a Dao prover, but stealing that of someone at Zhao Honghuang's level would definitely result in a backlash, a very serious backlash. However, now that things had come to this point, those who deserved to die had to die. Otherwise, when more people of the City of Scavengers returned, they wouldn't be able to kill him even if they wanted to. Han Fei took out the extreme cold pearl without a word. When Chu Hao saw this, he shook his head and said, "It's useless. This power is too scattered." However, Han Fei sneered. "I have a lot of ultra-quality godly weapons. This one is not a big deal. Kill." With that, Han Fei flicked his finger, and the extreme cold pearl was wrapped in sword aura and slashed at the imprisoned fire seed. At that moment, Chu Hao understood what Han Fei meant. This guy was going to blow up the ultra-quality godly weapon to kill Zhao Honghuang. Zhao Honghuang seemed to have foreseen Han Fei's purpose. He roared, "Human beings shall be exterminated." No one knew who he was talking to, but he was definitely not talking to Han Fei and the others, nor were these his last words. But at this moment, Han Fei didn't care. Boom, crack. The extreme cold pearl enveloped the fire seed and completely detonated. The cage formed by the void crystals was broken at this moment. The originally scorching primordial fire seed was like a candle in ice and snow, dimming to only a small flame left. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Even the explosion of an ultra-quality godly weapon failed to kill this guy? At this moment, Han Fei and the others felt almost at the same time that the void seemed to be pierced between the heavens and earth. Han Fei knew that someone was coming. He shouted at Chu Hao, "Kill." Chu Hao also looked solemn. Although he didn't know what Han Fei's trump card was, he steeled his heart and sent out a drop of essence blood. Puff a rumble. At that moment, Zhao Honghuang's soul was shattered and he was dying. Han Fei approached and pinched the flame. He said in a very low voice, "By the way, there's something I forgot to tell you. Yifeng Liu is my clone." Zhao Honghuang's soul was filled with anger. He was probably disgusted by Han Fei's last trick. The fire seed was suddenly extinguished, and a terrifying great Dao crack spanned hundreds of millions of kilometers. The legend of the 10,000 scale race, a powerhouse who was half a step into the immortal level, died. In the depths of the void, there seemed to be a furious roar. "Ashol, you're courting death," Han Fei put on a smile when he heard the voice. The second fish was coming. Chapter 2708, 2708. Monarchs gathered, 12708. Monarchs gathered, 2708. Monarchs gathered. When Han Fei looked at the void calmly, what would come sooner or later. He had already expected this scene, so he wasn't surprised. Besides, this was exactly what he was looking forward to. At this moment, the only carefree level powerhouse wanted to retreat several times, but he was stopped by Gu Tingnan and the others. Of course, Gu Tingnan and the others were also injured. Just as the person was frantically trying to escape the encirclement, he felt his consciousness instantly blur. Puff Han Fei spewed out a mouthful of essence blood, but he was grinning. Because in the next moment, Chu Hao attacked again, and a spiral burst out of the person's body. Bang! Rumble! That person and his soul were shaken into powder. Chu Hao's face was a little pale, but fortunately he had the drop of the spring of life. Otherwise, Han Fei was afraid that he would be unable to fight anymore. He said, "Just one drop?" Han Fei said. "There were 10 drops in total. One of them was given away, and the other 9 were all given to you." Chu Hao looked at Han Fei speechlessly. "Why didn't you give it to me earlier?" Han Fei said. "At least for now, your consumption should have been made up." Chu Hao looked at the void and sighed. "You really treat me as your thug." Han Fei grinned and smiled faintly. "Actually, our fates are connected. If something happens to you, something will happen to me. If something happens to me, it must be quite difficult for you to rise again. Only by helping each other can we win." Up to now, Chu Hao had helped Han Fei take down a carefree level powerhouse, killed a carefree level powerhouse, and cooperated with Han Fei to kill Zhao Honghuang, who was half a step into the immortal level. Logically speaking, Chu Hao had already given enough because he had said that he could help Han Fei solve at most 3 carefree level or 1 immortal level cultivators. Now, he had overfulfilled the task. But it would be a waste not to use such a strong master. Although 5 monarchs had died in the blink of an eye, Han Fei believed that he might have to face 20, 30, or even more. The void vibrated. The guy who cursed just now had finally arrived, but Zhao Honghuang and the others were already dead. When the person stepped out of the void, Chu Hao said directly, "He's an immortal level monarch, a veteran one. I can stop him at most, and I can block him for half an hour at most. What are you going to do next? Are you really not going to call him your senior brothers and sisters?" Chu Hao didn't know Han Fei's experience outside. He only knew that Han Fei's real trump card was the Void Temple. Because of this, he wasn't worried that Han Fei would be killed. At the very least, with the Void Temple behind him, what was he afraid of? But now it seemed that Han Fei had no intention of using the resources of the Void Temple at all. However, the surrounding void trembled. He didn't know how Han Fei could fight the 10,000 scale race without using the trump card of the Void Temple. Anyway, it was definitely impossible for Han Fei to do that with him alone. If he were in his peak state, of course he could do it, but he was still thousands of miles away from his peak state. The Beast King and the others had returned to Han Fei. The Beast King was also very nervous, but he knew that Han Fei must have been prepared. But facing a real top powerhouse, it would be fake to say that he wasn't nervous. Gu Tingnan was also waiting. He also wanted to see Han Fei's preparations. He didn't think that Han Fei would joke about the fate of the entire human race. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't have been able to become the human emperor. As for Lu Qianzi, he was the calmest one. He thought to himself, his master is awesome. He knows a god, has hooked up with the strongest of the ferocious beasts, and can even fall in love in the Time River. Among these people, any one of them is very powerful, so he didn't think it was possible for these people to kill Han Fei. He was even looking forward to it. He felt that Han Fei was strong enough to be his boss. The immortal level monarch of the 10,000 scale race had just arrived and glared at Han Fei. Good, very good. How dare you attack our 10,000 scale race in front of me? No one can save you today. Chu Hao sighed slightly. He had no choice. He was now the top thug. He could only face such a person. The powerhouse from the 10,000 scale race sneered. No rush. Even if you have the strength comparable to an immortal level beginner, so what? Today, none of you can escape. Han Fei's voice was indifferent. Some people never use their brains when they brag. I suggest you wait for your team to arrive first. The strong master of the 10,000 scale race was provoked by Han Fei's words. Even if his original plan was to wait for his team to arrive, since Han Fei had said so, he had to take down the guy who could kill xuanhuan first. Therefore, the 10,000 scale race powerhouse snorted and stretched out a flame beast. The intense law of fire made even Chu Hao's expression change slightly. Chu Hao clenched his fist, and his fist mark was like a convergence of nebulas as he charged head-on. Rumble. Under the terrifying force, Chu Hao was sent flying more than 3,000 kilometers away. His aura was extremely unstable, and the impact flattened all the mountains within hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The 10,000 scale race powerhouse sneered and was about to take down Chu Hao. Suddenly, he found that a 7-colored mystic light had pierced through the world and even avoided his perception and landed on him. Chapter 2709 Monarchs Gathered. 2709 Monarchs Gathered 2. Who is it? The powerhouse of the 10,000 scale race was surrounded by fire magic as if he wanted to shatter the 7-colored mystic light. However, after 3 consecutive puffs, he was pierced through. What? Peak of the immortal level? This person was shocked. Although he knew that the city of scavengers was in great danger this time, he didn't expect it to involve a powerhouse at the peak of the immortal level. Unfortunately, before he saw it, he felt an unbearable itchiness in his body. Then, something began to take root and sprout in his body, producing some spiritual plants. Furthermore, not only were these spiritual plants growing extremely fast, but their fire resistance was also too high. From the moment he was hit, he discovered that something was wrong with his body. These extremely vital demon plants were actually trying to devour his essence blood and even digest his body. Fireburn, flame of chaos. This person no longer attacked Chu Hao. Instead, he tried his best to erupt with terrifying flames, looking like he was about to burn himself up. However, under the power of this fire, the power of the 7-colored mystic light was gradually purified. Chu Hao said in surprise, "The flame of chaos is rare. Such a kind of fire seed can be found in the sea realm." Han Fei asked, "Why?" Chu Hao said, "It said that the flame of chaos is a strange flame that can only be picked at the beginning of the age of the gods. However, few people have lived from that era to this day. So, isn't it rare?" "Oh, you mean the fire of chaos?" Chu Hao shook his head. "Not exactly. The fire of chaos gave birth to all kinds of unusual flames, not just this one. However, these flames mostly have purifying effects." With that, Chu Hao looked into the void. There, a girl wearing dark blue lipstick and pink blue eyeshadow walked out of the void. The girl looked at the 10,000 scale race powerhouse with disdain. She said, "I hate people playing with fire the most." "Hey, big guy, as an immortal level powerhouse, don't you have a conscience for attacking weaklings like them?" The 10,000 scale race's immortal level powerhouse retreated quickly and frowned, thinking that this woman couldn't be weaker than him. Otherwise, why didn't he notice her when the other party was close? He said, "I'm Gao Yuhuo, a subordinate of the 10,000 scale monarch of the 10,000 scale race. Who are you? Why do you meddle in the affairs between the 10,000 scale race and the human race?" However, the person didn't seem to hear Gao Yuhuo's words. Instead, she looked at Han Fei and smiled. "I thought about your proposal. Fine, I accept your proposal. At the same time, for the sake of those 2 little bugs, I can only come personally." The person who came was naturally Li Luoluo, but not for free. The conditions were very simple, the time worm and the space worm. Han Fei had thought that it shouldn't be difficult to go back to rescue old Han and his mother. If he had known that this was a trap of the Time Temple, he really wouldn't have dared to use this to exchange for Li Luoluo's help. Han Fei nodded slightly and said, "Actually, my proposal is the most important. I think you should come even for that proposal." Li Luoluo curled her lips. "All right, for the sake of your proposal, I'll stand up for you today." Han Fei shook his head. "Only standing up for me is not enough." Han Fei and Li Luoluo chatted and ignored Gao Yuhuo, causing the other party's expression to be extremely ugly, but he could only snort coldly. Upon seeing this, Han Fei sneered at Gao Yuhuo and said, "Why, speechless? Didn't you say you were going to kill us all just now? I gave you a suggestion to wait a little longer, but you didn't listen. Look, now you're injured, right?" Judging from Gao Yuhuo's expression, Han Fei knew that he was injured. But it didn't matter. After Gao Yuhuo, 8 monarchs walked out, all of whom were carefree level powerhouses. At this point, the corners of Han Fei's mouth couldn't help but twitch. So many carefree level monarchs had appeared at once. Even if the chaotic wasteland had hidden strength, it couldn't be so strong, right? Gao Yuhuo sneered. Even if you can find an immortal level powerhouse, do you think that the 10,000 scale race can be easily crushed by an immortal level cultivator? The void was still trembling. After 7 or 8 seconds, as many as 13 Dao proving level powerhouses walked out. Han Fei, to be honest, Han Fei was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but look at Gu Tingnan. Gu Tingnan thought to himself, I didn't know they had so many strong masters. How can I be blamed for this? Gao Yuhuo snorted coldly. Now, I don't know if you still have the confidence to say this. Did the city of scavengers send out all the strength they had accumulated over the years? He was even more surprised. How many monarchs had the 10,000 scale race cultivated over the past hundreds of thousands of years? Even if every major faction in the Sea Realm had hidden strong masters, there shouldn't be so many. He believed that there should be many sky-opening realm powerhouses in the city of scavengers. Excluding those in the so-called transit area, there might be between 100,000 to 150,000 sky openers who could return. However, even with this ratio, how many monarchs could be born? The sky-opening realm had multiple levels. Only more than 1/10 of them could really reach the perfected star transformation realm. Even if there were really tens of thousands of perfected star transformation realm cultivators in the city of scavengers, now that 1 immortal level powerhouse, 8 carefree level powerhouses, and even 13 Dao proving level powerhouses had appeared, plus the 5 who had died previously and the captured Ning Tianlong, there were as many as 28 Dao proving level powerhouses. Chapter 2710-2710 Monarchs Gathered. 2710 Monarchs Gathered. There were 28 monarchs. Han Fei couldn't help but think that even the Divine Capital Dynasty only had a dozen monarchs. Could it be that the City of Scavengers had more monarchs than the Divine Capital Dynasty? Han Fei looked at Gu Tingnan, who shook his head slightly. I've already sent a message. Han Fei's face darkened. What was important was not the 13 Dao proving level powerhouses, but the 8 carefree level powerhouses. This realm couldn't be underestimated. The carefree level powerhouses were so powerful that the Beast King, Gu Tingnan, and Lu Qianzi couldn't kill one carefree level monarch even if they worked together. They had to rely on Chu Hao to kill him. Now, the other party had 8 carefree level powerhouses at once. Their current strength was naturally not enough. Gao Yuhuo said, Humans, I'll give you a chance now. Hand over the entire human race. Otherwise, all those who came today will stay. After that, Gao Yuhuo looked at Gu Tingnan. Since the City of Wanderers is so disobedient, there's no need for it to exist from today on. Han Fei sneered and shook his head helplessly. Then he looked at Li Luoluo. Call them out. I'm here to win a battle. I'm not interested in playing a game where less wins more. Li Luoluo, that's not enough. But around Li Luoluo, a world phantom descended and 5 ferocious beasts appeared at once. 2 of them were a black bear and the silver fox who were carefree level powerhouses. The other 3 were all at the Dao proving level. This wasn't all the monarchs of the ferocious beast lineage, but it was impossible for Li Luoluo to really bring all the monarchs of the ferocious beasts. Han Fei felt that it was already not bad to bring so many over. The ferocious beasts? Gao Yuhuo's pupils were constricted slightly. Shouldn't the ferocious beasts and divine beasts be in the infinite mining area? How could they participate in the war in the chaotic wasteland? Gu Tingnan was surprised. He knew the relationship between Han Fei and the Emperor Sparrow, but he didn't expect that Han Fei could really invite so many strong masters of the ferocious beasts. At this time, the Emperor Sparrow hadn't grown up yet. Wasn't it like asking a tiger for its skin to cooperate with the ferocious beasts? The Beast King, on the other hand, looked a little excited. He seemed to have found his home. He had been so lonely for so long that he had forgotten that he was a beast. After Han Fei and Li Luoluo finished speaking, he cupped his hands at the void. Your Majesty, please. Although he didn't know if the Queen of Horror was here, Han Fei felt that she should be. Even if it was for Senior Brother Azure Dragon's sword, the Queen of Horror wouldn't be absent. Sure enough, the void rippled, and a graceful figure stepped out of the void. She wore a black dress and bright red wristbands, and behind her was a girl. It was Wuxuang. Gao Yuhuo's face changed again. What a strong vibe. This vibe is even stronger than mine. Another immortal level cultivator? Gao Yuhuo was shocked. He knew that this woman was not an ordinary immortal level powerhouse because she was making his hair stand on end. He didn't understand when the human race had the ability to find so many strong masters to stand up for them. Initially, Gao Yuhuo thought that he could definitely suppress Han Fei, but the other party had called over 2 immortal-level powerhouses and Chu Hao, who was as strong as an immortal-level powerhouse. As for the top powerhouses, he couldn't take the upper hand at all. Gao Yuhuo couldn't guarantee which of one immortal-level cultivator and 8 carefree level ones was stronger, but it was entirely possible for an immortal-level cultivator to hold off 8 carefree level monarchs. The Queen of Horror said, I only represent myself, not the capital of horror. Wuxuang is here to broaden her horizons and will at most participate in the Dao proving level battle. Thank you, Queen. After that, Han Fei looked at Wuxuang. Have you proved your Dao? Wuxuang smiled. I just proved my Dao a year ago, Han Fei said. Congratulations. Wuxuang nodded slightly, indicating that she accepted Han Fei's congratulations. Gao Yuhuo frowned. The capital of horror? The capital of horror is so far away from the chaotic wasteland, yet it still wants to meddle in the matters of the chaotic wasteland? Gao Yuhuo said, Since you're a powerhouse in the capital of horror, you should know something about the chaotic wasteland. Do you really want to fall out with our 10,000 scale race? If you do, I'm afraid you're not qualified. The Queen of Horror smiled. It's none of your business. I'll skin you alive if you say one more word. A weird flame suddenly burned on Gao Yuhuo's body. In this situation, he didn't know how to fight. If they really fought, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if they could resist it in the end, the city of scavengers would be destroyed. More importantly, there were several immortal-level powerhouses on the other side. He felt that he might not be able to resist them. At this moment, the void behind Han Fei and the others trembled. It was the teleportation channel where Han Fei came. Everyone looked at the fluctuation, only to see Zhang Linxian, Han Guanshu, Ning Tianlong, and Balin and Infeng coming. The Grand Elder of the Lava Giant tribe and Elder Fire Spear came too. Han Fei was surprised. Old Han Fei suddenly realized that it was the right time. The third fish had come. Zhang Linxian smiled and said, Fire, after all, we are still members of the human race. We may not be able to directly influence this war, but it won't be a problem to stop a few strong masters of the same level as us. Chapter 271 Wev, 271-1, Monarchs Gathered 4 271-1, Monarchs Gathered 4. Han Fei didn't let Old Han and the others participate directly because it was impossible to measure their strength. For example, Zhang Linxian could knock out a Dao-proving level powerhouse with a slap, so letting them participate made Han Fei feel that it was the same as letting the senior brothers of the Void Temple participate. Han Guanshu said lightly, In fact, you are not ready to start a battle of the strong now. It doesn't matter. Han Fei didn't want to start a battle of the strong immediately. He had found so many reinforcements, not just to start a war. At this moment, Gao Yuhuo was also dumbfounded. Another 3 monarchs had come. Why did this human race suddenly have so many strong masters? Also, Ning Tianlong was skewered on a spear and turned into meat in other people's hands. But when Gao Yuhuo saw the other 2 people, his heart did a flip. Yes, how could he forget that there was not only the city of scavengers, but also the city of origin in the chaotic wasteland? Even if the human race found enough power to resist or even slightly suppress the city of scavengers, what if the city of origin joined this war? If that happened, the situation would be reversed. Old Han picked the 3 people, came to Han Fei, pressed them into the void, and patted Han Fei's shoulder. Your strategy is good. It can win people's hearts. Han Guanshu seemed to have seen through Han Fei's thoughts, so he encouraged him. After throwing the 3 people in front of Han Fei, he returned to Zhang Linxian with a smile and watched the show in silence. The Grand Elder and Elder Fire Spear, on the other hand, were astounded. Was this the outside world? There were nearly 40 monarchs here, and they seemed ready to fight at any time. Was this the Sea Realm? It was indeed dangerous. If they came to this world rashly, they might really be eaten up without even leaving a bone, as Han Fei said. Gao Yuhuo said, Human, it's hard to imagine that you, a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, are the leader of this battle. I commend you. However, don't you think it's a little overconfident to deal with the city of scavengers and the city of origin at the same time? Gao Yuhuo was relieved to see Han Guanshu picking 2 people from the An family. In the chaotic wasteland, although the city of scavengers and the city of origin had always been in a half peaceful and half opposite state, the An family probably wouldn't sit by and do nothing in this situation. Furthermore, it was the An family who first sent their people back. This meant that something must have happened in the city of origin too, otherwise the An family wouldn't have sent people back. If he guessed right, the people from the city of origin should be arriving soon. When they arrived, the situation would be settled again. After hearing Gao Yuhuo's words, Han Fei grinned. Do you think the city of origin will participate in this war? Gao Yuhuo's face darkened, but a voice in the void answered him. The voice said bluntly, Number Buzz. Another figure broke out of the void. It was a purple-robed young man who was naturally on the immortal level. Behind him were 2 carefree level powerhouses. The 3 of them couldn't help but sigh when they saw this scene. They had thought that something big had happened in the city of origin, but when they returned, they found 5 great Dao cracks in a row. Clearly, 5 monarchs had died. One of them was even comparable to an immortal-level cultivator. If the 5 monarchs who died weren't from the city of origin, they could only be from the city of scavengers. If Balin and Infeng hadn't been captured, this young man wouldn't have been involved in this game. Even though he knew that Infeng was already dead, the An family's immortal-level powerhouse didn't intend to get involved. However, even if he wouldn't get involved, he still said, Let go of the people from our city of origin, then I can stay out of this matter. However, Han Fei suddenly grinned. What if I don't? Chapter 2712-271T, Heavenly Cicada, Trying to Shake the God, 1:2712, Heavenly Cicada. Trying to Shake the God, the city of origin naturally wouldn't meddle in the grudges between the human race and the city of scavengers. What the city of origin wanted to see more was a war between Han Fei and the city of scavengers. When the 2 sides were almost evenly matched, neither side would win. This was what they wanted to see. Of course, even if the city of origin wanted to fight instead of watching the show, so what? Even if his primary goal was the city of scavengers, Han Fei wasn't afraid of the city of origin. Since he dared to fight today, he didn't expect it to be easy. Therefore, although the An family's immortal-level powerhouse wanted the people of the An family, Han Fei didn't intend to give them to him. Especially in Balin, he would never let him go back to his carefree life. Gao Yuhuo said, "Unwuming, don't try to take advantage of us. You should know that the city of scavengers will not be defeated. You have seen his attitude. He is extremely arrogant. Do you think he will let go of your city of origin if he has a chance?" Unwuming snorted, "Does Gao Yuhuo think I'm an idiot? It's obviously a war between you. Although I don't know where the human race found so many strong masters, there are so many monarchs here. Do you think I'll be your thug? Besides, it was obvious that the city of scavengers was not stronger than the human race, so unless the big shot of the city of scavengers returned, the city of scavengers would definitely suffer heavy losses in this battle." However, Han Fei's attitude did piss him off. And Wu Ming said, "Of course you can refuse to let them go. Their lives are insignificant to me. However, this concerns the face of our city of origin, and today's battle concerns the fate of the human race. Are you sure you want to see your battle affected because of these two people? Are you threatening me?" Han Fei looked at Wu Ming calmly and indifferently. He didn't compromise at all just because Wu Ming was an immortal level powerhouse. Although Wu Ming said you can continue, he didn't leave. He meant to tell Han Fei that if I, an immortal level powerhouse, don't leave, will you be able to fight this battle in peace? He was forcing Han Fei to surrender. However, Han Fei didn't buy it at all. He pointed the god-shattering scissors at Feng. Then, he looked up at Wu Ming and said casually, "I forgot to tell you that I hate being threatened the most." Crack puff. With a click, the god-shattering scissors cut Feng's body and soul. At this time, Feng was still alive. She just looked at Han Fei in horror, thinking, how dare he? Is he crazy? Even Li Luoluo, the Queen of Horror, Gu Tingnan, the Beast King, and the others all looked at Han Fei in shock. Was Han Fei out of his mind? What was the point of angering the city of origin at this time? Wu Ming's face changed. "Boy, are you declaring war on our city of origin?" Han Fei sneered and activated the Ragnarok. He grabbed Feng's soul and rubbed it. "How dare you, Rumble." A great Dao crack appeared in the sky. Feng didn't even know why she suddenly died. She didn't think Han Fei would kill her. Even just now, she felt that although Han Fei was crazy, he was still holding back. Gu Tingnan said frankly to Han Fei via voice transmission, "This concerns the human race's fate. How can you be so impulsive?" Han Fei sneered. "You think you can stay out of this battle? I've thought about it for a long time, and I still think that the 3 factions in the chaotic wasteland are too many. 1 faction is already enough." Wu Ming didn't expect Han Fei to be so unpredictable. He attacked without any scruples and even provoked him. Han Fei ignored Gu Tingnan and said leisurely, "Declare war? Of course, in this war, no one can win except for the invincible human race." Wu Ming's face was cold. "I didn't want to fight you, but you are so arrogant and lawless. How dare you slaughter our An family's monarchs in public? I'd like to see what you've got to challenge the city of scavengers and the city of origin at the same time." Buzz, Han Fei successfully angered Wu Ming. A world phantom appeared, and 6 carefree level powerhouses appeared behind Wu Ming. And Wu Ming said, "Our city of origin doesn't have a good relationship with the city of scavengers, but since you are confident enough to challenge our 2 cities at the same time, I'll satisfy you." Gao Yuhuo, on the other hand, didn't say anything. The situation was very unfavorable to his side, but Han Fei was too pretentious. He even got Wu Ming involved. But that was good, and Wu Ming and the 6 carefree level powerhouses directly reversed the situation. Now he wanted to see how Han Fei would deal with this situation. Did he still have anyone else to summon? A cold smile appeared on Han Fei's lips. He pointed his finger at Wu Ming and said, "I'll give you some time. Call all the powerhouses of your An family back. I might be able to spare your life. This is your last chance to survive." Everyone, Li Luoluo, looked at Han Fei and blinked. There was no telling what she was thinking. The Queen of Horror also looked at Han Fei deeply. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Surviving and growing up to this day, Han Fei was certainly not a brainless person. Chapter 2713 Heavenly Cicada, Trying to Shake the God, 2713. Heavenly Cicada, Trying to Shake the God, 2713. When Han Fei was in the Divine Capital Dynasty, he caused a great uproar. However, this guy kept causing trouble but came back first place in the 100,000-year competition. Now, she seemed to smell the same thing. Chu Hao pondered, wondering if Han Fei was going to use the power of the Void Temple. In the arena, everyone thought that Han Fei must have some trump cards. He was even as crazy as declaring war on the city of scavengers and the city of origin at the same time. How could he not have any trump cards? However, no one knew what made Han Fei so confident. Gu Tingnan couldn't figure it out. He had clearly told Han Fei that the heritage of the city of origin was even deeper than that of the city of scavengers. What was the significance of Han Fei offending the city of origin now? In the field, only 2 people looked calm and even smiled. They were Zhang Linxian and Han Guanshu. Zhang Linxian said to Han Guanshu via voice transmission, "Fire is a bit aggressive. It seems that the human emperor path fire took is quite different from the one you took back then." Han Guanshu nodded. "Yes, this kid is stronger. Because his trial has nothing to do with the city of origin, he doesn't treat the city of origin as an enemy at all. But he seems to intend to destroy it," Zhang Linxian nodded. "That's easy to understand. The city of scavengers and the city of origin live together in the chaotic wasteland, so their styles and habits shouldn't be much different. Even without the 10,000 scale race, they would probably enslave the human race. Therefore, Fire probably just doesn't fancy this city of origin. Or maybe he wants to occupy the entire chaotic wasteland. Han Guanshu nodded. Yes. Then I'm curious about what methods he will use to occupy this place. T-ski. I haven't seen him for hundreds of years. This kid has changed a lot. And Wuming was amused. Wasn't it too casual for him to call for reinforcements just because Han Fei threatened him? Besides, Han Fei's attitude pissed him off the most. If he couldn't take this person down today, how could he show up in public in the future? How could he face the strong masters of the city of scavengers when he returned to that place? And Wuming was confident that even a great monarch wouldn't be able to kill him easily. And Wuming said ruthlessly, "What a lawless human emperor. Do you think you're a big shot just because you found a few reinforcements? Listen up, no one can save the human race today." Han Fei grinned and said, "You finally spoke your mind? Wasn't that your plan from the beginning?" An Wuming asked, "Are you going to reveal your trump card? If not, Gao Yuhuo, let's team up for now." Gao Yuhuo said, "That's exactly what I want. We'll settle our grievances internally. This human being thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he has found some helpers. Today, I'll let him know that once he's a slave, he will be a slave for life." Han Fei shook his head slightly. "You don't even know my trump card, and you dare to speak so arrogantly?" Gao Yuhuo's expression returned to calm. "It doesn't matter. No matter what your trump card is, you will die today. The human race will never be able to walk out of this chaotic wasteland." As Gao Yuhuo spoke, he glanced at the Queen of Horror and the others. So what if she was at the immortal level? She wasn't a great monarch and couldn't play any decisive role. Han Fei looked at An Wuming and chuckled. Then he took out a scale and said leisurely, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it." Crack, the scale shattered, turned into a wisp of black smoke, and disappeared. And An Wuming and Gao Yuhuo were connected to an unknown space almost at the same time. Although they thought they were strong, they would never underestimate Han Fei. No one would underestimate a human who could summon so many helpers and cross realms to kill a monarch. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Just when everyone thought that the scale had lost its effect, suddenly, the area within millions of kilometers seemed to be instantly locked down. An unparalleled pressure descended on this world. At this moment, be it Gao Yuhuo and Wuming, Li Luoluo, the Queen of Horror, or even Chu Hao, they were all stunned. Great monarch? It can't be a great monarch. They were all immortal-level powerhouses. Chu Hao was even an extremely powerful great monarch in the past, but he was still shocked at this moment. At that moment, the corners of Chu Hao's mouth trembled. God? Gao Yuhuo and An Wuming immediately activated a trace of the mark in their bodies to send a message to an unknown existence. Only Han Guanshu's lips trembled as he looked at Jiang Linxian. A new god? But he is much stronger than new gods. TSK. This kid actually used such a trump card here? What a spendthrift, Jiang Linxian said. Fire has his own reasons for doing this. In fact, it's not necessarily a good thing to have the protection of a god. Otherwise, if you and I forcibly help him with Fire's talent, it's completely possible for him to become a god, but so what? A god can't save all races. Han Guanshu and Jiang Linxian were discussing it in private, but the others who saw this scene were all shocked. The Queen of Horror and Li Luoluo were stunned. Is this the strongest powerhouse of the Void Temple? In order to deal with these two factions, even a fucking god came out? Everyone was speechless. Since Han Fei had such a trump card, why did he need their help? Weren't they just a decoration here? Chapter 2714, Teen2714 He Heavenly Cicada, Trying to Shake the God, 32714. Heavenly Cicada trying to shake the god, 3 in the black fog, a young man in black stood in the void. The demon god looked at the situation here and then at Han Fei, saying calmly, I didn't expect you to use this opportunity so quickly, but this is your right. Tell me, what is it? Han Fei raised his hand and pointed at An Wuming. This race is called the Heavenly Cicada family. They own the city of origin in the chaotic wasteland. I want them exterminated. Hiss it. At that moment, An Wuming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Exterminated? Earlier, when he talked to Han Fei, he was very arrogant, but at this moment he was stunned. He murmured, Impossible. How can there be a god in this world? In fact, the demon god didn't see the situation clearly. The two sides were actually evenly matched. Why did Han Fei call him over? But from what he heard, this guy actually asked him to come and wipe out an entire race. The demon god paused and said, I won't attack anyone below the monarch level, but I can help you kill all the strong masters at the monarch level and above in the race. So, are you sure you want to do this? Han Fei nodded. I'm sure. Leave no one alive, including their great monarchs hiding behind the chaotic wasteland. Han Fei believed that the city of scavengers and city of origin had great monarchs. Although he didn't know why they were hiding it, only great monarch-level powerhouses could give these two cities such confidence. Han Fei simply didn't want to consider where they were. Since he had used the favor of the demon god, he might as well use it more thoroughly. Chu Hao looked at Han Fei in shock. Why did this guy use such a trump card here? Gu Tingnan was dumbfounded. A god? Han Fei had only been in the sea realm for less than 600 years, but he had already known a god? Gu Tingnan was speechless. How had he spent the past 100,000 years? The long 100,000 years wasn't even as useful as Han Fei's 600 years. In fact, at first, Han Fei didn't intend to use the trump card of the demon god. He did this because his mother said that old Han had also walked the path of the human emperor. These words meant a lot to him. When the old turtle gave up Puppet City, he had thought that even the Puppet City that the old turtle had spent almost his entire life building had been given up. Then, what about the human race? As the human emperor, the human race was his weakness. Although he had never thought of giving up the path of the human emperor, at least before he became strong, he wanted to create a powerful human race. He wanted to build his image as a ruthless human emperor. Therefore, whoever violated the dignity of the human race must die. Furthermore, the city of origin wasn't a stepping stone on his path to Dao proving, so the demon god's actions wouldn't affect his trial. He had used the power to destroy a super faction, saving him many years of planning. At this moment, En Wuming was dumbfounded. How long had it been since a god appeared in the sea realm? He never would have guessed that Han Fei could summon a god-level powerhouse just because he threatened him. En Wuming hurriedly said, "Our city of origin quits. From now on, we won't interfere in any matters of the human race. We can also rule the chaotic wasteland together with the human race. Please don't be rash." At this moment, En Wuming panicked. He changed his attitude and even gave up a huge benefit. However, Han Fei just glanced at him indifferently and shook his head slightly. "Senior, please do it." As the only god in the current sea realm, the demon god could be said to be invincible. Besides, the demon god didn't want to owe anyone a favor. It was definitely a good thing for him to return the favor at such a time. Otherwise, when Han Fei became a great monarch, God knew what kind of opponent he would have to face. The demon god pointed at the void, and darkness fell in the space where En Wuming and the others were. Enveloped by the divine will, the void shattered, and the great Daos melted in that space. Billions of mystic lights descended in the darkness, and En Wuming and the 6 carefree level powerhouses behind him suddenly had their bodies shattered, their souls scattered into countless crystal light particles, and their bodies were swallowed by the black fog. In just 3 seconds, En Wuming and the others were gone. Everything there had melted as if it had never appeared. Rumble, rumble. In the sky, the cracks of the great Dao crisscrossed. Blood diffused here, dyeing the sky red for a long time. The next moment, the demon god stepped out and disappeared without a trace. Gulp, knock, 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 knock. Everybody was swallowing, and the monarch's hearts were racing. Gao Yuhuo and the others were all shivering as if they had been doused with freezing spring water. Before anyone could recover from this shocking blow, great Dao cracks appeared in the world again. It should be those monarchs left in the city of origin. Rumble, rumble. 9 great Dao cracks appeared in a row. One of the great Dao cracks was even comparable to En Wuming's great Dao crack. It directly affected the city of scavengers. Everyone knew that the city of origin was doomed. The monarchs who had returned this time must have all died. But they were only the monarchs who had returned. In that mysterious place, there might still be monarchs who hadn't returned. A place above the ice seemed to be the center of the icy world, which was connected to a chaotic void. Chapter 2715, Heavenly Cicada, Trying to Shake the God, 42715, Heavenly Cicada, Trying to Shake the God, 4. After the demon god crossed this space, he saw that the endless sky was sealed by ice and hanging upside down above the sea of stars. The condensed ice was like a dam, seeming to block the existence of something. In the middle of this dam, there was a sealed gate, and around this gate, there was actually a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, at this moment, several void passages were opening. Hundreds of thousands of sky-opening realm powerhouses were entering these passages. It seemed that they were returning to the chaotic wasteland to participate in the battle. When the demon god arrived, 3 pairs of eyes immediately looked at him from the sea of fire. "Huh? It's you, Zhang Xiaoling?" The demon god was a little surprised to see one of them. He didn't expect to see an acquaintance in the sea realm 1.8 million years later. Gulp, the man named Zhang Xiaoling took a sip of the wine from his gourd and laughed. "Heavenly Monarch Zhang, long time no see." The demon god nodded. "Interesting. This is the legendary chaotic ice domain, right? I didn't expect it to be connected to the Sea of Stars." Zhang Xiaoling nodded. "Are you interested in staying here for a while?" The demon god shook his head slightly. "I'm afraid I don't have time. I'm here to return a favor. You won't stop me from killing a few people, right?" Zhang Xiaoling laughed out loud. "Of course not. Today is a special day. Even a god-level powerhouse like you came. Do whatever you like." When the demon god was reminiscing with Zhang Xiaoling, the 2 great monarchs of the 10,000 scale race and the An family had a bad feeling. Why was there a god in the sea realm? A god-level powerhouse wanted to kill someone here? Was this related to the turmoil in the chaotic wasteland? The one who was most scared was the great monarch of the 10,000 scale race. He felt that the god was definitely coming for him. This was because he knew that the human who had always been even more lowly than ants had actually launched a counterattack, and it just so happened that this god-level powerhouse came today. If he wasn't here for him, who else could he look for? However, the demon god said, "Who is from the city of origin? The 10,000 scale monarch not?" Zhang Xiaoling pointed at a young man in white clothes and said, He is in Tianming from the An family. Stan. And Tianming's expression was solemn. Behind him, there were 1 immortal level, 3 carefree level, and 7 Dao-proving level cultivators. When the demon god mentioned the city of origin, they all tensed up. As for the sky-opening realm army that was entering the teleportation channels, they were all dumbfounded. They didn't even dare to look at the demon god because as long as they looked at him, their souls would be shaken or even their heads would shatter. And Tianming said, "Sir, I wonder if there's any misunderstanding between our city of origin and you. My An family is a descendant of the heavenly cicada ancestral god, but we still have the wings of the heavenly cicada ancestral god. I'm willing to offer them to you with both hands. May you appease your anger, sir." "Divine wings?" the demon god chuckled. "It's good stuff, but it's meaningless to me." And Tianming looked nervous and then he seemed to make a decision. His voice was cold. "Since you are a god, how can you wipe out our An family just because of a favor? Our An family used to protect the myriad races. I, a great monarch, have been guarding this place for hundreds of thousands of years. It's not an easy job. Can't it offset a favor from that weak human race?" The demon god snorted and said indifferently, "Protecting the myriad races is also self-protection. What's there to boast about? As for guarding this place, are you guarding it? You're just seizing the power of this place? Also, the human race is not weak. As one of the 6 primordial races, their legacy has never been discontinued since the chaotic era. How can your lousy race be compared to the human race?" The demon god raised his hand and said indifferently, "In this vast universe, the myriad races are just a passerby in this world. I will keep a trace of your bloodline and return it to the bloodline divine tree. As for you, die. Why?" At that moment, An Tianming turned into a giant cicada and his voice resounded between the heavens and earth. "In ancient times, there was a great monarch who killed a god. Now I, An Tianming, want to try the power of a god too. Chirp. Chapter 2716, 27116. The trial begins 12716. Who was the heavenly cicada chirping for? The cicada sound that seemed to be able to penetrate 10,000 worlds resounded in the sea realm, and the 5 divine realms heard it at the same time. In the 9 heavens secluded pavilion in the divine capital dynasty of the East Sea divine realm, great monarch East Marshal frowned. Heavenly cicada chant? Did something happen in the chaotic wasteland? Except for the East Sea divine realm, in every corner of other divine realms there were great monarchs who looked solemn. The heavenly cicada's mournful cry spread throughout all the worlds. This is the sign of the death of a great monarch. Who has the ability to kill a great monarch? What is the East Sea divine realm doing? Does the ominous invade? Who is killing a great monarch? At the edge of the South Sea divine realm and the West Sea divine realm, a group of strong masters in black came from the south and went west. The sound of the heavenly cicada spread throughout the sea realm and many people in the team were arguing. "What's that sound? I don't know." "It's a bit like the wind-riding cicada in the miracle forest, but the voice isn't right. Forget it. There must be strong masters fighting in the West Wilderness. Everyone, be careful. This trip is dangerous. Don't meddle in what you shouldn't, huh? Chanyi, why are you in a daze? You've even exposed your breath." A black-clothed girl was woken up by her companions and replied indifferently, "Nothing. I just feel that this voice is a little familiar." Someone smiled indifferently. "Of course. In the miracle forest, many of us died under the perception of the wind-riding cicada. I will never forget this voice for the rest of my life." The girl nodded. "Let's go." In an ancient mine in the Ghost Strait in the East Sea divine realm, a spear light suddenly shot across the sky. "Huh. Junior brother Yu, why have you come out of seclusion? You've just created the ground veins and should consolidate them. Why have you come out of seclusion now?" Zhang Xuanyu said solemnly. "Senior sister, I'm going out." "Where are you going? You'd better not go anywhere now. When your strength stabilizes, you can go star hunting. At that time, you will become the first heavenly talent in the history of the Ghost Strait to cross from the peak level of the Sea Establishment realm to the peak level late-stage star transformation realm within 100 years. All of us are looking forward to it." Zhang Xuanyu shook his head slightly. "Senior sister, I have to go on this trip. There are some things I have to do. If I don't go, I will become an inner demon in my heart. Senior sister, please help me." The senior sister was puzzled. "Is it related to the cicada sound? I heard the cicada sound too. I don't know where it came from, but it's definitely not within the jurisdiction of our Ghost Strait, which means that it's very far away from here. Maybe the things over there have already ended when you reach it." Zhang Xuanyu shook his head. "Whether or not it's over, I have to go on this trip. Even if I only take a look, I want to see it with my own eyes, senior sister." The senior sister's expression changed. It was the first time she had seen Zhang Xuanyu so serious. She gritted her teeth and said, "You can go, but I have to be by your side. Otherwise, although you are a genius, your realm is still too low." I can tell you clearly that the person who can make such a cicada sound is at least at the immortal level. Zhang Xuanyu said, I don't care about his strength. If I don't go on this trip, I won't feel at ease. In the sky crater world of the East Sea Divine Realm, at this moment, a team was fighting an undead army. Suddenly, a figure in the team stopped in shock. Someone was puzzled. Xiaobai, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the cicada sound? This person was dressed in white. Who else could it be but Luo Xiaobai? She suddenly said, Captain, I am applying to leave the team for a while. The man was lost for words. Leave the team? You just joined the team less than 100 years ago, Luo Xiaobai said. In the past 100 years, I killed 23 sky-opening realm undead creatures. By logic, I've already fulfilled the requirements to leave the sky crater world. The rules say that I can exchange merit points for cultivation periods. With my merit points, I can leave for 500 years. This person asked in surprise, what happened? Why are you suddenly leaving? What's wrong with the cicada sound? Luo Xiaobai raised her head, looked at the sky, and said indifferently, this is a signal to tell me that some people are waiting for me. Okay. However, there are so many good things you can exchange for with your merit points. Was it worth it to waste your cultivation period just for this voice? This doesn't seem like a choice you, Luo Xiaobai, would make. You're a little sentimental now. Luo Xiaobai smiled faintly. Some things can't be treated rationally. Luo Xiaobai's head was clear. The moment the sound of the heavenly cicada sounded, she knew what had happened. This sound could reach the sky crater world, and its coverage was so wide that it couldn't have been triggered by an ordinary monarch. Even if Xia Xiaoshan had changed her cultivation path, it was impossible for her to prove Dao so quickly. Even if she could prove Dao, she couldn't be so strong, so it couldn't be her. There was only one result, which was the An family that Han Fei had mentioned. She knew that something must have happened in the chaotic wasteland, and a war might have already started over there. Although it might be too late to go now, she couldn't be at ease if she didn't. In the wilderness of the West Wilderness. In a bandit den, a fatty was skillfully rolling the skewers in his hand, humming a cheerful tune. After that, he sniffed the barbecue and exclaimed, I'm afraid even Fei Fei doesn't have as much meat as me. Shall I save some jerky for him? Yes, this fatty was Le Renquang. God knew how he ended up in the West Wilderness. Chapter 2717, The Trial Begins, 2:27:17. The Trial Begins, 27:17. The moment the cicada chirped, Le Renquang froze in place and looked at the sky in shock. After being stunned for 4 or 5 seconds, Le Renquang dropped the skewers in his hand and rushed towards the main hall of the bandit village crazily. Master, help me, a man shouted. What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic? Is the meat done roasting? That's a primordial mutant. It needs to be roasted for a while longer. Le Renquang shouted, Master, take me to the East Sea Divine Realm. It'll be too late if you delay any longer. Are you dreaming? Do you know how far away the East Sea Divine Realm is? Even if I take you there at full speed, it will take at least 10 days or half a month. However, Le Renquang hugged his master's thigh and said with snot and tears, Master, I'm not joking this time. I really want to go there. I have to go there. Huh? Is it the cicada sound? Is it related to you? Le Renquang nodded. Yes, it's related to me. It has a lot to do with me. The rough man frowned and said, Do you know what this is? This is the 6 Dao heavenly cicada, whose voice can spread throughout all worlds. However, to spread his voice throughout the sea realm, this person must be at least a great monarch. Great monarch? Le Renquang was horrified and then screamed, A great monarch? Master, hurry up, help me save someone. The rough man shook his head. I can't save him. The great monarch is dying. Hey brat, did you find another master behind my back in the East Sea Divine Realm? Le Renquang was stunned. The great monarch is going to die? That's good. Isn't Fei Fei growing too fast? He can already kill a great monarch? The rough man said. What are you mumbling about? Tell me, who the fuck is this? I'm going to dig his grave, Le Renquang said casually. Do whatever you want, teacher. I think we'd better still go there. This matter will affect my monarch-level tribulation. Huh, the rough-looking man said solemnly. Are you sure? Don't fool me. Will it really affect your monarch-level tribulation? Le Renquang nodded quickly. Teacher, don't worry. You definitely won't suffer a loss on this trip. When the time comes, I'll get the #1 divine chef in the world to make a few delicious dishes for you. The rough man said, Didn't you fucking say that you are the #1 divine chef in the world? Le Renquang said. It suddenly occurred to me that if I'm second, that person is first. Pondering for a while, the rough man said, Fine, let's go there if you insist. But we have to come back as soon as possible. The West Wilderness hasn't been peaceful recently. A lot of demons and ghosts have come. This is your chance, Le Renquang said. I promise I'll come back as soon as I see that there's nothing wrong. The cicada chirping resounded throughout the sea realm. At this moment, in the chaotic wasteland, Han Fei and the others all looked at the sky. In an invisible place, the cicada sound, like a demonic sound from the heavens, carried a massive power and covered the demon god. Wherever the cicada sound enveloped, soul power triggered the heavenly Tao, trying to invade the soul of the demon god with infinite power. It was as if he had transformed into a world and used the power of heaven and earth to strangle the demon god. Demon God raised a hand and emitted a starlight, which shot forward amidst the cicada sound surging with soul power. The demon god smiled indifferently. Half extreme Tao? Heh, even if you are an extreme Tao soul cultivator, you can't shake me at all. The demon god smiled contemptuously. The Tao of extreme balance was originally the dual extreme Tao, and on the basis of extreme Taos, his strength had doubled. How could a mere great monarch shake it? Puffer. At that moment, it was as if the world was collapsing, and Tianming's soul was shattered and riddled with holes. Only a wisp of his soul was left. As for his body, it had been shattered by this finger. Countless law patterns dissipated in the void. This world seemed to reveal a trace of sorrow. Demon God Finger, you are the god of demonic Tao. The 10,000 scale monarch looked at the demon god in horror. Clearly, he had learned something from this finger. But at this moment, when the demon god looked over, he felt a chill down his spine. This was a long-lost soul-killing technique. This soul-killing technique originated from one person and ended because of that person. This person was the legendary demon god, a pioneer of the demonic Tao, the public enemy of the myriad races in the sea realm. 10,000 scale monarch felt his blood freeze. And Tianming, who had fought him for 100,000 years, had died just like that. It was hard for him to accept. The moment An Tianming died, the demon god said indifferently, not everyone can fight a god head-on, at least not you. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the carefree level and the Tao-proving level powerhouses of the city of origin had no time to escape before their bodies were shattered. At the moment of their death, they were still deeply puzzled. After killing the powerhouses of the city of origin, the demon god looked at 10,000 scale monarch and said indifferently, don't worry, I've returned the favor I owe, so I won't kill you. Our demonic Tao has our own rules. After that, the demon god looked at Zhang Shaoling again and said something strange. I really don't understand you people. Fine, let's meet again someday. The 10,000 scale monarch was dumbfounded. He left just like that? He had thought that he would be the one to die this time, and the departure of the demon god made him deeply emotional. Is this the power of a god? Chapter 2788-2780. The trial begins, 3-2718. The trial begins, 3. Zhang Shaoling said, don't be sentimental. I think you should return to the city of scavengers as soon as possible. Otherwise, there might not be a city of scavengers in this world. Outside the city of scavengers, even through the ice, Han Fei seemed to be able to feel the roar of the great Tao. After nearly 10 seconds, the void fluctuated again. This time, a total of 9 people walked out first. The strength of one of them couldn't be seen through. Han Fei felt that the other party was like a deep-sea vortex, impossible to see through. A great monarch? When he saw this figure, Han Fei sneered. The big fish had finally taken the bait. For Han Fei, whether it was Zhao Yuhuo, Gao Yuhuo, or An Wudao, they were all small fries. His purpose to fish for An Wudao was simply to obtain the secret about the mysterious place behind the chaotic wasteland from him so that it would be easier for the demon god to take action. And Han Fei's real goal was the 10,000 scale race, including the real great monarch of the 10,000 scale race. Gao Yuhuo was too excited to say anything when he saw the 10,000 scale monarch. He had seen the previous scene clearly. He really didn't expect the city of origin to be destroyed in such a way. When the 10,000 scale monarch walked out of the void with 1 immortal level, 2 carefree level, and 5 Tao-proving level monarchs, Gao Yuhuo was so excited that his heart was pounding. Fortunately, the great monarch was fine. When he heard the cicada sound just now, he was really frightened. The god had clearly fulfilled his promise. When Han Fei said that he wanted the city of origin to be wiped out, the god helped him fulfill it. Although he didn't attack anyone below the monarch level, without monarchs, no matter how many sky openers the city of origin had, it was nothing. What he was most afraid of was that the god killed the 10,000 scale monarch too. If that happened, even if the 10,000 scale monarch wasn't wiped out today, they would be wiped out tomorrow. Gao Yuhuo was glad that the 10,000 scale monarch was still alive, but the latter didn't think so. He already knew that the human race had taken action, but the enemy of the human race was clearly him. Logically speaking, the god should destroy the 10,000 scale monarch, but the demon god destroyed the city of origin. This was abnormal. Therefore, at this moment, the 10,000 scale monarch still felt as if he were facing a great enemy. This was because the other party had deliberately left the 10,000 scale race behind, which meant that he didn't want the demon god to interfere. This meant that even if the demon god didn't interfere, the other party had the means to deal with the 10,000 scale race. However, if the god didn't take action, he really couldn't think of any way for the human race to destroy his 10,000 scale race. At this moment, Gao Yuhuo and the others all bowed, feeling that their backbone had come. As for the 10,000 scale monarch, after observing the situation, he was secretly relieved to find that the power of the reinforcements the human race had found didn't exceed the 10,000 scale race. Gao Yuhuo seemed to say something telepathically, and the 10,000 scale monarch looked at Han Fei. Are you the current human emperor? Han Fei said calmly. As you can see, I am. The 10,000 scale monarch stared at Han Fei for several seconds, and Han Fei stared back fearlessly. After a stalemate of about 10 seconds, the 10,000 scale monarch's low and dignified voice sounded, "If you want the human race, I'll give it to you." Faye sneered. "Let's make it clear. It's not you who will give it to me, but I'll take it from you. Besides, as a great monarch, do you think you can pretend the 10,000 scale race hadn't enslaved our human race for 100,000 years? 10,000 scale monarch's eyes were intimidating. What do you want? The god has left. What can you do? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Now, I want a fair war. The 10,000 scale race bullied our human race, so our human race will naturally take revenge with our own hands. If you don't want to talk about fairness with me, that's fine. I have many monarch friends. I don't have to talk about fairness with you. Do you have a great monarch? Han Fei sneered. Not only great monarchs can kill great monarchs, if you want to play tough, try it. The two were still confronting each other. Han Fei didn't doubt that he would win this battle. In his opinion, the result was already decided. However, the process was very important. Finally, the 10,000 scale monarch relented. He was not afraid of the people Han Fei called over, but he was afraid that another demon godlike existence would appear and stir up the situation here. Furthermore, he roughly understood what Han Fei meant. He said, "You want to use our 10,000 scale race as your stepping stone to prove Tao and walk your path of the human emperor. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's see how you, a mere perfected star transformation realm cultivator, can survive this trial." Han Fei didn't care about the threat of the 10,000 scale monarch. He simply said casually, "In that case, let's begin." 10,000 scale monarch asked, "How do we start?" However, Han Fei grinned. "Haven't you 10,000 scale race always regarded the City of Wanderers as a tool for training? This time, we might as well play it big and let you guys train as much as you can. At the same time, I'll wait for our fellow humans to fight for themselves and escape from misery." "Do you think I called so many people over to play with you?" The 10,000 scale monarch snorted coldly. "Just with a mere city of wanderers?" As a great monarch, he naturally knew what was happening in the major cities and villages. The villages of the city of scavengers closest to him were at war, and almost all the people in those villages had been tricked away by some sea establisher humans and were gathering. The 10,000 scale monarch sneered. "Are you overestimating the city of wanderers? These people and a group of sea establishers want to take people away from the chaotic wasteland. A few sky openers want to attack the main city of the city of scavengers." Chapter 2719. The trial begins. 42719. The trial begins. Han Fei smiled casually. "I mean, with my strength. With your strength. You're only a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Even if you have some ability, how can you shake the city of scavengers?" Han Fei grinned. "I'm the emperor of the human race. I'll pick up my people myself. This is my trial and my path to prove Tao. Before I save the human race enslaved by the city of scavengers, I don't need anyone's help. Of course, my strength is already equivalent to the Tao proving level. Therefore, anyone below the carefree level can attack me." The 10,000 scale monarch sneered. "This is your so-called trial? You found so many people to pin down the powerhouses of our 10,000 scale race, but you went to kill our clansmen? Don't you find it ridiculous?" Han Fei shrugged. "Ridiculous? You mean it's not ridiculous if I'm to fight an entire race alone? My trial is mainly about saving the human race, restoring the hope in the hearts of the human race, and letting them witness the rise of our human race. Therefore, from the beginning, this was not my trial alone, but the trial of the entire human race." Han Fei looked at the trembling void where the sky-opening realm army from the city of scavengers had returned. At this moment, these people finally returned. But what greeted them was so many monarchs in the sky. This made these 10,000 scale race powerhouses dumbfounded. They had no idea what had happened. The 10,000 scale monarch said, "So, without using these external forces, how can you win? How can your human race win?" The 10,000 scale race had a total of more than 150,000 sky openers. If it were the old Han Fei, he would have been dumbfounded. The voice of the 10,000 scale monarch sounded in the ears of every sky opening realm powerhouse of the 10,000 scale race. "Now I order you to push out from the main city of the city of scavengers and kill everyone who is attacking the city. If the other party retreats, don't kill them." Then he looked at Han Fei. "As I said, if you want the human race, you can take them away. This matter ends here. As for whether there will be another war between us, that's for the future." Although the 10,000 scale monarch controlled an army of hundreds of thousands, after witnessing the power of the demon god, he didn't want to start a war with the human race at this moment. He felt that there must be a trap. Han Fei certainly wouldn't negotiate with the 10,000 scale monarch. He just smiled in disdain. "It's not like I don't have a sky-opening realm army." Behind Han Fei, the phantom of a city appeared. When the words Puppet City appeared in everyone's vision, when the 200,000 strong puppet army stood in front of the city in an orderly manner, the 10,000 scale monarch's face darkened. As for Gao Yuhuo, his expression changed slightly as he said in surprise, "Are you the master of the Emperor Sparrow?" Suddenly, the 10,000 scale monarch heard Gao Yuhuo say to him via voice transmission, "My lord, I remember now. The infinite mining area asked us for reinforcements several times just for this puppet city. In the end, the puppet city was taken by a guy who called himself the Human Butcher. He seemed to have obtained the inheritance of the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal." Great Monarch Mystic Marshal? 10,000 scale monarch asked. Does it mean that his other trump card might be this Great Monarch Mystic Marshal? 10,000 scale monarch and Great Monarch Mystic Marshal were not from the same era, and they were far away and not familiar with each other, so he didn't react at this moment. However, the identity of the master of the Emperor Sparrow made him frown. This was difficult. This meant that he couldn't kill this person. It was said that whoever killed the Emperor Sparrow would die. Whether this rumor was groundless or not, he certainly wouldn't kill him if he could. But now, although he didn't want to kill this person, the other party didn't appreciate his kindness and wanted to fight to the death with the City of Scavengers. For a moment, he didn't think of a way to break through the dilemma. At this moment, Han Fei was pointing at the sky-opening realm powerhouses of the 10,000 scale race and ordering, "Kill them without mercy." Before these sky-opening realm powerhouses of the 10,000 scale race could take action, they were blocked by the puppet army that swarmed over like flying locusts. The puppet army didn't care who you were. Once the military order was given, they would kill whoever stood in their way. Therefore, they set up a military formation, and arrows flew across the sky. A battle was about to break out. While the 10,000 scale race's sky-opening realm army and the puppet army were fighting each other, Han Fei was confronting the 10,000 scale monarch. In the major cities under the rule of the City of Scavengers, humans had already launched an official charge. This time, the City of Wanderers had come all out. In terms of head-on combat without any other external elements, the City of Wanderers was indeed no worse than the City of Scavengers or the City of Origin. This was why Gu Tingnan had led an army several times to attack the two cities, and even rushed straight into the City of Origin to kill. Therefore, Gu Tingnan didn't intend to hold back in this battle. He used all the trump cards he had accumulated for the last 10,000 years. This was because he knew that this was his only chance. Since Han Fei had thrown the hidden power behind the City of Scavengers to the table, he must be 100% confident that he could restrain the existing power of the City of Scavengers. If the two human emperors couldn't save the human race even if they went all out, so what even if he endured for another 100,000 years? Therefore, in order to escape the fate of being a tool, Gu Tingnan had to try his best. The reason why the humans had entered the official killing phase so quickly was that too many monarchs had died today, one after another, each stronger than the last. Although they didn't know where these monarchs were from, so far, no one had come to kill them. This meant that the Master of Silence and his men hadn't been defeated. However, under the stimulation of the repeated deaths of monarchs, they didn't dare to waste any time, so they launched such a crazy charge. As for Han Fei, he stomped and disappeared from the confrontation of the monarchs. The trail for him and the entire human race had officially begun from this moment. Chapter 2720, 2720. Follow me to slaughter everyone in the city, 12720. Follow me to slaughter everyone in the city, 1. In the villages under the City of Scavengers, because of the deaths of monarchs, great Dao cracks appeared one after another. This made more and more people believe the words of the 7-kill army unconditionally. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Tens of thousands of villages and billions of human beings were stunned by the terrifying astronomical phenomena. However, the 7-kill army all roared. My fellow human beings, this is the emperor of our human race slaying monarchs. Every great Dao crack represents the death of a monarch. I hope everyone doesn't waste the painstaking efforts of Master Human Emperor. Now, quickly enter my origin sea and I will take you to witness this peerless battle. Although the people of the 7-kill army didn't know why there were suddenly so many monarchs, they knew that something unimaginable must have happened. Someone was surprised. A great Dao crack represents the death of a monarch, but I heard that there is only one monarch in the City of Scavengers, the 10,000 scale monarch. How can there be so many monarchs? Someone from the 7-kill army shouted. They said there is only one monarch, so there is only one. Think about it. Where have the resources you painstakingly accumulated every 100 years gone? Didn't they all fall into the hands of the 10,000 scale race? They are using you to seize resources for them, so they are getting stronger and stronger. Wake up, fellow humans. We are counterattacking at this moment. Otherwise, do you think we are here to travel? Chirp, rumble. Suddenly, after the cicadas chirped, a great Dao crack that was far more terrifying than the previous ones burst out. Blood color filled the sky. Many people even vaguely saw the legendary terrifying ice through the great Dao crack. Under the instigation of the 7-kill army, with the support of the scavengers, and under the deterrence of the great Dao cracks, the humans finally began to believe that the human race really had such a human emperor. The human race was really fighting back. Therefore, a large number of humans entered the origin seas of the strong masters of the 7-kill army. In just half an hour, almost 99% of the thousands of villages were empty. Only those who had gone out to hunt and hadn't returned were left. Of course, there were occasionally a few anomalies. Even if they saw the great Tao cracks, even if human powerhouses explained the situation, and even if the people from the City of Wanderers arrived and revealed their identities, they were still unwilling to leave. There was even a small number of them who openly spread fallacies that the 10,000 scale race was invincible. For example, in the villages in the top 10 cities under the jurisdiction of the City of Scavengers, these villages had attached to these big clans. Compared to the human villages in remote places, perhaps their living conditions and level of resources were higher. At this moment, there was a village called the Earth Dragon Village in the 9th city. The number of sea establishers in this village was not something a remote village could compare to. At this moment, more than 30 sea establishment realm powerhouses were surrounding Yang Ke and the others. One of them said, "It's a conspiracy. It's definitely a conspiracy. How can there be a human emperor in the chaotic wasteland? How can there be so many monarchs who can die? This is simply nonsense. Besides, no one has stood up in 10,000 years or even 100,000 years, let alone killed monarchs. Heh, what do you think monarchs are?" Yang Ke said, "It seems that your dignity has been destroyed by the 10,000 scale race and you don't dare to pick up the dignity of the human race anymore. Forget it. Although you don't appreciate this chance and refuse to leave, Master Human Emperor still wants to save you. However, he doesn't mind your offense, but I can't tolerate people like you who grovel and betray the human race for personal gain." Buma Yang Ke drew his knife and looked around. "I ask again, are you leaving or not?" Someone shook his head. "You mere 5 sea establishers really think you're something? Do you know where this is? This is under the jurisdiction of the Dragonflame City. Which village doesn't have dozens of sea establishers? Even the village leader here said, 'Yang Ke, if you surrender now, when the higher-ups investigate it, I may be able to save your lives.'" Yang Ke sneered. "I'm a member of the Human Emperor's 7-kill army. Do I need you to protect me? Since you want to fight, I'll let you experience the divine technique bestowed by Master Human Emperor. Kill it, the sea establishers of the Earth Dragon Village also took action. With a flip of his hand, Yang Ke held a saber in his hand. As his aura soared, saber beams rained down from the sky. Blade Inferno. Yang Ke sneered. Not everyone could come to persuade the human race in the top 10 cities. This Blade Inferno drew all things into knives, and billions of knife lights shot out at the same time, forming a purgatory. Everything in the prison could be turned into knives. In the entire 7-kill army, only 3 people could master this divine quality technique, and he was one of them because he was one of the purest knife cultivators. In the Blade Inferno, Yang Ke walked on the knives and said in a low voice, "I didn't want to attack my fellow humans, but you have been enslaved for too long and have completely abandoned the dignity of the human race. You can give up and continue to flatter the 10,000 scale race, but you shouldn't instigate others to think like you. Therefore, for the return of the human race, to restore the dignity of the human race, and to restore the hope in everyone's hearts, I can only send you to hell." Puff, puff, puff. In the Blade Inferno, 7 people in a row couldn't even withstand the first round and were crushed as soon as the purgatory was formed. Chapter 2721, Follow me to slaughter everyone in the city 2, 2721, Follow me to slaughter everyone in the city 2. Seeing this scene, the guy who shouted that Yang Ke was full of lies and the village leader were dumbfounded. So strong, how can a sea establisher have such terrifying combat power? He said that this is a divine quality technique. Hiss, he's the only one attacking. 1 against 30? Stepping on a knife light, Yang Ke instantly appeared beside the person who had just said that he was lying and said indifferently, "This is the Heavenly Void divine movement technique." Puffer, a sea establisher, was killed with a single slash without even having a chance to resist. The other 4 people who came with Yang Ke didn't take action. They just looked at everything inside. Old Yang is too impulsive. After all, they are fellow humans. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to kill them all. Should we stop him? The other person said, "Don't. Old Yang is a human, but you and I are not, so you and I can't sense his feelings. Since he is determined to attack, let him. But we can't let him bear the blame alone. If Master Human Emperor blames him, we'll take the blame together with him." Yang Ke went on a killing spree. No one here was his match. Faced with this one-sided massacre, the village leader simply shouted, "Stop, Yang Ke, stop, we are willing to go." The other guy who retorted Yang Ke was also scared out of his wits. If he had known that Yang Ke was so powerful, he wouldn't have dared to confront him so arrogantly. He said, "I'm willing to leave too." However, Yang Ke shook his head. "The village leader can, but you can't." Yang Ke didn't kill the village leader because the village leader had great influence in the village and was a representative of the entire village. If the village leader died, it might cause great dissatisfaction among the humans in the village. If they didn't leave with him, it would be counterproductive. The man was anxious and immediately shouted, "Why can't I? You are so powerful. Why didn't you show your strength at the beginning? If you had shown your strength earlier, I would have been willing to go with you." Yang Ke said indifferently, "I didn't want to attack my own kind, nor did I want to use my strength to subdue you. However, you can't tell right from wrong, so I think it was a mistake for Master Human Emperor to decide to save all human beings. Some people are not worth saving." Puffer, When Yangqi killed this person, everyone in the Earth Dragon village was shocked. It was true that Yangqi killed a sea establisher from his village, but what Yangqi showed was a different human race, a powerful and unyielding human race. I'm leaving. Whether it's true or not, I don't want to live forever under the enslavement of the 10,000 scale race. Although I don't know if this decision is right or not, I at least know that some people are fighting hard. That's enough. Brothers, I'm going. If the 10,000 scale race is destroyed, it will be the blessing of our human race. Even if we fail and die, it's better than living under someone else's roof for the rest of our lives. As for the village leader, after realizing Yang Kei's strength and knowing Yang Kei's determination, he also tried to prevent himself from being killed by Yang Kei, so he said, "Everyone, as you can see, there is still hope for our human race. There are still people fighting. Let's go. Let's go and see the counterattack of the human race." It wasn't until everyone entered Yang Kei's origin sea that he let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, someone asked, "Brother Yang, you've already started a fight. Why do they approve of you instead?" Yang Qi said indifferently, "It's not that they approve of me. Some of them left with me. The rest of them were worried that they would be punished if we failed, so they simply left with us. In the end, they haven't completely trusted us. Many people don't believe that we will win. But that's not important. What's important is that they left with me. I may not be able to convince them, but Master Human Emperor definitely can." The dozens of people from the City of Wanderers were also shocked. They had seen strong masters, but rarely had they seen such strong-willed and domineering human powerhouses. Yang Kei came to them. "Let's go. Time to meet up with others." The teleportation array was activated, and Yang Kei and the others crossed multiple directional teleportation arrays that had been drawn and came to the agreed meeting place. Each city had a rendezvous point. Each city had hundreds of small villages under its jurisdiction. When Yang Kei and the others arrived at the rendezvous point, nearly 1,000 people had successfully gathered here, which meant that nearly 200 villages had been rescued. Because saving people was about efficiency, the 7-kill army that was sent out back then gathered very quickly with the help of the City of Scavengers. And the more remote, the laggard, and the lower ranked the cities were, the faster the 7-kill army gathered. This was because the people in these places hated the 10,000 scale race even more. Every time there was a tidal wave, their entire village might be destroyed, and they lived in danger every day and had to face the oppression of the 10,000 scale race. With their lives in such a state, when the human race launched a counterattack, even if this matter was fake, they would rather believe it was true, because many people didn't want to live such a life anymore. The assembled 7-kill army was waiting for the sky-opening realm powerhouses who came to pick them up. However, the 7-kill army didn't know if anyone would come to receive them. Their mission was to take away the humans in the village and gather them together. Under such circumstances, ordinary people would guess that someone must be coming to receive them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be realistic for them, mere sea establishers, to cross the huge chaotic wasteland. In addition to the ominous creatures they encountered midway, they might not even be able to figure out the right direction, let alone escape. Chapter 2722, Follow me to slaughter everyone in the city. 32722, Follow me to slaughter everyone in the city. 3 Sure enough, they didn't wait long. In less than half an hour, a sky-opening realm powerhouse appeared at the rendezvous point. Han Fei's plan was divided into 2 steps. The first step was to cause astronomical phenomena and have the 7-kill army and the City of Wanderers persuade the humans in the villages to leave with the 7-kill army. However, it was easy to save people, but these villages were too scattered. It was definitely unrealistic to save so many people at once. Therefore, the second safeguard arranged by Han Fei was to let sky openers pick them up. However, this premise was that the various cities would be in a war. Otherwise, with such a large number of humans gathering, it was easy to be discovered and targeted. Most importantly, they had to prevent monarch-level strong masters from interfering, so someone had to restrain the monarchs of the City of Scavengers. The city of origin was always a variable. If they fought blindly, the city of origin would definitely reap the benefits. Therefore, destroying the city of origin was the best choice. Of course, there were still a group of sea establishers and sky openers in the City of Scavengers. They might be hiding in a training field or somewhere like that. But now, these people must have moved. But this didn't affect Han Fei's plan. Even if these people moved, they were still a certain distance away from the battlefield of the cities under the jurisdiction of the City of Scavengers, so they could be ignored for the time being. Furthermore, most of the sky-opening realm powerhouses in the 7-kill army weren't here to receive the humans from the cities, but to ambush these hidden powerhouses. At this point, the war between the human race and the 10,000 scale race had become a battle between the City of Scavengers and the City of Wanderers. Now, what Han Fei needed to do was to take everyone into his origin star. It was actually not difficult to achieve this. At this moment, some of the sky-opening realm powerhouses in the 7-kill army had already gone to the gathering places outside the major cities. Because they had practiced the heaven-deceiving technique, the probability of being discovered in advance was very low. Besides, these people actually moved with the city of wanderers, which was why Han Fei had to wait for 7 days. At this moment, outside each of the 132 cities under the jurisdiction of the City of Scavengers, the sky-opening realm powerhouses of the 7-kill army appeared. These people had all entered the star transformation realm. After these people received the 7-kill army, they immediately put them into their origin stars. Then, the sky-openers of the 7-kill army crossed the star sea quagmire and stepped into the Sea of Stars. In the Sea of Stars, there was a relatively dim star floating. Around this star, there were a total of 132 shining stars. At this moment, the 132 sky-opening realm powerhouses all came to the periphery of this dim star and transmitted their voices to it. Master Human Emperor, we've returned safely. Enter. Yes, this dim star was Han Fei's origin star, and the surrounding 32 stars were the origin stars of the sky-opening realm powerhouses of the 7-kill army, who refined their stars and brought them here. In this way, they could teleport over an ultra-long distance. Han Fei learned this trick from the infinite mining area, which was quite useful. Swish, swish, swish. In Han Fei's origin star, strong masters arrived one after another. The countless humans in the raging sea looked at these unfamiliar sky-opening realm powerhouses in confusion. A strong master said in surprise, "Hey, who are these people? They don't seem to be from our heaven realm." Someone shook his head. "Definitely not. I haven't seen any of these people, but their auras are very powerful." Someone said, "Isn't it obvious? There aren't so many emperors in our raging sea. They must be subordinates of Master Human Emperor, right?" Someone clicked his tongue. Master Human Emperor must be preparing something. Didn't Master Human Emperor say that he wanted us to witness the rise of the human race? He also said that the 10,000 scale race enslaved our human race in the outside world, and the human race might be going to war, so these strong masters came out. Someone nodded quickly. That makes sense. However, while these people were discussing in secret, these sky-opening realm powerhouses all showed their world phantoms. At first, a group of sea establishers appeared out of thin air. Then these sea establishers also showed their origin sea phantoms. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. Hundreds of thousands of people were released from the origin sea of every sea establisher. The humans under the rule of the City of Scavengers didn't know where they would be taken, but they knew that these people probably wouldn't harm them. First of all, they were all humans. In the chaotic wasteland, there was no reason for humans to harm humans. Besides, the deaths of monarchs had convinced many people of the existence of the human emperor, so they were not anxious but waiting. However, after only a moment, they were released. Buzz. In terms of strength, although these humans from the sea realm were all enslaved, they were still much stronger than the people in the raging sea. This couldn't be helped. If they weren't strong, they wouldn't have been able to survive until now. At this moment, when these people appeared in Han Fei's Lifestar City, they were all stunned. Chapter 2723, 2723, Follow me to slaughter everyone in the city 4. 2723, Follow me to slaughter everyone in the city 4. What rich spiritual energy. I didn't know that there is a place with such rich spiritual energy in this world. Heavens, we are not in the sea. This is the legendary land, the land that only exists in primitive graveyards. Heavens, is this a tree? Is this the true appearance of the rotten dead trees in the chaotic wasteland? Hiss. Spiritual fruit. I see a spiritual orchard. There were even some elders among these people who were prostrating on the ground, kissing the mud under their feet. The smell of vitality seemed to be irresistible to them. However, before these people had the time to sense the fairyland-like environment around, they felt countless perceptions sweep over. They naturally swept their perception over too. Then they saw many, many people. They had never seen so many people in their lives. Hiss, how can there be so many humans? I can't even count them with my perception range. Look, their clothes are different from ours. These people don't look very strong. In fact, they seem a little weak. No, there are strong masters among them, but not many. Immediately, someone boldly asked, "Human compatriots, which village are you from?" However, a lot of voices immediately responded. "We're from the Raging Sea. We are from the 36 Mystic World. We are from the Heavenly Realm. We are from the original Yin-Yang World. Are you from the Sea Realm? Did Master Human Emperor save you?" For a time, there was a hubbub of voices, chattering and asking all kinds of questions. The humans in the chaotic wasteland were all dumbfounded. Raging Sea, 36 Mystic Worlds, Heavenly Realm, Outside World? For a moment, these people looked at each other in bewilderment. Could these be human beings from Origin Grounds? At this moment, Han Fei's huge face appeared in the sky. For a moment, the people in the Raging Sea all shouted, "Master Human Emperor, greetings, Master Human Emperor. Your Majesty, have we already won? Master Human Emperor, has the 10,000 scale race been destroyed? Master Human Emperor, do you need us to help? We're ready." Everyone in the Raging Sea knew Han Fei. His statues were erected everywhere in the Raging Sea, but no one under the rule of the 10,000 scale race had seen Han Fei's appearance. At this moment, it was the first time they had seen the true appearance of this so-called human emperor. This made them finally confirm that the people of the 7-kill army weren't lying to them. There was really a human emperor in this world. He was really saving them. Han Fei said, "My fellow human beings in the chaotic wasteland, welcome back to the human race. My name is Han Fei, and I am the current human emperor. This place is my origin star. The people you see now all come from the ancestral land of the human race, the Raging Sea. 100,000 years ago, your ancestors arrived in the sea realm and were enslaved by the 10,000 scale race, so you had to live a life of enslavement by the 10,000 scale race. However, today, I'm here. Our human race's counterattack has already begun. Ah, Master Human Emperor. Thank you, Human Emperor. Some people burst into tears and fell to their knees, especially some old people who had lived in the Raging Sea for too long. Here, they could only live desperately without any dignity or sense of security. But now that the human race had an emperor, the sealed hope in their hearts was ignited again. Someone shouted, "Thank you for saving our lives, Master Human Emperor. Thank you, Master Human Emperor." However, Han Fei's voice resounded between the heavens and earth. As the human emperor, I don't need your gratitude. The war isn't over yet. It's just the beginning. Now, be it the human race from the Raging Sea or the human race in the chaotic wasteland, anyone above the explorer realm, soar into the sky. I'm going to lead you to counterattack the 10,000 scale race. I want you to know that whoever offends our human race will be executed no matter how far away they are. In the end, Han Fei shouted, I want the 10,000 scale race to be wiped out. All of you, follow me to slaughter everyone in the city of scavengers. Chapter 2724, Human Race Crazily Slaughtering 1 2724. Human Race Crazily Slaughtering 1. Slaughter, 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 Master Human Emperor. Why are you only bringing explorers or above? Are the enemies here so strong? That's right. Master Human Emperor, is there a battlefield for law enforcers? We want to fight too. And Powerhouse above the venerable realm laughed and flew across the sky, shouting, Everyone, I will help you kill the people of the 10,000 scale race. Someone grinned and said, Great, the Raging Sea has been too peaceful for hundreds of years, and the sea demons have disappeared without a trace. I've been itching for a fight. Damn it, they bullied our human race. They deserve to be exterminated. Although the humans in the Raging Sea weren't very strong, they were quite tough in terms of combat. That was because they had been fighting sea demons all year round. The Raging Sea before was so dangerous that no one could guarantee that he would be safe when he went to sea. What they faced were real life and death battles. Unlike them, although the people in the chaotic wasteland had strong combat power, their enemies were mainly ominous creatures, and to deal with ominous creatures they mainly used clean stones. Those who could hold up half of the sky were old people who had been through battles. Furthermore, in terms of life and death battles, even if they were stronger, they might still be forcefully killed by the people in the same realm from the Raging Sea. At this moment, the human powerhouses from the Raging Sea couldn't wait to fly into the sky, all of them full of fighting spirit. It wasn't that they really wanted to fight, but they needed resources. As Han Fei had said before, resources were everywhere in the sea realm. There were still many venerables among the people who had been rescued from the chaotic wastelands. They were so strong, although they had been enslaved. What if they weren't enslaved? Now, Han Fei was going to take action. Many of the people above the venerable realm from the Raging Sea had fought side by side with Han Fei and participated in the war against the sea demons. They had made a fortune. They knew that going to war with Han Fei would definitely bring them a lot of benefits. However, when this scene fell on the eyes of these people in the chaotic wasteland, their feelings were completely different. They had never seen such crazy humans. Billions of humans were shouting, roaring, and their voices shook the sky, even causing the ground to tremble. The transmission of emotions made the blood of these humans in the chaotic wasteland boil. Perhaps at first they had doubts, fear, and anxiety, but the scene of tens of millions of people roaring was really unforgettable. What made them most excited was Han Fei. What kind of person could make so many human powerhouses admire him so much? But at this moment, they had no time to care about that. This person was here to help them. The hundreds of millions, billions, or tens of billions of fellow humans made them feel a sense of belonging that they had never felt before. Even if it was for this sense of belonging, they couldn't flinch. When the human powerhouses gathered, Han Fei had already returned to a place not far away from the Raging Sea through the previous teleportation array. As soon as he came out, Han Fei burst out at his fastest speed. As for the 10,000 scale monarch's side, although they were restricted to the city of scavengers, all kinds of orders were issued. The big cities ranking in the top 50 had basically all received the signal to retreat. As for those cities further away, he simply chose to give up. The 10,000 scale monarch knew that Han Fei wouldn't take part in this kind of trial personally for the time being. Han Fei's plan to take the human race away wasn't as simple as saving people. What he wanted was the human race's counterattack. This was a war between races and the prerequisite for him to become the true human emperor. Besides, Han Fei was very strong. Few people below the monarch level could resist him. Therefore, Han Fei wouldn't attack unless he had to. In that case, he would let the human race and the people in the city of scavengers fight first. Anyway, outside the first 50 cities, there were only a limited number of strong masters of the 10,000 scale race guarding the cities. Most of the people were from the Blade clan, the Frogmen race, and other enslaved races. It wouldn't be a pity if they died. As long as there was no problem with the core of the city of scavengers, these giant cities could be rebuilt. The 132nd city, Heavenly Wave City. The guardian of the Heavenly Wave City was only a sky-opening realm 10,000 scale race powerhouse who hadn't even entered the star transformation realm. There were no more than 23 sea establishment realm powerhouses in the city, including less than 50 people from the Blade Clan, the Frogman race, and other races. And in the city, half of the residents were from the human race. At this moment, Crab Lingfei, a sky-opening realm powerhouse from the City of Wanderers, was attacking the city with more than 60 sea establishment realm powerhouses and more than 3,000 venerables. Because this was the weakest city under the City of Scavengers, although the combat power of the City of Wanderers was not enough, the temporary siege could be completely maintained. Of course, the 3,000 venerables were just bystanders, because the Heavenly Wave City had a population of nearly 2 million, including more than 300,000 venerables. If it weren't for the more than 60 sea establisher powerhouses from the City of Wanderers, they would have been killed long ago. At this moment, Crab Lingfei shouted, "Humans in the Heavenly Wave City, your Emperor is back. The day of your liberation has come. At this time, don't help these beastards of the 10,000 scale race anymore. Help us from the inside, and let's kill these beastards of the 10,000 scale race together." Someone roared, "Do you see the strange astronomical phenomena in the sky? That's our human emperor counterattacking and killing monarchs. The end of the 10,000 scale race is coming. Please abandon this city and go with us to kill the enemy with us." Chapter 27225 Human Race Crazily Slaughtering 2. 2725 Human Race Crazily Slaughtering 2 BL Shit. The mayor of the Heavenly Wave City shouted angrily, "This fart stinks. This so-called astronomical phenomenon is just an illusion created by the City of Wanderers. Dozens of great Dao cracks have already appeared. How can there be so many monarchs in the chaotic wasteland?" "Do you think anyone will believe you, silly crab?" Crab Lingfei said. "You don't even know that you're about to die. If the strong masters of the human race come, you won't even have a fucking chance to run." Crab Lingfei and the mayor of the Heavenly Wave City were fighting and cursing each other, not giving in to each other at all. The humans in the Heavenly Wave City were all puzzled. To be honest, they didn't believe Crab Lingfei's words at all. But it didn't seem to be a bad thing for them that the people from the City of Wanderers were besieging the city. If they had a chance to follow the people from the City of Wanderers, they might be able to gain freedom. Unfortunately, now that the city protection array was activated, they couldn't go out. As for initiating internal strife, they really didn't dare to. The City of Scavengers had absolute dominance in the territory of Scavengers. If they really rebelled, what would happen to them if they couldn't escape, or if the people from the City of Wanderers ran away? What awaited them would be the fury of the 10,000 scale race. Therefore, most humans in the city just fought passively and didn't respond to the people of the City of Wanderers. It was almost 2 hours after the battle began. Suddenly, a figure broke out of the void. The mayor frowned. "Not good. Another sky-opening realm powerhouse has come, and I don't feel anything when he shows up. His strength is probably above mine." This person immediately wanted to escape, but when he wanted to escape, he found that this world was sealed by a sky-hanging shield armor, and he couldn't break through at all. Buzz. More than 10 million people suddenly appeared beside that person. Among them, more than 90% were explorers, and less than 5% were venerables. There were only more than 300,000, and there were actually more than 70,000 sea establishment realm powerhouses. This scene stunned the mayor of the Heavenly Wave City. How were they going to fight? Why were there so many sea establishers? He could understand that there were more than 300,000 venerables, but 70,000 sea establishers? Was that a dream? Also, why were there so many explorers? Where did they come from? Was his lame city worth paying so much attention to? In fact, although the mayor was shocked, he didn't know that these were all the strong masters from the various villages both in the Raging Sea and the Chaotic Wasteland. Han Fei had once stayed in the Little Sea Village. There were 300,000 people in that village, but there weren't many venerables, only about 300. However, the mountain city that ruled the Little Sea Village had 3 million people, but the number of venerables reached 900,000. The gap between the two was truly huge. It was conceivable that many venerable level powerhouses in the villages had been absorbed into the cities, and only a small number of them who were old or couldn't advance would be left in the village. This was why Han Fei only let the 7-kill army rescue people from villages at the beginning. This was because the cities under the City of Scavengers were very strong, but the strength of the villages was too weak. They couldn't resist the cities at all. Even if all the villages joined force, they wouldn't even be able to resist a single city. It was precisely because of this that the human race had been enslaved and had no room to resist. Even though Han Fei had saved almost everyone in all the villages, there weren't many venerable level powerhouses. Plus the venerables from the Raging Sea, they were only comparable to the Heavenly Wave City. However, now that the 70,000 7-kill army soldiers had all returned, their combat power was completely incomparable to these cities. Han Fei shouted, "My fellow human beings, this is the 130 Tucan city under the rule of the city of scavengers, the Heavenly Wave City. Charge in and kill all the non-human powerhouses. Whatever you can grab from the city is yours. Anyway, we're not taking any prisoners. We're here for revenge. Kill, charge, Ula, for the rise of the human race, for the human emperor, for the humans who were enslaved in the chaotic wasteland. Those who offend our human race will be executed no matter how far away they are." The human army swarmed at the Heavenly Wave City like a tide, shouting all kinds of slogans. The human guards in the Heavenly Wave City were dumbfounded. Are these guys humans? So, the people in the City of Wanderers aren't lying? Hiss! Our human race has an emperor? Heavens, those people seem to be sea establishment realm powerhouses. Does our human race have so many sea establishers? Has the human race really rebelled? And there are so many strong masters. Are we really going to be free? At this time, Han Fei's voice resounded in the Heavenly Wave City. "My compatriots in the Heavenly Wave City, I am Human Emperor Han Fei. I'm here to liberate the human race and destroy the 10,000 scale race. As you can see, we are counterattacking. The monarchs of the City of Scavengers have been executed. Now, turn the weapons in your hands and kill through the Heavenly Wave City." After that, Han Fei added, "My fellow humans, you have half an hour. After conquering the Heavenly Wave City, we'll go to the next city." Then, Han Fei pointed his finger and shattered the barrier protecting the Heavenly Wave City. This kind of barrier was no longer meaningful to him. Chapter 2726, 2726, Human Race Crazily Slaughtering 3-3. 2726, Human Race Crazily Slaughtering 3. As for the sea establishment realm powerhouses at the forefront, they had already rushed into the sky in the blink of an eye. The sea establishment realm powerhouses from the City of Wanderers who had come to attack the city were dumbfounded. Are you really here to fight? They only have 50 sea establishers in total, but you have sent 70,000 sea establishers. Are you serious? Among the 50 or so sea establishment realm powerhouses, there were 4 human beings. At this moment, they had already turned around and charged at the 10,000 scale race sea establishers. Unfortunately, their speed was still not fast enough. Before the people of the 7-kill army could completely rush over, those who were fast had already killed more than 50 sea establishers. All this happened in the blink of an eye. How long would it take for 70,000 to fight 50? The latter were wiped out in less than half a second. The sea establishers of the 10,000 scale race, the Blade Clan, and the Frogmen race didn't even have time to react before they died. They didn't even have time to feel despair. The Venerable's battlefield was also in the sky. At this moment, because the humans in the Heavenly Wave City rebelled, the number of the human Venerables on Han Fei's side soared to more than 500,000, while the Heavenly Wave City's Venerable army only had less than 200,000 left. This was almost a 3-on-1 battle. In addition, Han Fei had left many inherited great techniques to the raging sea, so the situation was also one-sided. Puff, puff, puff. One after another, blood color bloomed in the sky above the Heavenly Wave City. Fuck, slow down, that's my opponent. At a time like this, what's the difference between your opponent and mine? This is our common opponent. Fuck, who can save one for me? I haven't fought with these guys yet. Are they strong? It's your fault for being so slow. There are so few people here. You have to be quick to get one to fight. Don't touch him. He is mine, Puff. Damn, I told you not to touch him. On the battlefield of the Venerables, the situation was one-sided. As for the battlefields for explorers, they were mostly held at the low altitude above the Heavenly Wave City. This was even crazier than the battles in the Sea Establishment realm and the Venerable realm. There were only less than 2 million people in the Heavenly Wave City. After deducting the more than 300,000 Venerables, there were only 1.7 million people left. Even if half of the more than 1.7 million people were human beings, there were less than 1 million from the 10,000 scale race, the Blade Clan, and the Frogmen race. 10 million people fighting 1 million people had made this battle a 10 against 1 fight. It was even difficult for the humans to find someone to fight. Someone shouted angrily, "Stop it! Can't you leave me an opponent? Are you crazy? There's still the next city. What are you scrambling for? Heh, you're the one who scrambles most fiercely. How can you blame others?" In the Heavenly Wave City, in addition to explorers, there were also people below explorers. These people were actually not very interested. Someone was even hesitant. These people aren't even explorers. Wouldn't I be bullying them if I attack? You're too soft-hearted. This is a war between races. These things have enslaved our human race for 100,000 years. Do you know how long that was? Do you still sympathize with them? But the humans weren't enslaved by these people. That's bullshit. Under the tide, no drop of water is innocent. Didn't you hear what Master Human Emperor said? Exterminate the 10,000 scale race and spare no one. Is it the right time for you to show compassion? If you can't make it, get lost. The humans were slaughtering crazily, and the 10,000 scale race, the Frogmen, and the Blade Clan people in the Heavenly Wave City were all stunned. They didn't know how to fight back at all. Someone even scolded angrily, "Villain, you are all villains. All of you are murderers. How dare you slaughter the weak? You even killed children below the law enforcement realm. Are you still human? However, the enslaved humans in the chaotic wasteland had already been on a killing spree. How dare you mention slaughtering the weak to us? Do you know how to care about children? Why don't you care about the children of our human race? Our human race has been enslaved for 100,000 years. Countless humans have died in battles year after year. Have you ever sympathized with us? Now, you say we are villains. Are you qualified? Killin, puff, 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 puff. Han Fei looked at all of this indifferently. What he wanted was to slaughter everyone in the city except for the humans. In this kind of race war, there was no mercy to speak of. The humans in the chaotic wasteland had been suppressed for too long. They hated the 10,000 scale race, hated everything about the 10,000 scale race, and the torture they had once suffered must be repaid today. Only in this way could the fire in their hearts be ignited, their hope be ignited, the knots in their hearts be resolved, their Tao heart be strengthened, their value be fulfilled, and this trial of the entire human race be finished. As for the human powerhouses in the Heavenly Wave City, someone killed their enemy with his own hands and said with tears in his eyes, "Dad, Mom, I finally avenged you. My son, your father is finally not weak anymore." In less than half an hour, the Heavenly Wave City had turned into ruins. There was no complete wall here. Everything that could be taken here had disappeared without a trace. Not a blade of grass grew, as if locusts had passed through this city. Someone picked up a pile of clean stones and pondered, wondering what they were for. Someone got energy crystals and was overjoyed to sense a large amount of ownerless soul power. Someone found some weapons and happily replaced his old weapons with them. Chapter 2727 Human Race, Crazily Slaughtering 42727. Human Race, Crazily Slaughtering 4. Han Fei didn't pay attention to what they were doing anymore. At this time, Crab Ling Fei had come to Han Fei respectfully. "My lord, Lady Duan Qingxi has ordered us to go with you if you show up." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Enter my origin star later." Han Fei shouted, "My fellow human beings, time is pressing. There may still be some resources left here, but it's not important. We still have the next city to conquer. There are a total of 132 cities like this one. The one you've just conquered is the weakest one, and the next one will only be stronger. Now, open your mind and enter my origin star. Let's go to the next city. Master Human Emperor, we are ready." "Haha, there are 131 more. How many treasures are there? I hope the next city can be stronger. Otherwise, it won't be a challenge at all. I feel that I must make a breakthrough after this race war." Of course, some were aggressive and some were conservative. Some people felt that Han Fei had gone too far. After all, there were millions of people here, and he had slaughtered them without leaving a single survivor. Wasn't this too cruel? However, Han Fei couldn't consider everyone's emotions. If these people lived in the former chaotic wasteland for a period of time, they might want to destroy the 10,000 scale race more than anyone else. Han Fei didn't care what the humans were thinking now. He only knew that his power of faith was soaring crazily. This power of faith was so rich that it had formed a drop of liquid in his body and even showed signs of condensing into a bead. Han Fei didn't know what it was, but it could actually materialize. But now was not the time for him to study this. It only took Han Fei less than half an hour to take everyone to the 131st city, Mystic Ice City. The situation in the Mystic Ice City was similar to that in the Heavenly Wave City. This city had a population of 300,000 or 400,000 more. 1 city, 2 cities, 3 cities. In just one day, Han Fei destroyed a total of 21 cities. The people of the 10,000 scale race and its affiliated races who had died at the hands of the human army numbered as many as 30 million. And this was the result after the destruction of only 21 cities. There were still more than 100 cities behind. In just one day, the number of human venerables had increased from only 300,000 to more than 400,000. There were countless human powerhouses below the explorer level. On this day, 21 sky-opening realm powerhouses died, but they weren't killed by Han Fei, but by the powerhouses of the 7-kill army. Although sky openers were strong, how could the top powerhouse of the 7-kill army not be strong? Therefore, the next day, Han Fei destroyed 27 cities. On the third day, the human race destroyed 17 cities. On the fourth day, the human race destroyed 15 cities. During this period, there were only 2 cities that were exceptions. One was the 80th ranked mountain city, whose lord was Shui Fei, and the other was the 68th city, whose lord was Feng Tianyi. These 2 people were both Han Fei's puppets. They had escaped with some people. On the 5th day, Han Fei had just arrived at the dual polarity city ranked 50th, but it seemed that the city lord had already evacuated with his people. But at this moment, Han Fei hadn't saved the entire human race yet. Han Fei knew that the 10,000 scale monarch wasn't really giving in. He seemed to be trying to force him to surrender with the humans in his hands. When he arrived at the dual polarity city and saw the huge empty city, he already had an answer in his heart. The 10,000 scale monarch didn't give up fighting. He just gave up the cities ranking below the 50th. This meant that the people in the top 50 cities should have all gone to the main city of the City of Scavengers or other places, but they definitely had been gathered. The 10,000 scale monarch knew that he couldn't attack casually, so he gathered all his men to start a large-scale ethnic war against the human race. Although Han Fei had conquered 82 cities in a row, so what? All the non-human beings had been killed. Among the humans rescued, there were only 989 human sea establishers. There were 24 million venerables, but not many compared to the number of venerables in the main city or the top 10 cities of the City of Scavengers. In the top 50 cities of City of Scavengers, there were nearly 50 million venerables, and there were still at least 30 million venerables deducting the human venerables. Earlier, the human race had swept through the 82 cities with absolute numerical superiority. However, in the next cities, they would no longer have a numerical superiority. It was very likely that they would be crushed by the other party. Therefore, the slaughtering carnival had come to an end. What was next would only be bloody battles. Chapter 2728 put 10,000 scale monarch on the spot 1. 2728 put 10,000 scale monarch on the spot 1. In the battle of race extermination, Han Fei showed absolute ruthlessness and coldness. He showed his attitude to everyone. Those who offended the human race had to pay with their lives. There was no humanitarianism to speak of. In just 5 days, actually more than 4 days, the human powerhouses from the Raging Sea and the humans in the chaotic wasteland that Han Fei rescued had participated in battles 82 times. For the humans from the Raging Sea, the 10,000 scale race, the Blade Clan, and the Frogmen didn't look like humans, so they were dealt with as sea demons. The humans didn't have the heart to slaughter everyone in a city if the other party was humans. But sea demons were different. They had been fighting sea demons for 100,000 years, so they wouldn't show any mercy to sea demons. As for the people in the chaotic wasteland, they were completing the trial of their souls. As long as the human race was liberated in this battle, their future achievements were hard to say. Therefore, in the past 4 days, everyone had been fighting crazily. Wherever the human army passed, even the walls were torn apart. At this moment, killing intent soared in Han Fei's origin star. This killing intent came from the death of hundreds of millions of enemies. With this will, many people even made a breakthrough. In fact, Han Fei had a headache too because too many people had made breakthroughs in the past 4 days. There were nearly 80 venerables who broke through to sea establishers. Most of them were originally from the chaotic wasteland. After being rescued by Han Fei, their hope was rekindled, so they naturally made a breakthrough. Of course, Han Fei didn't let them make a breakthrough in his origin star, but threw them all into the Sea of Stars. Huff! Han Fei took out dozens of star cores and fused them into his origin star. There were too many people in his origin star. With so many people consuming energy crazily, Han Fei had to consume at least dozens of star cores every day and pour a huge amount of spiritual energy into his origin star to meet the basic expenses of these people. Of course, he had to maintain the spiritual energy concentration in his origin star. After all, he was the dignified human emperor. Otherwise, wouldn't it be awkward if these people found that there was no spiritual energy here after staying in his origin star for 2 or 3 days? Almost all the people in the dual polarity city had gone, and all the supplies had been taken away. What was left here was a sky-opening realm powerhouse from the City of Wanderers, as well as nearly 90 sea establishment realm powerhouses. There were no venerables here. In the cities ranking among the top 50, no matter how many venerables came, it didn't make much sense. Therefore, the City of Wanderers simply didn't send any venerables. At this moment, when the Sky Opener saw Han Fei, he hurried over and cupped his hands. "Are you Master Han Fei?" Han Fei glanced at him casually. "I am the human emperor." The man's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He thought that this person's aura was really terrifying, but he really didn't want to acknowledge the human emperor in front of him. Although he knew that this person was very strong and had launched the human race's counterattack, he felt that their City of Wanderers had also made great contributions, and the Master of Silence was still very great. Besides, they had always regarded the Master of Silence as the human emperor. How could they easily acknowledge Han Fei as the human emperor? Therefore, this person didn't mention this but said, "All the strong masters of the dual polarity city have left by force. After all, our number is limited. Although I want to stop them, if they really want to escape, I can't stop them." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Enter my origin star." After a while, when Han Fei came to the next city, there was still no one here. He still accepted a group of strong masters from the City of Wanderers. Originally, Han Fei's plan was that the people from the City of Wanderers dispersed to the various cities to restrain the power of this city, so they were mostly in the sky-opening realm and sea establishment realm. However, it was almost impossible for them to take down a city. The next 10, 20, 30, and 40 cities were all empty. When Han Fei finally entered the area where the top 10 cities were, it was still empty, and this place was not far from where the 10,000 scale monarch was confronting the Queen of Horror, Li Luoluo, and the others. Anyway, Han Fei went out and brought back hundreds of millions of people, which was actually quite a victory. After Han Fei entered this area, a voice rang in his ears. "Have you vented your anger? You slaughtered the people of 82 cities in a row and killed hundreds of millions of 10,000 scale race people. I wonder if you can sit down and talk nicely now?" Han Fei didn't look for the source of the voice. He just sneered. "Which eye of yours saw hundreds of millions of casualties of the 10,000 scale race? In the cities, the number of the 10,000 scale race people is usually less than 1/10. The rest are mostly the human race, the Blade Clan, and the Frogmen race. I slaughtered hundreds of millions of people of the 10,000 scale race. How do you have the cheek to say this? The 10,000 scale monarch said. The current human emperor, don't forget that the truly densely populated places are not those cities you destroyed. Now, a large number of your human race's population is still in my hands. If the 10,000 scale race is wiped out, what's the point for me to keep the lives of these humans? The 10,000 scale monarch was fearless now. He believed that he had given in enough. If Hanfei hadn't summoned the god and destroyed the city of origin, he wouldn't have let Hanfei slaughter the 82 cities. Chapter 2729 put 10,000 scale monarch on the spot 2729 put 10,000 scale monarch on the spot 20. Now, since the god didn't take action, even if Hanfei still had the trump card of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal, he wasn't afraid. No one could kill him but a god. Besides, Hanfei's human emperor path was to save the human race. He believed that Hanfei would eventually agree with his choice. At that time, although he would lose the resources of the human race, the city of origin had been wiped out. Without a monarch, the remaining people in the city of origin would naturally become his new slaves. Furthermore, in his opinion, the potential of these slaves far exceeded that of the human race. Therefore, at this moment, the 10,000 scale monarch was negotiating with Hanfei again. He felt that Hanfei had no choice but to agree. Hanfei hurried along without speaking, his face solemn, as if he was considering the proposal of the 10,000 scale monarch. Seeing this, the 10,000 scale monarch didn't rush him. After a long while, he said, "As I said before, I'll set your human race free. We'll stop fighting and mind our own business from now on. You can walk your human emperor path and we'll still live in the chaotic wasteland. I can even share the chaotic wasteland with your human race and share the secrets behind it." Hanfei still didn't speak. In the end, several hours later, he returned to the confrontation place tens of millions of kilometers away from the city of scavengers. At this moment, the army of Puppet City was still fighting the sky-opening realm army of the 10,000 scale race. The battle between the two sides had already lasted for the 4th day. The result of the battle surprised Hanfei. About 80,000 of the 200,000 puppet army had died, while only about 50,000 of the 10,000 scale race's sky-opening realm army had died. This was because the puppet army's bodies were made of minerals, and their physique was very powerful. Furthermore, the puppet army was generally in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, and their true combat power was comparable to that of perfected star transformation realm cultivators. Otherwise, they might have suffered much more casualties. It could be seen that the 10,000 scale race army did gain an advantage in cultivation from that secret place in the chaotic wasteland, which made them extremely good at fighting. At this moment, the 10,000 scale race's sky-opening realm army had gradually equalized the numerical gap between the two sides. If the battle continued, the puppet army would definitely be at a disadvantage in no more than 2 days. And once they were at a disadvantage, the subsequent battle process would be very fast, which meant that the puppet army would be quickly defeated. Therefore, Hanfei knew that he couldn't delay any longer. He knew the intention of the 10,000 scale monarch. He could accept it even if only 50,000 of the 10,000 scale race's sky-opening realm powerhouses survived, because there was still the city of origin. As long as he won this time, he would drive the human race away, and the city of origin would fall into his hands. The sky-opening realm combat power of the city of origin would all belong to him, and it would bring huge hidden dangers to the human race in the future. The 10,000 scale monarch knew this very well, so he threw out the last card the moment he saw Hanfei. He said, "The current human emperor, if you are willing to stop now, I can give up the city of origin. Whether you exterminate or enslave the people of the city of origin, the city of scavengers will never interfere. This is my greatest sincerity. Otherwise, if this battle continues for another 2 days and the city of scavengers suffers heavy losses, it will be another story." At this moment, everyone was looking at Hanfei. The Queen of Horror, Li Luoluo, Old Han, his mother, and Gu Tingnan were all waiting for Hanfei's response. Although Gu Tingnan wanted to destroy the 10,000 scale race, he knew that he was powerless. And Hanfei had already shown great potential. He had really stalled the 10,000 scale emperor and destroyed all the monarchs in the city of origin. In his opinion, it was already incredible that Hanfei could do this. He said telepathically, "It's already a huge victory to save the human race. Now you've even destroyed the city of origin. You've done enough." It was no wonder that Gu Tingnan thought so, because most of the humans that the 10,000 scale race enslaved were still under his control. This forced Hanfei to be cautious. Even if Hanfei had the strength comparable to the 10,000 scale monarch, could he snatch people from the origin stars of the sky openers? Although these people were not in the hands of the 10,000 scale monarch, they were in the hands of the city lords of the 10,000 scale race, which made no difference. The city lords could kill those humans in their origin stars with a single thought. If that happened, Hanfei's human emperor path might even be severed. There was silence here. Hanfei pondered for a long time and suddenly grinned. "Someone from the city of origin once threatened me. What did I say back then? Oh, I said that I hate being threatened the most, even if you are a great monarch." Then Hanfei looked at Li Luoluo. Receiving Hanfei's gaze, Li Luoluo giggled and a jade slip shattered. At that moment, in the main city of the city of scavengers, the bodies of the former city lord of the 80th city, Feng Tianyi, and the city lord of the 68th city, Shui Fei, suddenly cracked. In an instant, a white light enveloped the city of scavengers. More than 30 sky-opening realm powerhouses in the city were pierced by this light at the same time. How dare you? 10,000 scale monarch's expression changed drastically. The moment the white light appeared, he tore through the sky with a claw, and as if ignoring the void, he went straight to the city of scavengers thousands of kilometers away. Roar! With a tiger's howl, a huge tiger-head phantom that could cover half of the city appeared in the sky above the city of scavengers. Chapter 2730-2730. Put 10,000 scale monarch on the spot. 3-2730. Put 10,000 scale monarch on the spot. 3. A mouthful of white smoke collided with the hand of 10,000 scale monarch, producing terrifying ripples that directly blew up the super protective barrier of the city of scavengers, causing half of the city to collapse. With just this blow, the hundreds of thousands of people closest to the attack range of the 10,000 scale race were directly shaken into ashes. Fortunately, the tiger roar blocked this blow. Otherwise, half of the city of scavengers would have been destroyed by the 10,000 scale monarch himself. Roar! In the city of scavengers, the smoke dissipated, and an iron tower giant with a tiger head and a human body stood in place without moving at all. On his shoulder sat a woman who had almost completely transformed into a human. The woman was wearing a long slit dress, and her slender long legs were crossed. Half of her body was stuck to the tiger demon's head, and 2 furry little ears were erected on her head. She looked gentle and charming, and behind her there was even a furry tail. A fox? From the shape of the tail, Hanfei confirmed that it was a fox demon. Since it could participate in such a battlefield, its strength couldn't be weak. The tiger demon spat softly in human language. We've waited so long and finally made an appearance. Master of the Emperor Sparrow, we've fulfilled your request. With me here, no one in your human race will die. The fox demon giggled and said in a charming voice, I didn't expect this trip to be so free of challenges. I didn't expect that you only want me to charm a few weaklings in the sky-opening realm. It's boring. The tiger demon said, okay. Let's just take it as a tour. The 10,000 scale monarch gnashed his teeth and said, great monarch-level powerhouses from the divine beast lineage? You should be incompatible with the ferocious beasts. Why did you interfere in the war between the 10,000 scale race and the human race? The fox smiled sweetly. Well, there are no absolutes. It's just a deal. Besides, are we interfering? We're just passing by and worried that you'll bully the weak. Yes, that's it. Hanfei didn't know if the fox was infuriating the 10,000 scale monarch, but it didn't matter. Anyway, the human race had been saved, and Hanfei had nothing to worry about anymore. Hanfei cupped his hands at the tiger demon and the fox demon. Seniors, please fetch our human race out. The tiger demon reached for the void, and void nodes opened one after another. Then, a large number of human powerhouses in the chaotic wasteland appeared. There were more than 98 million of them in total, nearly 100 million. The fox demon smiled and said, according to our deal, we'll just help you save the humans. We won't help you fight. Because you haven't proven your value yet. Hanfei said, don't worry, you don't need to fight. The humans who appeared in the sky above the city of scavengers all looked at each other in bewilderment. They could still feel the terrifying pressure around them and the power wreaking havoc here. In addition to this pressure, in the sky, because more than 130 sky-opening realm powerhouses had just died, the sky was filled with blood at this moment, like colorful neon lights floating. Hanfei crossed thousands of kilometers in 1 second and came to the city of scavengers. While these humans were still confused and stunned, he said, my fellow humans, I am Human Emperor Hanfei. Under your feet is the city of scavengers, which has now become a ruin. Today I'm here to help you escape the misery and the enslavement of the 10,000 scale race. Now, except for you, I have saved all the humans in the entire chaotic wasteland. Yes, this is the city of scavengers. I'm sure I've been here before. Wow, the city of scavengers is really destroyed? Human Emperor? Our human race has an emperor? The nearly 100 million people were all dumbfounded. A few days ago, they were taken into the city lord's origin star. They had all guessed that something bad would happen, but now they were all shocked. The human emperor? He came to save the human race? That was too sudden. It was like when a person was about to be sent to the execution ground. Someone suddenly came to him and said, you are my long-lost family. In order to make it up to you, I'll give you $1 billion. That was what most people felt. Apart from that, it was the 3 questions from their hearts. Am I free? Am I really free? Am I suddenly free? Of course, most people were still skeptical. Such a good thing had never happened to humans once in 100,000 years. How could it happen this time? But Hanfei didn't bother to explain anything to them. Around Hanfei, world phantoms appeared one after another, and hundreds of millions of human beings appeared like dark clouds covering the sun. This time, Hanfei released many people. Not only had he released the sea establishers, venerables, and explorers in the chaotic wasteland along the way, but there were also hundreds of millions of explorers from the raging sea. Of course, there was no need to release so many at once. After all, the Battle of the Strong could easily affect them. Therefore, he only released 100 million explorers. In the end, a total of 277 sky openers came out of Han Fei's origin star, including those from the City of Wanderers. Among them, there were 132 from the Seven Kill Army, 132 from the City of Wanderers, and 13 from the Raging Sea. Han Fei didn't use the Lava Giant tribe or Wang Xiaoju and the others. Because he released too many humans, the situation was completely reversed. What if the 10,000 scale monarch felt that his race was going to be exterminated and fought to the death? Chapter 2731, put 10,000 scale monarch on the spot for 2731, put 10,000 scale monarch on the spot for in addition to the sky openers, there were a total of 70,000 sea establishing realm soldiers, including 3,400 people from the City of Wanderers, 4,666 from the Chaotic Wasteland, and 11,900 from the Raging Sea. As for the number of venerables, there were as many as 24 million, and there were hundreds of millions of explorers. When so many people appeared above the City of Scavengers, the entire City of Scavengers was almost covered. Down below, in the City of Wanderers, everyone was on guard. The death of more than 130 monarchs had killed all the sky-opening realm powerhouses in the City of Scavengers. Therefore, facing so many strong masters of the human race at this moment, many people were almost desperate. Because the City of Scavengers had limited space, not all the sky-opening realm powerhouses released the people in their origin stars. As a result, the City of Scavengers was not only suppressed in the number of sea establishers, but also equaled the human race in the number of venerables. Perhaps they had 1 million people more than the other party, but in front of this huge population, 1 million people was not a lot. More importantly, their sea establishers and explorers were no match for the humans at all. And could these sea establishers just sit by and watch their venerables die? Of course not, so sea establishers would definitely be involved in the battle of the venerables. Not to mention the people in the City of Scavengers, even the human powerhouses released by Han Fei were also stunned. When had they ever fought a war of this scale? Han Fei shouted, "My fellow humans, the 10,000 scale race that oppressed and enslaved you in the past is right below. This huge City of Scavengers has enslaved you for 100,000 years. Now, it's time to fight back. Everyone, find your own battlefield and fight your own battles. This battle is a battle to take back the dignity of the human race. This is a battle for your revenge. This is a battle to break your inner demons. This is a critical battle on your cultivation paths. If we win this battle, our human race will be invincible. And I have my own battle too. I want to tell all the races in the world that whoever offends our human race will be killed." Han Fei roared the last sentence. His voice shook the sky and the earth like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Long live the human emperor. How many years has it been? Our human race can finally take revenge. The 10,000 scale race enslaved our human race. They deserve to die. We must win this battle. We can't lose. Master Human Emperor has already won too much for us. We will definitely not let him down. Kill Ulae. At this moment, Han Fei looked at the 10,000 scale monarch. As I said, I hate being threatened the most. Do you still have any cards? The 10,000 scale monarch's face changed greatly. He didn't have any cards left. This time, he was defeated. He guessed that Han Fei might have a trump card, and he was sure that this trump card was definitely not a god. Otherwise, there was no need to fight. He would just surrender. Therefore, he thought that even if Han Fei's trump card was a great monarch, so what? Logically speaking, it was impossible for him not to sense it. Once he noticed it, it was impossible for the other party to break into the City of Scavengers under his nose, kill so many sky-opening realm powerhouses, and snatch his chips. However, he really didn't expect that this divine beast tiger and fox didn't appear from the void. They actually appeared from the bodies of 2 sky-opening realm powerhouses. But even great monarch-level powerhouses couldn't find the origin stars of a sky-opening realm powerhouse so quickly. Therefore, there could only be one result, which was that the 2 people who died first weren't actually murdered. They voluntarily used themselves as a bridge to pass through the quagmire of the Sea of Stars, detonate their origin stars, and create a void channel. And great monarch-level powerhouses, or all monarch-level powerhouses, could actually descend through this channel. This was something that the 10,000 scale monarch never expected. He didn't expect that someone else's puppet would be right under his nose. However, it was too late for regrets. His chips were gone, and Han Fei certainly wouldn't stop now. The Queen of Horror, who had been watching the whole time, was amazed. This was the first time in hundreds of thousands of years that the human race had shown its powerful strength. She was also surprised that the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts cooperated. This was simply unheard of. These 2 powers had always been at odds with each other, but now this iron rule was broken because of Han Fei. It undoubtedly made her feel that she had made the right decision. At this moment, the 10,000 scale monarch's expression gradually turned indifferent, and his voice became thick. The current human emperor, it seems that you want to fight to the death with my City of Scavengers? You'll die, but I won't. Han Fei stepped into the void and walked in the direction tens of millions of kilometers away unhurriedly. As he walked, he said, "Now, the 10,000 scale race has 2 choices. The first is to start a full-scale war. You think that as a great monarch you might be able to fight me, right? However, let me put it bluntly, if you choose this path you will definitely lose. My human emperor path has basically been completed at this moment. The human race has regained hope and will definitely rise. As for me, Han Fei, the current human emperor, the master of the Emperor Sparrow, and the disciple of the Void Temple, even if I can't beat you, I can kill you. Chapter 2732, put 10,000 scale monarch on the spot 5. 2732, put 10,000 scale monarch on the spot 5. The Queen of Horror heart did a flip. Why did Han Fei introduce himself? Logically speaking, it was unnecessary. Since she knew Han Fei, although he had been high profile, he had never been as high profile as now. Something must be wrong. The Queen of Horror looked at the billions of human powerhouses and seemed to understand something. Why did Han Fei destroy the city of origin? Why did he fight to the death with the 10,000 scale monarch? Why did he announce his identity in such a high-profile manner? He even asked her to come over because he wanted to use her mouth to spread what happened in the chaotic wasteland today. He wanted to use the name of the Void Temple to protect the human race. Li Luoluo clicked her tongue in wonder. Sure enough, he's still the same. When he's high-profile, he can be really high-profile. The 10,000 scale monarch suddenly glared at Han Fei. He seemed to understand something. Why did the capital of horror take action? Why did the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts temporarily join forces? Why were so many monarchs gathered today? The reason was that Han Fei was the disciple of the Void Temple. The 10,000 scale monarch didn't doubt Han Fei's identity as a disciple of the Void Temple. Han Fei didn't want to lie to him about this. The 10,000 scale monarch asked, "What about the second option?" Han Fei said, "The other way is to send someone out to fight me one by one. I want them to fight me one by one, otherwise I won't be able to fight them. I'll let go of anyone who can survive my attacks." The 10,000 scale monarch knew what Han Fei was thinking. Han Fei wanted to kill the strong masters of the 10,000 scale race one by one to better complete his foundation for Dao proving. In fact, in the eyes of the 10,000 scale monarch, Han Fei should already have the ability to prove Dao after saving all human beings. However, Han Fei was obviously not satisfied. He wanted to push his human emperor path to a new height. Although he had never walked the human emperor path, he was also a peak powerhouse of a race. He had once used the power of faith too, but the route he took was different from Han Fei's. 10,000 scale monarch looked at the two divine beasts and then glanced around. The other party now had a great monarch. Including Chu Hao, they had 3.5 immortal level monarchs. Although they didn't have many carefree level monarchs, one immortal level monarch was enough to crush all the carefree level monarchs. As for Dao Provers, he didn't consider them because it was actually very simple to kill Dao Provers in a chaotic battle of this level. Not every Dao proving level cultivator had so many trump cards like Han Fei. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't exert the power of the carefree level. Therefore, in this battle where even great monarchs were involved, they could only be cannon fodder. Even so, he wasn't sure if Han Fei still had any trump cards. The 10,000 scale monarch said, "Don't tell me you want to fight me." His words were full of disdain. Han Fei smiled casually. "Yes, I admit that I can't beat you. You're a great monarch while I'm only in the perfected star transformation realm. Even if I use all my strength, I might not be able to hurt you at all. However, it's none of your business. Do you dare to kill me? Like I said, except for those at the Dao proving level, anyone can fight me one-on-one. It's my business who I can fight. If you don't accept my challenge, we can only start a group battle. You can choose either path." The 10,000 scale monarch said gloomily, "Do you think I'll believe you?" Han Fei said, "I'm the dignified human emperor. How can I go back on my word? Of course, I'll fight my peers. The sky openers will fight the sky openers, the sea establishers will fight the sea establishers, and the venerables will fight the venerables. This is a race war. Do you think I'm kidding?" Chapter 2733, killing 4 monarchs in a row. Congratulations to the human race. 12733. Killing 4 monarchs in a row. Congratulations to the human race. 1. The conversation between Han Fei and 10,000 scale monarch echoed in the void. He wanted everyone to hear it. Otherwise, how could he show his strength and collect the power of faith? When he saved the humans in the chaotic wasteland and slaughtered the people in the cities under the city of scavengers one after another, Han Fei had deeply realized the change of power of faith. This was an indescribable power. It was not the power of the heavenly Tao or the law of the great Tao, but more like a power that stimulated the potential of different races. In other words, this power could stimulate the potential of a race and even transfer this potential to one person. This phenomenon was terrifying. With the potential of an entire race to help him cultivate, he naturally became the strongest of this race. Therefore, cultivating with the power of faith could make rapid progress. Besides, when he cultivated with the power of faith in the past, it would cause his foundation to be unstable if his cultivation speed was too fast. But now, Han Fei had already cultivated the supreme divine technique of the human race and the God-fiend formless technique. This could directly resolve this problem. This meant that if he proved Tao, his cultivation speed would only be even faster. Before the power of faith condensed into a bead, Han Fei didn't have this feeling. But now, the power of faith condensed into something like a pill bead in his body. Han Fei felt that once he released the power in this pill bead, he would probably immediately have to face the monarch-level tribulation. At this moment, Han Fei looked extremely domineering, launching a challenge to the 10,000 scale monarch as a victor. At least, that was what everyone present thought. However, only Han Fei knew that he hadn't finished his human emperor path yet, but he couldn't show it. He had saved the human race and restored their hope. This time, the war in the city of scavengers was their war. Only after experiencing the baptism of fire and killing their former enemies would their trial be over. As for Han Fei, he had only walked 70% of the human emperor path. This 70% was to subdue the human race, ignite their hope, and complete their trial. Han Fei felt old Han's gaze, who smiled and nodded. Here, only old Han and his mother knew Han Fei's real purpose. Han Fei crossed back in a second, looked at the million scales emperor proudly, and said indifferently, "What's your choice?" The 10,000 scale monarch looked solemn. Han Fei was trying to exterminate the 10,000 scale race and cut off his path. If a full-scale war broke out, he would definitely have no chance of survival. If the Void Temple really wanted to hunt him down, even if he escaped to the Sea of Stars, he wouldn't be able to escape their pursuit. As for the second option, this was really evil. Choosing this was equivalent to giving up the entire 10,000 scale race. However, he might still have a chance to survive. This was because, as the dignified human emperor, the ruler of hundreds of millions of humans, and the spiritual leader of the human race, he couldn't go back on his word. Besides, there were so many monarchs watching here. Besides, no matter how many trump cards Han Fei had, the 10,000 scale monarch thought that he could only beat immortal level cultivators at best. What could he use to fight those above the immortal level? Even with his entire brain power, the 10,000 scale monarch couldn't imagine how a perfected star transformation realm could kill an immortal level monarch. Even if the power given to him by a god could give him the combat power of an immortal level monarch, it wouldn't work. This was because Han Fei didn't have the comprehension of the immortal level at all. He didn't know how powerful the power of the law of this realm was. It was even more impossible for Han Fei to have a treasure of the Great Emperor realm. There was a critical step between the immortal level and the Great Emperor realm, which was the divine path. To be able to enter the Great Emperor realm meant that one's divine path had been confirmed and he had already embarked on it. In the early age of the gods, monarchs were all at immortal level. It was not until later that the Great Monarch realm was derived. Therefore, could the Great Monarch level be classified as a demigod level? No power could allow mortals to have the power of a demigod, not even gods. Then let me see what level you can reach. In the end, the 10,000 scale monarch compromised. He had no choice. Han Fei had blocked all paths. His only way out was to abandon the 10,000 scale race. But as long as he didn't die, even if the 10,000 scale race was wiped out, it would only increase the difficulty of his divine tribulation. This was because his path was different from Han Fei's. Han Fei took the human emperor path. If the human race was gone, Han Fei's path would be severed and he would definitely suffer a catastrophe during his tribulation. And his path didn't lie with the 10,000 scale race, but with himself. Therefore, he could afford the price of the 10,000 scale race's destruction. Han Fei grinned and suddenly closed his eyes. On Han Fei's origin star, there were trillions of human beings, most of them from the Raging Sea. Compared to the humans in the chaotic wasteland, the humans from the Raging Sea could actually provide more power of faith. This was because their population was so large that any faction in the Sea Realm would be tempted. At this moment, these people were all discussing. Unfortunately, I'm too weak to even participate in the battle. If I were an explorer, I could go out and participate in the battle. Nonsense. I'm an explorer, a peak level one. Did I go out? Master Human Emperor mainly let those people in the chaotic wasteland go out. After all, it's only satisfying to take revenge personally. Chapter 2734-2734, Killing 4 Monarchs in a Row. Congratulations to the human race 22734. Killing 4 monarchs in a row. Congratulations to the human race 2. That's right. The humans in the chaotic wasteland have been enslaved for 100,000 years. How much hatred do they have? Let's not snatch this chance from them. Of course not. It's a pity that we don't have the chance to witness the victory of the human race. I really want to see how powerful Master Human Emperor is. Heh, can you understand it even if he shows you? What level is Master Human Emperor at? I heard that he has even slain monarchs. Do you know what the monarch realm is? Master Human Emperor is the only one who can do that in the entire Raging Sea. Alas, that doesn't seem right. I heard that Master Human Emperor is still an emperor, but he can kill monarchs. Who did you hear that from? Oh, those tall and mighty lava giants. They're easy to communicate with. They even chased us and asked us to tell them stories. T.S. Really? They look so intimidating. I didn't even dare to come into contact with them. Hey, they're easy to get along with. Just as these people were discussing these messy things, they suddenly saw a mirror thing seen in the sky, which showed what was happening in the outside world. Huh? Where is this? Is this the outside world? Is this the sea realm? Why does this place look so barren? Barren my ass. Do you know how many resources those guys who participated in the battle snatched? In just 4 days, they snatched resources that the Raging Sea couldn't have accumulated for 10,000 years, and you're telling me it's barren? Huh? There are still people outside. I don't know them. How can you know such powerhouses? Suddenly, Han Fei's huge face appeared between the heavens and earth. Master Human Emperor? Is Master Human Emperor willing to let us out? Han Fei said. My fellow human beings, I said that I would show you the strength and potential of the human race. Now, I'm going to start slaying monarchs. I'll reflect the images of the outside world here. I might lose or die in this battle, but I want you to know that the human race has an unyielding will, an invincible faith, and a fearless heart. I hope that all of you can uphold hope and advance forward bravely to fight for the rise of the human race. My name is Han Fei. As long as I have one last breath, I will never give up my ambition. Han Fei's words sounded resolute, which might be a farewell to everyone. The people in the origin stars were wondering if Han Fei was going to lead them to attack, but they didn't expect to hear this. At that moment, everyone had a bad feeling, and their faces became extremely solemn. They thought that the human emperor must have encountered an extremely dangerous situation, or he wouldn't have motivated them in such a way. In fact, to them, Han Fei's words sounded more like his last words. Instantly, countless people burst into tears. Master Human Emperor, we will not let you down. Master Human Emperor, as long as there is life, there is hope. We have plenty of opportunities. You don't have to risk your life this time. Master Human Emperor, we're willing to fight. Even if we die, so what? When has our human race ever been afraid? Master Human Emperor, you must win. Master Human Emperor, we're still waiting for you to lead us to create a glorious world for the human race. Master Human Emperor, for a moment, all the human powerhouses in the origin star felt sad. Someone said, cheer up, Master Human Emperor is fighting for us. We should believe in Master Human Emperor. Master Human Emperor will definitely win. Master Human Emperor, you must win. Victory! Instantly, a tsunami-like sound echoed in the origin star, cheering Han Fei on. Even the hexagon starfish was moved by Han Fei's words. Is this bad guy really in danger? The hexagon starfish also shouted, you haven't given me any treasure yet. You haven't found xuanhuan yet. You can't die. Little did the people in the origin star know that their shouts turned into wisps of power of faith and condensed in Han Fei's body. The latter was smiling faintly. Sure enough, humans were very emotional creatures. With just a few words, his power of faith soared again. If this went on, the bead of power of faith should be able to grow even stronger, right? Opposite Han Fei, there were a total of 2 immortal level powerhouses, 10 carefree level powerhouses, and 18 Tao proving level powerhouses. Including the 10,000 scale monarch himself, there were 31 monarchs in total, including the 4 levels in the monarch realm. And Han Fei had previously said that the Tao proving level powerhouses didn't need to fight him one-on-one. Therefore, at this moment, the 18 Tao proving level monarchs were all gathered together and seemed to be preparing to launch an attack at the same time. Han Fei stepped in the air, step by step, extremely firm. 5 locks appeared on his body. Crack, crack, crack. The 5 locks shattered one after another, and Han Fei's momentum was also rapidly increasing. When the 5th lock was broken, Han Fei's body glowed faintly. Buzz Han Fei looked at the sky. At the moment the Tao lock was broken, he felt that his monarch-level tribulation was approaching. However, at this point, he didn't care anymore. At this moment, Han Fei felt that he had never been so powerful. His basic combat power had already reached the upper limit of the sky-opening realm. His basic soul power had reached 9999 origins, and the power of stars he had was the same. Chapter 2735, killing 4 monarchs. In a row, congratulations to the human race. Third 2735, killing 4 monarchs in a row. Congratulations to the human race. Third T. This was already stronger than the weakest Tao proving level powerhouses. However, this was not enough. He activated his original Great Tao, and the aura on his body soared 6 times again. Han Fei waved his hand, and the god-slaying boxing gloves appeared on his hands. Then, every time Han Fei raised his foot, golden ripples could be seen. It was an act of power accumulation. The 18 Tao proving level powerhouses knew that they had to fight. Although they didn't know Han Fei's true combat power, they knew that this person was not to be trifled with judging from the tone with which he spoke to the 10,000 scale monarch. These people looked at each other. They knew that they couldn't let Han Fei accumulate power anymore. Suddenly, one of them shouted, kill. These Tao proving level powerhouses didn't dare to hold back. This was a critical battle concerning their survival. Instantly, 18 powers of laws covered this space. At the very least, they were at the Tao proving level. Different from sky openers, they had the power of laws. In theory, they could completely crush sky openers. However, Han Fei clenched his fist and punched out. Looking at this from Han Fei's origin star, everyone felt that the punch was launched by him. Although everyone only saw a huge and dazzling fist light, if they took a closer look, they would find that wherever the punch passed, the void shattered and everything fell silent. Furthermore, the fist mark became bigger and bigger. It was not a fist mark, but a collapsing star. Bang, bang, bang. The invisible power of laws in the space around Han Fei was shattered, and none of them could shake Han Fei's world destruction fist. The onlookers all held their breath, wondering if they were Han Fei's match. The Queen of Horror looked at the shocked Wu Shuang and said, "Do you see that? This punch is almost as powerful as that of a carefree level powerhouse. In a normal battle, none of these Tao-proving level cultivators can withstand a single blow from him. Wuxuang said, "It seems that he can ignore those laws and even shatter them." The Queen of Horror nodded. "Otherwise, how do you think he dares to challenge the 10,000 scale monarch? Without such a method, it would be difficult for him to even kill a Tao-proving level cultivator, let alone face 18 Tao-proving level powerhouses at once." Seeing that Han Fei could break the encirclement of their 18 powers of laws in a row, even though he didn't have any power of the law, the 18 Tao-proving level powerhouses knew that they couldn't shake him with the power of laws, so they started to use great techniques. No matter how strong Han Fei was, he was alone. How could he block the intense bombardment of 18 people alone? The 18 people joined forces and launched many great techniques. The fist light, spear light, knife light, and sword chi combined. Even a divine technique couldn't destroy the impact of so many strong masters at once. Rumble. Every time the 18 powerful attacks impacted the World Destruction Fist, they caused the void to shake, and one after another impact ripple was formed in the void. Even after the World Destruction Fist was penetrated, some of the remaining power still hit Han Fei. Yin-Yang Great Millstone. In front of Han Fei, a reversing black and white millstone appeared. The attacks were instantly shattered by the Yin-Yang millstone. Yin-Yang Great Tao? The onlookers were all slightly shocked. The Great Tao of Yin and Yang was also an extremely powerful Great Tao. Just based on this path, Han Fei's talent had instantly killed countless people. When these people's attacks were transformed by the Yin-Yang millstone, Han Fei shouted, "Fuse!" And this time, Han Fei didn't fuse with Little Black and Little White. Instead, a pair of black wings grew out of his back. The moment this pair of black wings appeared, the Fox Demon, Tiger Demon, Li Luoluo, and other strong masters of the ferocious beasts all perked up. Emperor Sparrow, Frenzying Eye. As Han Fei glanced around, the other party's 3 people fell into madness. At the moment, Han Fei wasn't afraid of the backlash of attacking Tao-proving level powerhouses, so the Frenzying Eye could completely affect these Tao-proving level powerhouses. The 3 of them went mad and began to attack randomly. Just this scene alone made the Fox Demon click her tongue in wonder. As expected of the Emperor Sparrow, although he hasn't proven Tao, he can instantly make 3 Tao-proving level monarchs lose themselves. If he proved his Tao, he could probably make dozens of people below his realm go crazy. The Tiger Demon said, "But his combat power is still not good enough now, and he has indeed become someone's companion spirit. I really don't understand why he chose to become a companion spirit." The Fox Demon said, "Perhaps he has found the path to become a god. This might be an attempt. Furthermore, this human emperor is a disciple of the Void Temple. In terms of identity, he's not inferior to the Emperor Sparrow." At the moment when Han Fei made the 3 people go crazy, he launched the void-stealing technique to activate their soul-suppressing godly weapons. In the blink of an eye, the moment the 3 soul-suppressing godly weapons appeared, a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram appeared above one of them. Puff, puff, puff. As the yin-yang diagram revolved, this man's soul-suppressing godly weapon was crushed. Then, even the person was minced by the yin-yang diagram. At the last moment, a soul seemed to try to escape, but the yin-yang diagram revolved and ate it in one bite. With Little Black's temper and ability, anything in the world could be his food. Chapter 2736-2736, Killing 4 Monarchs in a Row. Congratulations to the human race. 4. 2736, Killing 4 Monarchs in a Row. Congratulations to the human race. 4. Rumble. A crack appeared in the sky. This meant that a Tao-proving level powerhouse had died. This was under the siege of 18 Tao-proving level powerhouses. It was extremely difficult to instantly kill one of them. In any case, exclamations were everywhere in Han Fei's origin star. Almost everyone was shocked. The fist mark blotted out the sun. Even the trembling ripples could easily wipe out millions of them. This was from their first-person perspective in Han Fei's origin star. Even so, they could only barely see the fist mark. As for the attacks full of the sky, they couldn't see them clearly at all. They could only see colorful mystic light. But anyway, there was a crack in the Great Tao, which represented the death of a monarch. Master Human Emperor. Master Human Emperor is awesome. Master Human Emperor is invincible. Kill these beastards. Countless people were excited, and their admiration for Han Fei was indescribable. Especially the people born after Han Fei left the Raging Sea, their admiration for him was maxed out. The power of faith came wave after wave. However, Han Fei only had the time to kill one of the monarchs. Although the other 2 were caught in frenzy too and their soul-suppressing godly weapon appeared, Han Fei didn't have the time to kill them because many people had already started to attack the supreme yin-yang diagram. Although Little Black and Little White were extremely powerful now, they hadn't proven their Tao yet, so it was impossible for them to withstand the joint attack of so many strong masters. With a thought from Han Fei, Little Black and Little White appeared above his head and then disappeared into his body, fusing with him. After the fusion, the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, and Han Fei's killing intent soared. Steal, steal. Han Fei took the opportunity to steal the 2 soul-suppressing godly weapons and wrapped them in the Starsea mystic sand to suppress them. As the Starsea mystic sand tightened, the two soul-suppressing godly weapons were forcibly crushed. Han Fei roared, "I am human Emperor Han Fei. I just killed a Dao-proving level monarch of the 10,000 scale race." These words were naturally shouted to the humans from the chaotic wasteland who were fighting at the city of scavengers. Firstly, it was to reassure them that it wasn't he who died, and secondly, it was to motivate them and increase their fighting intent. Sure enough, after hearing Han Fei's words, the humans from the chaotic wasteland were all overjoyed. How long had it been? Their battle hadn't even started yet, but the human emperor had already killed a monarch of the 10,000 scale race. What could be more exciting than this? They had always thought that there was only one monarch in the city of scavengers, but it seemed that this was not the case at all. But in any case, the monarchs that they couldn't reach and could only look up to couldn't last more than a few seconds under the hands of the human emperor. This made them feel the power of this human emperor for the first time. After Han Fei shouted, the monarchs of the 10,000 scale race rushed over. Only the two monarchs who were caught in frenzy didn't know whom to fight. Seeing these people rushing over, Han Fei suddenly slashed all great Daos in one sword at the void with one hand and the primordial Dao sword with the other. These monarchs of the 10,000 scale race wanted to block it, but suddenly the two swords disappeared into thin air. At this moment, because Han Fei was not a monarch, he had no time to launch other techniques to counterattack after the two slashes, and the techniques of the dozen people had already arrived. He could only use the Starsea mystic sand to block them. Bang, 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 puff, puff, puff. After only half a round of impact, the Starsea mystic sand was penetrated, and the remaining techniques bombarded Han Fei almost at the same time. Han Fei spewed out a mouthful of essence blood, and he was instantly drenched in blood. This scene made the hearts of countless people in his origin stars tighten. However, the Dao provers of the 10,000 scale race were all dumbfounded. He was fine. Logically speaking, if it were anyone else, he would have been blown up under this round of attacks, but Han Fei was only injured on the surface. This meant that Han Fei's physique was stronger than they had imagined. But at this critical moment, Han Fei suddenly grinned. The person closest to him suddenly changed his expression. He felt that someone was depriving him of control of his body. At the moment when the monarchs attacked, Han Fei caught one of them with the void lines and punched out with the invincible fist art, the Dao of Slaughter God and the Ragnarok. The person closest to Han Fei couldn't move at all and was punched to death. However, the monarchs had already approached Han Fei, and three of them suddenly unleashed some kind of extraordinary power, which was a sign of activating a divine technique. They wanted to get close to Han Fei and catch him in one fell swoop. But at this moment, the two swords that Han Fei slashed out just now suddenly appeared out of thin air, pierced through these two people without any warning, and detonated. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Three great Dao cracks appeared in a row, illuminating the sky, indicating the death of three monarchs. Someone realized that something was wrong and hurriedly shouted, "It's the great Dao of time." These two swords jumped in time. All the monarchs were shocked. Wasn't he a disciple of the Void Temple? How could he know the great Dao of time? But at this moment, they had already approached him. A divine technique had been activated. It was a sword of law branded with the power of Dao patterns. Steel, however, the void-stealing technique directly stole this sword and attacked another person. As for Han Fei, he was hit head-on by another round of attacks from the 10 of the monarchs. Puff, 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 rumble! Han Fei vomited blood again, but another monarch was pierced by this divine-level sword of law and died on the spot. Tweeter, hearing the cry of the Emperor Sparrow, these monarchs were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, nothing happened next. Instead, a healing pillar of light fell from the sky and landed on Han Fei. The wounds on Han Fei's body were quickly repaired, and his slightly hoarse voice sounded again. "My name is Han Fei. I just killed 4 monarchs in a row. Congratulations to the human race. Chapter 2737, 2737. The 9 of you, come at me together. 1:27:37. The 9 of you, come at me together. 1 roar. Roar, roar. The human emperor will not be defeated. The human emperor is invincible. Roar. In Han Fei's origin star, everyone had been worried that Han Fei was seriously injured, but in the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. Han Fei had killed 4 monarchs in a row, which stunned them. Although they didn't know how these monarchs died, this didn't stop them from cheering for Han Fei. In the entire origin star, words could no longer express their excitement. At this moment, they were all roaring. Wang Xiaoju and the others swallowed hard. The strong masters of the lava giants were also shocked. They knew that Han Fei was not weak, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. Furthermore, Han Fei's tough fighting style perfectly showed them what invincibility was. The lava giants thought that their defense power was amazing, but now it seemed that no matter how amazing it was, it couldn't block the joint attack of 18 monarchs. The humans from the chaotic wasteland were also crazy at this moment. They were excited and couldn't control their emotions. In the end, they vented their excitement on the cultivators of the 10,000 scale race. Among the onlookers, the Tiger Demon, the Fox Demon, and Li Luoluo weren't too shocked. After all, Han Fei had too many identity tags. He was a disciple of the Void Temple, the master of the Emperor Sparrow, and the emperor of the human race. Therefore, it wasn't beyond their expectations that Han Fei could achieve such a result. It was a publicly acknowledged fact that the Void Temple had the strongest combat power among the three temples. Even if Han Fei was only at the sky-opening realm, he hadn't disgraced the Void Temple. In the audience, the 10,000 scale monarch looked very solemn on the surface, but he was secretly relieved. He admitted that Han Fei was strong and was indeed worthy of being a disciple of the Void Temple. However, judging from the current battle situation, it was not easy for Han Fei to destroy a team of 18 Dao Provers. He could fight, but could he kill a carefree level cultivator like this? Of course not. The difference between a carefree level cultivator and a Dao proving level 1 was huge. Even if Han Fei could kill 2 or 3 carefree level cultivators in a row with his peak combat power, so what? Could he kill 10 in a row? If he couldn't even defeat the carefree level cultivators, how could he fight an immortal level 1? As for Gu Tingnin's side, they could only marvel at Han Fei's strength. Only Lu Qianxi felt that this was normal. Han Fei had long had the ability to kill monarchs. Fortunately, he followed him back then. Otherwise, there would have already been a lot of weeds growing on his grave. Seeing this, Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian just looked at each other. Han Guanshu said, "Your decision was wise." Sure enough, it was a breakthrough attempt to remove fire's bloodline and transform it into a spiritual heritage. Facts have proven that without a bloodline, fire can still be as strong as I was. Zhang Linxian glanced at him. "Don't be narcissistic. Were you so strong back then?" "He took the path of extreme balance, but you only took the path of single extreme. You're not nearly as good as him at all. Hee hee. If it weren't for the interference of those guys in the Soul Sea, I would have embarked on this path long ago." Zhang Linxian nodded slightly and then said indifferently, "There will be a chance. Didn't we reincarnate for 9 lives just for those Eternals?" At this moment, because the 18 monarchs were not familiar with Han Fei's combat method, or rather, they had never encountered an opponent like Han Fei, 5 of them had died in a row, and 2 of them had even fallen into frenzy. In the blink of an eye, there were only 11 of them left. This made these Dao-proving level cultivators of the 10,000 scale race feel deep fear. With Han Fei's physique and the legendary Emperor Sparrow as his companion spirit, it was impossible to kill him with normal approaches. Therefore, someone shouted, "Everyone, let's die for the 10,000 scale race." Hearing that, everybody's heart skipped a beat. It was easier said than done. But on second thought, if they were going to die anyway, what else could they do except risk their lives? Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well drag the human emperor down with them. Someone sighed. "Everyone, we can't delay any longer. This person has also embarked on the path of heavenly enlightenment. For the great monarch and the future of the 10,000 scale race, I'll take my leave first." One of them was covered in blood. His scale armor turned from dark green to scarlet, and his blood was burning. Between his eyebrows, the power of his soul was also burning, erupting with blue flames. Behind him, a scale left his body with a crack. Bang! This person blew himself up and fused the power of his bloodline, soul, and life into the scale. In the next moment, the scale turned into a saber beam, which contained everything of this person. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. This was no longer the power of the Dao proving level, this was definitely the power of the carefree level, and it wasn't ordinary carefree level combat power. Han Fei immediately used the World Destruction Fist. At the same time, the Starsea Mystic Sand condensed in front of him, and he chose to resist it head on. Clang! The World Destruction Fist was shattered inch by inch under this blow. It was not because the World Destruction Fist was not strong enough, but because the gap between Han Fei and this person was too great. The other party was determined to kill him even if he died. Therefore, when the World Destruction Fist was completely destroyed, the power of this blow seemed to have only been consumed by half. The Starsea Mystic Sand turned into a sand cone in front of Han Fei, trying to block it. But at the same time, the Starsea Mystic Sand also collapsed inch by inch. Chapter 2738, The 9 of you, come at me together, 22738. The 9 of you, come at me together, 2. However, the collapsed Starsea Mystic Sand quickly condensed again and wasn't broken through. Han Fei tried his best. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth as he forcibly used the power of the Starsea Mystic Sand to lock down the power of this slash. However, if one person couldn't take down Han Fei, what about the 3 of them? 2 more people stood up and sacrificed themselves to slash at Han Fei. Huff inside Han Fei's origin star, everyone held their breath. Even the hexagon starfish's big flexible eyes stopped rolling at this moment, staring at the terrifying knife lights. Just as the 2 saber beams were about to touch the Starsea Mystic Sand, Han Fei suddenly reached out and grabbed a scimitar, waving it in the air. In the next moment, the Starsea Mystic Sand was pierced through and scattered. However, a crack filled with blue light appeared. Swish, swish, swish! 3 consecutive life-risking strikes sank into it and disappeared. Not good. This person sent our attack into time. It's the timeline. These 3 attacks didn't appear in the time river. He directly cut through multiple timelines. How could this be possible? Han Fei continued to shout, "I am Human Emperor Han Fei. I've killed 3 more monarchs of the 10,000 scale race for the human race. My fellow humans, release your anger and kill to your heart's content. The enslavement of the 10,000 scale race for 100,000 years must be repaid at the expense of the destruction of the 10,000 scale race. When Han Fei shouted, these Tao-proving level cultivators were all stunned. How could they fight him? They couldn't beat him in a head-on clash. In just a short moment, 8 people had died. Han Fei brandished the Blade of Hope and let it return to his body. This kind of unexpected combat method, once used, the other party would not be tricked again. However, there were only 10 Tao provers left now, including the 2 in a frenzy. However, the 2 were still looking for someone to fight. How much combat power could they have left? But in the next moment, black light burst out of Han Fei's eyes, and one of the 8 people suddenly attacked his companions. Hiss! The others all dodged, knowing that another person had been frenzied. At this moment, they had run out of tricks. The 3 powerhouses of the 10,000 scale race in frenzy were attacking randomly, and there were only 7 of them left that could still fight. These 7 people had to deal with the 3 people who were caught in a frenzy while facing Han Fei. Their combat power was obviously insufficient. More importantly, they didn't dare to kill the 3 people who were caught in a frenzy, because they clearly sensed that with the current strength of the Emperor Sparrow, he could only cause the 3 of them to fall into a frenzy. Otherwise, the battle would have ended if he made them all fall into a frenzy and kill each other. Then there would have been no need to start a fight with Han Fei. This was an unsolvable battle. They couldn't retreat or admit defeat. They could only bite the bullet and fight. In the end, after half an hour, the remaining Tao provers of the 10,000 scale race all turned into great Tao cracks in the sky. This couldn't be helped. Due to the limitation of their strength, they couldn't take down Han Fei at all. However, Han Fei had enough strength and means to kill them. It was just a matter of time for him to kill them all. Therefore, after these people were completely wiped out, Han Fei stood proudly in the stormy void and said, I am Human Emperor Han Fei. I've killed 18 monarchs of the 10,000 scale race in total. Congratulations, the human race. On the side of the divine beasts, the fox demon rolled her eyes. He could have ended the battle sooner, but he dragged it out and made himself seem miserable. Is he pretending to be pitiful in front of the human race? The tiger demon nodded. Yes, perhaps it's because he took the human emperor path. There must be many people watching this battle in his origin star. The fox demon said leisurely, for the power of faith? The tiger demon said, I don't know. I've never walked this path, but it should be for the power of faith. On the Queen of Horrors side, Xuanhuan sighed. Seeing Han Fei kill monarchs, she suddenly felt that her Tao proving was not worth mentioning. Even if she had already proven Tao, it was impossible for her to kill these 18 monarchs. But Han Fei had done it before he proved Tao, and his combat power didn't seem to be much damaged. The Queen of Horrors said, Look, I asked you to seduce this guy, but you didn't. TSK, do you want to try again? Xuanhuan was speechless. My queen, can you stop thinking about these things all day long? The Queen of Horrors sneered. You're just a fool. You don't know what's good for you when you're young. Girls always don't understand the good of men. Sigh, Xuanhuan. At this moment, Han Fei was experiencing the crazily increasing power of faith in his body. There was too much of it. The power of faith he collected after conquering cities and territories over the past few days had completely condensed into a glittering pearl in his body. Han Fei felt that if he fused this power of faith into his original great Tao or his star core at this moment, he might gain unexpected gains. If he used it to prove his Tao, he felt that it could block at least 2 or 3 tribulations for him. He had already killed all the Tao proving level cultivators. Han Fei glanced at the 10,000 scale monarch and then looked at the 10 carefree level cultivators. The latter were all horrified. If it was a one-on-one battle, the result would be hard to say. Han Fei looked a little hesitant. The speed of a carefree level monarch was fast, and his physique and soul were very strong too. Even if his strength doubled, he should only be comparable to a carefree level monarch at best. It was actually very difficult to fight them. Chapter 2739, The 9 of you, come at me together, 33. 2739. The 9 of you, come at me together, 3. Back then, when he killed the cultivators from the Fist sect in the Godfiend Sea, he used the Azure Dragon's heaven-defying scales. At that time, it was a 3-against-1 fight, so he had no choice but to use it. This time, he didn't intend to fight these carefree level cultivators one-on-one, but he wanted to try and see if he could kill a carefree level cultivator with all his strength. At the same time, he needed to kill a carefree level without external help to let others see it. Han Fei glanced at these carefree level cultivators, and the voice of the Emperor Sparrow sounded in his mind. Are you looking for trouble? So what, even if you beat a carefree level monarch, Han Fei said, the news of today's battle will definitely spread. The higher realm I beat with my true strength, the safer the human race will be in the future. If I defeat a carefree level cultivator now, then after I prove Tao, even the immortal level cultivators won't dare to have any improper thoughts about the human race. The Emperor Sparrow said, since you are a disciple of the Void Temple, even if you don't win, no one will dare to attack the human race. Han Fei said, it's different. The Void Temple isn't human. I can't keep using the Void Temple as my trump card. If someone uses this to waste the opportunity of the Void Temple helping me, I'll suffer a huge loss. Up to you. If you want to fight them one-on-one, I don't think you'll need my frenzying eye, right? The Emperor Sparrow's frenzying eye could now make 3 Dao-proving level monarchs fall into a frenzy and had a certain chance to do that to a carefree level 1, but it might not last long. However, this was a show. If the other party fell into a frenzy and became defenseless, even if he killed them, no one would admit his true strength. Therefore, he definitely couldn't use the frenzying eye. Han Fei said, "The heavenly fiend battle body can almost double my strength now. Just provide this power to me. I can withstand it." As for Little Black and Little White, they could only provide him with the yin-yang divine eyes. With it, he could see through and predict the other party's attack method. Han Fei said, "Come on. Who wants to be the first to die?" In the carefree level, there were strong and weak. If Han Fei followed the one-on-one procedure, the 10,000 scale race would definitely send the weakest to fight him first. After all, they were all peak combat power of the 10,000 scale race. When facing a freak like Han Fei, it was best not to attack. Even if they wanted to fight, they had to let the other carefree level cultivators consume Han Fei's combat power or spiritual power. This was because Han Fei's spiritual power was also consumed a lot when he crossed realms to fight. If he fought them one by one and fought to the last, who was also the strongest carefree level cultivator, he was very likely to lose. Besides, the weaker carefree level cultivators could also test Han Fei's strength. Therefore, in the 10,000 scale race, a carefree level cultivator who might have just had a breakthrough walked out. He didn't really want to come because the others were all stronger than him. He knew that they asked him to fight Han Fei first because they wanted him to wear Han Fei down, or to see Han Fei's methods clearly. But he had to fight this battle. The man said, "My name is Luo Zhanzan from the 10,000 scale race. I'm in the early stage of the carefree level. I know you're strong, but since it's a life and death battle, I'll try my best to kill you." When Luo Zhanzan said that he would kill Han Fei, some of the onlookers shook their heads in their hearts. If he knew some history about the Emperor Sparrow, he wouldn't dare to say that he would kill Han Fei. Regardless of whether he could beat Han Fei or not, even if he really killed Han Fei, he wouldn't be far from death. As the king of ferocious beasts, the Emperor Sparrow almost couldn't be killed. Han Fei didn't dawdle. The sooner the battle on his side ended, the more advantageous it would be for the human race. Han Fei pointed his fingers and slashed out a formless infinity sword. However, just like before, this sword disappeared the moment it was slashed out. It was just that this move had been used now. Everyone knew that this sword would jump through time and appear at a certain point in time. However, when Han Fei slashed out the formless infinity sword, many people present looked at him in admiration. Han Fei didn't probe his opponent but attacked with all his strength. This was a wise choice. Then, Han Fei took out the god-shattering scissors. Luo Zhanzan didn't waste any time. He knew that the more time Han Fei had to prepare, the more dangerous he would be. Just imagine, if dozens of divine techniques were launched from unknown points of time, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. The carefree level was very different from the Dao proving level. First of all, their speed was several times that of the Dao proving level. Luo Zhanzan appeared beside Han Fei in the blink of an eye, trying to suppress Han Fei with speed. However, he activated the void-stealing technique at the beginning. With a few pops, Han Fei vomited blood from his 7 orifices and suffered a backlash. However, Luo Zhanzan's speed plummeted. Without a word, Han Fei held the god-shattering scissors and cut off Luo Zhanzan's speed law. As soon as the speed law was broken, Luo Zhanzan could only use the speed of other laws. However, compared to the speed he was good at, it was naturally much slower. And Luo Zhanzan didn't choose to give up attacking because of the sudden drop in speed. He knew that the Emperor Sparrow had the ability to frenzy others, but his soul-suppressing godly weapon was stronger than the others. Besides, if the Emperor Sparrow could really frenzy him, then no matter how he attacked, it would be in vain. Therefore, Luo Zhanzan could only charge at Han Fei like a hothead. Chapter 2740, The 9 of you, come at me together. 42740. The 9 of you, come at me together. 4. However, the frenzying eye that he was always vigilant of didn't appear. Instead, Han Fei's body surged with a murderous aura. With the heavenly fiend battle body, his strength doubled. At this moment, his peak strength could reach 8 times his basic combat power, which was nearly 800 points of star power. First of all, in terms of strength and soul power, he was already comparable to a carefree level monarch. But his comprehensive combat power was still not enough. Han Fei held the god-shattering scissors in his hand and transformed them into the formless infinity sword. And Luo Zhanzan was using a hammer. At this moment, a divine technique burst out. The power of the hammer seemed to push over from the world behind him. It was more like a world than a hammer. Han Fei didn't show any weakness but continued to launch attacks. When the formless infinity sword fell on the giant hammer, suddenly, the time arcane technique was activated, and the formless infinity sword that Han Fei had just slashed out jumped out of time. This was equivalent to Han Fei slashing out 3 formless infinity swords at once, which was equivalent to performing 3 divine techniques. Clang, clang, clang. The shadow of the giant hammer that occupied half of the sea was cut apart by the 3 formless infinity swords, but the result of the confrontation was not ideal. It was equivalent to the outburst of 3 divine techniques. After cutting off this hammer, there was only one left, and this was after he had used the Ragnarok to break the power of the other party's law. As for the last formless infinity sword, when it arrived in front of Luo Zhanzan, although Luo Zhanzan was forced to retreat 100,000 miles by this sword, the Tao pattern mystic armor that appeared on his body lasted for a full second before shattering. Then, a divine-level armor appeared on his body. It was at least a high-quality godly weapon-level armor, but it was half broken. However, this round of 3 divine techniques was actually blocked by Luo Zhanzan. From this, it could be seen that the gap between the carefree level and the Tao proving level was really huge. If it was a Tao proving level cultivator, he probably couldn't block his formless infinity sword or even all great Taos in one sword. Han Fei looked solemn. Sure enough, he underestimated the carefree level cultivators. The formless infinite sword and the world destruction fist were the 2 strongest combat skills Han Fei could use now, which could maximize Han Fei's strength, and Luo Zhanzan was the weakest of the 10. Han Fei thought that although he could still fight, he couldn't kill him instantly. Luo Zhanzan was also shocked. Not only was his divine technique broken, but his body-protecting technique was also broken, and he almost lost a high-quality godly weapon. But he also knew that the use of divine techniques couldn't be too frequent, so after blocking Han Fei's sword, he rushed to Han Fei again. Seeing this, Han Fei didn't have time to use any divine techniques. With a swish, an invincible saber beam burst out from the invincible eye between his eyebrows. Upon seeing this, Luo Zhanzan's face changed greatly. A pair of gloves appeared on his hands, and then he put his hands together and chose to resist it head-on. Ka. Once again, Luo Zhanzan was forced to retreat hundreds of thousands of kilometers. By the time he stopped retreating, the high-quality godly weapon-level boxing gloves in his hand had been completely destroyed, and only his bones of gold and jade were left on his arms. His flesh and scales were shattered by the invincible knife light. Han Fei didn't give Luo Zhanzan time to recover. When Luo Zhanzan had just stabilized himself, he had already arrived in front of him and punched out tens of thousands of fist marks in one breath. The effect of the combat skills was quite shocking. The humans in Han Fei's origin star all applauded. Only a few people realized that Han Fei could no longer kill this monarch in an instant. This meant that Han Fei was basically in the same realm as the enemy, or even weaker. Luo Zhanzan was obviously also a body cultivator, or he wouldn't have practiced the hammer technique. Therefore, he counterattacked with his physique and overwhelming chi and blood. Bang, 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 boom, 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 ka, puff, puff. In just 3 or 5 seconds, both of them were drenched in blood, and even 3 of Han Fei's ribs were broken. This was the first time since he entered the sea realm that his bones were broken. It could be seen that although he could temporarily have the combat power of the carefree level with his original great Tao, there was still a gap between him and the true carefree level cultivators. Of course, Luo Zhanzan wasn't any better. Han Fei's invincible fist mark was mixed with the power of the Tao of Slaughter God and the power of the Ragnarok. Luo Zhanzan's body was shaken and his head emitted bursts of golden light. That was his soul-suppressing godly weapon protecting his soul. Finally, Luo Zhanzan didn't dare to continue, because the power of the Tao of Slaughter God was crazily surging in his body, destroying his body all the time. He knew that the longer the battle went on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. The biggest disadvantage of close combat was that there was no time to use any divine techniques. Both parties had to parry each other's blows in a very short time. This was a collision of pure strength and chi and blood. Luo Zhanzan suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. The blood mist turned into a small hammer and struck down. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and his body suddenly turned into 2 pieces of mist. Even so, he was still hit hard. After the twin divine technique was activated, Han Fei's face was slightly pale. He stuffed a mass of liquid divine radiance into his mouth and rushed up again. He didn't believe that Luo Zhanzan's chi and blood hammer could be used many times. If Luo Zhanzan could use it, so could Han Fei, but there was no need. It wasn't like he couldn't fight anymore. This chi and blood transformation technique consumed too much vitality. Once or twice might work, but if he used it 3 or 4 times, Luo Zhanzan would be crippled. Sure enough, Luo Zhanzan didn't dare to continue. He had no choice but to continue fighting. The result was obvious. Han Fei still had the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique to recover, but Luo Zhanzan could only rely on the power of the carefree level to recover by force. This kind of recovery was not complete, and it consumed a lot of his foundation and immediate combat power. Therefore, in just 10 seconds, Han Fei broke Luo Zhanzan's soul-suppressing godly weapon at the cost of breaking an arm. It was not that Han Fei didn't want to use the void-stealing technique, but the backlash of the void-stealing technique consumed too much spiritual power. The shattering of Luo Zhanzan's soul-suppressing godly weapon indicated that he could no longer resist the Ragnarok. After a few rounds of attacks, most of Luo Zhanzan's soul was destroyed, and his strength had plummeted. With a thought, Han Fei cut Luo Zhanzan with the god-shattering scissors. Rumble! A huge crack appeared in front of everyone. Han Fei was already covered in wounds, but he still shouted, "I am human Emperor Han Fei. I've just killed a carefree level monarch of the 10,000 scale race. Congratulations to the human race. However, this time, although there were cheers in the origin star, most people fell silent. They had personally witnessed this battle and seen Han Fei covered in wounds. However, there were still 9 strong masters of this level. After a moment of silence, someone in Han Fei's origin star shouted, "Human Emperor." At this moment, they didn't need to say much. The word human emperor was their faith, their absolute approval of Han Fei's identity as the human emperor, and their highest respect for Han Fei. Human emperor, human emperor, human emperor, human emperor. In the origin star, billions of people were shouting for Han Fei. At this moment, bathed in the heaven enlightenment divine technique, Han Fei said leisurely, "The next 9, come at me together." Chapter 2741, 2741. What I want is the destruction of the 10,000 scale race. 1:2741. What I want is the destruction of the 10,000 scale race. One-on-one battles were really exhausting. With so many people at the carefree level, Han Fei estimated that he could only fight 3 at most. He had basically used all the combat skills and techniques he could use, and the battles would only get harder and harder. Anyway, he was the one setting the rules now, so he wasn't afraid that these people would disagree. 9 at once? Many people thought that Han Fei was crazy. If the 9 of them attacked him at the same time, wouldn't he be crushed instantly? In Han Fei's origin star, the billions of people were also dumbfounded. Some people even felt that it was an auditory hallucination. Was the human emperor out of his mind? He definitely couldn't defeat the 9 of them together, but the people from the 10,000 scale race thought differently. With the strength Han Fei had shown now, if he dared to say that, he must have some confidence. The first thought of the 10,000 scale monarch and the 2 immortal level powerhouses was that Han Fei had a way to temporarily enter the immortal level. Although it was an external force, it wouldn't affect his trial. After all, everyone had different opportunities. However, even if Han Fei could reach the immortal level in a short period of time, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill 9 carefree level cultivators, right? If he couldn't enter the immortal level, it meant that Han Fei must have a powerful weapon that could kill many people at the carefree level at once. However, it was also a good thing if it could consume Han Fei's more powerful trump card in advance. It would be better than him using this trump card to kill their immortal level powerhouses, right? Although theoretically Han Fei couldn't kill an immortal level cultivator, this trump card must be very powerful. In short, there was no need to bear this trump card. The 10,000 scale monarch said, "Be careful." For these carefree level powerhouses, group battles might not be a good thing, but for the 2 immortal level powerhouses, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After all, people like Han Fei could no longer be judged by normal standards. Since he was so confident, he might have some special treasures. The 2 sides stood still and the 9 people were about to attack when Han Fei flipped his hand and a turtle shell appeared. It was the mystic martial monarch armor, turtle shell sky sealing technique. The sky sealing technique covered a large area. After all, it was the ultimate treasure left to him by the old turtle. When he used the turtle shell sealing heaven technique, those carefree level cultivators couldn't retreat in time and were directly locked in here. Almost at the moment the void was locked, 4 or 5 figures immediately hit the translucent barrier. Upon seeing this, the carefree level cultivators almost attacked a certain spatial node in the turtle shell sealing array at the same time. Knock, knock, knock. The void rippled, and Han Fei smiled contemptuously. "It's useless. In order to prevent you from running around, I can only trap you first before I fight." Buzz. Suddenly, nearly 200 bones suddenly appeared beside Han Fei. When he saw these bones, the Grand Elder of the Lava Giants was slightly taken aback. Aren't these the bones of the monarch creature that Han Fei asked him for? These bones were the inventory of the Lava Giants. In that small primordial fragment world, some monarch realm creatures had been born over the endless years, so over time they had accumulated so many bones. These bones were originally meant to be used for refining, but most of the cultivators in their clan were in the sky-opening realm and couldn't refine with monarch realm bones, so most of these things were sealed. But why did Han Fei take out these bones? The 9 carefree level cultivators on the opposite side didn't know what was going on and didn't dare to rush forward rashly. What if 4 or 5 of them were killed in close combat, like when Han Fei dealt with the group of Dao-proving level cultivators? At this moment, Han Fei no longer hid anything. Time flowed in this place, and time voids appeared one after another, as if countless taboo doors had opened. Huge creatures rushed out of these time holes one after another. There were fiery dragons burning with flames, giant turtles flowing with magma, strange fish covered with scorching scales, and fiery phoenixes steaming. In any case, 212 such Dao-proving level creatures had appeared at the same time. All of them were ferocious and extraordinary. Han Fei didn't use this trick when he faced the 18 Dao-proving level cultivators and fought the carefree level cultivator alone, just because he wanted to draw the power of faith of the human race who was watching the battle. Now, after killing the carefree level cultivator, Han Fei had to use it. Hiss, time resurrection, one of the 6 techniques of time. How is this possible? Why does a person from the Void Temple know the divine techniques of the Time Temple? Furthermore, he has embarked on the great Tao of time. At this moment, be it the 10,000 scale monarch, the tiger demon, the fox demon, Li Luoluo, the queen of horror, Chu Hao, they all revealed surprised expressions. The void temple was mysterious. The immortal temple never communicated with outsiders. Only the time temple was active in every corner of the sea realm. Not everyone knew the 6 techniques of time. Only some top powerhouses knew it. It was because they knew this technique that they knew how terrifying it was. This was an extraordinary technique that could resurrect ancient creatures for a short period of time. It was said that only the core members of the Time Temple or the disciples who were highly valued had a chance to cultivate the 6 techniques of time. Furthermore, one of the basic conditions to cultivate the 6 techniques of time was that you had to know the great Tao of time first, and it would be best if you were extremely proficient in it. Chapter 2742 What I Want is the Destruction of the 10,000 Scale Race 2. 2742 What I want is the destruction of the 10,000 scale race. 2 Therefore, when Han Fei used the time resurrection technique, everyone was shocked. The fox demon said in a low voice, "It seems that this master of the Emperor Sparrow is really extraordinary." As he entered the 2 temples at the same time, the tiger demon said, "The stronger, the better." This means that he can better carry out his proposal. Outside the field, Chu Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. It was not a big deal to know the great Tao of time, but it was another story to master the 6 techniques of time. He couldn't help but wonder whether it was because he brought the demon purification pot to the raging sea that Han Fei was born, or it was because Han Fei would be born that he went to the raging sea. At this moment, Han Fei felt a huge burden on his spiritual power. If he hadn't activated all his Tao locks, he probably wouldn't have been able to revive so many Tao-proving level creatures. According to his previous estimation, there were about 60 to 80 Tao-proving level creatures that he could revive with the time resurrection technique. It was definitely inferior to Mo Chi. The reason why he could revive so many people now was that he had borrowed the spiritual power of Little Black, Little White, and the Emperor Sparrow. 2112 was his limit. After this battle, he had to take a rest. Otherwise, he couldn't deal with the immortal level powerhouses behind. The time resurrection technique had a time limit. At that time, Mo Chi's strength could allow them to exist for about 30 seconds. And Han Fei's limit was that they could exist for 50 seconds. Perhaps because he was stronger than Mo Chi, the ancient creatures he revived could exist for a longer time. However, the battle between Han Fei and the carefree level cultivator lasted for a long time, more than 10 seconds. Therefore, he couldn't let these carefree level cultivators have a chance to hold out for more than 50 seconds. 2112 Tao-proving level ferocious beasts swarmed up. On average, 23.5 Tao-proving level creatures could kill a carefree level cultivator. In an instant, these carefree level cultivators felt the same as the 18 Tao-proving level monarchs that Han Fei just fought. Although their strength far exceeded that of Tao-proving level cultivators, it was completely possible for Tao-proving level cultivators to kill carefree level cultivators if the latter was greatly outnumbered. Furthermore, they had to be wary of Han Fei. Of course, this wasn't enough. Han Fei threw out hundreds of thousands of God-sealing spears, completely limiting the range of this place. Even this was a group of carefree level cultivators. They didn't have the time to break through the array of the God-sealing spear. At this point, the fate of these people seemed to have been decided. As for the Beast King, Gu Tingnan and the others were dumbfounded. Were the Tao-proving level cultivators so worthless? The Beast King exclaimed, "Wow, is this kid already so strong?" Lu Qianxi said, "Well, why haven't I seen this move before?" The Grand Elder and Elder Fire Spear of the Lava Giant tribe looked at each other in bewilderment. Were the bones that could only be used for refining so useful? If Han Fei had harbored any ill intentions back then, wouldn't their Lava Giant tribe have been wiped out? The Queen of Horror explained, "This is why the Time Temple can be ranked as one of the 3 temples. This group of people is too good at borrowing strength. Although they are not strong in one-on-one combat, they have all kinds of tricks to play with their enemies to death." Wu Shuang asked, "Then who is his match here? If he proves his Tao," the Queen of Horror said, "there are conditions for the Time Temple to trace back in time. Those bones are Han Fei's conditions. There might be a lot of remains of the Tao-proving level in this world, but the higher the realm is, the fewer there are. When they reach the Great Monarch realm, who knows where they can find the bones of a Great Monarch? Furthermore, such bones will be useless after being used once. How can there be so many peak-level combatants for them to trace back? Therefore, the higher the level of the Time Temple, the weaker it is than the Void Temple. Under the same realm, Time Temple will definitely lose." Wu Shuang asked, "What about the Immortal Temple?" The Queen of Horror said, "I don't know. I might find out when I die." Wu Shuang, Moon, in the turtle shell sky sealing technique, the carefree level cultivators couldn't handle it at all. They tried to avoid these many Tao-proving level ferocious beasts with speed, but there were too many ferocious beasts. And because of the God-sealing spear array, their strength was inexplicably weakened by nearly 20%, so even if they seized the opportunity, they couldn't take down Han Fei. One of the stronger carefree level cultivators seemed to be especially good at speed. He took the initiative to avoid the ferocious beasts. He turned one hand into a knife and fused half of his chi and blood into his palm. as if he wanted to pierce through Han Fei in one fell swoop. However, Han Fei's eyes flashed. This carefree level cultivator was frenzied by the frenzying eye instantly, and then torn apart by this group of ancient ferocious beasts after only 3 seconds. He couldn't even blow himself up. The Emperor Sparrow hadn't proven Dao, but it didn't mean that he couldn't frenzy a carefree level cultivator. After this person died, there were only 8 of the 9 people left, and the pressure increased again. In less than 10 seconds, Han Fei activated the frenzying eye again and the void-stealing technique, and another 2 people died on the spot. But then, Han Fei stopped attacking. Instead, he sat cross-legged and began to recover his spiritual power. This was not cheating. The time resurrection technique, the frenzying eye, and the void-stealing technique were the great techniques that he had already learned. This was also a kind of strength. Therefore, the way to deal with the carefree level cultivators was even simpler than to deal with the Dao-proving level ones. Once anyone was tricked by Han Fei, they would immediately be torn to pieces by a large group of Dao-proving level ferocious beasts. Chapter 2743. What I want is the destruction of the 10,000 scale race. 32743. What I want is the destruction of the 10,000 scale race. 3. Therefore, the battle that everyone thought Han Fei couldn't fight ended the fastest instead. It didn't even take 50 seconds. After only 38 seconds, there was only one carefree level cultivator left in the field. This person was covered in wounds. He didn't want to die before he even touched the corner of Han Fei's clothes. Han Fei thought for a moment and ignored him. The remaining 80 Dao-proving level beasts swarmed up. In the end, that person chose to self-destruct, blowing up a group of Dao-proving level beasts. After this person died, Han Fei removed the turtle shell sky sealing technique. With a sudden rumbling sound, great Dao cracks appeared frequently and intertwined in the sky. This scene made all the people fighting in the city of scavengers pause for a moment. All of a sudden, there were so many great Dao cracks. How many Monarch Realm strong masters had died? Then, Han Fei's voice continued to resound between the heavens and earth. My name is Han Fei. I'm the current human emperor. I've killed a total of 9 carefree level monarchs. Congratulations to the human race. At this moment, the people in Han Fei's origin star were numb. What did they see? The sky was full of strange ferocious beasts. Fiery dragons flew in the sky, and fire turtles burned the sky. These things seemed to have been summoned by Han Fei. Gulp. How strong is Master Human Emperor now? This must be Master Human Emperor's secret trump card. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for Master Human Emperor to fight on his own. Why did Master Human Emperor fight that cultivator with such difficulty just now? It took him such a long time to kill him and got himself covered in wounds. Well, maybe Master Human Emperor just wants to have a try? This is definitely one of Master Human Emperor's trump cards. How can you easily use your trump cards? Of course not. You'll only use them at critical moments, won't you? I thought Master Human Emperor was just misleading the other party just now. Hiss, that makes sense. Brother, your analysis is quite insightful. I'm flattered. At this moment, the 10,000 scale monarch couldn't sit still anymore. Han Fei had too many means that were beyond his imagination. He was almost certain that Han Fei had some kind of power that could temporarily help him reach the immortal level. It was one thing for a perfected star transformation realm cultivator to kill a Dao-proving level cultivator, but to kill a carefree level cultivator was a little too much. He had never heard of such news. However, it was too late even if the 10,000 scale monarch wanted to start a full-scale war. This was because the Dao-proving level and carefree level cultivators had all been killed by Han Fei. Now, only he and the 2 immortal level monarchs were left. If they really started a battle, the 2 immortal level monarchs would be restrained immediately. Could he escape? There was no telling if the tiger demon would take action. Of course, even if the tiger demon took action, he should be able to escape. But the problem was, even if he escaped, what was the use? The disciples of the Void Temple and the Time Temple wouldn't let him off. Where could he run to? From the beginning, it was all your trap. You seemed to have a difficult and bitter battle, but these were all an illusion you created. You wanted to nibble away the power of my subordinates bit by bit. So, you never thought of letting go of any member of the 10,000 scales, right? At this moment, the 10,000 scale monarch didn't believe that Han Fei would kindly let anyone go, because Han Fei had already planned the corresponding approach to deal with the strong masters of each realm. Han Fei grinned. You found out? Oh, congratulations. You finally figured it out. Han Fei smiled coldly. I am the current human emperor. You've enslaved our human race for 100,000 years. Do you expect me to let go of your 10,000 scale race? To tell you the truth, I want your 10,000 scale race to be annihilated. I want to slaughter everyone in your 10,000 scale race. I want to tell this sea realm that whoever dares to offend our human race will be annihilated. Han Fei's words rumbled like thunder, full of killing intent. The tiger demon of the divine beast lineage sighed. I seem to see that the human race is about to rise again. If he proves the Tao, the human race will definitely shine again. The fox demon said, he is the chosen one, isn't he? Human beings have experienced many glory and declines since the era of chaos, but every time, they will rise from the bottom under the leadership of someone. It seems that this process will repeat again in this sea era. Chu Hao looked at Han Fei, who was full of killing intent, and thought that this was probably the first time in history that such a murderous human emperor had appeared. The human race had been prosperous many times since ancient times, but there seemed to have never been such a crazy human emperor. If anyone dares to offend the human race, his entire race would be wiped out. If Han Fei went to the Central Sea Divine Realm, wouldn't he be busy wiping out races every day? However, he thought that if Han Fei proved Dao, no one below the immortal level would be his match. In addition, with his identity as a disciple of the Void Temple and the master of the Emperor Sparrow and his relations to the divine beasts and ferocious beasts, in a short period of time, no one would dare to provoke him. After all, many people hadn't forgotten the scene of the Void Temple massacring in the Central Sea Divine Realm. Others didn't know, but he knew. Back then, it seemed that only a large number of Sky Openers and Dao Provers had died, but there were actually several great monarchs who were killed secretly. At this moment, Han Fei didn't hide his killing intent at all. He glanced at the Tiger Demon and said, "I need half an hour. Senior, can you help me keep an eye on this 10,000 scale monarch?" The Tiger Demon didn't hesitate and nodded quickly. But the Fox Demon said, "He can, but you'll have to write off the incident where the little turtle hunted you. At that time, the little turtle didn't know who you were. You won't hold it against him, right?" Chapter 2744, 2744. What I want is the destruction of the 10,000 scale race for 2744. What I want is the destruction of the 10,000 scale race for Little Turtle. Han Fei realized that the guy who called himself a god turned out to be a mere divine beast turtle. However, since he had asked for their help, he would make the deal. Han Fei nodded. Okay. With that, Han Fei entered his origin star without caring about what the 10,000 scale monarch thought. On the origin star, Han Fei's face turned pale as soon as he came in and he collapsed to the ground. Damn it. I shouldn't have used the time resurrection technique randomly. I didn't expect my spiritual power to be consumed so seriously. Han Fei lay on the ground and slept for 3 days and 3 nights. He didn't wake up until he felt 2 tentacles massaging his head. Han Fei opened his eyes only to see the hexagon starfish running out with a swish. Come back! Han Fei propped himself up and felt that he had recovered a lot. His spiritual power had recovered by about 40%. The effect of his spiritual heritage was indeed good. The 6 big eyes of the hexagon starfish rolled, and he said timidly, "I was giving you a massage." Han Fei spat. "Why are you fatter? Do I have a lot of good things here?" The hexagon starfish's tentacles immediately shrank. "I didn't understand what you said. I didn't do anything. I slept for days and didn't touch anything." Han Fei certainly didn't believe this dishonest starfish. With a thought, tens of thousands of spiritual fruits that could repair spiritual power appeared around him. Huff. As Han Fei breathed, all the spiritual fruits turned into gentle spiritual energy and entered his body. After another 2 days of nurturing, Han Fei consumed a total of about 100,000 spiritual fruits related to spiritual power, and finally completely restored his spiritual power. 5 days had passed in his origin star. It would be half an hour in the outside world in another 4 or 6 hours. In the outside world, the 10,000 scale monarch looked at the Tiger Demon and said, "I want to abandon the city of scavengers." "Are you going to stop me?" the Tiger Demon said. "How can I go back on my word? You have to stay. You may not be able to stop me." "Haha, I don't know who gave you this confidence. Why don't you give it a try?" The Fox Demon chuckled. She was laughing because the 10,000 scale monarch was confident that he was very strong. Was the divine beast lineage so weak in others' eyes now? The straightforward Tiger Demon said indifferently, "I don't recommend you to do this, but if you insist on trying, I don't mind. Besides, you have nowhere to run. You should know this." The 10,000 scale monarch's face was cold. "So you're just going to watch a race perish?" Puffali Luo sneered. "Everything has a cause and effect. If you enslave our ferocious beasts for 100,000 years, it won't be too much to exterminate your race 10 times. Besides, in the vast sea realm, races are being destroyed every few days. What's special about your 10,000 scales race?" the 10,000 scale monarch said. "It's said that whoever kills the Emperor Sparrow will die. If my 10,000 scale monarch is exterminated, what can I not do? Guess whether I will kill the Emperor Sparrow or not when I'm doomed to die." The 10,000 scale monarch was saying this for the Tiger Demon and the Fox Demon to hear. He didn't believe that the divine beasts and ferocious beasts had suddenly become so intimate. The Fox Demon sneered. "You don't know anything, yet you're trying to sow discord. As a great monarch, show some courage. If you can kill him, we won't say anything." Liluolu shrugged. "You have to kill Han Fei before you kill the Emperor Sparrow. To be honest, I don't believe you can do it. Why don't you have a try?" The 10,000 scale monarch was speechless. These people seemed to be too confident in Han Fei. Although Han Fei had a lot of luck, if he were to kill him, he would drag Han Fei down with him. Buzz. At this moment, the void fluctuated where Han Fei disappeared. Han Fei had returned. Han Fei smiled casually. "Did you forget what I said? I said that you will die, but I won't." Chapter 2745, 2745. The Ancient Human, 12745. The Ancient Human Mun. At this moment, Han Fei actually had limited means to use. In the face of immortal level powerhouses, even if he could temporarily reach this level with the demon god scale, his understanding of the law was still far away. This was the most fundamental gap. It wasn't that he could fight as long as he reached this level. He had thought about this before Han Fei met the demon god. But at that time, he felt that if there were really immortal level or great monarch level powerhouses in the City of Scavengers, it would be beyond his ability. He would just let his senior brothers and sisters in the Void Temple deal with them. But at that time, he didn't think of killing a powerhouse of this level. He just wanted to save the human race and accomplish the human emperor path. But it was different now. After encountering the demon god, he had a great opportunity. At this moment, he felt that he had to give it a try. Even if he couldn't win, it wouldn't affect his human emperor path. This was because although he hadn't walked the human emperor path to the extreme, he had walked 90% of it. It was enough for him to prove Dao. After he proved Dao, he would fight back in the future and make up for this little flaw in his human emperor path. At this moment, Han Fei took out a dark red scale. As he issued an order in his heart, the scale seemed to dissipate in the wind, and then condensed into a grayish-black invisible battlesuit on Han Fei's body. Immediately afterward, the invisible battlesuit began to shrink and gradually fused into Han Fei's body, attaching to his bones, flesh, and blood. Buzz! Han Fei felt infinite power bursting out of his body, which was even stronger than the heaven-defying scale given to him by senior brother Azure Dragon. He felt that his senses were clear, and his perception seemed to be able to cover almost the entire chaotic wasteland. He felt that this world seemed to resonate with him, felt the flowing chaotic power in the endless void, and felt that there seemed to be a galaxy flowing in his body. Huff! Han Fei took a deep breath. Because he hadn't adapted to this level of power well, he broke through the barrier between the endless void and reality in one breath. Is this the power of the immortal level? Although there was no surging power of the law, it couldn't be helped. Han Fei hadn't comprehended any laws yet. That was something that could only be transformed after he proved Dao. However, the power of the demon god itself had the ability to break laws, so it didn't matter to Han Fei whether he had mastered a law or not. However, this was not enough. If he wanted to fight an immortal level powerhouse, he had no advantage. His strength alone was not enough. At most, he could barely fight an immortal level powerhouse for a short period of time. If he wanted to win, he had to have a certain specialty that could crush them. Therefore, Han Fei picked up a light blue bead. Crack, the pearl shattered, and Han Fei's lower half body turned transparent. Han Fei used all the trump cards given by the demon god at this moment. This wind-riding smoke had 100 times the effect of one-leaf boat, which meant that the speed this thing could erupt with could be 100 times the speed of light explosion. Han Fei didn't try to hide his strength. He didn't want to test the strength of the immortal level cultivator. If he was really defeated, he would be crushed by the other party. Therefore, Han Fei used all his trump cards. Han Fei's voice rumbled, "Come and fight me." Gao Yuhuo and the other immortal level powerhouse looked at each other. Gao Yuhuo had to walk out because he was weaker than that person. At this moment, the 10,000 scale race only existed in name. It was impossible for him to escape. Not to mention him, even the 10,000 scale monarch couldn't escape today. Therefore, if he wanted to live, he had to fight. Gao Yuhuo roared, "I'll fight you." A sea of fire appeared on Gao Yuhuo's face. Just like xuanhuan, this person also had a chaotic flame. It seemed that people who came back from that mysterious place in the chaotic wasteland were all very good at the Tao of fire. Unfortunately, the extreme cold pearl had been destroyed. Even if it hadn't, it could only shake a carefree level powerhouse at best. It was impossible for it to kill an immortal level cultivator with an ultra-quality godly weapon. Swish and Han Fei instantly disappeared from the spot. Under the effect of the wind-riding smoke that could reach thousands of times the speed of light, in the eyes of others, Han Fei hadn't moved, but in fact, Han Fei had long disappeared. What was left behind was only a residual image, but the speed was so fast that it seemed that Han Fei hadn't moved at all. It was obviously the first time that Han Fei used such a fast speed, so the moment he attacked, the world seemed to have stopped for him. He seemed to be able to see the Tao patterns of speed condensing between the heavens and earth. This isn't the white cave space? Han Fei discovered that he didn't enter the white cave space as he expected. This world was still the same as before. The only difference was that an invisible barrier formed by the Tao patterns of speed seemed to have formed here. Only people who were as fast as Han Fei could sense this barrier. In other words, he created a speed barrier with the wind-riding smoke. However, Han Fei discovered that Gao Yuhui moved. In this speed barrier, Gao Yuhui rushed over with a spear. He could also pass through this barrier. This meant that this barrier didn't exist because of him. Or rather, it wasn't exactly a barrier, but a phenomenon, similar to light explosion or a space like the white cave space. This was the result of all cultivators' speed reaching the limit. Chapter 2746, The Ancient Human to Swell. 2746. The Ancient Human, 2. Everyone who could reach this speed would enter a space phenomenon similar to a spiritual barrier. For those who were not strong enough, the battle hadn't happened yet, but those with strong perception could already see their battle situation at this moment. At this moment, Gao Yuhuo brandished his spear and created a long, fiery dragon, and Han Fei launched the formless infinity sword. Bang! Rumble! The flames were rising and burning hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in an instant, and the scorching waves of fire extended nearly 1,000,000 kilometers. In Hanfei's origin star, no one could see what happened here. They only saw that the void instantly turned into a sea of fire. Even among the monarchs who were watching, the Tao proving level powerhouses could only see the real bodies of Han Fei and Gao Yuhuo when they were fighting. At this time, the residual images of Han Fei and Gao Yuhuo had not disappeared, so everyone saw that in that space, 2 Han Fei and 2 Gao Yuhuo appeared at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. As the two collided more and more times, the sky was full of images of their residual images, as if countless Han Fei and countless Gao Yuhuo were fighting. It was not until this moment that the afterimages they left behind gradually disappeared. It could be said that anyone below the Tao proving level would be shocked to see this scene. They didn't even understand why this phenomenon happened. Only the truly strong had the ability to ignore the afterimages and see the real battle between the two. At this moment, in the eyes of the monarchs, Gao Yuhuo was crushed in speed. Yes, Gao Yuhuo couldn't keep up with Han Fei's speed in this kind of short, fast, and frequent battle, but wasn't much slower. However, in a battle of the strong, the slightest difference could make a huge difference. Even if Han Fei was only faster than Gao Yuhuo by 1 light speed, he was still faster. Therefore, although the two of them were fighting fiercely, when Gao Yuhuo was hit 10 times, Han Fei was hit 7 or 8 times at most. The 1,000,000-kilometer-long sky was no longer large enough for the two of them to fight. Sometimes, Han Fei and Gao Yuhuo broke out of the ice and fought above the ice. In the next second, the two of them fought their way back to the chaotic wasteland. Sometimes, the two of them would crush each other on the ground of the chaotic wasteland, causing the seabed to collapse and everything to shatter wherever they passed. From time to time, the two of them used great techniques to fight head-on, forming explosive ripples that swept into the city of scavengers, causing the earth to tremble and the mountains to shake, and sand and stones to fly everywhere. After such a crazy battle lasted for about 10 minutes, Han Fei realized that he couldn't kill an immortal-level cultivator with his current strength. He forcibly improved his strength to this level, while the other party was a true carefree-level monarch. Even if he had the double-kill technique, it was useless. Gao Yuhuo's soul power and physique were very strong, and he could completely withstand the power of the Ragnarok. After 100 seconds, Han Fei felt that his strength had declined by about 5%. At this moment, he knew that he couldn't attack casually anymore. If this battle went on for another hour, the result would be reversed, and he would be completely crushed by Gao Yuhuo. Clang! With a loud bang, Han Fei was blasted back 1,000,000 kilometers by the spear, setting off a huge tide that approached the city of scavengers. The tiger demon pushed forward with one hand, and the entire city was enveloped by an invisible force, and surging tides surged in all directions. At this moment, Han Fei stood still, and Gao Yuhuo appeared immediately. At this moment, Gao Yuhuo put on a smile and said, "As the current human emperor, you may have a lot of means and treasures, but you are not at the immortal level after all. You can't understand the full power of the immortal level. You can't win without other means." Han Fei twisted his neck, and the power of the demon god in his body dimmed a little. With a thought, a skinny corpse appeared in front of him. The Grand Elder and Elder Fire Spear of the Lava Giants and the other Lava Giants in Han Fei's origin star all rose. Ancestor? They hadn't used the power of this ancient human to date. It was useless in the small primordial fragment. At this moment, when they saw the corpse of the ancient human, they couldn't help but be surprised. They even had a trace of anticipation. They really wanted to know what secrets the ancient human had. When Gao Yuhuo saw the corpse, his expression changed slightly. Did he still have a trump card? Without further ado, Han Fei simply said, "So what if I bully you for not having enough treasures? No matter what, you won't be able to leave today." Han Fei took out a drop of essence blood and put it between the eyebrows of the ancient corpse with the secret method taught by the Grand Elder. Buzz. All of a sudden, the power covering tens of millions of kilometers in this world suddenly disappeared. This phenomenon was terrifying. The 10,000 scale monarch and the tiger demon immediately changed their expression. Too many monarchs had died here today, so the energy in this world was beyond imagination. However, almost immediately, everything here returned to calm. The blood-stained sky and the void that seemed to be covered in blood returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but hundreds of holes that connected to the endless void suddenly appeared. In these holes, infinite energy was quickly drawn in and absorbed by the corpse of the primordial human at an unbelievable speed. Chapter 2747, 2747. The Ancient Human, 3:2747. The Ancient Human, 3 Han Fei, was a little stunned himself at this moment. He knew that the ancient human race was strong, but as Old Han and the others had said, the ancient human race relied more on bloodlines, magic weapons, and extraordinary talents to become strong. Therefore, Han Fei had thought that this ancient human was only at the immortal level. But from the looks of it, could an immortal level cultivator absorb the energy of so many monarchs in an instant? Gao Yuhuo's face changed drastically, and he retreated quickly. He said, "This is your human emperor path. What's the point of you relying on external help?" Han Fei chuckled. If you have the ability, go borrow an external force too. This is my opportunity. You can consider it my trump card. Why does it have nothing to do with me? Ka ka ka. The corpse's neck suddenly twisted and he slowly raised his head. Everyone saw that the shriveled body of this person was rapidly expanding. Upon seeing this, Gao Yuhuo's eyes suddenly flashed. No matter what this corpse was, it had clearly not recovered yet. If he could penetrate it at this moment, he might be able to survive. Swishta. At this moment, Gao Yuhuo's qi and blood were burning. He thrust his spear forward, followed by a strange flame. Han Fei wanted to block the full blow of the immortal level powerhouse, but he saw from the corner of his eye that the ancient human had slightly opened his eyes. For some reason, he didn't attack. In the next second, the spear seemed to suddenly be stuck, without raising a single ripple. When he looked again, he saw that the primordial human had actually bitten the spearhead with his teeth, and the tide of chaotic strange flames that followed was absorbed by the corpse of the primordial human. Gao Yuhuo was horrified and wanted to retreat, but his body seemed to be sucked and he couldn't move at all. After a full 3 seconds, when the ancient human transformed from a corpse into a solemn-looking middle-aged man, he suddenly opened his mouth. Crunch to Han Fei's eyes almost popped out. An ultra-quality godly weapon was bitten to pieces? Gao Yuhuo's spear was definitely an ultra-quality godly weapon. He had discovered it during the battle. Han Fei could believe that a treasure of this level was broken, but who would have thought that it would be chewed to pieces? Huff! A pillar of fire shot out of his mouth, enveloping Gao Yuhuo in an instant. Aha! In the pillar of fire, Gao Yuhuo's painful cry spread throughout the world. Everyone could even see that his gray human figure was disappearing in the pillar of fire as if he had been burned into ashes. The pillar of fire lasted for about 5 seconds. When the pillar of fire died down, Gao Yuhuo was nowhere to be seen. Rumble! A huge great Dao crack appeared in the sky. It was the sign of the death of an immortal level powerhouse. Hefei. The primordial human opened his mouth and sucked. The great Dao crack that had just appeared flashed and disappeared. The sky returned to normal. Gulp. Han Fei couldn't help swallowing. Were the ancient humans so strong? Not just Han Fei, everyone except Old Han and Zhang Linxian was dumbfounded. Was it that simple to kill an immortal level monarch? If this person hadn't been awakened by Han Fei, Li Luo Luo and the Queen of Horror would have thought that they could run away now. How could they fight this person? No one would believe that an immortal level powerhouse was blown to death by a single breath. There was a trace of confusion in the middle-aged man's eyes. He slowly got up, his body making clicking sounds. He looked around, but his eyes were locked on Old Han and Zhang Linxian. Old Han shook his head slightly, thinking that it really didn't feel good to be watched like this. Because the middle-aged man looked at Old Han and Zhang Linxian, everyone else looked over. Old Han thought for a moment and pointed at Han Fei. Well, my son is the current human emperor, not me. The middle-aged man then looked at Han Fei up and down, closed his eyes slightly, and slowly said, "Where is this? Where is the primordial world?" Han Fei paused and said, "Senior, this is the age of C. It's been about 60 million years since the end of the primordial era. More than 60 million years? It turns out that I have been dead for more than 60 million years." The middle-aged man seemed to be in a daze, and Han Fei discovered that a large amount of vitality and energy were escaping from the middle-aged man's body. This meant that when this person's vitality completely dissipated, he would really die. Han Fei finally understood what the drop of blood of the ancient human was for. It was the last vitality of this ancient human. The middle-aged man knew that his vitality was escaping, but he didn't seem to care. He looked at Han Fei for a while and then looked in the direction of the city of scavengers, where billions of humans were fighting the 10,000 scale race. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. "Are human beings so weak now?" Han Fei hurriedly said. "To this day, the human race has already declined. In the ancestral land, there are very few people who can reach the sky-opening realm. The previous human emperor left the ancestral land but was plotted against by the 10,000 scale race, causing our billions of humans to be enslaved by the 10,000 scale race for 100,000 years. This race treats us humans like livestock. Now that I've risen, I certainly should wipe them out." The middle-aged man looked back at Gu Tingnan as if he knew who the former human emperor was at a glance. But he only glanced at him and didn't pay much attention to him. It seemed that Gu Tingnan wasn't worthy of his attention. Chapter 2748. The Ancient Human for 2748. The Ancient Human for he sized up Han Fei again and said indifferently, "Not bad. No wonder you're so full of killing intent. Did you kill those little guys in the law comprehension realm just now?" Law comprehension realm? He should be talking about the monarchs. The great Dao cracks and the power dissipating after these people died had all been swallowed by this person. Without looking, he had inferred the cause and effect. Han Fei nodded. Yes. The middle-aged man looked at Han Fei up and down again. "Your spiritual heritage is very strong, and your bloodline is poor. Did someone remove your bloodline?" The middle-aged man looked at Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian again, but both of them only showed a faint smile, which many people found strange. This middle-aged man looked very strong. Why was he looking at the two of them who was only a Dao prover and a perfected star transformation realm cultivator? For a moment, everyone began to doubt the identities of Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian. The middle-aged man seemed to understand something, so he nodded. All right, let's have a try. At least after law comprehension, your bloodline will undergo a qualitative change. Perhaps there will be some unexpected effects. Han Fei didn't quite understand what happened to his bloodline. He knew that his bloodline had been extracted by old Han and his mother, but he didn't find it surprising at that time. He thought that the bloodline was extracted to improve his spiritual heritage. However, it didn't seem to be the case. There must be a secret behind it. After this battle, he had to ask old Han about it. The middle-aged man finally looked at the 10,000 scale monarch, but the latter was already scared. Who was this person? He had swallowed all the energy in this world and the laws and vitalities of all the dead monarchs. Was it any different from swallowing this world? The 10,000 scale monarch asked solemnly. Who are you? Your vitality has been dissipating so badly. I'm afraid you won't live long if you attack me. The middle-aged snorted. Are the immortal level cultivators nowadays so rude? How dare an ant enslave our human race? Have the myriad races forgotten the era when our human race dominated the chaotic era? Everyone was dumbfounded. Immortal level? Wasn't the 10,000 scale monarch a great monarch? He wasn't at the immortal level. Also, why did he call an immortal level cultivator an ant? Also, the human race had once dominated the chaotic era. This made the expressions of the Queen of Horror, Liluoluo, the Tiger Demon, and the others change. They knew of the chaotic era, but they didn't know how powerful the human race was back then. The legendary chaotic era was an era where treasures were everywhere. Thinking about it, Han Fei added, Senior, there were some changes to the cultivation realms of the past. That person is now called a great monarch, and the one you just killed is at the immortal level currently. Huh? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. Ridiculous. They haven't fully fused with laws yet. How can they be called immortals? Forget it. It seems that due to the influence of tea, the myriad races have weakened. Han Fei didn't know what to say. You're the big shot, so you have the final say. This was the first person to comment on the myriad races like this. He even directly questioned the current realm setting. However, Han Fei remembered what he said, law fusion. Why did it sound so similar to Dao fusion? Did one have to fuse with the Dao first if he wanted to become a great monarch? Or should he fuse with the laws after comprehending them? He wouldn't have a chance to pursue this problem until he proved Dao. The other immortal level powerhouse glanced at the 10,000 scale monarch and thought to himself, do you want me to fight him alone at a time like this? He's obviously not someone to be trifled with. The middle-aged man seemed to be thinking about something. After thinking for a few seconds, he said, your human emperor path is still a little lacking, but to be able to reach this point, you can be considered a top heavenly talent even in the past. With your current strength, you probably won't be able to kill this law fusion realm and the immortal realm cultivators. The middle-aged man heaved a sigh. Fine. Anyway, I've been dead for many years. It seems that I can only leave the future human race to you. Open your mind. Han Fei quickly opened his mind, and the middle-aged man reached out and pressed on Han Fei's head. But in the next moment, in Han Fei's mind, the demon purification pot suddenly spun, trying to shake the middle-aged man away. This is... Han Fei hurriedly controlled the demon purification pot. Master Calabash, he is on our side. Don't move. As if understanding Han Fei's meaning, the demon purification pot fell silent, and the middle-aged man smiled for the first time. He laughed. After billions of years, you've finally returned to the hands of our human race. Interesting, soul. Come. In the next moment, Han Fei felt that his soul was extracted. When he came back to himself, he found that his body was standing on the side, and he had entered the middle-aged man's body. However, Han Fei couldn't control this body. He could only watch as a spectator. The middle-aged man raised his head, his eyes shining. In the next moment, he roared, Law, come, Chapter 2749-2749 Death of the 10,000 Scale Monarch, 1-2749 Death of the 10,000 Scale Monarch, 1. As the middle-aged man roared, the ice above the chaotic wasteland cracked, and strange patterns appeared out of thin air between the heavens and earth in the entire chaotic wasteland before disappearing. In the middle-aged man's place, endless Dao patterns appeared. Those who were here felt that the power of various laws had suddenly descended without any warning. These laws weren't adopted by the middle-aged man. Instead, they melted each other and weren't absorbed by the middle-aged man until they turned invisible. Fuse laws on the spot? The 10,000 scale monarch and the tiger demon couldn't help but clench their fists. The middle-aged man was about to spend several seconds completing a task that normally required countless years in understanding. Xuanhuan asked, My queen, what is this senior doing? The Queen of Horror said solemnly, as he said, law fusion, the true kind of law fusion, the kind of law fusion with which one can become a god, hiss for a moment. Everyone who heard the Queen of Horror's explanation widened their eyes. Someone would become a god right in front of them? In the middle-aged man's body, Han Fei heard him say, as one of the 6 ancient races, the human race are adapted to all laws. What is a law? A law originates from the world and takes from nature. Humans are good at using laws. When humans and laws become one, they will have a law body. Those with a law body will live forever. When laws and the body fuse, one ascends to the heavenly Tao. The path ahead of you hasn't been paved. You need to explore it yourself. That's all I can teach you. At this moment, the 10,000 scale monarch panicked. Of course, he knew what the middle-aged man was doing. He was stepping into the god domain. If he stepped into it, he would definitely die. Therefore, at this moment, the 10,000 scale monarch chose to attack directly. As for the immortal level powerhouse, seeing that the 10,000 scale monarch took action, he immediately attacked with all his strength. At the beginning of the battle, he ignited his bloodline, summoned a dead branch, which was a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, and activated a divine technique. As for the 10,000 scale monarch, his body suddenly expanded by 1,000,000 feet, more than 3 times larger than the limit of Hanfei's Dharma idol. All the scales on his body left his body and darted towards the middle-aged man. Halfway through, these scales gathered and turned into a huge wheel that was 1,000,000 feet wide. Even so, the 10,000 scale monarch didn't dare to underestimate his enemy. He crushed 2 of his fingers and guided them with his blood. Tao patterns of laws appeared in the void and sank into the huge wheel. The 10,000 scale monarch roared, "Divine technique, 10,000 scale divine wheel." The attack was horrifying. As the attack was launched, an unprecedented tide was set off by the seawater. As the giant tide rolled, the ice layer above their heads rose and rolled like a rolling snow tide. At this moment, it seemed that there was only this huge wheel left in the world, driving the power of the entire sea. This blow arrived in front of the middle-aged man in just a second. Before that, the full blow of the immortal level powerhouse had already landed in front of the middle-aged man. However, to his surprise, various Tao pattern chains appeared in the void around the middle-aged man. The full-strength strike of the immortal level powerhouse was clasped by hundreds of Tao pattern chains and exploded. This time, it was the middle-aged man's counterattack, but no one could see his attack. After all, it was beyond everyone's understanding that he could control the great Tao chains at will. Wasn't this an ability that only the heavenly Tao in this world could have? Why could this power be controlled by humans? After dealing with the full blow of the immortal level powerhouse, the 10,000 scale divine wheel had already arrived in front of the middle-aged man. The latter just raised his hand and pushed it horizontally. This full blow of a great monarch that seemed to carry the huge force of the sea was actually blocked. Shook Mountain Kunlun with one hand and stroked the world with the other. Han Guanshu said leisurely, "What a pity. If he were still alive, he would be like us now." "What a pity," Jiang Linxian also sighed softly. "Too many people died back then. Almighties all went to the end of the Sea of Stars to destroy the ominous. He should also be one of them, but for some reason he returned with his remnant body. Unfortunately, this is the last time he can bloom." Aha, the 10,000 scale monarch was crazy. He knew that he would die if he didn't try his best at this moment. Therefore, in order to survive, he burned his vitality crazily, and his blood and qi covered the sky. He spat out a golden scale from his mouth. As he pulled with both hands, the golden scale turned into a golden spear, and the 10,000 scale monarch forcibly fused nearly half of his soul power into it. God-slaying art, Spear of Destiny. The moment the spear appeared, the middle-aged man turned his head and snorted. "This is a good move, but unfortunately you don't understand. I am the heavenly Tao, and your life is up to me." Suddenly, the middle-aged man clasped his hand and forcibly stopped the spinning 10,000 scale divine wheel. The kinetic energy in that instant, with the middle-aged man as the center, hit the city of scavengers before it was blocked by the tiger demon standing in the city of scavengers. An oscillating ripple spread tens of millions of kilometers away, still shockingly powerful. This meant that this was no longer a simple battle at the great monarch level. When the enormous 10,000 scale divine wheel was stopped by the middle-aged man, he said, "Chapter 27.5d, 27.5d, Death of the 10,000 scale monarch, 27.5d, Death of the 10,000 scale monarch, 27.5d, Death of the 10,000 scale monarch, 27 Tao. I'm the heavenly Tao. I hereby grant you divine tribulations." This sound shook the entire world, floating in the sky of the chaotic wasteland. Rumble. A super vortex that spanned 1,000,000 kilometers suddenly appeared, shattering the ice above everyone's heads. In this vortex, thunder rumbled endlessly. The winding lightning was like heavenly dragons that were ready to strike down at any time. Roar. An extraordinary green and purple heavenly vine-like lightning bolt that seemed to have the power to destroy the world fell on the 10,000 scale divine wheel first. With just one bolt, the wheel exploded, and only less than 1/5 of the billions of scales were intact under this extraordinary lightning bolt. The others were either annihilated or shattered. Boom. It was as if the eternal thunder jail had appeared. It contained billions of bolts of lightning, which not only shattered the remaining scales, but also bombarded the Spear of Destiny. Crack with one blow, the Spear of Destiny broke. Puff the 10,000 scale monarch was pale and vomited blood all over his body. Rumble. After the lightning turned purple, the Spear of Destiny finally couldn't withstand the next divine tribulation and collapsed on the spot. The 10,000 scale monarch vomited blood, but his face was full of unwillingness. Is this the power of a divine tribulation? The 10,000 scale monarch had only weathered through 2 divine tribulations, but he was already covered in wounds and dripping with blood. In the end, when the 3rd round of divine tribulations came, the 10,000 scale monarch only had half of his soul left. How could he resist this terrifying divine tribulation? Furthermore, he felt that this power was not as simple as a divine tribulation. He discovered that these so-called divine tribulations were only the combination of the power of the chaotic wasteland. He wasn't even sure if this was a divine tribulation or the power of the middle-aged man himself. Anyway, his only thought at the moment was that he probably couldn't survive this disaster. During the 3rd divine tribulation, the 10,000 scale monarch was forced to transcend the tribulation. Yes, he had no choice, because if he didn't transcend it, he would die. At that moment, the 10,000 scale monarch took out the trump card he had accumulated in the past, a scale armor battlesuit. It was a chaotic spiritual treasure level armor that he had spent 66,000 years weaving and forging. However, after only 1 round of lightning strikes, the armor was already tattered and was directly blown up on the spot. Then, he was forced to take out a fire elemental Tao painting, but it was also destroyed by the 3rd divine tribulation. Even so, the power of the 10,000 scale monarch's soul was baptized. His entire body was trembling, and he was hugging his head crazily. Han Fei's heart sank. He had thought to use the divine tribulations to deal with the 10,000 scale monarch, but now it seemed that even if he used them, he wouldn't be able to kill the 10,000 scale monarch. At most, he would be heavily injured. The middle-aged man's voice sounded in Han Fei's mind. This tribulation is the door to the heavenly Tao. It's the only path to reach the heavenly Tao. However, you can't cross this path by force. You have to pass the tribulation first. Otherwise, you will be ruthlessly crushed by the Tao of heaven like him. When the 3rd divine tribulation dissipated, everyone could tell that the 10,000 scale monarch was dead for sure. As for the immortal level powerhouse, he didn't have any other thoughts but to run. Whether he could escape or not, he had to run while everyone's gaze was on the 10,000 scale monarch. However, the middle-aged man certainly wouldn't let him go. When the man was about to leave, the middle-aged man summoned a wisp of the remaining power of the divine tribulation and flicked his finger. The door to the void exploded, and so did the immortal level who escaped. Rumble, how could an immortal level monarch survive a divine tribulation? Just a wisp of the power of the divine tribulation had taken his life. However, at this moment, no one cared about him. This middle-aged man was too powerful. He could even summon a divine tribulation and even control it. Even a great monarch could only struggle at death's door. How could a mere immortal-level cultivator escape under his nose? At the moment when the immortal-level monarch died, Han Fei intuitively felt that he had gone further on the human emperor path, which surprised him. Was it because his soul was in the middle-aged man's body now? Perhaps this middle-aged man pulled his soul into his body to complete the human emperor path for him? His vitality dissipated too seriously, and he was about to die, so he placed his hope on Han Fei. Han Fei thought to himself, is this considered cheating? Although he had some ideas before, he wasn't absolutely sure that he could really reach the peak of the human emperor path. His original plan was to kill the 2 immortal-level powerhouses and try to kill the 10,000 scale monarch with divine tribulations if he had a chance. But now, the situation was no longer under his control. He had never thought that this powerhouse of the ancient human race would be resurrected. He only thought that this was at most an unconscious combat puppet. At this moment, the 10,000 scale monarch couldn't hold on anymore. His body had already begun to explode, his flesh and blood couldn't remain gathered, and his soul began to dissipate in large numbers. Just like the middle-aged man, the 10,000 scale monarch's vitality dissipated wantonly and couldn't be taken back at all. However, the 10,000 scale monarch seemed to be dying, and the middle-aged man was not any better. Although Han Fei didn't know how long he could live, his vitality had dissipated so badly that he seemed to be dying at any time. Chapter 2751, 2751, Death of the 10,000 Scale Monarch, 3:2751. Death of the 10,000 Scale Monarch, 3. I don't want to give up. I've already embarked on the path of divinity. Why can't I transcend the tribulation now? Rory. Bang. Emperor Myriad Scales was completely shattered, turning into a bloody mist and soul fragments. Under the illumination of this divine tribulation, he gradually faded away and finally dissipated. Rumble. The great Tao crack of the 10,000 Scale Monarch broke through the chaotic wasteland and spanned half of the East Sea Divine Realm. Even in places where the great Tao crack did not appear, thunder rumbled in the clear sky, covering all the 5 divine realms. In one day, 2 great monarchs had died one after another, making the strong masters of the Sea Realm all look at the East Sea Divine Realm. It was also at the moment of the death of the 10,000 Scale Monarch that a figure appeared on the chaotic wasteland. When this person arrived, he happened to see the scene of the 10,000 Scale Monarch being annihilated in the divine tribulation. Then, the man couldn't help but look at Han Fei and the middle-aged man next to him, and then at the battle in the City of Scavengers. The human race has finally returned to the Sea Realm. Seeing this person, the Queen of Horror bowed slightly and said, Lin Qian greets Great Monarch East Marshal. Great Monarch East Marshal nodded slightly. His gaze lingered on the lineage of ferocious beasts and divine beasts for a moment. When he saw the tiger demon, he nodded slightly. However, he didn't ask why the ferocious beasts and divine beasts were here. When he looked at the side of the ancient human, his gaze stopped on Chu Hao for a moment. The two of them looked at each other in the air, but their gazes quickly separated. Chu Hao knew that East Marshal had already recognized him, but he wasn't worried that East Marshal would reveal his identity. In the previous battle, Great Monarch East Marshal was the only one who didn't participate in the battle. He even turned a blind eye and let Chu Hao run into the chaotic wasteland. He had never exposed him back then, let alone now. However, Great Monarch East Marshal could naturally guess that Chu Hao was in the human race during the 100,000 years he had disappeared. As for the others, East Marshal didn't pay much attention to them. He didn't notice the difference of Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian. In the end, East Marshal looked at Han Fei and the middle-aged man again. Of course, he could see the crazily dispersing vitality from the middle-aged man and knew that this person didn't have long to live. But at the same time, he was also shocked by this person's strength. Vitality was dispersing from this person so seriously, but he could still kill a great emperor with a flip of his hand. It could be imagined that this person might be a god at his peak. The middle-aged man didn't look at Great Monarch East Marshal at this moment. He was standing opposite Han Fei in his body. The middle-aged man said indifferently, "The demon purification pot must be in the hands of our human race. Whoever snatches it will be killed. In addition, remember that the demon purification pot has the 10th vine. I will seal this memory. Only after you obtain all 9 vines will this memory be awakened. If you die, this secret will no longer exist." Han Fei couldn't help but be moved. He had always thought that the demon purification pot only had 9 small vines, or at least that was what Chu Hao said. Now he had 6. And there was still 1 in the heavenly race, and the other 2 were missing. But this was the first time he had heard about the 10th small vine. Han Fei said, "Thank you for your information, Senior. Don't worry. The demon purification pot will definitely be in my hands." The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "There's only so much I can help you with. I can only tell you that the origin river is in chaos, and the river of eternal darkness flows out of the sea of eternal darkness. It's difficult to return from the chaos, but you can go to eternal darkness. However, you can't do it yet. Try it when you finish with law fusion." Han Fei's heart did a flip. The river of origin? The river of eternal darkness? This senior had seen through his dual spiritual heritages and even seemed to have pointed out the source of these 2 divine spiritual heritages. Han Fei cupped his hands again. "I'll remember that." Buzz! In the next moment, Han Fei felt that he was pulled by a great force. His soul returned in an instant, and in the next moment he had regained control of his original body. Han Fei knew that this senior had said everything he wanted to say to him. At this moment, Han Fei saw the middle-aged man look up at the void and turn around, only to see that Great Monarch East Marshal had appeared there at some point. The middle-aged man glanced at him lightly and then looked at Han Fei. "My life has come to an end. 60 million years have passed. I should take a look at the current world before I die." Han Fei hurriedly said, "Senior, I still don't know your name. When the human race returns to its former glory, I shall tell you the news." The middle-aged man laughed. "If I'm doomed to die, why bother to leave my name? I'm leaving." The endless void opened and the middle-aged man stepped into it. The endless void that others would be lost in was just a portal to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man left without leaving his name. Although Han Fei didn't know how long he could live, according to the dispersion of vitality in his body, even if he could live, it would only be a few hours at most. What would a person do when he knew that his life was coming to an end with only a few hours left? Where would he go? Everyone might have different answers. The middle-aged man wanted to see this world again. Han Fei felt that it was good, but he was afraid that this person might be a little disappointed. The current sea realm and the former primordial world should be completely 2 different worlds, and here, the terrifying divine tribulation began to dissipate after the death of the 10,000 scale monarch. However, the place where the battle happened today might become a very dangerous place in the chaotic wasteland. In time, this place would definitely become a forbidden area. Chapter 2752, Death of the 10,000 Scale Monarch. 2752, Death of the 10,000 Scale Monarch. Han Fei slightly cupped his hands at Great Monarch East Marshal without a word, and his spirit and energy had soared to the peak. He shouted, "My name is Han Fei. With the power of one of the ancestors of our human race, I killed the 2 immortal-level monarchs of the 10,000 scale race and the supreme ruler of the 10,000 scale race, the 10,000 scale monarch. Now all the monarchs of the 10,000 scale race have been wiped out. My fellow human beings, it's in your hands whether or not the 10,000 scale race will be wiped out. Kill." At this moment, every one of the 10,000 scale race in combat was in despair. That terrifying human being was still alive. However, there was already no monarch left in their race. How could they fight? Therefore, the morale of the 10,000 scale race was completely shattered the moment Han Fei shouted that all their race's monarchs had been wiped out. Countless members of the 10,000 scale race fled in defeat. However, it was impossible for them to escape at this moment. Even if a few of them could escape, so what? As the saying went, a rout was like a landslide. The army of the human race was overwhelming. How could they have a chance to escape? Kill, don't let go of any of them. Master Human Emperor has already helped us kill all their monarchs. We must not hold the others back. Even if we die, we must kill all the survivors of the 10,000 scale race. Charge. Ulae. If nothing went wrong, this battle would last for several days and nights or even longer. In Hanfei's origin star, the billions of human beings were also crazy. They had won. Although they didn't know the levels of the monarch realm, each of the monarchs was obviously stronger than the last. Although someone seemed to have helped Hanfei in the end, it was Hanfei's ability to find such a powerful helper, right? Therefore, countless people began to party. Countless people even began to shout, Master Human Emperor, let us out. We can participate in the battle too. Master Human Emperor, our brothers in the chaotic wasteland might not have enough manpower. We can't bear to see them risk their lives to fight. Master Human Emperor, let's go out and kill to our heart's content. Master Human Emperor, we'd like to do our part for the human race. Master Human Emperor. However, Hanfei had no time to pay attention to them at this moment. He just responded, Everyone, the war is not over yet. I'll let you out after I deal with the subsequent matters. After that, even the sky curtain was removed, which made many people a little regretful. However, they didn't panic. They were going to enter the sea realm anyway, and it was only a matter of time. Outside, Hanfei first cupped his hands at the tiger demon and the fox demon. Thank you, seniors. When I finish my matters, I'll go visit the divine beast lineage, and I'll do what I promised. The tiger demon nodded. Okay, I'll wait for you in the central sea divine realm. The fox demon chuckled. Hanfei, I'll remember your name. When you come to us, I'll introduce you to the #1 beauty of our fox race. Tiesk, she's my disciple. Hanfei, after the battle was over, the tiger demon and the fox demon turned around and left. Today's battle had made their trip worthwhile. Hanfei looked at the Queen of Horror again. Thank you for your help, Queen. The Queen of Horror said, I didn't do anything. Logically speaking, I haven't returned the favor I owe you. Hanfei took out a jade slip and threw it over. This is my idea. Your Majesty, you may consider it. The Queen of Horror took the jade slip and scanned it casually. She was slightly surprised and then looked at Hanfei deeply. This is a serious matter. I need to go back and consider it. With that, the Queen of Horror left with Wu Shuang. When she left, she seemed to be thinking about something and didn't talk to Hanfei much. Then Hanfei looked at Li Luoluo. He took out a godly weapon-level treasure box, then a jade slip, and threw them over. This is what I promised you. In addition, I have a proposal here. Take a look. Li Luoluo's eyes finally revealed a look of joy and surprise. Of course, she knew what Hanfei had given her. With the time worm and the space worm, she could become a great monarch in a very short period of time. She had made a killing on this deal. She even owed Hanfei a favor. However, after reading Hanfei's jade slip, she raised her eyebrows. Okay, I agree, but it will take at least 100 years. 100 years? Hanfei thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Okay, got it. Then Li Luoluo had no time to chat with Hanfei. She shouted, All of you, enter my origin star. Let's go home. Li Luoluo hurried away, eager to go back to advance. In the end, Hanfei looked at Great Monarch East Marshal. After a pause, he thought for a moment and took out a jade slip. Senior East Marshal, I didn't expect you to come to this battle in person. There are some plans that don't include the Divine Capital Dynasty. But since you're here, can you consider them? Great Monarch East Marshal was also a little puzzled. He took the jade slip and looked at it. Then he was slightly moved. After thinking for a long time, he slowly said, What a good human emperor. You're indeed bold. However, this matter involves a problem. If you can solve it, I'll agree. A problem? Great Monarch East Marshal casually pinched his fingers and returned a jade slip to Hanfei. The Divine Capital Dynasty will pay attention to you. But from today onwards, the chaotic wasteland will have no leader. What are you going to do? Burper. At this moment, a burp suddenly sounded in the sky. Don't worry. I'll guard the chaotic wasteland. East Marshal looked at the source of the voice. His pupils were constricted slightly, and his face changed slightly. You are actually here? Gopie haha, you didn't expect this, did you? Hanfei? When Hanfei? When Hanfei saw the uncle who was walking unsteadily with a wine calabash in his hand and his chest half open and his hair messy, he was a little shocked, speechless, and puzzled. Fifth, senior brother? Ha, I didn't expect to be recognized at first glance. Little junior brother, you really know me well. Hanfei, chapter 2753, The Eve of Tao. Proving 12753, Troving 12753, Troving 1. Hanfei was speechless. Who the hell could tell him why fifth senior brother Old Desolate would appear in this damn place? Hanfei's face suddenly darkened. Hanfei was a little angry. I used up all my trump cards and fought a life and death battle, but my senior brother just stood by and watched the show. When everything was settled, he showed up, laughing. Fifth senior brother laughed again. Little junior brother, go about your business. I, Burp, need to take a nap. Hanfei, Monarch, East Marshal, also shook his head slightly. Since old Zhang is guarding this place, I'm relieved. I'll take my leave. Burpa-banging 5th senior brother dove into the chaotic battlefield and began to snore. Han Fei couldn't help rubbing his head. Just as he was about to pull 5th senior brother up, he suddenly looked at the void. The void opened, and Hong Yu, Ying Yu, Shu Meng, and the others broke out of it. Hong Yu shouted, "Master Human Emperor, we fulfilled our mission. We've destroyed 17 secret trial fields of the 10,000 scale race, killing 81 sky openers and 56,802 sea establishers of the 10,000 scale race, 41,091 frogmen and blade demons, and saved 40,792 sea establishers of the human race." After that, Hong Yu released 40,792 people at once. As soon as these people appeared, they were shocked by the terrifying energy fluctuations here. At this moment, the Great Dao crack hadn't completely dissipated, so they were shocked the moment they came out. Han Fei glanced at 5th senior brother and decided not to disturb him. "Fine, you can sleep. I'll have plenty of time to talk to you." Han Fei's suppressing pressure descended and swept across these human sea establishers. He said, "My fellow human beings, I am Human Emperor Han Fei. The human race has been enslaved by the 10,000 scale race for 100,000 years. Today is the day of our revenge. As you can see, all the cities under the rule of the City of Scavengers have been destroyed by us. 16 Dao Proving level monarchs, 11 Carefree level monarchs, 3 Immortal level monarchs, and a Great Monarch of the 10,000 scale monarch have all been killed by me. Now, a full-scale war between the human race and the Scavengers is erupting in the City of Scavengers. You don't have to ask anything, just go. I want you to kill until the entire 10,000 scale race is wiped out." Han Fei was not in the mood to talk to these people now. When they went to the battlefield, they would naturally know everything. However, their brains were all messed up at this moment. What was the Carefree level? And what was the Immortal level? Wasn't there only one monarch in the 10,000 scale race? Where did the 32 of them come from? Even Hong Yue and the others were stunned by Han Fei's words. They did see countless Great Dao cracks along the way, but they didn't expect that so many monarchs had really died. Also, there seemed to be more than 32 Great Dao cracks, right? It had only been a few days since they last met. Why did it feel like they had missed a century? But Hong Ye and the others didn't hesitate. They just said, "Everyone, follow us. It's time for revenge. Follow us to kill into the City of Scavengers." These sea establishers hadn't yet recovered from Han Fei's words when they were driven to the battlefield by Hong Ye. These days, they had been fighting alongside Hong Ye and the others, so they respected and worshipped them very much. Although Hong Yue and the others kept talking about the human emperor, they didn't see him. They didn't expect to hear such shocking news the moment they saw him. The City of Scavengers was gone? A superpower that had stood in the chaotic wasteland for 100,000 years was gone just like that? Another 40,000 sea establisher soldiers joined the battlefield, which accelerated the destruction of the 10,000 scale race. Although the 10,000 scale race had more than 20 million venerables, no matter how many venerables they had, they were still defeated. Furthermore, the human sea establishers were hunting these venerables crazily. In just one day, more than 8 million venerables had been killed, and countless powerhouses of other realms had died too. As for Han Fei himself, he didn't idle around. He led the returning sky-opening realm powerhouses of the 7-kill army to start a battle to besiege the sky-openers of the 10,000 scales race. Compared to these sky-opening realm armies, the hundreds of people in the 7-kill army were actually not very important. Furthermore, most of the 7-kill army was no match for them. This couldn't be helped. How long had they been cultivating? How long had the 7-kill army been cultivating? However, with Han Fei's participation in the battle, the situation immediately changed. For him, killing the cultivators under the Monarch realm was as easy as pie. Besides, Han Fei was only in the sky-opening realm. Since Han Fei had opened all his 5 Dao locks, he only had 3 days left. He had to transcend the Monarch tribulation in 3 days. Therefore, he was on a killing spree at this moment. The sky-opening realm powerhouses of the 7-kill army who couldn't get involved in this battle watched as Han Fei led more than 4,000 lava giants to join the group battle. Especially Han Fei, every time he attacked, a person would die. That scene made their mouths dry. Duan Qingxi and the others who had returned were also stunned to see Han Fei's ferocious combat style. They felt that Han Fei's killing speed alone was almost comparable to the killing speed of the entire puppet army. Chapter 2754, 2754, The Eve of Dao, Proving 22754, The Eve of Dao Proving 2754, The Eve of Dao Proving 2. As for the lava giants, their combat power was quite good, mainly because they had many weapons. Each of them had hundreds of godly weapons. Seeing this scene, the members of the 7-kill army almost drooled. More importantly, the lava giants were too sturdy to be killed. Han Fei fought for 2 days and 2 nights, resting 7 times in between, and only killed more than 28,000 people in 3 days. As for the lava giants, they had killed more than 25,000 enemies in total. The remaining less than 50,000 were also killed in large numbers by the puppet army. In any case, on the 3rd day, there were less than 8,000 members of the 10,000 scale race who could still fight, while there were still more than 96,000 people in the puppet army. After that, Han Fei didn't participate in the battle anymore. This was because he was preparing to make a breakthrough. He couldn't waste his spiritual power recklessly. He needed to appear in his peak state. Half a day later, when Han Fei came out of his origin star, the energy fluctuations on his body were getting more and more serious. On the battlefield of the sky-opening realm, under the cooperation of the lava giants and puppets, there were only less than 2,000 members of the 10,000 scale race left, so Han Fei simply ignored them. Han Fei greeted old Han and his mother, and then came to fifth senior brother. Hulu, Han Fei, pondered for a long time and was about to pick the wine calabash from fifth senior brother's waist when fifth senior brother suddenly jumped far away. Don't touch my wine, Han Fei. Han Fei was amused. Fifth senior brother, are you really sleeping or are you pretending to be asleep? Only then did fifth senior brother open his eyes in a daze. Ah, little junior brother. Oh, you're about to prove Tao. If you don't prove Tao now, why are you disturbing my sleep? Han Fei was lost for words. Wait, fifth senior brother, don't you have anything to say to me? Fifth senior brother asked. Say what? Han Fei gestured with a black face. Senior brother, don't you know what I mean? Why are you in the chaotic wasteland? Are you the person behind the city of wanderers? It's fine you didn't inform me before, but isn't it a little too much for you to watch the show from the side after I had already started fighting? Fifth senior brother shrugged. Little junior brother, it's not my fault. Besides, no matter how angry you are, you can't snatch my wine calabash. This is my treasure. Hey, can we not talk about liquor? You're really not good at diverting the topic. Ha ha ha. Really? How did you find out? Han Fei was speechless. Am I blind or deaf? Seeing that fifth senior brother was about to reach for the wine calabash and drink again, Han Fei quickly stopped him. Hey, senior brother, stop. Drink it later. I'm about to prove Tao. Are you still in the mood to drink here? Fifth senior brother looked at Han Fei weirdly. Just prove your Tao. How old are you? Do you need me to teach you how to prove your Tao? Han Fei said with a black face. Okay, senior brother, if you don't want to tell me, let's talk after I prove Tao. However, senior brother, you said you were going to prepare a gift for me, right? Haha, it's just a gift. Come, little junior brother, pick one. Clang. A bunch of messy things were thrown to the ground by fifth senior brother. Han Fei saw an ultra-quality godly weapon-level longsword, an ultra-quality godly weapon-level battle axe, a short knife that seemed to be an acquired spiritual treasure, a turtle shell that seemed to be a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, and a wine calabash. Han Fei quickly grabbed the wine calabash. Fifth senior brother looked at Han Fei with a faint smile. Hey, junior brother, I accidentally dropped this wine calabash. Give it to me. Pick something else. Hee, no, Han Fei thought to himself. I don't believe you. How can a wine calabash that can be placed together with a spiritual treasure of heaven and earth be ordinary wine? Fifth senior brother loves wine as much as his life. When the Void Temple gathers, he always takes 2 mouthfuls of wine even in front of the eldest senior brother. Therefore, no matter how good the other things he throws out are, he should pick those related to wine. Han Fei only took one. Seeing this, fifth senior brother hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he waved his hand. Fine, I was too careless. Alas, what a huge loss. Hey, aren't you going to prove Tao? Why aren't you going yet? Seeing that fifth senior brother had no intention of telling him any secrets, Han Fei didn't ask further. He guessed that fifth senior brother wouldn't tell him until he proved Tao, so he didn't insist. Han Fei said, Okay, senior brother, you can drink first. Do you want me to make you 2 dishes? Fifth senior brother's eyes lit up. Haha, what did I say? Little junior brother is the most considerate. Tiesk, come on, make some dishes for me. However, Han Fei turned his head and said, Alas, I'm going to prove Tao, so I'm not in the mood to cook. Fine, I'll make you 2 dishes after I return. But if I die during Tao proving, Tiesk, fifth senior brother, burp, the war in the city of scavengers had been going on for 3 days and 3 nights. With the absolute advantage, the city of scavengers had almost been turned upside down. The seawater here had been dyed scarlet. At this moment, a large number of humans had gathered in the city of scavengers. These people collapsed in the ruins. The continuous battles and killings had exhausted them. Chapter 2755-2755, The Eve of Tao, proving 3-2755, The Eve of Tao, proving 3. However, exhaustion couldn't hide the joy in their hearts. They felt so happy that they had finally taken revenge. Even if they were asked to die now, many people would be satisfied. A group of people were chatting at this moment. One of them was lying on a broken piece of soil with 2 axes spread out beside his hand. He said, I have no regrets now. Brothers, we're really free. Someone sighed. Yes, when someone from the 7-kill army told me about it, I didn't believe it. Bah, I'm really a piece of shit. Master Human Emperor rescued us, but I didn't believe him. I was so stupid. Someone sneered. Haha, isn't it the same for me? However, Master Human Emperor should be the most difficult one. 32 monarchs. Brothers, they're monarch, and it includes all the 4 levels of the monarch realm. How long will it take for Master Human Emperor to find a way to deal with them? Someone cursed. Can you fucking speak? The Human Emperor is omnipotent. How can mere monarchs be compared to Master Human Emperor? Someone laughed and scolded, Mere monarch? How fucking bold of you to speak that. Then become a monarch. Ha ha ha. The group of people chatted and laughed. Someone was suddenly stunned. Then, the smile on his face turned into shock, nervousness, and panic. Then, he looked ecstatic. This person rose with a swish and shouted, "Human, human, human, Zhao Fu, greets Master Human Emperor." Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, someone laughed and said, "Old Zhao, stop pretending. How can Master Human Emperor come to our soil pit? If he does, I'll lick the floor upside down." However, this person suddenly stopped laughing because people beside him bounced up one after another. "Human Yudong greets Master Human Emperor. I'm Zhang Cheng from the human race. Nice to meet you, Master Human Emperor." "I'm Shu Bai Piao from the human race. Nice to meet you, Master Human Emperor." Han Fei smiled and said, "You're right. This battle is indeed difficult for me. Hey, that fellow human, don't be so serious." The person who just said that he would lick the floor upside down if the human emperor came was standing upside down and licking the floor while mumbling, "Yue Bukun of the human race greets Master Human Emperor. Ah well, do you have a disciple named Ling Hu Chong, huh?" Yue Bukun hurriedly turned over and stood straight. "Master Human Emperor, I don't have any disciples, and I don't know anyone named Ling Hu Chong." Han Fei waved his hand. "Okay, stop licking the floor. I'm just here to take a look." With that, Han Fei disappeared in one step. Everybody exclaimed after Han Fei left, "Master Human Emperor has come to visit us in person. This is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. Master Human Emperor is so nice," I stuttered just now. "I don't know if Master Human Emperor heard my name clearly." Yue Bukun, on the other hand, stroked his chin and pondered. "Well, I have to take in a disciple. This disciple must be named Ling Hu Chong." Everyone, in the last half day, Han Fei spent about 4 hours walking through the ruins of the city of scavengers. When many people saw Han Fei, their faces were filled with shock, and then there was only admiration. Anyway, after this round, Han Fei clearly felt that the power of faith was increasing. Of course, he didn't come here just for the power of faith. Buzz. At that moment, Han Fei soared to the sky in a single step. He looked at Gu Tingnan and said, "The battle inside and outside the city of scavengers is almost over. Can the city of wanderers take over those who are fleeing?" Gu Tingnan knew what Han Fei was going to do. Without any hesitation, he nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll take over." In the next moment, Han Fei's voice sounded inside and outside the city of scavengers. "My fellow human beings, I am Human Emperor Han Fei. Come to the center of the city of scavengers as soon as you hear me. Swish, swish, swish." As soon as Han Fei said so, the human powerhouses who were still paralyzed in the ruins rose to the sky one after another, wishing they had 8 legs, and hurried to the center of the city of scavengers, fearing that they would be slower than others. In less than an hour, hundreds of millions of humans had gathered here. At this moment, Han Fei was standing proudly in the sky, and everyone looked up at him. They had never experienced such a scene before, so they couldn't understand what kind of admiration it was. Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, open your minds and don't resist. Enter my origin star." At that moment, everyone relaxed. If it were someone with ill intentions, they would be doomed. However, Han Fei's words were enough to make these billions of people immediately drop their guard. After Han Fei collected these people into his origin star, a huge figure immediately appeared on his origin star. At this moment, Han Fei didn't say anything else to them. He simply said, "My fellow human beings, I am Human Emperor Han Fei. Today, the 10,000 scale race that had enslaved our human race for 100,000 years has finally been annihilated. Did you hear it? Did you see it?" Immediately, there was a clamor. "We've witnessed with our own eyes how invincible Master Human Emperor is. Thank you, Master Human Emperor, for saving our people out of fire and water. Master Human Emperor, you are the eternal Human Emperor in our hearts." Ha! Han Fei didn't listen to these bragging. He said solemnly, "My fellow brothers and sisters, don't be happy too early. Although we won the war today, you have to know that I used too many external forces in this war. Without the monarchs restraining the monarchs of the 10,000 scale race, it's impossible for me to save you. No matter how strong I am, I'm only in the perfected star transformation realm, which is the peak of the Emperor realm. And above the Emperor realm, there are monarchs, and above the monarch realm, there are even gods. In this sea realm, there are too many strong masters who want to explore the sea in the wilderness of the sea realm. The sea establishment realm, which is the king realm, is the most basic and ordinary combat power. Everyone, this is not the raging sea, and the outside world is not the chaotic wasteland. You have to understand that our current human race is still weak, very weak. Below, countless people became solemn. If Han Fei said that the human race was weak, it must be weak. The humans in the raging sea weren't fools. Although the humans in the chaotic wasteland that were rescued weren't many, they were very strong. Especially after recovering so many cities, there were tens of millions of venerables. As for the raging sea, its population was 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. However, there were only hundreds of thousands of venerables. They were on completely different levels. Therefore, Han Fei's words reminded them that they were no longer in the raging sea. What they were about to face was a brand new world. Han Fei continued, "My fellow humans from the raging sea, don't be discouraged. Because you are new to the chaotic wasteland, you will have a period of strength outburst. In an extremely short period of time, you may have consecutive breakthroughs. That's because you want to adapt to the environment of the sea realm, so you will naturally become stronger. I'm telling you this to let you recognize yourselves. Our human race is not a powerful race yet. We are very weak, including me, your emperor. Now, I want to show you a new realm. It's a realm that the human race in the raging sea, or even the chaotic wasteland, has never experienced. That is, the monarch realm." Han Fei knew that many people thought that he was already a monarch. Otherwise, how could he have killed so many monarchs? However, today he wanted to clarify this matter to the human race. He said, "My fellow human beings, today I, Han Fei, will transcend the tribulation to prove Tao. The result is unpredictable. Only those with a clear Tao heart, great perseverance, and no fear of death can transcend it. I don't dare say that I can definitely transcend it, but I have a fearless heart. I think you can have it too. If the human race wants to rise, someone has to sacrifice himself. Every step we take is a crisis. Every step we take is a challenge. Every step we take has to be explored. Today, I'll go first to transcend the monarch tribulation and become a monarch. I hope you can remember what the monarch-level tribulation looks like." Han Fei's solemn and stirring voice awed countless people. Many people burst into tears and prayed in their hearts. They knew how difficult it was for the human race. The people in the raging sea knew that Han Fei had unified the 36 mystic worlds. However, Han Fei didn't stop or enjoy the fruits of the human race's unification. Instead, he went east to find a way for the human race. The people in the chaotic wasteland knew how difficult it was for the human race to have a monarch. Before this, the human race in the chaotic wasteland didn't even have a sky-opening realm powerhouse, let alone a monarch. Therefore, they all hoped that Han Fei could successfully transcend the tribulation. Someone shouted, "May Master Human Emperor transcend the tribulation and become a monarch." "Master Human Emperor, although we can't help you, we are waiting for your return." "Master Human Emperor, you must return. Our human race still needs to rise in the sea realm under your lead. My fellow human beings, let's cheer together. We wish Master Human Emperor success in transcending the tribulation and becoming a monarch. May Master Human Emperor transcend the tribulation and become a monarch." At that moment, hundreds of millions of human beings shouted and their voices shook the ground. It was like an ancient war song that lasted for a long time. Chapter 2756-2756/The Monarch Tribulation 12756/The Monarch Tribulation 1. Old Han's proposal, and his crazily increasing power of faith in the past few days, told Han Fei that this was the advantage of being the emperor of a race. Not every emperor of a race could harvest power of faith crazily like he was doing now. Some races had long stood in the sea realm. Their authority might be great, but the power of faith they could obtain might not be satisfactory. After all, they couldn't guarantee that all their people would worship him. However, the human race was different from the sea realm. The human race was at the beginning of a rise. The human race needed a leader to lead them to grow. Secondly, there were many human beings. In the entire sea realm, there might not be many races with more people than the human race. This was because of conditions. The sea realm was dangerous and had a high probability of death. Everyone was used to death. It was already not bad for a race to have a population of 1 million or 10 million. A race having a population of 100 million was already a very big race. No matter how much they promoted fertility, cultivation required time, but death could happen in an extremely short period of time. Therefore, it was destined that it was difficult for the races in the sea realm to maintain an efficient fertility and growth plan. Of course, this was not absolute. Han Fei thought that if it was an abnormal race like the insect race, they would be the same as or even surpass the development speed of the human race. Anyway, there were billions of people in Han Fei's origin star at this moment. With so many people watching him transcend the tribulation, he couldn't let go of this wave of power of faith. Although he hadn't fully understood the deeper role of the power of faith yet, he might as well save it first. After he proved Tao, he would have to consult Old Han. Before Han Fei's departure, Han Guanshu and Zhang Linxian came together. These 2 days, Han Fei had been busy fighting and had no time to spend with them. Now that Han Fei had proved his Tao, the two of them naturally came. Han Guanshu said, "Son, remember not to use the power of faith when you prove Tao." Han Fei wondered, "Is there anything special about the power of faith?" Han Guanshu smiled casually. "I'll tell you after you become a Taoist. In fact, it's not very useful, but it's still quite useful for you now." Han Fei thought to himself, "Your words are contradictory. They're not very useful, but they're very useful to me now. What kind of logic is this?" Zhang Linxian took Han Fei's hand and said, "Fire, the current power of the heavenly Tao in the ancestral land of the human race is at most enough for you to prove Tao alone. After you prove Tao, the power of the heavenly Tao in the ancestral land will be very fragile. At that time, only venerables and below could enter it. Never let anyone above the venerable realm to enter, so we can't follow you in." Therefore, you have to take good care of yourself. I'll wait for you to return. Han Fei nodded. Okay. After a while, Han Fei returned to the raging sea. At the moment he entered the raging sea, he had a feeling that his monarch tribulation was coming. Han Fei didn't go deep into the raging sea. His teacher Beast King had proved Tao at the edge, so the edge might be more stable. Han Fei stepped on the void, rose to the sky, and sat cross-legged in the sky. Rumble! Less than 2 hours after Han Fei sat cross-legged, the tribulation cloud surged above his head and thunder rumbled incessantly. To transcend the monarch tribulation, one had to use the power of the heavenly Tao. However, the best time to transform the heavenly Tao into one's own was when the monarch tribulation came. When the monarch tribulation came, the power of the heavenly Tao would gather. Therefore, Han Fei was absorbing a large amount of the power of the heavenly Tao in the raging sea. 3 hours later, above Han Fei's head, the terrifying tribulation clouds covered tens of millions of kilometers in the sky. It was the power accumulated for the monarch tribulation. As for Han Fei, he was neither sad nor happy at this moment. It was as if he had transformed into the master of a world, and his aura of Tao swept in all directions. In Han Fei's origin star, everyone looked out through the sky. Apart from the boundless tribulation clouds, they couldn't see anything, but this didn't stop them from staring with widened eyes. Suddenly, a huge vortex appeared in the boundless tribulation clouds. In the vortex, there seemed to be a dragon roar and a phoenix cry. Han Fei even saw the first bluish-purple lightning accumulating. The first lightning bolt was blue-purple, and according to Han Fei's past experience, the second one would be light-purple, indicating that his heavenly tribulation was very difficult. However, he was no longer the Han Fei who was opening the sky. His current strength could no longer be calculated in terms of the sky-opening realm. Han Fei took a deep breath and suddenly soared into the sky. In the sky, thousands of bluish-purple lightning bolts intertwined into pillars and arrived in an instant. Roar! Han Fei crazily made his origin great Tao operate. As for the first and the weakest monarch tribulation, of course, Han Fei wanted to swallow it. The tribulation lightning could temper the body, refine the blood, and strengthen the soul. It could be said that except for the possibility of not being able to withstand it, all the tribulations were beneficial to the qualitative transformation of his body. When Han Fei opened his mouth and swallowed the monarch tribulation, the humans in his origin star were dumbfounded. Is this a monarch tribulation? How can it be eaten? Most people had transcended minor heavenly tribulations when they became law enforcers, so they knew what a heavenly tribulation was like. They had to be very careful in the face of every heavenly tribulation to prevent any accidents. In order to transcend the tribulation, they even had to prepare spiritual fruits, pills, rare treasures, and so on. Chapter 2757-2757/The Monarch Tribulation 2757/The Monarch Tribulation. 2, however, they were really dumbfounded to see Han Fei swallowing a monarch tribulation so quickly. More importantly, the heavenly tribulation was bluish-purple. In their opinion, it was a pillar of heavenly tribulation formed by hundreds of tribulation lightning. It was so terrifying that it wouldn't be a problem for the pillar to penetrate a heavenly palace. Gulp. So this is how a real powerhouse transcends tribulation. It seems that Master Human Emperor is at ease. This is only the first heavenly tribulation. There's still more to come. Let's wait and see. Puff! 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 Suddenly, everyone saw that thousands of cracks were torn all over Han Fei's body, spewing out a large amount of blood mist, and the power of the tribulation lightning could be vaguely seen in the snowy sun. Come back! Han Fei took another deep breath and absorbed the dispersed blood mist. It wasn't that Han Fei couldn't withstand it, but the power of the tribulation clouds was too much. They surged in his body and were about to break out. But when the first lightning bolt entered his body, Han Fei felt that the hardness of his flesh and blood were rapidly improving, and he seemed to be instantly stuck at the limit of the sky-opening realm. Rumble. As Han Fei expected, the second bolt of lightning appeared, which was colored light purple. Han Fei swallowed the lightning unobstructed again. Crackwen. When the heavenly tribulation entered his body, Han Fei felt that the critical point that had been stuck to the extreme was loosened. Sure enough, in the next moment, Han Fei broke through the shackles of the sky-opening realm. At that moment, Han Fei felt that the blood and qi in his body that was as full as a river was instantly cleared, as if a river had burst its dam and flowed for thousands of kilometers. However, this power was pouring out so fast that every inch of Han Fei's skin was oozing golden blood. After only 1 second, Han Fei had turned into a golden statue. It was not an invincible will or anything, but Han Fei's blood. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the 8th second, Han Fei still swallowed all the power of this heavenly tribulation. Others thought that Han Fei was awesome. He had already suffered 2 monarch tribulations in a row. However, Han Fei was very cautious at this moment. The intensity of these 2 monarch tribulations was a little beyond his imagination, especially the second one. It was so strong that the next moment he vomited a mouthful of blood. Han Fei activated all the great Taos he had cultivated and sensed the strange power in the monarch tribulation. They were trying to change Han Fei's great Tao. Rumble. The third lightning bolt had turned pure purple. Although Han Fei could take the first two lightning strikes head-on, facing this one, he had to concentrate and turned many of his great Daos into chains to buckle the purple monarch tribulation. Bang, bang, bang! The chains were broken one after another and seemed to be filled with power in an instant. In the next moment, small explosions were happening all over Han Fei's body. This time, flesh and blood were flying around his body and his bones were shining like jade. Is this the limit? Han Fei's face changed slightly. He had thought that he could swallow at least 3 monarch tribulations in a row, but now it seemed that he could barely withstand the third one, which meant that he couldn't withstand the fourth one. Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. He stuffed dozens of masses of liquid divine brilliance into his mouth in a row, and the flesh and blood returned to Han Fei's body, resisting the power of the lightning tribulation. They gathered and dispersed now and then. Finally, Han Fei's flesh and blood didn't really recover until the third monarch tribulation disappeared. Although the process was a little difficult, the result was gratifying. Although he hadn't broken through the monarch tribulations yet, Han Fei felt that his strength had taken a qualitative leap. As long as he consolidated it for a few days after the tribulation, his strength would undergo a qualitative change. However, during the third monarch tribulation, Han Fei looked so miserable that he could barely maintain his human form. This made the hearts of countless people on his origin star stop beating for a moment, and countless people's faces were filled with worry. In the end, Han Fei's body recovered, and they were greatly relieved. However, as soon as the lightning ended, the tribulation clouds in the sky turned purple gold with a faint golden light. Shh! Han Fei's face changed slightly. He felt that something was wrong. When the Emperor Sparrow opened the sky, he had seen the black heavenly tribulation. This time, it was his turn to see this purple gold color. According to the gradually changing rules of the heavenly tribulation, wouldn't it turn into a golden heavenly tribulation? Although he had never experienced it, he knew that it was definitely not a good sign. More importantly, this was the fourth monarch tribulation. He endured the first 3 monarch tribulations. On the one hand, he could completely withstand the heavenly tribulations and absorb the power in them, which could help him better prove Tao and make his starting point after proving Tao was far higher than others. On the other hand, there were billions of pairs of eyes watching him now. As the human emperor, he had to set an example. He had to transcend the tribulation in an impressive way. Otherwise, if he was dying after the tribulation, he might as well not let them see it. Although he would still receive the power of faith, it would greatly increase the human's psychological burden. Therefore, when he saw this purple heavenly tribulation, Han Fei knew that he couldn't hold on by force anymore. Perhaps he could still hold on, but the consequences would definitely not be desirable. Chapter 2758-2758 / The Monarch Tribulation 32758 / The Monarch Tribulation 3 Therefore, everyone saw that a pair of boxing gloves appeared in Han Fei's hands. Under his body, there seemed to be a huge tide accompanying him. Han Fei condensed a silencing fist in his peak state and soared into the sky, punching out at the monarch tribulation. Upon seeing this scene, the humans in Han Fei's origin star were all refreshed. Of course, they knew how difficult the tribulation was. No one could guarantee that they would succeed. However, what Han Fei showed was a kind of boldness. He punched the monarch tribulation, which contained the kind of will and spirit that could shake the world. This kind of spirit was worth following and learning. Roar. When the purple gold heavenly tribulation rumbled down, Han Fei roared and his fist mark soared into the sky like a shooting star. Rumble, bang, bang, bang! At that moment, everyone saw that Han Fei was walking against the tide in the pillar of heavenly tribulation. His long hair danced and his fist aura collided with the heavenly tribulation, forming a shock wave-like protective cover that protected Han Fei tightly. At this moment, Han Fei was frantically circulating the God-fiend formless technique. The power of the heavenly tribulation surged into his body. Even though his flesh and blood exploded, the fist mark was still there. In the end, the flesh and blood on Han Fei's right arm were gone, leaving only a shining golden bone. Puff of Han Fei's body cracked, but the corners of his mouth cracked. He survived the fourth heavenly tribulation safely. Huff. As the liquid divine light entered his body, the cracks on Han Fei's body were repairing at a visible speed. The flesh and blood that had just disappeared returned. In the eyes of everyone, the magnificent figure was extremely domineering, making their hearts surge. So strong! This is the first time I've seen such a strong heavenly tribulation. As expected of Master Human Emperor, without even wearing a protective battlesuit, he dares to face the heavenly tribulation purely with his body. He doesn't even need a treasure to transcend the fourth level of the heavenly tribulation. Master Human Emperor will definitely be able to safely transcend this monarch tribulation. In the Thug Academy, a group of people were shouting crazily, "Eldest senior brother, come on! Eldest senior brother is invincible." Old Bai and Old Jiang clenched their fists. If Han Fei could transcend the tribulation, he would be the first monarch of the human race they knew. And Gu Tingnan had long been ignored by them. How could a person who used 100,000 years to prove Tao be compared with a person who used 600 years to prove Tao? The fifth heavenly tribulation was also purple gold, but the golden part was more intense. This time, Han Fei also punched at the Monarch Tribulation, but he used the Time Arcane technique, which was equivalent to 2 silencing fists in a row. But the Monarch Tribulation became stronger and stronger. After the 2 fist marks, Han Fei's body inevitably cracked more than last time, giving people the feeling that he was almost broken. This time, he used hundreds of liquid divine lights at once. The 6th level of the Heavenly Tribulation was the same for Han Fei. However, this time, not only did he use the Time Arcane technique, but he also punched out again when the 5th Tribulation was destroyed, using Time Jump. But this time, there was very little purple part in the Monarch Tribulation. It was almost invisible, and there was only a bright golden color left. Boom boom boom. After 3 consecutive silencing fists, Han Fei felt that the myriad douse in his body were pierced by a large amount of golden light. At that moment, Han Fei knew that his great douse had already begun to change. Endless enlightenment suddenly appeared in his heart. It was a brand new power evolving in his body. The power of laws, so it evolved from the tribulation. Han Fei seemed to understand something. This golden heavenly tribulation was not just a heavenly tribulation, but also contained many laws of the heavenly Tao. Halfway through the transformation of Han Fei's great douse, Han Fei's flesh and blood all dissipated under the bombardment of the golden heavenly tribulation. In the end, the humans could only see a golden jade skeleton without any flesh and blood on it. Hiss. This was the invincible human emperor in their hearts, but he had been blasted into bones and his flesh and blood had disappeared without a trace. This monarch tribulation was too terrifying. The hexagon starfish covered its eyes with its 6 tentacles, not daring to look, but half covering its eyes, trying to see if Han Fei could survive this tribulation. At the same time, he wondered if he should transcend the monarch tribulation if it was so dangerous. The problem was whether the emperor tribulation would be as terrifying. For a moment, the hexagon starfish panicked. He Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, her body tense. Han Yiner's eyes were filled with tears. She knew that her brother was the leader of the human race, so he couldn't lose. However, people only knew that he was the human emperor, but they had never thought that he had also worked hard step by step to get to where he was today. There was too much pressure on his shoulders. For a moment, on Han Fei's origin star, people shouted human emperor, and the power of faith surged towards Han Fei. Han Fei could feel it, but he believed what old Han said, so he was determined not to use the power of faith. There must be a reason why old Han didn't tell him about the alternative use of the power of faith until he proved Tao. However, after the 6th monarch tribulation, the liquid divine light could no longer help him quickly recover. Of course, the liquid divine light still had to be used. Everyone saw that Han Fei's flesh and blood were intertwined and growing rapidly. They looked at the heavenly tribulation and checked the speed at which Han Fei's flesh and blood were growing now and then, fearing that another heavenly tribulation would come before Han Fei returned to his full state. With the thought from Han Fei, 1,000,000 spiritual fruits rose to the sky, turned into a surging energy tide, and surged into his body crazily. At the same time, Han Fei put on the heaven-suppressing armor, stepped on the Starsea mystic sand, and tied a soul-sealing pearl to his neck. Under Han Fei, there was the bronze tripod-like lightning-drawing platform. Chapter 2759/Monarch Tribulation 4 2759/Monarch Tribulation 4. At this point, Han Fei certainly didn't intend to resist the tribulation head-on. If he continued to resist it, he would be blasted to death. This time, Han Fei used so many treasures because, with the lightning drawing platform, he wanted to see if he could absorb the power of the tribulation into the lightning drawing platform. After all, with so many treasures in his hand, it shouldn't be a problem for him to block 6 or 7 monarch tribulations. It depended on how much the lightning drawing platform could absorb. Of course, he couldn't place the lightning drawing platform directly under the monarch tribulations, so the lightning drawing platform wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the monarch tribulation and would definitely collapse. In the end, Han Fei's flesh and blood didn't recover completely. He only recovered about 80% before the 7th monarch tribulation came. Han Fei didn't panic. Inside the soul-sealing pearl, infinite soul power condensed into a sky curtain. Originally, this soul-sealing pearl was prepared for Han Fei to use slowly in the future. However, he underestimated his monarch tribulations. He had thought that without the self-severing tribulation, he would be able to easily transcend it, but this was not the case in reality. When the 7th monarch tribulation came, unless he could launch dozens of divine techniques in a row, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Bang! The soul power sky curtain blocked this monarch tribulation for about a second, and nearly half of the soul power in the soul-sealing pearl was consumed. Seeing that the soul-sealing pearl couldn't hold on anymore, the Starsea mystic sand rose to the sky. This time, it only held on for half a second. Then, the heavenly tribulation fell on Han Fei, and the heaven-suppressing armor was annihilated by the heavenly tribulation within half a second. However, this bought Han Fei a little time, allowing his flesh and blood to recover by 90%. When the pure golden monarch tribulation struck Han Fei, the flesh and blood that had just recovered quickly dissipated at a visible speed. In the past few seconds, Han Fei had comprehended too many things from this golden heavenly tribulation, and the power of dozens of laws flowed in parallel. It was also at this moment that the center of Han Fei's brows opened. His Dharma idol came out and an invincible will enveloped it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, bang, ka. His Dharma idol and the invincible will were destroyed at the same time. A large number of fine cracks appeared on Han Fei's golden jade bones. Roar. With a thought from Han Fei, more than 300 masses of liquid divine radiance and 1,000,000 spiritual fruits surrounded him and instantly exploded, turning into billowing energy that helped him withstand the power of the seventh heavenly tribulation. In addition, the lightning drawing platform under his feet began to activate, actively absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation to bear the pressure on Han Fei. In just 3 seconds, 3 purple lightning patterns appeared on the lightning drawing platform in a row. They were all 10,000-year-old lightning strikes. In other words, the little leaked portion of the power of Han Fei's seventh heavenly tribulation was already equivalent to 3 ordinary Tao-proving lightning strikes. Buzz! Seeing that the lightning drawing platform was shaking, Han Fei knew that it couldn't hold on anymore and quickly took it back. However, he had weathered through the seventh monarch tribulation. Huff! It was not until Han Fei saw the changes in the Tao patterns on the lightning drawing platform that he knew how terrifying his monarch tribulation was. At most 30% power of the seventh heavenly tribulation alone was equivalent to 3 ordinary Tao-proving thunderbolts. Didn't it mean that his seventh monarch tribulation was almost equivalent to others' entire monarch tribulations? Damn it, you're really giving me preferential treatment. Han Fei was much stronger than ordinary sky-opening realm powerhouses. Logically speaking, he could easily cross ordinary monarch tribulations and even swallow 7 or 8 ordinary monarch tribulations. However, different people had monarch tribulations of different powers. If it were someone else, they might have been killed after the first strike. In Han Fei's origin star, everyone saw that Han Fei had used up all his treasures and became nervous again. Not good. Master Human Emperor has already started to use his treasures, but aren't his treasures consumed too quickly? I have a feeling that Master Human Emperor's monarch tribulation is a little different. Although I haven't experienced it before, when has a golden tribulation ever appeared? The 7th one is already so powerful. What about the remaining 2? Master Human Emperor can even kill a great monarch. I don't believe he can't transcend this trifling monarch tribulation. We have to firmly believe that Master Human Emperor can transcend the tribulation safely. The spiritual fruits in Han Fei's origin star were prepared for this moment. After the 7th monarch tribulation, Han Fei felt that his life level seemed to have changed. When his flesh and blood condensed again, he clearly felt that the strength of his bloodline was different from before. It seemed to have lost a lot of impurities. His chi and blood were also stronger. 80% of the power of his great Taos had been transformed into law comprehension, but Han Fei didn't have the time to sort it out now. Seeing that the last monarch tribulation was about to appear, Han Fei took a deep breath. He had passed the self-severing tribulation. This should be the last and strongest tribulation. It was just for this moment that Han Fei didn't use the heavenly Tao of the raging sea to transcend the first 7 monarch tribulations. Han Fei's body hadn't fully recovered yet, only about 60%. But Han Fei didn't panic. At this time, he unhurriedly took out a wine calabash, which he had just snatched from 5th senior brother. He didn't know what it was, but just drank the wine in it. The pot of wine was emptied, and Han Fei's flesh and blood returned in the blink of an eye. Han Fei was not surprised at all. Knowing that he was going to transcend the tribulation, the thing that 5th senior brother gave him must be for him to transcend the tribulation. What he took was not a weapon, so there could only be one result. This wine was for him to recover. At this moment, he shouted in a low voice, "Heaven fusion." Han Fei seemed to have turned into a black hole. The sky was filled with flowing light and the Tao runes of the heavens flowed back. There was a need to choose where to prove Tao. The Beast King was augmented by the Raging Sea when he was proving Tao in the Raging Sea. Even if he used the strength of the Tao proving level, the power of the heavenly Tao in the Raging Sea wouldn't suppress him. It was the same for Han Fei now. Augmented by the power of the heavenly Tao, Han Fei seemed to see where the world origin of the Raging Sea was. It was a dry world origin pool. The world origin in the pool was only 3 kilometers wide and only 1,000 world origin fruits grew there. So small? Han Fei frowned slightly. Back in the demon domain, the world origin pool guarded by the Tao domain sunflower head spanned hundreds of kilometers. Was the human race's ancestral land even incomparable to the demon domain? Of course not. The dried up world origin lake was actually extraordinarily large. That place was like a boundless river, but there was only so much world origin lake left. However, even so, Han Fei couldn't care less about this now. The last bolt of lightning was about to burst out. Huffei. At this moment, Han Fei was half fused with the heavenly Tao of the Raging Sea, so at this moment, Tao patterns appeared all over his body, densely covering the void. This was the response of the power of the heavenly Tao to the coming monarch tribulation. In this case, Han Fei took out a short knife. The knife hadn't been drawn yet, but the sheath was already full of Tao patterns. Logically speaking, Han Fei was good at fists and swords now, but he didn't have any divine techniques on knives. However, Han Fei could nurture a knife. He had nurtured this knife for a long time. In all the battles, Han Fei had never used a real knife. When the rolling golden and blood-red monarch tribulation descended, Han Fei's eyes turned cold. In an instant, the blade was unsheathed and illuminated the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, the knife was engraved with mystic Tao patterns. This knife was stained with Han Fei's golden blood and rose to the sky, shattering the sky and darting straight at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Kill! The killing intent he had accumulated for days was all fused into this slash. If this slash didn't succeed, he would die. After slashing out, the ultra-quality, divine-quality knife in his hand that he had forged with all his strength shattered. The Tao patterns filling the sky rose with the knife beam. Rumble. The monarch tribulation fell, but this time everyone saw that the sky was full of Tao patterns that turned into a knife with the knife beam. When the two collided, the monarch tribulation was cut apart. And the knife beam continued forward, heading straight for the sky, cutting into the end of the monarch tribulation and entering the vortex of tribulation clouds. At that moment, Han Fei's origin star was dead silent. Chapter 2760, The Tao Proving Realm and Many Secrets. 12760, The Tao Proving Realm and Many Secrets. Han Fei's last slash shocked everyone. Up to now, they had seen people fight against the heavenly tribulation head-on. However, it was unheard of for a knife to reach the end of the heavenly tribulation. A trump card must be a trump card. Look, the strange astronomical phenomenon caused by that slash is not something ordinary treasures and great techniques can compare to. That slash was awesome. You speak as if you can understand it. If you can understand it, why are you still here? Cut the crap. Now that Master Human Emperor has broken 8 heavenly tribulations in a row, there should be one more. That's the most important one. That's right, it's not the time for us to celebrate yet. There's only one tribulation left. Master Human Emperor will definitely make it. Therefore, at this moment, everyone was waiting. Han Fei stood proudly in the void, feeling the overwhelming Tao patterns entering his body. At this moment, the great Taos in his body were rapidly changing. Furthermore, the star core in his origin star began to tremble. The star core began to be compressed rapidly, and the Tao runes of the great Tao turned into wisps of laws that began to fuse again. Therefore, everyone waited for dozens of seconds. When the tribulation clouds began to dissipate, the 9th heavenly tribulation didn't come. At this moment, Han Fei's body was emitting golden light. As the tribulation clouds dissipated, Han Fei's dissipated flesh and blood had returned and he had recovered. In his mind, Han Fei was comprehending these laws, such as the great Tao of space. Han Fei could feel that there were hidden spatial Tao patterns between the heavens and earth almost everywhere, and these Tao patterns were classified. For example, Han Fei could feel the killing power of the void Tao patterns of the void, the unstable Tao patterns of the void, and so on. For example, the killing Tao patterns were born based on the cutting power of the void. If combined with speed, it could create this power. For example, as for the void Tao pattern, because the void was void, this pattern seemed to be able to connect to a world of nothingness, allowing one to jump over an extra long distance in space, ignore the void, and even achieve an on-directional spatial teleportation. Han Fei could even sense that he could enter the void world. It was a special world that belonged exclusively to the great Tao of space. For example, the unstable Tao patterns of the void were unstable in themselves, but people could use these Tao patterns to create a void-killing realm, a void vortex, a chaotic void, or even a random connection point in the endless void, and so on. Because Han Fei walked too many great Taos, he had comprehended too many things. With so many great Taos, it meant that he had to comprehend many times more laws than ordinary. The process of Han Fei comprehending the law was also the process of his body adapting to the strength of the Tao-proving level. His meridians were expanded, his divine meridians were unobstructed, his bloodline was upgraded, and his flesh and bone strength were all changing. It wasn't until several hours later that Han Fei took the initiative to return from the comprehension of laws. In fact, he could come back to his senses after the breakthrough, but there were no enemies here anyway. He might as well hide in the sky and stand for a while to gather more power of faith. After he came back to himself, Han Fei immediately looked at his information, only to see, Owner, Han Fei Level, Elo 1-1, Tao Proving. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 29,142nd Immortal Chi, 70,000 Soul, 242 Origin Strength, 242 Star Powers First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness, Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness, Spiritual Heritage First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang, Sky Swallowing Fish, Level 10-9, Second Spiritual Beast, the Emperor Sparrow, Level 10-9. Main Art, Godfiend Formless Technique. Han Fei was neither surprised nor unsurprised when he saw the message. It was rather beyond his expectations that he directly entered the top 30,000 of the bloodline rank in the Infinite Ocean. Before, he hadn't finished bloodline devouring, but now, because of the tribulation, he seemed to have completed the process of accelerating the devouring. Besides, under the influence of the monarch tribulation, his bloodline had also improved significantly. However, he didn't expect that his ranking would rise by 90,000 places from below the 120,000th. He had just proved Tao, but his ranking had really jumped so much? It was normal for the immortal spiritual energy to reach 170,000. Billions of human beings were in his origin star. It would be good that there were still 170,000. However, Han Fei didn't care about this now. He could easily create the immortal Qi now. The data about his perception had completely disappeared. Han Fei didn't know why and decided to test it later, and his soul and strength had respectively reached 242 origins and 242 star powers. Han Fei wasn't too surprised about this. This was because before the Dao locks were opened, his soul power and strength were 60. After he opened his 5 Dao locks, they directly reached nearly 100. Although at the Dao lock level one could use a little power of the Dao proving level in advance, the power increased after he opened the Dao locks wasn't his true power. Therefore, Han Fei's overall strength had almost quadrupled. Of course, he had just proven Dao and there was a consolidation period after that. He should be able to greatly improve his strength. Feng Yu's comprehensive strength had increased by 5 times. Han Fei thought that his strength should be increased by at least 5 times. However, it was already a huge breakthrough for him to be able to prove Dao. This meant that he had embarked on the path to godhood. If he had another tribulation, it would be a divine one. Han Fei looked at the status of his bloodline again, only to see information popping up. Chapter 2761-2761. The Dao Proving Realm and Many Secrets, 22761. The Dao Proving Realm and Many Secrets, 2 Number of Races in the Infinite Ocean, 2962,001,029.7. Bloodline ranking of the host in the Infinite Ocean, the 29,142nd bloodlines nearby, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit, Swallowing Fish, Emperor Sparrow recommended bloodline, none. After seeing this information, Han Fei didn't know whether to be surprised or distressed. He had thought that no matter how high the bloodline level of Little Black and Little White and Emperor Sparrow was, he wouldn't be unable to devour their bloodline even if he entered the top tens of thousands, right? Now it seemed that his bloodline ranked among the top 30,000 in the entire Infinite Ocean, but he still didn't have the qualifications to devour the bloodlines of the Emperor Sparrow and Little Black and Little White. However, Han Fei was only a little disappointed. On second thought, he felt that he should feel lucky. This meant that the true bloodline level of the 3 of them might be unimaginably high. As for the lack of bloodline to devour, Han Fei didn't think it was a big problem at the moment. His bloodline level was already very high. It was actually very difficult to find a bloodline that could be devoured. Since it was something that could only be chanced upon by luck, he didn't have to force it. Then, Han Fei felt the power of the Dao proving level. In addition to the power of the great Dao transforming into laws, Han Fei could now easily sense the power of laws from the void. Of course, it was only limited to the part he cultivated. There were still many unknown laws which were areas he was unfamiliar with. In other words, the so-called laws had always existed between the heavens and earth. It was just a form of existence that had fused with the world. Without proving Tao, one couldn't sense their existence. Buzz. Han Fei finally moved. His face was reflected in the sky of his origin star. However, the billions of human beings were already in a carnival and had been in it for quite a while. After all, the tribulation clouds were gone. How could there still be a heavenly tribulation? Without the heavenly tribulation and Han Fei still alive, it meant that Han Fei must have become a monarch, someone guessed. I thought that there would definitely be the last tribulation, such as the inner demon tribulation. Otherwise, why would Master Human Emperor stand in the void for a long time? Someone was puzzled. That's not right. The heavenly demon tribulation and the heart demon tribulation can't be invisible, right? When one establishes the sea, there is the inner demon tribulation, but the heavenly tribulations won't be reduced. Someone sneered. This is a monarch tribulation. Do you think it's the same as your tribulation? You don't know how terrifying Master Human Emperor's monarch tribulation is at all, so don't speculate. There must be a reason that there are 8 monarch tribulations. Besides, we don't know if there are really 8. Han Fei wanted to talk, but as soon as he returned to his origin star, he looked in the direction of the demon purification pot, only to see that the 6th divine pill on the vine had grown up. It was blue and red and had been half grown. So, the 6th divine pill began to grow because of my Tao proving. Does it mean that the 6th divine pill can grow without the return of the 7th vine? Han Fei was overjoyed. After he was finished with his matters, he would study the 6th divine pill carefully. Han Fei came back to his senses, and his voice sounded in the sky. He said, "My fellow human beings, you should have seen it. I have done my best to live up to everyone's expectations and successfully transcended the 9 monarch tribulations to prove Tao. However, my monarch tribulation might be different from yours in the future. Just because you haven't seen my 9th heavenly tribulation doesn't mean you can't see others' 9th. This matter varies from person to person." Human Emperor, Human Emperor, Human Emperor, someone shouted. I told you there were 9 heavenly tribulations in total, one of which we couldn't see at all. Someone sighed. It's really hard to imagine what kind of tribulation the 9th level is. It doesn't matter. What matters is that now, our human race has a monarch. Haha. But before the humans could celebrate, Han Fei said, "My fellow human beings, now is not the time for us to be happy. We still have a lot of things to do. The human race is about to rise. Although the 10,000 scale race in the city of scavengers of the chaotic wasteland have been wiped out, there's another race here called the heavenly cicada family. They live in the city of origin in the chaotic wasteland. Now, all their monarchs have been killed. However, you need to finish the remaining fight to kill all their cultivators below the sky-opening realm. If you ask me why I want to destroy the city of origin, I'll tell you because they also want to enslave our human race. So they are also our enemies and should be eliminated. Kill, 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 kill through the city of origin. Brothers, we must strive to get out this time and kill them all. Everyone, there are treasures everywhere in the giant cities. Don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. This battle to destroy the city is our opportunity." For a time, everyone was talking at once. They were full of confidence in this battle. The main reason was that they were too confident in Han Fei now. Han Fei had created an image of invincibility in their hearts. This was the power of a role model. Before leaving the raging sea, the great Tao here no longer restricted him, so Han Fei went to the place where the world origin was. At this moment, the world origin lake here was only 1 kilometer long. He didn't expect that because of his Tao proving, the world origin in the human race's ancestral land was almost exhausted. As for the more than 1,000 world origin fruits, Han Fei didn't touch them. Perhaps they would slowly give birth to more world origins. Chapter 2762, The Tao Proving Realm and Many Secrets, 3:2762. The Tao Proving Realm and Many Secrets, 3. After leaving the raging sea, Han Fei deliberately used the upper limit of his pure speed. As he ran, he found that his speed had reached nearly 100 times the speed of light. To be precise, it was now 92 times the speed of light. This made him sigh. Fortunately, the speed of the Tao Proving level cultivators he had encountered wasn't very fast. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to defeat them. This was his pure speed. If he used the spatial law, his speed could exceed 100 times the speed of light. Instead of using the teleportation array to return to the city of scavengers, Han Fei stepped into the void and entered the void world, which he had comprehended from the law of space. After a directional test, Han Fei discovered that in the void world, the highest speed he could achieve was more than 300 times the speed of light, 3 times faster than his normal speed. This test stunned Han Fei. He couldn't help but wonder if the Void Temple knew of the existence of the Void World. Was this a place where anyone who had comprehended the law of space could enter? In the Void World, in addition to achieving faster speed, one could also see the outside world through the void. However, he didn't know if he would be easily discovered. Of course, after experimenting for several hours, Han Fei returned to the city of scavengers through a teleportation array. Although his speed in the void world could be very fast, 10 times that of a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, it would still take him half a day to get from the raging sea to the city of scavengers. After all, the Tao Proving level was not the carefree level, let alone the immortal level. Back in the chaotic wasteland, he had been chased by a carefree level powerhouse when his fastest speed was easily caught up. Han Fei estimated that it was normal for the speed of the carefree level to be 100 times the speed of light. He had reached that speed with the heaven-defying scales of the Azure Dragon. Although he couldn't comprehend the great Tao of speed at that time, his speed could exceed 300 times the speed of light. Therefore, theoretically speaking, there was a huge difference in strength and speed between the immortal level and the carefree level. As for the Great Monarch realm, needless to say, the difference was even greater. Although he didn't know how long it took Great Monarch East Marshal to cross the wilderness to arrive in the chaotic wasteland, it had only been a few days since Han Fei started the war against the city of scavengers. And the chaotic wasteland was at the edge of the East Sea Divine Realm, with a distance of 8 light-years between them. Han Fei didn't know how Great Monarch East Marshal could cross the wilderness in such a short time. Therefore, although Han Fei's current speed could reach nearly 100 times the speed of light, he wasn't arrogant. He knew that he wasn't fast enough. City of Scavengers. Gu Tingnan had led the army of the City of Wanderers to wipe out the remaining forces in the City of Scavengers. This racial war ended with a complete victory for the human race. However, the 10,000 scale race wasn't completely wiped out. A small number of them escaped. Although they couldn't escape the chaotic wasteland, they would definitely be chased down. Besides, on the way to the mysterious cultivation place in the chaotic wasteland, there were still a large number of sky-opening realm powerhouses. Han Fei and Gu Tingnan didn't know that place, but since 5th senior brother was there, that place would definitely be swept. What was left was the City of Origin. Although the monarch-level powerhouses in the City of Origin had all died, there were still many sky-opening realm armies, which might be even more than the 10,000 scale race's sky-opening realm army. The human race and the City of Wanderers alone couldn't defeat them. Therefore, Han Fei, Gu Tingnan, and the puppet army had to take action together in this battle. As for those below the sky-opening realm, it would be a long and protracted war to finish them. Although Han Fei could wipe them out, there was no need. Human beings had just come to the chaotic wasteland and needed to adapt to this environment. If nothing went wrong, in the next 10 years, the people from the Raging Sea would welcome an unprecedented breakthrough tide. At this moment, Han Guanshu and Zhang Linqian were chatting with fifth senior brother. This scene was a little strange, making Han Fei feel that they knew each other. Seeing Han Fei return, Zhang Linqian hurriedly greeted him. "Fire, I knew you could successfully transcend the tribulation. How do you feel now?" Han Fei said. "My greatest feeling is that the power of laws turns out to be another form of power inherent in the world. It has existed for a long time and won't be annihilated. The meaning of proving Tao lies in being more intimate with the power of these laws, better adapting to them and borrowing them instead of completely mastering them. If I guess right, the corresponding level of the carefree level should be to master the power of laws." Jiang Linxian smiled. In the early stages of the Tao proving level, those with limited comprehension of laws can only borrow limited power. When you reach the carefree level, you can form your own origin of laws. Then you can use this as a foundation to continuously extract the power of laws in the world and use it for your own use. From the Tao proving level to the carefree level, some people can reach it in a short period of time, and some take a long time. You have to comprehend it yourself. Han Fei nodded. "By the way, mother, why are you chatting with my fifth senior brother?" As he spoke, Han Fei stared at fifth senior brother, who didn't look guilty at all but smiled. Zhang Linxian said, "It's just a simple chat." "Fire, now that you've proven your Tao, the human race will be completely handed over to you. There are still some things for your father and me to do, so we may be away for a while." Chapter 2763, The Tao Proving Realm and Many Secrets for 2763. The Tao Proving Realm and Many Secrets for Han Fei had a strange feeling. "Are you hiding something from me?" "No, you must be hiding a lot of things from me. However, we've just met, and Yinner isn't familiar with you yet." "Why are you leaving?" Han Guanshu said. "All good things must come to an end. Son, you have your path to walk, so do we. The human race has just arrived in the sea realm and will welcome a grand breakthrough tsunami. In the chaotic wasteland, you will probably stay for at least decades or even 100 years. As for your mother and me, we have been looking for a different path. With the ominous coming, we have to embark on our journey." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "The ominous is coming?" fifth senior brother said leisurely. "Well, in the past 100,000 years, the ominous has indeed been ready to move. Conservatively speaking, in 30,000 years at the earliest and 100,000 years at the slowest, a new ominous battle might come again. However, the current sea realm hasn't been well prepared to deal with the ominous yet. This time seems to be long, but it's actually very fast. 30,000 years? Of course, this time was long for Han Fei. However, the demon god had waited for 1,800,000 years, so 30,000 years was indeed not long for those strong masters. Zhang Linqian said, "Fire, your path is better than your father's back then. We have nothing to guide you with. As for Yinner, let her go with us. Yinner's talent is inferior to yours, so I can only try to let her walk the old path of the primordial human race. This can't be helped." Han Fei nodded slightly. It could be seen that the demon purification pot was with him, and Old Han had set up a far-reaching plan to pave the way for him. It meant that Old Han and Zhang Linqian were actually betting on him. Although Yinner was his biological sister, her encounter wasn't as legendary as his, and no one paved the way for her. Han Fei had personally witnessed the strength of the ancient human race. To be honest, if Yinner could walk the path of the ancient human race again, she might not be able to create a path herself, but she might be able to become a god. After all, her parents were both gods. Staying with them, how could she not become a god? Even if she couldn't become a god for the time being, she would definitely become a great monarch. Therefore, it was definitely much better for Yinner to follow Old Han and Zhang Linqian than him. After all, what he could give her was limited, and he had no time to take care of Yinner most of the time. Han Fei said, "Yinner can go with you, but before you leave, I have a few more questions." "Well, fifth senior brother, I'm going to take a walk. The bamboo pole you found is interesting. He's a little weak, but there's still room for improvement. I'll teach him to you." "The bamboo pole?" Fifth senior brother should be talking about Lu Qianzi. This guy was just a monarch demon plant who hadn't seen much of the world. However, if he had fifth senior brother's guidance, no one knew what would happen to him. Han Fei grinned and said, "Thank you, fifth senior brother." After fifth senior brother left, Han Fei asked directly, "First question, the strong master of the ancient human race said that my bloodline was extracted. Was it for improving my spiritual heritage?" Zhang Linqian said gently. "Fire, I hope you don't blame me for this. Your bloodline level is indeed very high, and it's even possible for you to have an atavism. However, after 9 lives, we have deeply realized that even if you have the primordial bloodline, it's useless. Perhaps you can become a god, but your path may stop here. Therefore, I removed your bloodline because I wanted you to have a brand new bloodline, a new bloodline that is different from the primordial bloodline. This path is difficult to walk, and the future is unknown, but because it's unknown, it might be the greatest variable." Hearing Zhang Linqian's words, Han Fei realized that they wanted to create a new spiritual heritage for him with the demon purification pot. With the demon purification pot, it wouldn't be a problem even if his bloodline was bad at the beginning. It seemed that they had planned everything. Han Fei nodded slightly. "So, it's not a coincidence that Chu Hao appeared in the Raging Sea with the demon purification pot. Was it planned? Han Guanshu put on a faint smile. Yes. Han Fei didn't dwell on this question. With old Han and Zhang Linxian's abilities, they would definitely be able to control Chu Hao. Han Fei asked again, what about the specific usage of the power of faith? In fact, when I was transcending the tribulation, I knew that as long as the power of faith was released, I could easily transcend the tribulation. But you suggest I don't, so what should I use it for? Han Guanshu smiled and said, Son, the power of faith is a collection of the wishes of the human race. In the end, when this power accumulates to a certain extent, it contains thousands of things and has already been attributed to the power of the human world, the Tao of the human race. It's simple but unnecessary to use the power of the human world to resist the monarch tribulation. You can try integrating the power of the human world into your origin star to create the heavenly Tao on your origin star. Heavenly Tao, Han Guanshu said. It's a heavenly Tao unique to the human race. It's similar to the ancestral land of the human race, protecting the growth of the human race. Whoever uses this heavenly Tao can try to create a true world. Wait, I don't quite understand what you're talking about. Creating a world? A sea establisher can already do it, can't he? It's different. The so-called world creation of sea establishers is just imitation. It's superficial. Oh no, it can't even imitate the surface. And after one enters the star transformation realm, although he can mold the ground veins, as long as he tries to create a world, he'll find out that he can't create anything except farming. You should have seen other people's origin stars, right? Has anyone created a new race? Even if they did, they only created deformed inferior life forms. Han Fei thought that it was true. He had indeed seen such a deformed life form in the origin star of Zhao Qinglong, the 10th place on the god roll. Apart from that, most sky-opening realm powerhouses didn't even have a deformed life form. Han Fei asked, It can be done just with the power of faith of the human race? Han Guanshu said, When the power of faith is accumulated to a certain point, it will no longer be the power of faith, but the Tao of a race, a fire seed. It can help you create a new human race, and you are equivalent to the master of creation. You can harvest the new human race's insights through their natural growth, because the characteristics of intelligent creatures are their creativity. You might be able to draw some ideas from it that you have never had. Han Fei couldn't help but think that if he created a new human race, without his interference, the development of civilization would definitely produce too many crystals of wisdom. Although these new humans might be very weak, in the long run, it did seem to be more meaningful than directly consuming this power of faith. Han Fei looked at Han Guanshu. So, old Han, have you already created a new human race? Han Guanshu chuckled. Yes, it's thousands of times better than using the power of faith for cultivation. Han Fei was convinced. He couldn't refuse the identity of a creator, nor could he refuse the joy of creation. In the end, Han Fei asked, Can the raging sea be restored? The world origin lake there is almost dry. Han Guanshu said, Aren't you already half fused with the raging sea? So the stronger you become in the future, the easier it will be for the ancestral land to recover. One day, you will return to the raging sea. When you return, it will recover at an unbelievable speed. Chapter 2764-2764. The Arrogant Supreme Nature Treasure, 12764. The Arrogant Supreme Nature Treasure, one old Han and his mother had explained it in detail, and Han Fei learned a lot from them. Han Fei suddenly asked, Last question, what were you talking about with fifth senior brother? Pfff! Zhang Linxian chuckled and said, Your father and your senior brother are arguing whether tea or wine is better. It's just a debate about whether tea or wine is better. Han Fei tilted his head in disbelief. That's it, Han Guanshu said leisurely. Usually, it's better to drink tea than to drink wine. Nonsense. Swish. Fifth senior brother popped up with a swish. Nonsense. Fish poop theory. Instantly, Han Fei and the other two looked at fifth senior brother, who blushed and quickly coughed. Cough, cough. Well, I didn't eavesdrop. I just sensed that someone seemed to be talking about alcohol. You guys continue chatting. Han Guanshu chuckled. That's it, son. Let Yinner come out. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Are you leaving now? Han Guanshu shook his head. No, we'll just take a walk in the chaotic wasteland. Go about your business. After a while, when only Han Fei and fifth senior brother were left, the latter touched his nose and began to search for the wine gourd. Han Fei grinned. Senior brother, let me make 2 dishes. Fifth senior brother smacked his lips and asked in disbelief, Really? Han Fei looked at fifth senior brother with a faint smile and said, Of course it's true. However, you have the final say on where to have dinner. The latter clicked his tongue and laughed. All right, it's really not easy for me to eat the dishes you cook, little junior brother. Then follow me. Fifth senior brother rolled up his long sleeves and a strange passage appeared in the void. Han Fei followed fifth senior brother closely. After walking for less than 10 seconds in the passage, Han Fei suddenly felt that the power of extreme cold appeared, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into scorching fire energy. When he walked out of the teleportation passage, he saw a boundless sea of fire. Although the flames were hot, the energy was relatively gentle. Although it was not an ordinary fire, it didn't seem to be a particularly magical fire. However, in the sky there was extremely cold frost, and one of the 4 sides of the fire sea was an ice wall made of ice. In the ice wall, there was a spiral ice cone vortex spinning extremely slowly. Here, perception could be released. Now Han Fei's perception could see hundreds of millions of kilometers in the sky at a glance. If he desperately looked in one direction, the distance could be doubled. However, even if Han Fei fully released his perception, he couldn't reach the edge of the Sea of Fire, and the ice wall isolated the Sea of Fire, preventing him from seeing what was on the other side of the ice wall. Of course, Han Fei saw many people cultivating. Among them, there were about 20,000 people in the sky-opening realm, 3 in the Dao proving level, and no one above the carefree level. These people should be from the City of Scavengers. In the end, the City of Wanderers' heritage couldn't compare to the City of Scavengers or the City of Origin. Even with 5th Senior Brother backing them, the number of sky-opening realm experts in the City of Wanderers was still relatively small. Of course, the fact that there were nearly 20,000 people in the sky-opening realm in the City of Wanderers meant that Gu Tingnan had been working very hard over the years. This was much more than the number of people in his 7-kill army who were in the sky-opening realm. Besides, this didn't include the people on the way to the chaotic ice domain. Is this the mysterious place behind the chaotic wasteland? Haha, you didn't expect it, did you? In fact, if you really want to come, you should be able to find it, Han Fei said. Senior Brother, at that time I hadn't proved Dao yet. What if I can't go back? Senior Brother, you've been guarding this place all the time, but you haven't revealed anything about it during the several gatherings. You've really kept this secret well. Aha, it's boring to tell you in advance. Come, prepare 2 dishes for me first. Let's talk while eating, Han Fei asked. Do you have any ingredients, Senior Brother? Of course. Come on, take your pick. 5th Senior Brother took out a calabash and shook the things in it out, and fresh corpses such as gold-armored crabs, blood-ice phoenixes, and single-horned flood dragons fell out of the calabash, especially the 20,000-meter-long flood dragon, which made Han Fei lost for words. Senior Brother, are you serious? Ha ha ha, Junior Brother, thank you. Han Fei's eyelids twitched crazily. What 5th Senior Brother means is obvious. He won't tell me everything about this place until I make him delicious food. It couldn't be helped. The 20,000-foot-long flood dragon was a bit too big, but Han Fei had to make it. Fortunately, the garlic cloves in his origin star were bigger than bananas. Although it would consume a lot of energy, it shouldn't be a problem to roast a flood dragon. Han Fei flicked his finger, and a knife light cut down from the flood dragon's lower jaw to the base of its tail. The internal organs in its stomach were annihilated by this knife light, and the black fish skin inside was purified. Then, the million-knife art swept across the flood dragon. While removing all the scales on the flood dragon's body, the million-knife art cut the flood dragon in an orderly manner. At the same time, Han Fei found a water dragon to wash the dragon, but at this moment, in the Sea of Fire, the used water instantly evaporated, turning into a large amount of steam. Chapter 2765, The Arrogant Supreme Nature Treasure, 2765. The Arrogant Supreme Nature Treasure, 2765. Han Fei spared no effort. Hundreds of thousands of garlic cloves, red peppers, fish oil appeared in the air. Han Fei took out more than a dozen seasonings in one go. Every time he took out one, 5th Senior Brother secretly hid some of it. In the end, Han Fei simply controlled the knife to cut the flood dragon with one hand and chop the crab with the other. He also split a wisp of his spiritual power and poured 1 vat of soy sauce and seasonings after another into the void to roast the phoenix. Gulp. At that moment, 5th Senior Brother licked the corners of his mouth from time to time, fearing that he would miss any details. Regarding the control of the fire and the strange seasonings, 5th Senior Brother remembered them in his heart and planned to plant all these things later. After separating from Renquang and the others, Han Fei's interest in cooking was greatly reduced. Now, unless he was in a good mood, very few people could eat the food he made. At this moment, the barbecue had to be roasted slowly, and it couldn't be roasted with the fire in the Sea of Fire, so Han Fei covered the flood dragon with a layer of power to block the fire energy of the Sea of Fire. On the other side, a crab shell was peeled off, its meat was extracted and was chopped into pieces by Han Fei. A large amount of peppers flew in the air and were mixed and fried with the crab meat. Finally, after half an hour, the crab meat and the braised phoenix pieces were out of the pot. As for the barbecue, it would take a while. Han Fei casually flipped his hand and put the fragrant rice into the pot. Because this was a simple ingredient, it only took him dozens of seconds to make it. When the 2 super cauldrons that were several kilometers long were filled with crab meat and braised phoenix pieces, 5th Senior Brother was already drooling. Haha, little Junior Brother is really good at eating. This fragrance. Then a piece of crab meat flew to 5th Senior Brother's mouth. Gulp. The sizzling sauce emanated from the crab meat, no more, no less. It was just enough to make the meat oily. When he took a bite, it was soft and juicy. The hot juice jumped on the tip of his tongue, and the tender crab meat exuded the original taste of the ingredients. Astonished, 5th Senior Brother finished the crab meat in 2 or 3 bites. Then he immediately grabbed a piece of red braised phoenix, chewed and swallowed it into his stomach. Han Fei said with a smile, Senior Brother, don't be hasty. Stir-fried crab meat should be served with rice. Oh, is that so? When the rice and the crab meat were eaten together, 5th Brother hurriedly pulled off the calabash and took a dozen mouthfuls in a row. Ha ha ha. Junior Brother, your culinary skills are #1 in our Void Temple. How many more dishes can you cook? Let's be honest. You must save these delicious little things for me. Hanfei smiled and said, Senior brother, why don't we talk while eating? I still have many questions, such as what this place is. Why are you here? Haha, that's easy. Come, let's sit down and eat slowly. Oh no, let's talk slowly. Since fifth senior brother had brought Hanfei here, he didn't want to keep it a secret. He chewed the crab meat in his left hand, held the wine gourd in his right hand, and said, This place is called the Chaotic Ice Domain. The world above the Chaotic Wasteland is so cold because of the influence of the Chaotic Ice Domain. Hanfei said, This is clearly a sea of fire. Why is it an ice domain? Fifth senior brother said. The Chaotic Ice Domain is too cold. Normal people will freeze to death when they come in, so such a sea of fire is needed to provide a living space for everyone. Without this sea of fire, only people above the carefree level can stay in this place. In that case, how boring would it be to guard such a huge place? Wait, guard this place? Senior brother, you're guarding this place? Hanfei's heart did a flip. Today he finally knew that fifth senior brother was also a great monarch, and he seemed to be a very strong one. Even great Emperor East Marshal had to call him Elder Zhang. There must be a reason for fifth senior brother to guard this chaotic ice domain. Fifth senior brother said, The chaotic ice domain is connected to the chaotic sea, and the chaotic sea is a very complicated place. In the chaotic sea, there are some places that belong to the ominous gulp, crunch. In the Sea of Stars, there will always be some races and creatures that are infected by the ominous and become external forces of the ominous crunch. This chaotic ice domain is a battlefield. Because there has been an anomaly in the recent 100,000 years, I've been guarding here. Gulp. Hanfei only took a second bite at a piece of braised phoenix, but 5 or 6 bones had already been thrown in front of fifth senior brother. Hanfei discovered that fifth senior brother's teeth were sharp, which made him sure that he was not a human. Hearing what fifth senior brother said, Hanfei was even more puzzled. Since it's an ominous battlefield, are the city of scavengers and the city of origin guardians of this place? Oh, they mainly came to get some opportunities, train their soldiers, strengthen their race, and so on. Occasionally they would participate in ominous battles, but ominous battles rarely happened, so they didn't take action very often. Here? Hanfei didn't feel how strong the spiritual energy concentration here was. Although this sea of fire could temper one's body, it seemed impossible to cultivate such a group of sky-opening realm powerhouses here with the fire alone. As for opportunities, there weren't even trees in this place. There were only occasionally some fire element demon plants or something. Hanfei really couldn't see anything special for cultivation here. Chapter 2766-2766, The Arrogant Supreme Nature Treasure, 32766. The Arrogant Supreme Nature Treasure, 3/5 Senior Brother smiled faintly. Of course the opportunity isn't here. The opportunity is in the chaotic sea. Look, the vortex on the wall is the passage to the chaotic sea. Outside the passage is the chaotic battlefield. When there are no enemies, you can enter the chaotic sea to cultivate. When we finish eating, I'll take you to take a look. Okay, Hanfei had only heard of the chaotic sea, but had never been there. He had thought that he would have to cross the endless sea of stars if he wanted to go to that place from the sea realm. Who would have expected that there was a passage directly to the chaotic sea in the chaotic wasteland? There was no telling how far apart the two places were. Hanfei asked, Senior brother, are the tidal waves emitted from here? Fifth senior brother nodded. That's right. The chaotic ice wall is equivalent to a dam. When it blocks enough water, the water will be released. It's released once every 100 years, and the chaotic ice domain will withstand most of the impact. Some of it will be transferred to the chaotic wasteland. In the past, the city of origin and the city of scavengers were the main resistance forces. After 100 years of hunting, they can basically purify this ominous power. Now, since your human race is here, it naturally has to rely on your human race to purify this ominous power. Hanfei couldn't help but frown. This was an opportunity, but it was also a challenge. Although the human race was about to face a tsunami of breakthroughs, the power of the tidal waves wasn't something a human race could handle at the moment. Don't worry. Now that the city of scavengers and the city of origin have been destroyed, these people from the city of wanderers can be sent back. Okay, if there were this group of 20,000 people, plus those sky openers who hadn't reached this place, the power to deal with the tide waves should be enough for the time being. Hanfei asked, By the way, senior brother, why are you guarding here? After a pause, fifth senior brother gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine and said, Would you believe me if I said that I was punished by eldest senior brother to guard here for 100,000 years because I was too lazy? Hanfei didn't believe it at first, but then he felt that something was wrong. Wait, when were you punished by eldest senior brother? Fifth senior brother said, 100,000 years ago? It's less than 1,000 years before I'm released. 100,000 years ago? Hanfei immediately realized that something was wrong. He seemed to smell the familiar smell of a chess game. Why was it 100,000 years ago? Why was it 100,000 years ago again? 100,000 years ago, because fifth senior brother was lazy, the eldest senior brother punished him for guarding this place, and then he happened to be born at this time? Han Fei asked. Then who will guard the chaotic wasteland after you leave, fifth senior brother? Fifth senior brother said. Forget it. It just so happens that you destroyed the city of scavengers and the city of origin. I just need to guard it for you for a while longer. When the time is right, this mess will still be handed over to you. Leave it to me? Han Fei felt terrible and hurriedly said, I'm still young. Senior brother, how can you let me guard the chaotic sea? Haha, anyway, your cultivation speed is fast. Look, it's only been a few years, but you've already proved Tao. If you were given another 800 years, wouldn't you become a great monarch? Han Fei was lost for words. Thank you for your compliment, fifth senior brother. You make it sound like a breeze to become a great monarch. So, fifth senior brother, are you and eldest senior brother plotting something? Fifth senior brother shook his head. No, what can we be plotting? It just so happens that you were the most suitable person for that. Don't think too much. Heh, Han Fei thought to himself. I don't believe you at all. There are only a dozen or so people in the dignified Void Temple. Logically speaking, each of them should have their own path to take. As the fifth senior brother of the Void Temple, you were arranged to guard the chaotic ice domain here. It didn't seem like the style of the Void Temple. However, no matter how Han Fei asked fifth senior brother, he just said, I don't know. I didn't scheme anything. Han Fei couldn't do anything to him but watch him eat and drink happily in front of him. As for why fifth senior brother didn't interfere in his affairs, in fact, even if fifth senior brother wanted to interfere, Han Fei might not let him. However, why didn't you inform me? Why did you suddenly appear without saying anything? This made Han Fei wonder whether it was really he who destroyed the 10,000 scale race. There is no black box operation here, right? Han Fei rubbed his head and then simply let go and began to eat and drink with fifth senior brother. After the two of them ate for a day and a night, Han Fei finally couldn't take it anymore. He had never seen anyone who could eat as much as fifth senior brother. Even if his stomach was a bottomless hole, wouldn't he cloy by eating so much meat at once? Finally, under Han Fei's repeated urging, fifth senior brother reluctantly put away the remaining parts and then led Han Fei to the chaotic ice wall. Fifth senior brother, how far is the chaotic sea from here? Fifth senior brother said drunkenly. Little junior brother, you've stumped me. It's impossible to measure how far away it is. Anyway, it's very far away. Since it's so far away, why can this channel be set up in the sea realm, and one can pass merely via a teleportation portal? Is there really such a magical teleportation array in this world? Fifth senior brother said. That's not an array. That's a supreme nature treasure, the distanceless gate. A supreme nature treasure? Han Fei was shocked. Wasn't that a treasure at the same level as the chaotic clock? This was a treasure above the level of the chaotic spiritual treasures. Han Fei asked. No one came to steal it? Fifth senior brother smiled and said, who dares to steal it? Whoever dares to touch the distanceless gate will be taken as a traitor to all races. Whoever touches it will die, so no one dares to touch it. Chapter 2767-2767, The Arrogant Supreme Nature Treasure 42767, The Arrogant Supreme Nature Treasure 4. Han Fei asked, then who owns this distanceless gate? Fifth senior brother shook his head. I don't know. You have to ask eldest senior brother. As they talked, they came to the gate. This seemed to be a teleportation array. The demon purification pot didn't show the information of the distanceless gate. This was not surprising. After all, the demon purification pot was not in its full state, and the level of the distanceless gate was too high. It might have exceeded the demon purification pot's current reading range. Fifth senior brother took Han Fei to the gate. After waiting for a few seconds, seeing no response from the gate, fifth senior brother simply said to the vortex, open the gate. Han Fei asked, senior brother, who are you talking to? Fifth senior brother said, the distanceless door. He can understand us. Fifth senior brother said again, open the door. This is my junior brother. Maybe he will guard this place in the future. My junior brother is very talented. When he kills ominous creatures in the future, it will be as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Open the damn door quickly. However, on the ice wall above the distanceless door, a line of words appeared. It said, 90% of the guardians here were killed by him. Not a single one of the two great monarchs was left. Fifth senior brother was amused and said bluntly, those two are nothing. How many times have those two fought against the ominous? They just came here to train their soldiers, but you still opened the door for them. Look at my junior brother's luck and physique. He can kill carefree level monarchs when he's only in the sky opening realm. Now that he has proved Tao, once his realm is stabilized, no cultivators under the immortal level can beat him. He can crush immortal level cultivators in 1,000 years and sweep great monarchs in 10,000 years. You should curry favor with him now. When the time comes, he'll be your gatekeeper. Han Fei blushed when he heard that, but it was really possible that he could crush immortal level cultivators in 1,000 years. It was not that Han Fei was narcissistic, but his cultivation speed was very fast because of the supreme divine technique. Besides, he had also cultivated the God-fiend formless technique. Even if he could not reach the immortal level in 1,000 years, his strength should not be weaker than immortal level cultivators. However, this distanceless gate didn't seem to like him very much. It seemed that he had angered him by destroying the city of scavengers and the city of origin. The distanceless gate allowed the City of Scavengers and City of Origin to come out to train their soldiers in the hope that they could guard this place in the future to resist the ominous. Now that Han Fei had killed the door's guardians, he was naturally unhappy. It was equivalent to him opening the gate so many times for nothing. Han Fei watched quietly. Fifth senior brother was still nagging. Open the door quickly. Your future guardian is going out to take a walk and see the chaotic sea. Don't be stingy. In the end, the gate still gave some face to fifth senior brother. Although he was reluctant, he couldn't stand fifth senior brother's continuous knocking. So, he wrote, this time I made an exception. I won't open the door for him next time. Fifth senior brother said, nonsense, you'll have to count on my junior brother in the future. The distanceless door began to operate. Fifth senior brother was about to walk in, but Han Fei didn't move. Fifth senior brother shouted, hey, let's go, little junior brother. Han Fei shook his head slightly and smiled faintly. Senior brother, I won't go. Since he is unwilling, I, the dignified human emperor, can't bring myself to do that. I'll go to the chaotic sea sooner or later. I'm not in a haste. Fifth senior brother asked, are you really not going? It's good to feel it in advance. Han Fei shook his head. No, I won't. With that, two scimitars suddenly appeared in Han Fei's hands. It was none other than the Blades of Hope. The law of time was activated, and the timeline was broken heavily. As the vast ocean navigator pointed to a spot, Han Fei suddenly stopped in a certain timeline. Han Fei stopped at the moment when the distanceless gate was once opened. At that moment, a fishhook was thrown out, and a figure was suddenly hooked out and pulled over by Han Fei. It was a sky-opening realm cultivator of the 10,000 scale race. He was unconscious after being dragged over. Han Fei clasped his head with one hand and activated the soul-searching technique. Everything happened smoothly. Fifth senior brother smacked his lips and looked at the distanceless door. Stupid door, you've offended my little junior brother. Do you think everyone in the Void Temple is as easygoing as me? Have you forgotten the scene of our Void Temple on a killing spree? As for the distanceless door, he slightly was trembling, not because Han Fei was a disciple of the Void Temple, but because Han Fei took out two treasures of no lower quality than him. He was sure that the vast ocean navigator was a treasure of the same level as him. Although it hadn't fully grown up, it was definitely a supreme nature treasure too. And the double knives were what made him tremble. For some reason, he felt that the quality of these double knives seemed to surpass his own. The distanceless gate couldn't figure out how this person could have two treasures of this level. After a while, Han Fei put on a smile and chuckled. I see. Han Fei crushed the puppet of the 10,000 scale race and said to fifth senior brother, I'm going back. I've been to the chaotic sea. Next, I'm going to lead the human race to rise. Fifth senior brother said, why don't you stay for 2 days for fun? Han Fei was lost for words. You just want me to stay here to cook for you, don't you? Han Fei shook his head. No, the human race has just entered the sea realm and the breakthrough tide is coming. I need to guard the human race. As for this chaotic ice domain, I'll wait for this door to beg me in the future. Han Fei paused and looked at the distanceless gate. Well, even if you beg me, I won't necessarily agree with you. So, you'd better think carefully about how to beg me. Fifth senior brother. Haha, little junior brother, you are really... Fine, go ahead. I won't go with you. Fifth senior brother opened a channel for Han Fei and shook his head helplessly, thinking that his little junior brother was quite interesting. Han Fei nodded and said, Senior brother, since you've helped the City of Wanderers, I hope you can still help them in the future. Fifth senior brother said in surprise, Don't you humans stay in the chaotic wasteland? It's absolutely safe here now. Han Fei shook his head. Humans have their own path. Without challenges, how can there be a powerful human race? Han Fei bid farewell to fifth senior brother and entered the teleportation portal without looking back. When the portal disappeared, fifth senior brother leaned against the chaotic ice wall and said indifferently, Distanceless, do you think you just rejected a person? You fucking rejected the entire human race. A race who once dominated the chaotic era, the distanceless gate. After a long time, a line of words appeared beside fifth senior brother. Then what should we do now? Fifth senior brother laughed. Do whatever you want. I'm going to eat. Little junior brother left me so many recipes. I have to try them one by one. Chapter 27688, 2768 Booming of the Human Race 1. 2768 Booming of the Human Race 1. When Han Fei returned to the chaotic wasteland, the first thing he did was to release all the humans. Anyway, they couldn't stay in his origin star all the time. Buzz. When all the human beings appeared in the old site of the City of Scavengers, the scene was quite spectacular. How could a City of Scavengers accommodate tens of billions of people? Now, there were still nearly 50 years before the next tidal wave, so Han Fei didn't have to be too anxious to prepare to defend it. Many people had appeared in the chaotic wasteland for the first time, so they were full of curiosity. Is this the sea realm? The spiritual energy density is indeed high, nearly twice as high as the raging sea. This is just the chaotic wasteland. Didn't you hear what the humans here said? The chaotic wasteland isn't the real sea realm. It said that outside the chaotic wasteland, it's more suitable for cultivation than here. This is the previous battlefield, right? The smell of blood is so strong. Of course. The 10,000 scale race was wiped out, which means hundreds of millions of people died. How can the smell of blood not be strong? A sea establisher said. It's not a bad thing that the smell of blood is strong here. So many people have died and their lost power is drifting in this world. This is the best opportunity for our human race to cultivate, my fellow humans. At this moment, Han Fei's voice sounded above everyone's heads and Han Fei's Dharma idol stood high in the void. Look, it's Master Human Emperor. All of you, be quiet. Master Human Emperor has something to say. Be quiet. If you have anything, let's discuss it later. Put away your curiosity. After the scene calmed down a little, Han Fei slowly said, My fellow human beings, we are now in the chaotic wasteland of the Sea Realm. I'll give you a simple introduction of the Sea Realm. The Sea Realm is divided into 5 divine realms, which are respectively the North Sea, South Sea, East Sea, and Central Sea Divine Realm. And we are in the most remote corner of the East Sea Divine Realm, called the Chaotic Wasteland. Compared to other places in the East Sea Divine Realm, the resources, spiritual energy, and environment in the Chaotic Wasteland are quite harsh. However, compared to the Raging Sea, it's several times stronger. At present, most of you are not strong enough. Even if you are sent to the outside of the Chaotic Wasteland, it might be difficult for you to adapt to the environment there. It's not a good thing for you if the spiritual energy is too rich. Therefore, our human race will temporarily stay in the Chaotic Wasteland to cultivate for hundreds of years. At most in 10 days or half a month, because you will adapt to the environment in the Chaotic Wasteland, you will welcome a tide of breakthroughs. This will be a grand event for everyone. Please be prepared. Rest well and be prepared for a breakthrough at any time, Han Fei said a lot, but in fact, it didn't need to take half a month. At this moment, Han Fei had just released all the human beings, and many people had already felt a coming breakthrough. Especially the people who had followed Han Fei to siege the cities. They had obtained a lot of resources and treasures in those cities. As early as in Han Fei's origin star, some of them were already about to make a breakthrough. However, Han Fei had suppressed their breakthroughs. Otherwise, once these people began to make a breakthrough, he would have to continuously supply them with energy and spiritual energy. Han Fei added, Now, if you really can't suppress and need to make a breakthrough immediately, spread out in the middle of the ruins and prepare to make a breakthrough. Now that the 10,000 scale race has been wiped out, there is a tremendous amount of energy and spiritual energy left here, enough for you to consume and make a breakthrough. However, I have to tell everyone one thing. Although the energy crystals you have obtained in the Sea Realm contain a large amount of ownerless soul and spiritual energy, don't use them randomly. Only use a little bit when you have no choice. If you use too much, it will affect your foundation. Yes, Master Human Emperor. Huh? Someone asked in surprise. Then didn't we snatch them for nothing? Someone was almost crying. I grabbed a lot of them. I was so excited when I felt so many ownerless souls inside. Why are there side effects? Someone heaved a long sigh. Sure enough, nothing can be accomplished overnight. Even such a good thing can only be used in small amounts. What a pity, someone shouted. Pity? Even if you can't use it, others can use it. There are so many people here. Not everyone has such a treasure. Therefore, if you can't use it up, you can make an exchange with others. As soon as Han Fei said this, figures soared into the air or ran away one after another. There were nearly 10 million of them. They were all people who had suppressed their strength for a long time and were about to make a breakthrough. Most of them were explorers. This was because there weren't many law enforcers who had followed Han Fei to fight in the early stages. As everyone was in position, Han Fei beckoned. All powerhouses above the venerable realm in the chaotic wasteland, since you're stronger, you have to protect the human race from the raging sea. Those below the venerable realm have to quickly integrate into the human race from the raging sea. Our human race is now one and indistinguishable. Next, we will implement a series of measures, so don't be too far away for the time being, so as to facilitate personnel deployment. Chapter 2769-2769, Booming of the Human Race, 22769, Booming of the Human Race 22. Yes, Master Human Emperor. Yes, Master Human Emperor. Because there were too many people, after speaking these words, Han Fei went straight to Xuanhuan. Uncle Xuan, now that the human race is united, there are too many people to manage and too many things to deal with. I might need you to help me mix the humans from the raging sea and the humans from the chaotic wasteland. Han Xuan rolled his eyes. You really think too highly of me. So many people, Han Fei said. Uncle Xuan, all the 70,000 7-kill army soldiers under me will be under your command. So will all the sea establishers and venerables of the human race. Han Xuan rubbed his head. Being too smart doesn't seem to be a good thing. Han Fei smiled and said, able people should do more work. By the way, you know Hong Yue, right? His strength isn't weak now and he's familiar with the chaotic wasteland. I'll get him to cooperate with you. It's a little difficult during this period of time, but it'll be fine as long as we weather through it. The comprehensive strength of our human race will definitely grow exponentially. In a few decades, everyone will break through at least one major realm or even more. This is the true rise of the human race. All right. You don't have to try so hard to persuade me. I'll agree to this matter. By the way, your father and mother ran away with Yinner just like that? Han Fei looked puzzled. They didn't run away. They said that they went for a stroll. Heh, a stroll. I think they're just afraid of trouble, so they left this mess to you, but you left it to me. So I'm the busiest person in this family. Although Han Xuan was complaining, after complaining to Han Fei, he shouted, Hong Yue, all the sea establisher-level powerhouses of 7-kill army, the human race and undersea human race, come here. Han Xuan didn't call the Merman royal family because they were no longer a race. The Merman royal family was naturally led by Xia Hongzhu, and he didn't need to interfere. In the past, in the Raging Sea, although Han Xuan had been guarding the Nine Palace world, he had a wide coverage of information. The Nine Palace world was best governed in the 36 mystic worlds. Those Han Xuan called over were all cultivators above the sea establishment realm. This was because only sea establishers had absolute authority in the current human race. Furthermore, most of the venerables were from the chaotic wasteland, so they weren't easy to command. When Hong Yu and the others arrived, Han Xuan just nodded gently at Hong Yu and then said, Hong Yu, choose 10 sky-opening realm cultivators you are familiar with. In the future, you and these sky-openers need to cooperate with me to deal with the affairs of the human race. As for all the other sky-opening realm cultivators, distribute the sea establishers here evenly. Remember their names and faces. In 10 years, they will be your right-hand men. Han Xuan said these words in front of all the sea establishment realm cultivators. Then he continued, all sea establishers, after chaos, there must be great order. The human race has just come to the sea realm, so there are a lot of things waiting to be done. I need 10 years of your time. In these 10 years, you might not have much time to cultivate. Because you are sea establishment realm cultivators, you are the top power of the current human race. Since you are human, you should bear corresponding responsibilities. Therefore, I need you to spend 10 years helping me govern the current human race. Does anyone have any objections? No objection. How could anyone have any objections at this moment? Han Xuan was the human race's governor selected by Han Fei. Since they were sea establishers, they knew that there were too many human beings and it would be very troublesome to manage them. However, someone raised a question. Master Han Xuan, if we govern the human race now, what about the city of origin? If we start a war against them, we will definitely suffer losses, Han Xuan said calmly. The city of origin doesn't have any monarchs guarding it at the moment. All we need to do is to have strong masters to check them for the time being. Our human race's breakthrough tide is about to arrive. If we immediately start a war, it won't be conducive to the stability of the human race. Therefore, the war against the city of origin must be after the human race's breakthrough tide. During this period of time, you need to pick at least 10 or more candidates from your subordinates as your helpers. Even if you die in the battle against the city of origin, these people can replace you at any time. Han Xuan paused for a moment and continued. Now, your mission is to distribute the people below the venerable realm equally in the same way. The people below the dangling fisher realm will be distributed roughly evenly. By equal distribution, I mean to include the people from the chaotic wasteland and the undersea human race. I don't want to see anyone discriminate against the undersea humans, nor do I want the humans from the chaotic wasteland to feel superior because they are stronger. What I need is a harmonious human race. I'll give you 3 days to complete the distribution of people. Then I'll start arranging the construction of the city. After Hong Yue chose 10 people to stay, Han Xuan said, Old Hong, as the former master of the Mad Corpse world, cooperate with me to draft the human race's law. Where there are people, there will be trouble. The law has the most basic binding power. It must be issued in time. Hong Yue gladly accepted the order. He knew that his status was completely incomparable to Han Xuan's. This was Han Fei's biological uncle. Chapter 2770, Booming of the Human Race, 32770, Booming of the Human Race 3. After that, Han Xuan looked at Han Fei. The simplest way is the most effective. I'll deal with this. As the human emperor, you don't need to deal with these things, but you need to restrain the city of origin. If I've guessed right, the leaderless city is already in a mess, but you still have a trump card. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Unbalin, Han Xuan said. That's right. I know that you were going to torture this person or leave him to Xia Xiaoshan. In fact, it's completely unnecessary. Xia Xiaoshan has already been reincarnated. Even if she returns and fuses her memories, if she finds that the city of origin is gone, she won't have much hatred left. Old Hong is the master of the Mad Corpse world. If he has a way to refine Balin into a corpse puppet, Han Fei said, I have a way to refine him into a puppet. Oh, Han Xuan nodded. That's good. Now that the city of origin has no leader, Balin's return must be their lifesaver. Once Balin returns, he will definitely be their absolute leader and can reassure those people. Han Fei hadn't thought of that. His hatred for Balin made him forget that this person could be used. Han Fei's eyes lit up. With Balin controlling the city of origin, we can control this race at will. Han Xuan shook his head. No, all the sky-opening cultivators in the city of origin must die. This is unnegotiable. However, it's meaningless to use our own strength to fight. It will only increase consumption. I've learned in the past few days that there will be a tidal wave every 100 years in the chaotic wasteland. When the time comes, as long as there's a problem with the array protecting the city of origin, a round of tidal waves can help us clear up the high-end combat power of the city of origin. As for those below the sky-opening realm, let them be used by the human race to train soldiers. With a population of tens of billions, how can we not train ourselves? Han Fei was suddenly enlightened. His original plan was to destroy the city of origin immediately after the breakthrough tide passed so that the human race could grow quickly from wars. However, by making minor changes, Han Xuan's proposal could greatly reduce the losses of the human race, achieve the same goal, and even achieve better results. So why not? Han Fei nodded in agreement. Okay, leave Balin to me, Han Xuan said. Of course I'll leave him to you. Although you don't have to govern the human race, you have a lot of things to do. You said that the side effects of the energy crystals are quite huge, so resources have become a big problem. The human race has so many people. Although I've asked around, there are also many mining areas here, but the former city of scavengers only had a small population, not even 1% of our current human race. Therefore, the resources are definitely not enough. I can only leave this problem to you. Han Fei remembered that there were so many sky-opening realm and Dao-proving level cultivators killed, and even the 10,000 scale monarch had died here. Their origin stars were all there. Even if he used the vast ocean navigator to explore 3 times a day, it would take at least 136 years to sweep through all these origin stars. Therefore, in terms of resources, it should be barely enough. This was the reason why he chose to build a city in the old site of the city of scavengers. Although millions of kilometers away was the place where the 10,000 scale monarch died, which would inevitably become a perilous place and spread here after a certain period of time, the resources here were abundant. If he harvested the origin stars of 3 people a day, it should be able to support the growth of the current human race. Han Fei responded, resources are not a problem. Han Xuan nodded. That's good. Since resources are not a problem, I need you to cooperate with me on one more thing. What is it? Han Xuan said. As the breakthrough tide continues, the consumption of spiritual energy in this place will inevitably increase sharply. I know the purpose of you building a city here, but the spiritual energy drifting in the world is definitely not enough. For example, after most strong masters die, their spiritual energy will dissipate, and after dissipating, they can only stay here for a short time. Therefore, I need you to help me build a city and a transcendent spirit-gathering array composed of many small cities. So in the next few years, don't even think about escaping. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. A spirit-gathering array that can accommodate the entire human race? Han Xuan nodded. Yes, it's difficult, but as an array master, you should know the benefits of doing this. Even if the human race only stays in this place for decades, it's worth it. Han Fei took a deep breath. Okay, Han Fei sighed inwardly. He was too optimistic. He thought that if the human race won, he would have a lot of time to consolidate his realm and continue cultivating. But now it seemed that as the human emperor, he had to bear some obligations. To put it bluntly, if Han Xuan was the only one who took care of the super spirit gathering array, it might take him at least 10 years to completely set it up because the area was too large and involved too many details. However, with someone like Han Xuan who was good at calculation and could even make the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost compass himself, it might not take him that much time to set up such a big array. Han Fei said, okay, I'll arrange in Balin's matter first. City of Origin. The city had been closed for several days, and the city protection array had been open. 2 days ago, the monarchs died one after another. Some of them even heard the cicada sound from the great monarch, as if it was narrating his sorrow. Chapter 2771-2771, Booming of the Human Race, 42771, Booming of the Human Race, 42771, Booming of the Human Realm cultivators who had returned even more at a loss. They still wanted to wait and see if any monarchs could return. The elders were in an uproar. Fools, you are all fools. Someone slaughtered dozens of monarchs of our city of origin, and even the cicada sound of the great monarch appeared. Isn't this enough to wake you up? Someone has already attacked our city of origin. It's very likely that the great monarch of our An family has already died. Someone was shouting angrily. Someone snorted. By Elshit, I don't believe that the great monarch has died. If the great monarch has died, how can our city of origin be safe and sound now? The monarchs have all been slaughtered. You call this safe and sound? Someone said. I'm talking about the entire city of origin. It's been 2 days since the war, and no monarch has returned to guard us. This is not good. Besides, more than a dozen waves of sky-opening realm cultivators I sent out have their life tablets shattered. This is bad news in itself. Therefore, closing the city will only put us in a passive position. Humph, then what are you going to do? So many people have been sent out, but none of them have returned. Now we have no one to send. What do you think we should do? Someone said, I think we should temporarily arrange for some people to evacuate from the city of origin and move to the revived places. This way, even if something big happens, we can retain our strength. Where to? The city of origin has billions of people. Once we enter the revived places, we can directly suck up those revived places. Do you mean to make everyone stop cultivating? Let's lie low for now. What else can we do? The city lord is back. The city lord is back. Suddenly, someone reported the good news, and everyone in the elders group rushed out immediately. Then, they saw on by unfolding the wings of the heavenly cicada and walking in through the opening of the city protecting array. However, at this moment, the energy fluctuations on Balin's body were extremely strong. It seemed that he had been seriously injured, and half of his wings were broken. The elders all gathered around, and the sky-opening realm cultivators who had returned from the chaotic ice domain also looked over. City Lord, what happened? City Lord, it's great that you're fine. Our city of origin suffered a heavy loss this time. City Lord, the cicada sound of the great monarch a few days ago, my lord, and Balin waved his hand impatiently and said, something happened. The city of scavengers was destroyed. The entire 10,000 scale race was wiped out. Huh? What? How is it possible? The 10,000 scale race was wiped out? Hiss, this. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The 10,000 scale race had been wiped out? The city of scavengers that had been fighting with their city of origin for 100,000 years had been wiped out? And Balin said, the elders gather. A moment later, in the meeting hall, and Balin said bitterly, the human race has an ancient powerhouse revived whose strength could be said to be the strongest below the gods. He killed all the monarchs of the 10,000 scale race. In the end, it was the alliance of the 10,000 scale monarch and the great monarch Destiny and Tianming who killed this person. However, the result was not ideal. The 10,000 scale monarch was still wiped out, and all the monarchs of our city of origin were killed or injured. Although the great monarch Destiny didn't die on the spot, he fought into the endless void and no one knows where he is now. I can return because I didn't participate in that battle but went to intercept the hidden monarchs of the human race. Hiss. The whereabouts of the great monarch Destiny are unknown? Hidden monarchs of the human race? Isn't the human race a very weak race? Lord and Balin, then the monarchs of our An family, and Balin said sadly, all of them died except me. Damn the human race. They endured for 100,000 years and finally produced a human monarch. Together with the city of wanderers, they found an ancient monarch palace and summoned a peerless powerhouse. Now, the 10,000 scale race has been wiped out. Our city of origin has to face the double attack of the human race and the city of wanderers. And Balin's expression turned ugly. At this point, there's nothing I can do. Fortunately, the great monarch Destiny is nowhere to be found, and the city of wanderers and the human race don't dare to rashly attack our city of origin before confirming the great monarch Destiny's death. Everyone will definitely encounter many tests from them later. But no matter what, we can't show any fear. On the contrary, we need to create a normal peaceful scene and show them that the great monarch Destiny is still alive, but he's just heavily injured. Only in this way can we buy more time for ourselves. Someone immediately said, that's right, quickly remove the city protection array. Now that the city lord has returned, we can't let the humans and the city of wanderers find anything wrong. Yes, and Balin added, don't panic, don't tell anyone, keep everything normal. Also, I want to take out the ancestral god's wings. Chapter 27072, Someone from the Immortal Temple, 1-27072. Someone from the Immortal Temple, 1 Han Fei, learned this information from Balin's memories. There was actually a pair of divine wings hidden in the city of origin. It was the cicada molting left behind by a divine being in the city of origin. Han Fei certainly wouldn't let go of such a divine-level treasure. As for these old men, they didn't doubt Han Fei's purpose of taking out the ancestral god's wings. At this moment, only Balin could use such a treasure. As for Balin's identity, they didn't doubt it. It was impossible to imitate the heavenly cicada wings because of the characteristics of their race. Therefore, they believed that Balin was their city lord. Of course, the most important reason was that there was only this monarch left in the city of origin. Therefore, no matter how Balin told them how he survived, no one dared to doubt whether what he said was true or not, because at this time, a monarch had absolute power. The divine wings of the heavenly cicada family had been sealed in the forbidden area of the heavenly cicada family. There was originally a monarch guarding it, but after being slaughtered by the demon god, the monarch guarding the forbidden area had long died. There was no information about whether the pair of divine wings had been used or not in Balin's memory, but Han Fei estimated that An Tianming, as a great monarch, also had his own heavenly cicada wings. He had to walk his own divine path, so he didn't need the pair of divine wings. During this period, there were naturally people who coveted the wings of gods, but these were things that belonged to gods. No one below the monarch level could touch them. Even Han Fei couldn't bring out the greatest effect of this treasure. The forbidden area of the city of origin was a mysterious place that could only be opened with the bloodline of the heavenly cicada family. The forbidden area wasn't particularly difficult to enter. No one had been able to touch it before because the An family had a great monarch-level powerhouse, and there had always been a monarch guarding it. But now that the great monarch was gone, only Balin was left. Therefore, Han Fei, who was attached to Balin, walked in easily. In a barrier wrapped in the law of speed, a pair of colorful and extremely thin cicada wings were quietly placed in the center of the barrier. At this moment, there was no one around. Han Fei transformed into his human form, and information popped up in his eyes. First, Namus 6 Tao Heavenly Cicada Wings. Introduction. This is the cicada molting that was shed by a god-level powerhouse. After hundreds of thousands of years of nourishment with the power of chaos, it has finally turned into a chaotic spiritual treasure. The 6 Tao Heavenly Cicada Wings are the embodiment of speed. Whoever wears them will have their basic speed increased to varying degrees according to the strength of the wearer. It's said that the 6 Tao heavenly cicada wings have the power to cross part of space and time. When one's strength reaches the level of a great monarch, they have the ability to cross realms. Quality functional chaotic spiritual treasure. Attached soul, nunny effect, increase speed, travel through space, time, and realms. Or can't be reforged, unrefined, or a chaotic spiritual treasure? It seems that the things left behind by the gods are only at the level of chaotic spiritual treasures. Of course, although Han Fei sighed, he knew that there was still a difference between a functional chaotic spiritual treasure and an ordinary one. The value of these 6 Tao heavenly cicada wings should not be in the increase in speed, but in their ability to cross space, time, and most importantly, realms. He didn't need to use the 6 Tao heavenly cicada wings to cross time. He could use the void world to cross space. Only the ability to cross realms was what he wanted to have the most. Unfortunately, his strength wasn't enough at the moment, and he was still a long way from the Great Monarch realm. Han Fei laid a hand on the 6 Tao heavenly cicada wings. Chirp! Han Fei felt his soul tremble. The sound of the heavenly cicada sounded in his mind, making Han Fei bleed from his 7 orifices. When he pressed his hand on it, he felt a huge repulsive force. He didn't know if it was because he wasn't a member of the heavenly cicada family, but this thing was quite repulsive to him. However, it was only a chaotic spiritual treasure after all and didn't have the extraordinary spirituality of supreme nature treasures. Besides, when the 6 Tao heavenly cicada wings resisted him, the demon purification pot took action. In the soul domain, this thing was still not enough to resist the demon purification pot. Even if the demon purification pot was not in its complete state yet, its level was much higher than the 6 Tao heavenly cicada wings. The cicada's cry was swallowed by the demon purification pot. A small vine stretched out from between Han Fei's eyebrows, clasped the 6 Tao heavenly cicada wings, and forcibly dragged them into Han Fei's sea of consciousness. Han Fei hurriedly said, "Master Calabash, this treasure is very useful to me. Don't swallow it." The demon purification pot spun gently. There was no telling if it understood Han Fei's words. But as the 6 small vines rolled up, some of the power on the heavenly cicada wings was absorbed by the demon purification pot. Han Fei was a little panicked. If the demon purification pot ate this thing, wouldn't his trip be in vain? As the power was constantly devoured, the luster of the 6 Tao heavenly cicada wings became dimmer and dimmer. In the end, 2 hours later, the demon purification pot finally loosened the 6 Tao heavenly cicada wings. Han Fei hurriedly pulled out the 6 Tao heavenly cicada wings. When he saw the information of the 6 Tao heavenly cicada wings again and found that there was no change, he was slightly relieved. But the resistance was gone. It seemed that the demon purification pot just needed to absorb some kind of power from this thing. What kind of power was worth the demon purification pot absorbing? Divinity? Or a power that could only be used by gods? Chapter 2773 Someone from the Immortal Temple 22773 Someone from the Immortal Temple 2 Without thinking too much, Han Fei immediately began to refine the wings. With his current strength and chi and blood state, he should be able to refine everything except a supreme nature treasure. Sure enough, it only took Han Fei less than a day to refine the 6 Tao heavenly cicada wings. 1 day later, Han Fei possessed Balin again and left the City of Origin. Of course, the City of Origin had to be destroyed, but not by him. After the breakthrough frenzy on the human side ended, a new war would slowly begin. Only then would the City of Origin come in handy. Another half a day passed. As soon as Han Fei returned to the human race, his heart did a flip. Something seemed to be wrong. The deathly aura here had dissipated a lot. The speed of dissipation was a little beyond his expectations. Just as Han Fei was wondering, Chu Hao noticed his arrival in advance. He was walking over in the air and saying as he walked, "Han Fei, there's something we need to discuss together. The human city is too close to the battlefield. Shall we set up a sealing barrier?" With a look from Chu Hao, Han Fei sensed that something was wrong. If they wanted to discuss things, why should they avoid the human race? After a pause, Han Fei put on a faint smile. "Okay, I happen to have the same idea. You and I are both good at arrays. If we take action together, it won't be a problem to seal this place for 100 years. Han Fei and Chu Hao walked to the place where the great monarch had died. Their speed was neither fast nor slow, and they didn't cross tens of millions of kilometers in one step. Instead, they chatted shoulder to shoulder about the construction of the human race's city. In the place where the great monarch died, the sky was chaotic, the deathly aura was rich, and spatial cracks were emerging endlessly. Some warning lines had already been set up at the periphery. Humans were not allowed to step into this area. Han Fei and Chu Hao arrived together. Han Fei said, "Where do you think we should set up this barrier?" Chu Hao said, "The real dangerous place is closer to the center. It's better to set up a double barrier. Let's seal the core location first." Han Fei nodded. "That makes sense." The two of them continued to walk to the center of the dangerous place. But while the two of them were talking and laughing, suddenly, Han Fei operated his great Tao with all his strength and slashed at a certain void node with the formless infinity sword. Chu Hao was even faster. He pointed his finger and an energy wave shot out, also pointing at the void node. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the void node exploded, and a huge skeleton tens of thousands of feet tall was exposed in front of the two of them. The huge skeleton was spewing black death energy at this moment. He seemed to think that this blow could break the joint attack of Han Fei and Chu Hao. However, the death energy shockwave was slashed to the bottom. Puffer crack, the huge skeleton was cut into two pieces by Han Fei's sword. Chu Hao pointed at the waist of the skeleton, and a black-robed figure suddenly jumped out of the huge skeleton. Dozens of bone shields appeared in front of the black-robed figure. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, Chu Hao was much stronger than he looked, so the bone shield was shattered one after another. You are not at the Dao-proving level. A slightly stunned voice came from under the black robe. But while he was stunned, Han Fei disappeared. The black-robed man hurriedly said, "Let's talk nicely. You're too unreasonable to attack me as soon as you see me." Puffer the void split open, and a sword beam blasted out of the void world. Void world? The black-robed man was slightly surprised. He only had the time to say this before the black-robed figure was directly shattered by this sword. The speed at which Han Fei erupted just now was not slow, mainly because it took him by surprise. This was the first time he had tried to attack from the void world. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that if he attacked from the void world, his attack would only be noticed the moment it broke out of the void. But for strong masters, this moment might have already led to a victory. However, although this blow succeeded, a large amount of death aura dissipated. In the middle of the death aura, two black-robed men appeared at the same time. The two of them said at the same time, "Don't fight, we're all from the three temples anyway. Others don't understand our immortal temple, but you should be able to understand us, right?" Chu Hao didn't attack again, but looked at Han Fei. "Do you still want to fight them?" "They're from the three temples." Han Fei raised his hands and activated the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. Dozens of pillars of light descended from the sky, forming a rotating pillar array. Wherever the pillars of light passed, the aura of death dissipated. Upon seeing this, Chu Hao saw a bronze divine tree emerge from the deathly aura. With a sweep of the green light, a large amount of deathly aura was instantly purified. Hey, are you at the immortal level? Let's talk nicely." The two black robes were split into thousands of pieces, but under the green light, 80% of them were shattered in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the pillars of divine light couldn't control this person, Han Fei sneered and the divine light turned into chains that darted at the black-robed man. Holy light chains. In an instant, thousands of chains intertwined into a net in the death energy until the black-robed man could no longer dodge. A layer of death energy formed on the surface of his body, and all the death energy gathered from all directions, constantly resisting the power of purification of Han Fei and Chu Hao. Chu Hao said, "You've just entered the carefree level. You're only using the death energy to resist it. If you don't have other means, you shouldn't be able to resist it for long." Chapter 27074 Someone from the Immortal Temple 27074 Someone from the Immortal Temple 3 The black-robed man took out a strange black scroll. At the place of this scroll, the death energy condensed into some complicated patterns blocking in front of him. Seeing this scene, Han Fei and Chu Hao stopped at the same time and looked at the black-robed man quietly. The man screamed, "Hey, isn't this too much? This is a one-time acquired spiritual treasure. It's gone after it's used up. Why did you suddenly stop fighting?" Han Fei crossed his arms. "Our Void Temple hasn't started a war with your Immortal Temple. You've already taken out an acquired spiritual treasure. Why should I still fight you?" The black-robed man, upon seeing this, Han Fei chuckled. "I was just warning you not to do such sneaky things again. Since you're from the Immortal Temple, I won't attack you if you come openly. You've sucked so much death energy out here sneakily. Do you think I'm stupid? Alas, what a huge loss." The black-robed man complained, but he didn't release the power of the acquired spiritual treasure. Instead, he said, "I didn't realize that this person's strength had reached the peak of the carefree level and could even unleash the power of an immortal level cultivator. By the way, you don't seem to be a human, right?" Chu Hao said. "It's none of your business who I am." All right, forgive me for speaking out of turn. Tski. The Void Temple is indeed worthy of its reputation. Its disciples are all battle maniacs. Even I can't withstand the power unleashed by you who have just entered the Dao-proving level." Han Fei said, "Cut the crap. As far as I know, the troops of the Immortal Temple are transitioning from the north to the east. Why did you come to the chaotic wasteland since there is such a huge battlefield over there, absorbing the death energy here, of course? You've annihilated such a super force and slaughtered their entire race, so the death energy is naturally a lot." Han Fei said, "In my territory, the death energy belongs to me. Why are you here?" The black-robed man chuckled. "Don't be so polite. After all, we are all from the three temples. Our goals are the same. You don't need the death energy. Why don't you give it to the Immortal Temple?" Heh, Han Fei sneered. "Why don't I see that our goals are the same? The Immortal Temple is waging war everywhere. Billions of people have died by your hands. Why would you be interested in the little bit of death energy here?" "That's not true. We're in a war, but we didn't kill dozens of monarchs like you did. Even 2 great monarchs and several immortal level cultivators died." How can you describe the death energy here a little bit? Han Fei said. Huh. In any case, it's wrong to take things in my territory without my permission. Either you compensate me, or you consider whether you can leave today. I think with my identity, if I kill a carefree level cultivator, the Immortal Temple won't dare to hold me accountable. Hey, be reasonable. This is too domineering. Then what compensation do you want? The black-robed man didn't feel embarrassed at all to admit defeat. Mainly, he felt that Han Fei was too murderous. From the battle just now, it could be seen that Han Fei wouldn't have stopped if he hadn't taken out an acquired spiritual treasure. Besides, if his guess was correct, the other party was exchanging the death energy for something from him, so he didn't kill him. He didn't expect to be tricked one day. Han Fei glanced at the human race and said, "It's simple. Look, our human race is still quite weak at the moment. We lack resources. How about this? Give each human a level 1 mineral or 10 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Then today's matter will be over." Puff 1. The black-robed man was dumbfounded and screamed, "Are you robbing me? Do you know how many people there are in your human race? There are more than 100 billion of them, and you want me to give each of them a level 1 mineral. Why don't you just sell me? I can't get so many ultra-quality spiritual stones either. Do you think our immortal temple is a mobile supermine?" In fact, hearing what Han Fei said, even Chu Hao felt a toothache. He thought to himself, "You really dare to ask? Not to mention a carefree level monarch, even an immortal level cultivator wouldn't be able to provide so many resources." Han Fei's face turned cold. "My requirements are so low, but you can't even satisfy them. What's the use of you?" The black-robed man was speechless. "Hey, let's be reasonable. Level 1 minerals or ultra-quality spiritual stones are indeed not good things, but that depends on how many humans there are, right? How much death energy can I get from here? With the resources required, it's enough to buy 10 portions of this death energy." Han Fei's eyes were ruthless. "So we can't reach a deal?" The world suddenly dimmed, and the mystic martial monarch armor suddenly enveloped this place. At the moment Han Fei attacked, he had thrown the mystic martial monarch armor out with a time jump. Now it suddenly appeared and sealed this place. Seeing this, the black-robed man hurriedly said, "Wait a moment, let's talk nicely." "Don't fight at random, all right?" Han Fei said. "Then how much can you pay?" The black-robed man put on a bitter face and thought to himself, "Why bother? If I had known earlier, I would have come directly to negotiate with Han Fei. It's better than being so passive now." Chapter 2775. Someone from the Immortal Temple for 2775. Someone from the Immortal Temple, for besides, as Han Fei said, he could really kill him. Even if he died, who would dare to avenge him? Han Fei had killed 2 great monarchs and dozens of other monarchs in a day. The main reason was that these people from the Void Temple were too ruthless in fighting. If he really died, even if the Immortal Temple sent someone else, that person would probably be beaten to death too. In the end, the black-robed man compromised. "It's impossible for me to get everyone 1 level 1 mineral. That's too much. 100 million. Our Immortal Temple will provide 100 million in exchange." However, Han Fei took out a short knife, and the Emperor Sparrow was already standing on his shoulder. "Say that again? I didn't hear it clearly just now. I think I heard someone dismissing a beggar. 100 million? Do you think my reputation is only worth 100 million level 1 minerals?" The black-robed man, Han Fei sneered. "Do you think I'm stupid? Your immortal temple occupies a large area of wilderness, has countless mines in your hands, and has a battlefield spanning several light years. You're using such a small amount of resources to fob me off," the black-robed man hurriedly said. 10 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones. The wilderness is not like the boundless mining area of your East Sea divine realm. How can there be so many minerals? 10 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones is not bad, right? 100 billion. Han Fei said coldly. "Even if you don't have enough minerals, you should have enough spiritual stones, right? I don't believe you who own the boundless wilderness can't afford such a small amount of spiritual stones." 500. Before the black-robed man finished speaking, Han Fei interrupted him. "There's no room for bargaining. If you came openly, 50 billion is 50 billion. Even if it's 10 billion, I can accept it. However, you stole the death energy first. If you steal something, you have to pay a price. We're all members of the 3 temples. I don't want to make things difficult for you. 100 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones is my bottom line. Just throw me a random origin ground or something." The black-robed man's black cape bulged. He was probably infuriated by Han Fei. However, now that he was under Han Fei's roof, he had to bow his head. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Okay, 100 billion it is. I'll give you this resource. Then can I absorb the death energy here now?" Han Fei seemed to be in a good mood and snorted. "Of course, but there's one more thing." The black-robed man's tone changed a little. "What else do you want?" Han Fei shrugged. "Nothing much. I don't care what your immortal temple does. But you can't attack our human race in the future. You can only recruit the dead humans who are willing to enter the immortal temple. If I find out that your immortal temple attacks the human race or forcibly takes our human cultivators into the immortal temple, I don't mind a battle against you. Believe me, I can do it." Huffa. The black-robed man heaved a long sigh of relief. "I thought it was something important. Don't worry. The people accepted by our immortal temple are all people who sincerely want to become undead creatures. Only in very few cases will they be forcibly taken in. With a flip of his hand, Han Fei took back the mystic martial monarch armor and said casually, "You can touch this death aura, but all the origin star connections related to this place are mine." The black-robed man said in surprise, "They're gone. Even their souls are gone." "How can you find those origin stars?" Han Fei said. "That's my business." The black-robed man didn't ask too much. After all, Han Fei was from the Void Temple. He believed that he would have some special methods. Han Fei said, "You didn't come here just to contain the death energy, right?" "I believe that if it's just the death energy, it's not worth a carefree level cultivator of the Immortal Temple coming here." The black-robed man chuckled. "Of course. Well, here's the thing. If you want to attack the city of origin, can you leave some intact corpses? Incomplete corpses are fine. Even if there are only some broken limbs left, it's fine. Just leave some intact." Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. "Why? Do you want these people to become undead creatures? These are all enemies of our human race. Wouldn't it leave hidden dangers for our human race if we let them become undead creatures? It's different. Although our immortal temple voluntarily takes in some people who want to become undead creatures, we can also take them in forcefully. We can completely erase all their memories before they die. They definitely won't have any hatred for your human race." Oh? Han Fei wasn't worried that this person would lie to him. As a member of the three temples, the other party should know the price of lying to him. The Void Temple might not have many people, but they were very good at reasoning with people. For example, eldest senior brother and senior brother Azure Dragon were very good at it. If this person lied to him, he would naturally have to reason with him. Han Fei pondered and said, "I can leave them to you. There are still hundreds of thousands of sky-opening realm cultivators in the city of origin, but the price is not the same as today's price. Hundreds of thousands of sky-opening realm cultivators and hundreds of thousands of sea-establishing realm cultivators. You should know what this means, right?" The black-robed man chuckled. "Of course, our immortal temple is willing to pay a huge amount of resources for this." Han Fei wasn't in a hurry to talk about the things that hadn't happened yet. It was an art to negotiate. He'd better ask about this matter first. After all, it would be a loss to negotiate with others without knowing the exact value of what he was going to sell. As for the person to ask, Han Fei felt that Senior Brother Undead should know better. Although Senior Brother Undead wasn't from the Immortal Temple, he was more like an undead or a strong master who took a similar path. He should know the value of these people. Therefore, Han Fei replied, "Let's talk about this when the human race and the city of origin start a war. Is there anything else?" The black-robed man shook his head. "No, I just wanted to see what kind of person the successor of the Void Temple is. Now, I've finally seen it. Chapter 2776, 2776 Return, 12776, Return 1. After negotiating with Han Fei, the black-robed man continued to absorb the death energy. Han Fei watched the magnificent death energy crazily enter a small bottle in the black-robed man's hand. Every hour he had to change a small bottle. Although Han Fei had a lot of questions, he felt that if he asked them, he would seem ignorant. For example, why did the Immortal Temple go to war everywhere? Why did they absorb so much death energy? Why did the crazily killing undead creatures have the same goal as the Void Temple and the Time Temple? More importantly, the Immortal Temple had been fighting everywhere. Everyone in the 5 divine realms was annoyed by them. Logically speaking, they should have worked together to destroy the undead. Why didn't anyone take action? He would ask these questions to his senior brothers and sisters at the next gathering. Perhaps Chu Hao knew something, so he said to Chu Hao, "What's the purpose of the Immortal Temple being so obsessed with war?" Chu Hao said, "Even you, who are from the 3 temples, don't know it. How can an outsider like me know?" However, since the Immortal Temple can be ranked as one of the 3 temples, there must be a reason. The people of the world know very little about the 3 temples, and especially know the least about the Immortal Temples in the 3 temples. Although they are the most active, they are also the most mysterious. This is because they live in a different world from those who are still alive. Han Fei nodded slightly and said, "Well, do you know about the Void World?" Chu Hao glanced at Han Fei. "Didn't you just use it?" Han Fei said. "It's one thing to use it, but it's another thing to figure it out. I don't know if the Void World is my unique comprehension or it's a space that everyone can enter." Chu Hao pondered for a moment and said, "The prerequisite to enter the Void World is that you have to walk the great Tao of space and comprehend the law of space to have a certain chance of comprehending it. Therefore, not everyone can enter the Void World. It's considered the exclusive space of a few people. That person from your Void Temple should know best. He's the strongest person known to be in the Void Tao." Han Fei's heart stirred. Is he talking about eldest senior brother? He suspected that this Void World was the 3rd way after his speed reached the speed of light. Above the white cave space there was a step. Han Fei didn't know where that step led to, but it might be this Void World. Of course, he wouldn't take the initiative to try now. It was better to ask directly. What if his guess was wrong? If he rashly entered the step, the outcome might be different. As the black-robed man collected the death energy, he was bathed in the extremely rich death energy. Han Fei and Chu Hao didn't like it, so they didn't have much interaction with this person. On the 3rd day, the black-robed man absorbed all the death energy here and then disappeared. On the same day, Han Fei was dragging a star core into reality so that human cultivators could better absorb the energy here. Suddenly, his heart did a flip as he looked not far away. The black-robed man came out of the darkness and he said telepathically, 100 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones have been prepared. I hope we can be honest with each other next time we cooperate. Han Fei sneered. Take off your cloak and tell me your name, and then I'll think you're honest with me. The black-robed man heaved a long sigh. I'm from the Immortal Temple. It's a little inappropriate not to have a cloak. As for my name, you can call me Ye Qi. This is the first cooperation between the Void Temple and the Immortal Temple after many years. It's extremely meaningful. The 100 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones shows our sincerity. I look forward to working with you again in the future. With that, the man took a step back and the door of darkness disappeared. The black-robed man must have left temporarily. A refined star was floating in midair. Han Fei extended his hand and waved in the air, and the refined star flew over automatically. Han Fei spread out his perception and found that the refined star was almost made of ultra-quality spiritual stones. Hiss! Is the Immortal Temple really so rich? 100 billion has been transferred to my account so quickly? Did I demand too little? While Han Fei was thinking, xuanhuan came. As soon as he arrived, he said, Can you hang this star core in the sky? If you put it here, it will affect the construction of the city. Han Fei nodded. Okay, I'm hanging it up. Han Fei put away this refined star. It was meaningless to distribute resources to everyone. However, since the breakthrough tide was coming, this amount of resources was quite enough to meet everyone's breakthrough needs. A moment later, Han Fei was setting up an array with the law of gravity and hanging the star core above the human race. Suddenly, the void cracked without any warning. Before Han Fei had time to react, he saw a rough-looking old man with flying hair and bulging muscles appear above the human race. This person didn't hide his appearance, so the Beast King, Chu Hao, the two elders of the Lava Giant tribe, and Lu Qianxi immediately rushed over. The person who could appear here without a sound couldn't be simple. However, when they looked at this person, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. They felt that their bodies were trembling slightly. The absolute force field emitted by this person made them clearly sense that they were definitely not his match. Han Fei had seen a lot of big scenes. Obviously, only a great monarch-level powerhouse could have this kind of invisible vibe that could suppress everyone, so he immediately prepared to activate the Void Mark. Chapter 2777-2777 Return 227777 Return 2. But Han Fei didn't panic. Two great monarchs had died here in a row. He believed that the other party wouldn't attack indiscriminately. Han Fei cupped his hands. Greetings, Senior. I'm Han Fei. May I ask who you are? The old man looked at Han Fei up and down in surprise. Your physique is not bad. Boy, are you interested in being my disciple? Well, Han Fei was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? I'm a disciple of the Void Temple. Who are you? Han Fei said calmly, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Senior. I've already entered the Void Temple. How can I be someone else's disciple? The old man snorted and didn't seem to care. It seemed that he was just asking casually. He said, I heard that your culinary skills are unparalleled in the Sea Realm. Han Fei? Wan Fei? Han Fei couldn't help being curious. Who spread this information? The old man waved his hand, and a little fatty appeared beside him. Shna! Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and he shouted in shock, Quang Quang? Quang didn't seem to react too quickly. When he took a closer look, his eyes immediately lit up. He roared and rushed over. Fei, I miss you so much. You have no idea how hard my life has been all these years. Quang rushed over and gave Han Fei a bear hug. Han Fei also laughed. He really didn't expect that Quang would arrive only 3 days after the battle. It turned out that a great monarch had personally brought him here. Didn't this mean that this guy was lucky enough to directly become a disciple of a great monarch? Besides, Quang's current strength made him sigh. He had already reached the perfected star transformation realm, and it wasn't very stable. It seemed that he could prove Tao at any time. When he was separated from them, Quang hadn't opened the sky yet. It could be seen that this guy's cultivation speed over the years was no slower than his. Han Fei also gave Quang a bear hug. You're suffering, my ass. You're even about to prove Tao, and you're complaining about your life being hard? The others will be so envious of you. That's right, I'm just honing you. You useless disciple doesn't know what's good for you. Quang chuckled. I'm just kidding. Master, don't take it seriously. Hey Master, didn't you say that it would take at least half a month to reach the East Sea Divine Realm? Why have you arrived in only 3 days? The old man snorted. East Marshal isn't blocking our way, so we're naturally fast. Otherwise, we would have to fight at least a few battles to cross the East Sea from the North Sea. Quang said, Master, don't keep thinking about fighting to solve problems in other people's territory. Master, let me introduce him. This is my brother, Han Fei. His culinary skills are unparalleled in the world. Look, his cultivation speed is also terrifying. I thought I could catch up with you, but you've already proven your Tao and launched such a shocking battle. Why didn't you call us over to help? Han Fei said. I just attacked when I should. Who knows where you are? By the way, did you come from the West Sea Divine Realm? Just now, the old man mentioned crossing the North Sea and entering the East Sea. Obviously, he was not from these two divine realms. If it was the South Sea Divine Realm or the Central Sea Divine Realm, they didn't have to cross the North Sea. Therefore, they could only come from the West Sea Divine Realm. Renquang nodded quickly. I came when I heard the cicada sound. We're already very fast. I didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. Huh? The humans have already come out? Is this all of them? Han Fei nodded. Yes, all of them. Han Fei was also shocked. It only took them 3 days to cross 2 divine realms in a row. Sure enough, the strength of a great monarch-level powerhouse couldn't be calculated with common sense. Fortunately, he didn't really fight the 10,000 scale monarch before. Otherwise, even if he had the divine tribulations, he might not be able to touch the other party. Only then did Han Fei look at the others and say, you can disperse now, go about your business. It's fine here. Everyone who was shocked had long wanted to leave. Who would be willing to stay with a ferocious great monarch? In the blink of an eye, only Han Fei, Renquang, and the old man were left. Han Fei smiled casually. Senior, if you don't mind, why don't we talk while eating? The old man nodded slightly. You're smart. I didn't come all the way here in vain. Serve me all the good liquor and dishes you have. The more, the better. Han Fei secretly smiled bitterly. Another foodie. Did Renquang become his disciple because of delicious food? Several hours passed. Activating the void descending technique, Han Fei transformed into 108 figures and started to cook a Man-Han full banquet. This time, not only the old man, but even Renquang was dumbfounded. Renquang shouted, Fei Fei, why didn't you show this trick before? With so many different dishes, you tricked us into eating hot pot every day? Han Fei sneered. How many stomachs do you have? One dish can't feed you to death, and you want to eat 108? Smack! The old man slapped Renquang's head. Ha ha ha, my disciple didn't lie to me. Sure enough, there is really such a person with superb culinary skills in this world. Hurry up and learn it. Have you remembered all these 108 dishes? Especially the heat and seasonings. Remember them well. I'll rely on you for my food in the future. Chapter 2778-2778, Return 3-2778. Return 3. Renquang was amused. Am I your disciple or your personal chef? It didn't matter what Renquang thought in his heart, but on the surface he could only put on a smile. Alas, teacher, I'm now a perfected star transformation realm powerhouse anyway. I've remembered everything. Don't worry. At this moment, while dealing with his master, Renquang leaned close to Han Fei and said, Fei Fei, when did you enter the Void Temple? If I had known, the 5 of us should have long destroyed the 10,000 scale race together. Then, we can sweep across the sea realm together and kill whoever we want to kill. But now, we're far away from each other. I don't even know where Xiaobai and you are. Han Fei said, what do I cultivate for if I rely on the Void Temple for everything? It's not as simple as you think. Hey wait, Quang, you speak quite like a bandit now. Sweep across the sea realm together and kill whoever we want to kill. I never saw you so enthusiastic about robbing before. The old man who was waiting for the dishes to be served snorted. You call him a bandit? I think he's useless. He's never enthusiastic about fighting and only likes eating. Disciple, learn from him. Your brother is so murderous. Countless people have died by his hands. If you can learn from him, when you go to cut people in the future, you can be intimidating too. Han Fei was speechless. What kind of master is this? He's already a great monarch and he's still talking about cutting people? Buzz. While Han Fei and Renquang were chatting, the void fluctuated again. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked up, only to see a drunkard with the same messy hair and a calabash in his hand. A great monarch? Hiss, Zhang Xiaoling? Renquang's master shivered and screamed, why are you here? 5th senior brother laughed. My little junior brother is here. Why can't I be here? Alas, little junior brother, you treat outsiders better than your own senior brother. If I hadn't smelled it, I wouldn't have known that you had so many special skills. Han Fei wasn't surprised at all. He certainly didn't make this grand feast just for Renquang's master. After all, he didn't have much confidence to speak to such a great monarch-level powerhouse. Therefore, he might as well attract 5th senior brother over so that he could talk to Renquang. As soon as 5th senior brother sat down, Han Fei immediately became confident. 5th senior brother laughed and said, Old John, it's been a long time since we last met. You were a bandit back then, but now you're still a bandit even though you've become a great monarch. The guy called Old John curled his lips. You know what kind of place the West Wilderness is. If the locals of the West Wilderness don't become bandits, it might have long been flattened by the other divine realms. It's just that I didn't expect you to be from the Void Temple. Ha ha ha, it's not too late to know. Come on, since you're here, you're a guest. Come to my place for a few glasses. My junior brother and your disciple haven't seen each other for a long time. Let them play by themselves. Old John also said quickly, okay, then you have to bring out more good wine. You can't use inferior wine to deal with me. Old John shouted at Renquang. You can stay here for half a month. We can't be out too long or our brothers will be killed. We have to go back in half a month. Okay. Master, take your time drinking and eating. After that, 5th senior brother activated the teleportation channel and left with Old John. What was taken away together was naturally the Man-Han full banquet Han Fei made. After they left, Han Fei and Renquang were both relieved. Han Fei asked, where is your master from? Even though he has restrained his strength, his force field is still very intimidating. Renquang smiled bitterly. Yes, I'm often suffocated by this force field. My teacher, xuanhuan, is one of the strongest strength-type cultivators known to date. His law of strength can suppress all techniques. Look at my physique. Because of his training, it's no problem for me to resist a mid-quality godly weapon now. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. A strength-type cultivator? Is the law of strength so strong? Of course, I had the same idea as you at first, but my teacher said that strength, as one of the longest existing and most eternal powers in this world, should never be underestimated. Strength can break all laws and suppress the heavens. It's one of the strongest paths in the world. Interesting. Han Fei could understand what Renquang said, that strength existed in the myriad worlds, all movements and even non-movement objects. He was a body refiner, so he knew that the great Tao of strength had once helped him a lot. His physique that could fight across realms and his ability to fight monarchs as a mere sky opener were bestowed to him by the great Tao of strength. From the looks of it, the more primitive and simpler a great Tao like the great Tao of strength, the stronger it would be as time went by. When fighting cultivators of the same realm, those who cultivated the great Tao of strength had extremely strong physiques, so it was very difficult for them to be killed by the other party. Han Fei sat upright in the sky with Renquang looking down at the human race. Han Fei asked, "Why did you come to the West Wilderness and take this person as your master?" Upon hearing this, Renquang heaved a long sigh. Maybe it was luck. After separating from you and Xiaobai, I was going to a place called the Floating City in the East Sea Divine Realm. However, something happened on the way and I was chased into a dangerous place. I thought I would definitely die, but I was sent away by an altar in the dangerous place because I had comprehended the great Tao of strength. When I woke up, I was already in the West Wilderness. Chapter 2779, Return for Mart. 2779 Return 4. The teleportation altar could you send you so far away? Han Fei had been to the Divine Capital Dynasty and knew very well how big a divine realm was. To cross a divine realm to reach the West Wilderness, this dangerous place was probably not simple. Renquang said, "I woke up in a bandit's den, so I could only become a bandit." Han Fei didn't know what to say. This might be a fucking opportunity. But why was his opportunity always so difficult to obtain? And Renquang's opportunity was obtained by taking a nap. It was simply unfair. Since Renquang had returned, Han Fei naturally took him back to the Thug Academy. No matter what their identities were now, the Thug Academy would always be home. It would be strange if they didn't go home after coming all the way back. Of course, the only people who were familiar with them at home were the two old men, Wang Deshui, Qiu Jinan, Yi Xian, and other little guys. Han Fei wasn't familiar with the others, so there was no need to gather them. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Renquang's return was like a family visit. He would leave sooner or later. On this day, Old Bai took Renquang's hand and said, "Little fatty, I know that there must be a deeper meaning for Han Fei to try so hard to make the human race stronger." He didn't say it, but I also heard some rumors that it seems to have something to do with something ominous. Although you are now a first-class super cultivator, you have to remember that you are a human being after all, and the human race is your home. Renquang listened with tears streaming down his face and said solemnly, "President, I remember. You were the one who picked me up back then. Because of you, I met Fei Fei and the others, so the human race is ultimately my home. President, don't worry. I will definitely return in the future." Old Bai nodded. "Okay, go. Learn your skills well. Don't slack off. Don't be sloppy. Don't think you're something just because you're about to prove Tao. Even Han Fei is still a child in my eyes, understood?" Yes. Xuanhuan watched this scene with interest, and the corners of his mouth occasionally curled up slightly. It wasn't until he left with Renquang that he said leisurely, "Phew, brat, your tears are flowing. Why? Am I not your family? The human race is your home, but my bandit den is not." Renquang was speechless. "Alas, teacher, what are you talking about? Of course, it's my home too, but I'm still a human after all. The human race is from my hometown. If you'd like, you can come to the human race with me to enjoy your retirement when you're old." "Huh? With your timid temper, you can't even cut people. By the time you take care of me in my old age, I'm afraid the ominous will have swept across the sea realm several times." Renquang rolled his eyes. "Teacher, stop bickering. I'm still very outstanding. I'm going to prove my Tao when I go back." "Huh?" Xuanhuan raised his eyebrows. "Haven't you been stalling proving Tao? Why have you stopped stalling it after coming to the East Sea Divine Realm?" Renquang said. "Fei Fei has already won this battle. Although I didn't take action, the human race has won. Now that I have nothing to worry about, it's time for me to prove my Tao." Xuanhuan was overjoyed. "Okay, then let's hurry back." The next day after Renquang left, human race. 20 days after entering the chaotic wasteland, some children of the human race felt uncomfortable almost at the same time. Han Fei was setting up the spirit gathering array in the city, and Hong Ye came in a hurry. "Master Human Emperor, something bad has happened." "Come and take a look." Han Fei frowned. "What's wrong? What can happen with me here?" Hong Ye hurriedly said. "The children at the fishing master level are all unwell, and many of them are losing their vitality. This doesn't seem to be the breakthrough tide we expected." Han Fei scanned with his perception. In the camps of the human race, There were indeed a large number of children whose bodies were seriously red and hot, their breathing was rapid, and their vitality dissipated. Han Fei frowned slightly. He had actually expected these phenomena. In the new environment, they had to adapt to this change. This was the autonomous evolution of the human body. He estimated that it would start half a month after the war. Now it had only been delayed for 3 days, which was similar to what he had expected. However, the physique and bloodline of many children from the raging sea were not enough for them to deal with such rapid evolution, so at this moment, there were abnormal signs from the weakest children. Han Fei's voice covered the human race. Managers, gather all the children under the age of 12 in my place immediately. Hurry, Chapter 2780, The Human Race's Breakthrough, Tide 1, 2780. The Human Race's Breakthrough, Tide 1. At this moment, all the cultivators above the sky, opening realm, knew that the human race's breakthrough tide had begun. The strong masters under Han Xuan's rule, with the Venerables as the main force, showed great efficiency at this moment. For a time, the Venerables were rampant in the sky above the human race. Dad, I feel so hot, I can't breathe. It's okay, you have to believe Master Human Emperor, he will definitely save you. Lord Venerable, here, my daughter is dying. Swish, the father shouted and ran, but the girl in his hand disappeared with a swish. He didn't even see the person who took the girl away. On the other side, a young man covered his chest with one hand and supported himself on the ground with the other. He seemed to be struggling. I can do it. Master Human Emperor will protect me. I'm just making a breakthrough and becoming stronger. Swish! The boy only saw a flash of light in front of his eyes. Then, he felt that he was pushed by a huge force and instantly flew thousands of kilometers away. Because human beings had just arrived in the chaotic wasteland and the city hadn't been built yet, everyone lived in groups. Besides, the chaotic wasteland was airless, and above the ice was not an area where these children could step foot. Therefore, basically, people below the dangling fisher realm gathered together and lived in the water for a long time under the protection of a large array. Therefore, it was relatively convenient for Venerables to take action. In just half an hour, nearly 3 billion youths were gathered. Although Han Fei could use the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique to save people, there were too many people. If he used the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, the effect would be immediate. However, his consumption would probably be huge. Therefore, Han Fei immediately sat cross-legged in the void and preached. Han Fei's voice was like a god's voice, ethereal but shocking. There are spirits in the world and all things are energy. When you swallow spirits, you swallow energy, causing your chi and blood to ignite spontaneously, absorbing spiritual energy into your body, dispersing dirt into the surface of your bodies, and breathing impurities into your mouth and nose. This was just a heaven-level, high-quality swallowing technique, but it was transmitted out of Han Fei's mouth in a mystic voice as if it was imprinted in the minds of these youths. Upon hearing this, almost all the youths subconsciously began to direct the spiritual energy outside into their bodies, burning the impurities in their bodies by burning their essence blood. Of course, these youths were not geniuses, but Han Fei didn't need all of them to understand this technique. As long as they could use this technique to hold out for several hours, they could make a breakthrough. Once they made a breakthrough, the crisis would be resolved. Soon, more and more youths were sent over. In the end, 13 billion people were sent over, accounting for about 9% of the entire human race. This number was not out of Han Fei's expectations. In terms of the population ratio of a race, this was actually relatively small. Faced with this, Han Fei felt that he should implement a policy to encourage fertility in the future. At the very least, the proportion of teenagers should reach about 15% before it reached a reasonable age distribution of the population. During this period, Han Fei just repeatedly taught the method of swallowing to others through sermons. More and more people rushed over to watch. When the parents who were anxious arrived, they found that the hot and unconscious teenagers were all sitting cross-legged and breathing. Above this place, spiritual energy was surging like a tide. Among them, there were hundreds of millions of ultra-quality spiritual stones, which turned into dozens of long dragons and swam in the sky. From time to time, spiritual energy escaped from them and was sucked into the bodies of the teenagers who were making breakthroughs below. After about half an hour, among the children sitting cross-legged, there were continuous cracking sounds. It was the sound of breakthroughs, like the firecrackers on the spring festival night. After about half an hour, this continuous sound of breakthrough had reached everyone's ears. Everyone who came to watch swallowed. Is this the so-called breakthrough tide of the human race? In less than 20 days, there are actually so many children who can make a breakthrough. Someone said, "The human emperor has long reminded us that the breakthrough tide is coming. It's not just these children. We're going to make a breakthrough too. It's just that they're weak, so they were the first batch to be modified by this world. Once these children make a breakthrough, it won't be long before we make a breakthrough too." I don't doubt it, but this scene is really too spectacular. Among these youths, there was no lack of youths who had not woken up after the breakthrough but continued to cultivate. 1 hour, 2 hours, it wasn't until the 6th hour that the intense breakthrough sound slowly slowed down. And the youths who had already made a breakthrough didn't dare to move at this moment. Instead, they sat cross-legged in place obediently and continued to listen to the same mystic sound of Master Human Emperor. Finally, after 6 hours, the breakthrough tide was gradually coming to an end. There were more than 13 billion people in total, and at this moment more than 9 billion youths had successfully made a breakthrough. After all, most of them were only fishing masters, and there were still a few fishers. The spiritual energy resources they needed were limited. Although there were as many as 13 billion people in total, they didn't need Hanfei to provide additional spiritual energy resources. It just needed to attract spiritual energy with the Spirit Gathering Array. Chapter 2781, The Human Race's Breakthrough Tide 2. 2781, The Human Race's Breakthrough Tide 2. When 9 billion people made the breakthrough, the subsequent breakthroughs gradually slowed down. About 6 hours later, there were only less than 100 million people left who hadn't made a breakthrough, and these children did have some physique problems. There were some small problems with the spiritual heritage of the few children. This time, Hanfei was not stingy. He raised his hands, and the divine brilliance covered all these children, which only cost him 1,000 years of vitality. In less than 30 seconds, the remaining youths completed the last collective breakthrough. Huffy Hanfei was slightly relieved to see that everybody made the breakthrough unscathed. As for the onlookers, most of them held their breath and waited here for a full 6 hours. Only at this moment did they burst into violent cheers. Human Emperor, Human Emperor, Human Emperor. Hanfei didn't disappoint them. Everyone was smiling and excited. In fact, they knew that sacrifices might be necessary to adapt to the new environment. Many people never thought that all these teenagers could survive. They only felt that it was already very rare that 70 or 80% of them could survive safely. After all, there were too many people. Even if Hanfei had already proved Tao, how could he help these tens of billions of children alone? Therefore, this result shocked countless people. Taking the opportunity to collect another wave of power of faith, Hanfei finally said, "My fellow human beings, the breakthrough tide of the human race is about to begin from this moment on. This is a breakthrough for everyone. If I've guessed right, every person, and I mean every person, may have at least one breakthrough. Today's breakthrough is not the last one for these children. Such a breakthrough may happen several more times in the next 3 years, and as their strength improves and they adapt to the new environment, there won't be such an urgent situation as today in the future. As for the others, you need to be prepared immediately." Now, fishing masters or great fishing masters above the age of 12 should gather quickly to prevent similar situations from happening again. As soon as Hanfei gave the order, some venerables immediately returned to the camp under their control and began to integrate the population. 1 year later, Zhangting was making some strange postures with difficulty in the small yard of 3 or 5 square meters outside the hut he was assigned to. At this time, a group of youths hurriedly passed by. One of them saw that Zhangting was still cultivating, so he stopped and greeted him. "Zhangting, do you forget what day it is today? Why are you still cultivating the 108 desolate god body?" Zhangting grinned. "Of course not, but Master Human Emperor didn't say anything. Why are you in such a hurry?" The young man said. "There won't be any seats if we're any slower. This is the human race's spirit gathering day. God knows how many people will make breakthroughs today. Shouldn't we find a place to prepare?" Zhangting nodded. "I know. You go first. I'll finish the last 20 movements." "Fine, take your time." Zhangting was so tired that he was sweating profusely, and large beads of sweat dripped from the tip of his nose. He knew that everything that happened to the human race today was not easy to come by. He had only been assigned this hut for 3 days, and there were still many people who hadn't been assigned a hut yet. As for the 108 desolate god body he was cultivating, it was a body tempering technique that Master Human Emperor had been cultivating since he was young. Although there were better body tempering techniques now, there were still many people who cultivated the 108 desolate god body. They more or less had the idea of following the human emperor's footsteps. Of course, there weren't many people who could persist in the end, mainly because this body tempering technique was too tiring. Besides, ordinary people didn't have the resources to temper their bodies. But Zhangting was enjoying it. In just 1 year, he had made 3 small breakthroughs in a row, and it had been more than 2 months since his last breakthrough. He had a feeling that he would definitely break through to be a dangling fisher today. He knew that someone had even made 2 big breakthroughs in a row in this year, which he couldn't compare to. Some people chose the cultivation techniques that made them stronger quickly, and only a few chose body refining. There were only 2 or 3 people he knew who were still persevering with this technique. Zhangting believed that as long as he worked hard and improved step by step, he would be countless times stronger than when he was in the raging sea. He didn't want to pursue speedy cultivation techniques. He wanted to be like the human emperor, slowly moving up step by step. After doing these 20 movements, Zhangting simply packed up, took his only half ultra-quality spiritual stone, and quickly ran to the center of the city. This half ultra-quality spiritual stone was his reward for breaking through a major realm. Ever since the human emperor issued the rules of cultivation rewards, he had introduced a reward plan for everyone below the hidden fisher realm. Anyone who broke through a major realm would be rewarded with an ultra-quality spiritual stone, and 2 if they broke through 2 major realms. With hope in his eyes, Zhangting carefully stuffed the half ultra-quality spiritual stone into his arms and walked towards the center of the city. Due to the population, the human race now had 361 cities built together, with an average population of 500 million people in each city. People lived very densely. For example, the small house of the Zhang family only occupied an area of about 20 square meters. Half an hour later, the huge square with a statue of the human emperor at the center of the city was already overcrowded. The per capita area was not even half a square meter. Chapter 2782, The Human Race's Breakthrough, Tide 3782. The Human Race's Breakthrough Tide 3. After all, today was the human race's spirit gathering day. Everyone needed to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have such a small area per capita. Zhang Ting came late, so he could only find a place to sit cross-legged outside. Even so, the area he occupied didn't exceed 2 square meters. Everyone, male or female, old or young, was sitting cross-legged quietly, waiting for Han Fei to speak. As for Han Fei to speak, he had just finished setting up the arrays in the city today when he was pulled over by Han Xuan. Han Fei asked, "Uncle Xuan, what's up?" Han Xuan smiled. It's been a full year since the human race migrated to the Raging Sea, and it's finally settled down. The first round of breakthroughs should have passed. Are you sure the second round will come? Han Fei said. Theoretically, yes, but many of the weaker ones may have made breakthroughs more than once, so it doesn't matter to them whether there is a second round or not. The second round, I mean, is for the strong masters above the law enforcer realm. Han Xuan nodded. Take a look at this report. The results are remarkable. Han Fei took a jade slip handed over by Han Xuan. When he took a closer look, his eyes lit up. In just a year, our human race has increased by 20 million venerables, Han Xuan said. Don't be happy too early. Most of the 20 million venerables have already reached the peak of the explorer realm in the Raging Sea. Therefore, it's unlikely for such a large-scale advancement to happen again. This number shouldn't appear again in the future. Logically speaking, it will take at least 10 years to achieve a breakthrough of this scale even in the chaotic wasteland. According to the report, the human race had a total population of 120.6 billion, including only one monarch that was Han Fei. Gu Tingnan was from the City of Wanderers and wasn't counted in. There were a total of 59 people in the sky-opening realm, most of whom were peak-level sea establishment cultivators in the 7-kill army. Because they had taken revenge, their Dao hearts were strengthened and they could naturally open the sky. Besides, if nothing went wrong, the number of people in the sky-opening realm should soon reach 1,000 in the next few decades. As for the lava giants, they weren't counted in by Han Xuan, but it was also recorded that there were a total of 4,792 sky-opening realm cultivators in the lava giant race. At the sea establishment realm, there were even more people. The sea establishers from the Raging Sea, those of the 7-kill army, and those from the chaotic wasteland totaled the number of 90,000. And now there were people breaking through to be sea establishers every day. This statistic was only temporary, and in decades it would probably be a different situation. As for the number of venerables, it could be described as a spike. They were mainly peak-level explorers and half-step venerables from the Raging Sea who had broken through to be venerables. In the Raging Sea, everyone clearly didn't know enough about the way forward. Han Xuan had scattered the human race and integrated the human race from the chaotic wasteland into the human race from the Raging Sea. Some new theories enlightened countless people from the Raging Sea. As a result, in just a year, the number of venerables soared by more than 20 million. If nothing unexpected happened, the number could double in 3 years, exceeding 60 million. As for the explorers, there were 15 billion of them. Han Fei didn't even bother to look at those below the explorer realm. To his relief, there was no one in the fisher realm anymore. Even fishing masters had basically disappeared in the past year. Grand Fishing Master, on the other hand, had become the lowest level of strength. The Grand Fishing Masters that Han Fei yearned for when he was in the Heavenly Water Village had now become a disgrace to the human race. All the young people were trying their best to become dangling fishers as soon as possible. Han Fei looked at the report for a while and nodded. There are a lot more strong masters, but it's still not enough. Han Xuan looked at Han Fei speechlessly. Did you understand it or not? Han Fei? One, Fei? One? Seeing Han Fei's puzzled face, Han Xuan rolled his eyes and said, Do you know what this data represents? It means that the overall strength of the human race has crossed a level in the past year. This is a great achievement that the human race hasn't been able to achieve in the Raging Sea in 100,000 years. In just a year, the strength of the human race has doubled. After the spirit gathering array in the 361 cities is completed, in at most 10 years, the average strength of the human race will definitely take another qualitative leap. Han Fei said, the number of strong masters is actually still too few. Cultivation takes time. It's still too difficult to catch up with the native races in the sea realm in decades. Han Xuan waved his hand and said, Shte, are you really the human emperor? How can you know nothing? This is the first time the spirit gathering array has been activated on an experimental basis. It can only last for half an hour at most. It still needs to be adjusted according to the effect of this time. It will probably take at least 4 or 5 years to complete it completely, but people need more and more resources. Before the spirit gathering array is fully established, according to this breakthrough tide, at least 50 star cores and 100 million ultra-quality spiritual stones will be consumed in a city every year. Are you sure you can afford it? The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. For the time being, I can hold on, but after today, I won't care about the city's spirit gathering arrays. I have to consolidate my cultivation and then go find resources. Chapter 2783. The Human Race's Breakthrough. Tide 42783. The Human Race's Breakthrough Tide 4. xuanhuan nodded. Yes, the beginning is the most difficult. It took you a year. I didn't expect you to offer so many resources. Han Fei said. In fact, the energy crystals are not completely unusable. As long as one's foundation is solid, he can use them occasionally. The effect is quite good, Han Xuan said. This is already being tracked and tested. At present, I've arranged for 100,000 people to try it. It won't be promoted until we figure out the best usage conditions. Don't worry about it. Han Fei nodded quickly. Okay, then go about your business, Uncle Xuan. After bidding farewell to Han Xuan, Han Fei happily prepared to make a speech. It was simply blissful to have an extremely smart and capable person who could help him deal with human affairs. In terms of fighting, Han Fei was naturally a top-notch player. If he used all his strength to manage a race, he felt that he should be able to do it. However, once he did this, it meant sacrificing all his time. Especially in the early stages of the rise of the human race, there were too many things to do. It was said that Han Xuan now had nearly 1,000 people as his think tank, but he was still busy every day. Han Fei casually stepped onto a huge city. He didn't let anyone see him, but looked at the sea of people and sighed in his heart. These people were all his men. No matter what, he had to make them rise. At that moment, Han Fei's voice sounded in the sky above the 361 cities of the human race. My fellow human beings, I am Human Emperor Han Fei. Today is an important day for the human race in the sea realm. To meet the cultivation needs of the human race, I've led my people to build 361 cities. With the cities as the eye, I'll build a super spirit gathering array. Once this array succeeds, billions of human beings will be blessed. Today is the first trial operation of the spirit gathering array. It will only last for half an hour. My fellow human beings, please operate your cultivation techniques and use the techniques you are best at to welcome the spiritual energy tide. This time, no one shouted Master Human Emperor anymore because everyone was very nervous. Many people were preparing to make a breakthrough today with the help of the spiritual energy tide. Han Fei shouted, all the human cities, activate the spirit gathering array now. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Each giant city was controlled by a sky opener. As Han Fei gave the order, dense Dao patterns appeared in the sky above the 361 cities. The Dao patterns fused and formed the combination of countless layers of the spirit gathering array. The moment the spirit gathering array was activated, the spiritual energy between the heavens and earth surged crazily towards the area covered by the 361 cities. At the centers of the cities, the statues of the human emperor would first be impacted by the spiritual energy, and then the spiritual energy would disperse in all directions. Huff like a green light, it dispersed into layers of ripples. In less than 10 seconds, the humans in every city felt the terrifying spiritual energy that suddenly descended from the sky. Huff. Those who should make a breakthrough, prepare to make a breakthrough. Spiritual energy tides are rare. Don't waste it. Come on, let's absorb it together. There's only half an hour left. Don't waste it. Body cultivators can temper their bodies while circulating their techniques. All kinds of cheers rose and fell. At this moment, Zhang Ting was in a strange posture while circulating his cultivation technique. In just 20 seconds, Zhang Ting was already drenched, but he didn't dare to be negligent. The surging tide of spiritual energy was faster than what he absorbed directly from the ultra-quality spiritual stone. Hoop, 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 hoop. Zhang Ting felt that his body was constantly burning, and a small spiritual energy vortex formed above his head. The surrounding people cast angry gazes at Zhang Ting because some of the spiritual energy above their heads had more or less been absorbed by Zhang Ting. This scene made Zhang Ting even more determined. He knew that he had made the right bet. Although some techniques were powerful and had a high upper limit, they were still not as good as the body tempering techniques that could help him improve step by step. Sure enough, body refinement is the foundation of strength. Everyone chooses a fast method, but I'll persist with body refinement. Master Human Emperor, you're right. Half an hour passed. Crack, 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 crack. Sounds of breakthroughs came one after another. The sound of breakthroughs could be heard almost every 10 people. After half an hour, 5 or 6 people around Zhang Ting had already made a breakthrough, and one of them had even broken through a major realm. Only Zhang Ting was still absorbing spiritual energy crazily, but had not yet made a breakthrough. Someone who had completed a breakthrough said, "Boy, body refinement is very resource-consuming. The human race is no longer the same as before. There are thousands of techniques in the sea realm, and Master Human Emperor has imparted 100,000 techniques. There are too many choices. Why are you still using the 108 desolate god body?" Zhang Ting didn't listen. Since the spiritual vortex couldn't help him break the switch, he might as well use the ultra-quality spiritual stone. Buzz. On Zhang Ting's chest, the spiritual energy from the ultra-quality spiritual stone also crazily fused into his body. In less than 10 seconds, Zhang Ting was like a shrimp that had just come out of a steam pot, his whole body emitting billowing white smoke. Along with the white smoke, a lot of impurities were discharged. At this moment, Han Fei's voice appeared in the sky. My fellow humans, please note that the spirit gathering array is about to close in 10 seconds. 10, 9, Zhang Ting was panting hard. The spiritual energy in his body was surging like a tide, hitting the pass wave after wave. Roar, break, crack, ha, 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 I made it. Zhang Ting knelt on the ground with both hands on the ground, and the spiritual energy attracted by the spirit gathering array gradually disappeared. Someone said, boy, it's already so difficult for you to become a grand fishing master. There's still the dangling fisher, hanging fisher, hidden fisher, and law enforcer realm. Not everyone can cultivate body refining. You were lucky to pass a major realm this time, but what about next time? Hey, boy who doesn't want to walk the path of Master Human Emperor. The point is that ordinary people can't afford it. Crack. A cracking sound came from his chest. Zhang Ting knew that the ultra-quality spiritual stone was broken, which made his heart ache. For a moment, he wavered. But at this moment, a young man came to Zhang Ting and said casually, do you want to give up? No, this is the path I want to take. The young man chuckled. Interesting, I've been paying attention to you for a while. You're talented and have good perseverance. Hey, Zhang Ting, are you interested in joining our Thug Academy? Buzz. At that moment, Zhang Ting suddenly looked up. Chapter 2784-2784. The Great Monarch's Origin Star, 12784. The Great Monarch's Origin Star, 1 this time, the Spirit Gathering Array worked very well, but in half an hour, it reached the upper limit of this array. While the human race was cultivating and making breakthroughs, Han Fei was drawing a map, recording the problems between the arrays, and quickly handed it to xuanhuan. Half a day later, after discussing with xuanhuan how to further perfect the City Spirit Gathering Array, Han Fei was finally free. After a full year of work, he was finally free. After being liberated, Han Fei immediately found Howl. It turned out that this guy was studying something with Beast King, Lu Qianxi, and a young woman, Swishta. When Han Fei arrived, he didn't chat with Howl but looked at the young woman in surprise. Teacher, have you woken up? The teacher Han Fei was talking about was not the Beast King, but the Water Immortal. Before Han Fei left the Raging Sea, the Water Immortal hadn't completely transformed into a human form and didn't have any memories of her previous life. Now, it seemed that the Water Immortal had just advanced to the Sea Establishment realm and had clearly recovered her memories, so the Beast King came. The Water Immortal was now in her human form. After seeing Han Fei, she smiled. I just learned about the current situation. I didn't expect that the half-grown child who was only a hidden fisher had become the current human emperor and had even proved Tao. It seems that I missed a lot of things when I was sleeping. Han Fei smiled and said, they're all troubles. It's a good thing to miss them. Teacher, have your memories completely recovered? The Water Immortal nodded. My memories are restored, but my Tao in this life is different. The Beast King said, you established the sea too early. Otherwise, in the sea realm, there should be more paths for you to choose. Howl said, it's fine. There's a chance to change before she opens the sky. Besides, since this girl has already been reborn, she must already have had a choice. Just let nature take its course. Lu Qianxi joined in the fun. For the Beast King and Han Fei, the awakening of the Water Immortal was a joyous thing and the revival of an old friend. For Lu Qianxi, he got to know another demon plant, and it was a reborn demon plant. Although the other party had just established the sea, her temperament really made him yearn for it. After they chatted for a while, Han Fei said, Teacher, you've just established the sea, so you should consolidate your strength. I have something to do now. I'll come to see you in a few days. The Water Immortal nodded slightly. You are now the human emperor and shoulder the future of billions of human beings. You don't have to waste time here. Go about your business. Han Fei said goodbye to the Beast King and the Water Immortal, apologetically, then looked at Howl and said, I have something to ask you. A moment later, in a deserted place, Han Fei said, although the 10,000 scale monarch is dead, his origin star is still there. You are the closest great monarch to me. I want to ask if there will be any accidents and dangers on the origin star of a great monarch, or will there be any consciousness of the 10,000 scale monarch left? Howl took a deep look at Han Fei. Are you going to the origin star of the 10,000 scale monarch? Han Fei nodded. It was rare for him to have time. The first thing he wanted to do was not to consolidate his strength, but to pluck the origin stars of those monarchs. If he didn't pluck them now, the Starseed giant beasts might grab them, and then he wouldn't have a chance to do so. Howl paused and said, generally speaking, at the level of a great monarch, there might be some experimental products on their origin stars. Experiment with what? Howl said. Didn't the strong masters of your Void Temple tell you? Only after reaching the monarch realm can you really try to create life, Han Fei said. I've just proved my Tao. I've been so busy this year that I haven't had the time to study this. Even sea establishers can create a life, can't they? That's just a simulation. Even if they create a life, it will be a monster. Howl said, you should know that there is a clear difference between the Great Monarch realm and the immortal level, right? Han Fei nodded. Howl said, the Great Monarchs actually fuse a large number of Tao. In this realm, they comprehend the truth of the world and sense the life forms of all living beings. They pursue the divine path, which is the end of their own path. Ordinary people will try to create a kind of creature similar to their own race. In this way, they can explore their divine path through the evolution of natural creatures. Of course, there are some inventive people who will create some strange creatures that are not from their race or even haven't ever existed before. Han Fei asked, in other words, it's very likely that there are still 10,000 scale race people on the origin star of the 10,000 scale monarch, Chu Hao said. Yes and no. These people are generally relatively weak. Their growth limit might only be the sea establishment realm or the sky opening realm. This is because the meaning of their existence is to help great monarch-level cultivators find their path. As long as a limit is set, they will inevitably simulate the growth path in reality. If someone takes the divine path in this experiment, it will be of great use. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Even he was tempted by Chu Hao's words. It seemed that after sweeping through the origin stars of the 10,000 scale monarch and the others, he would have to try to create a race. That was probably why old Han didn't allow him to use the power of faith. Chapter 2785-2785, The Great Monarch's Origin Star, 22785, The Great Monarch's Origin Star, Han Fei nodded slightly. I see. In any case, even if the origin star of the 10,000 scale monarch might be different, and even if he created a new race, they shouldn't be strong enough. Chu Hao nodded. That's right. After getting such a confirmation, Han Fei no longer hesitated. After separating from Chu Hao, he immediately came to the place where the 10,000 scale monarch died. He turned the vast ocean navigator in his hand and a spatial node was discovered. Swish! When Han Fei appeared on the origin star of the 10,000 scale monarch, he scanned it with his perception. Just as Chu Hao had guessed, there were indeed creatures here and there were billions of them. However, what shocked Han Fei most was not the existence of the 10,000 scale race here, but the origin star of the 10,000 scale monarch. It was bigger than he had expected. Logically speaking, the largest origin star was 810,000 kilometers, but the origin star of the 10,000 scale monarch was more than 10 million kilometers. To be precise, it had reached the level of 30 million kilometers. This was obviously abnormal. Han Fei didn't think that his origin star was already so big when the 10,000 scale monarch entered the star transformation realm. It could only be said that when one was strong enough, their origin star could actually expand. And the environment here was a simulation of the environment of the chaotic wasteland. It might have been intentional by the 10,000 scale monarch, who wanted the newborn 10,000 scale race to attempt extreme cultivation in the same environment. The purpose was to use the 10,000 scale race here as experiments to see where their limits were and what path they might take to confirm his cultivation path. Han Fei quickly found the strongest person here, a 10,000 scale race member who was at the peak level of the sea establishment realm. Yes, the peak level of the sea establishment realm was the limit of this place, and the sky opening realm might be the limit of their pursuit. Sky openers here were equivalent to the gods in the sea realm, perhaps the supreme existence in this world. Han Fei didn't destroy this race immediately. Anyway, they were all experimental products. Han Fei also wanted to see what the experiment of the 10,000 scale monarch was like. Han Fei grabbed a 10,000 scale race member in the venerable realm. This person was already a top powerhouse in this world. At this moment, when he was grabbed by Han Fei, he was sealed before he could even see who Han Fei was or what he looked like. Han Fei glanced around and immediately realized that something was wrong. The 10,000 scale race here was clearly different from the 10,000 scale race in the City of Scavengers. Han Fei had once used the soul-controlling law seal to completely understand the 10,000 scale race, so he could directly tell that their bloodline and spiritual heritage were wrong. The only thing that matched was their physical bodies and meridians. After erasing the man's memory, Han Fei threw him back to his original spot. The man seemed to have had a dream and woke up with a jerk. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and had a trace of joy. He probably felt that he might have had an epiphany just now, but it flashed past and then disappeared. Han Fei saw that this person continued to cultivate, and his cultivation method didn't seem to be the same as the 10,000 scale races. Everything was created by the 10,000 scale monarch himself, including cultivation techniques. This means that they don't have the concept of the venerable realm or the sea establishment realm. Han Fei looked into the void and quickly found some cultivation records of this world. He raised his eyebrows. The venerable realm is equivalent to the sky opening realm? The sea establishment realm is equivalent to the monarch realm? Han Fei's eyes lit up. The peak-level sea establisher he saw here was equivalent to a great monarch outside. In terms of identity, this person was on the same level as the 10,000 scale monarch in this world. Therefore, Han Fei simply came to the peak-level sea establisher. His name was Luo Hao, and he was cultivating in seclusion in a cave. He was absorbing the power of the heavenly Tao from this world, which was the will of the 10,000 scale monarch. However, the 10,000 scale monarch was already dead, so unless there were special circumstances, this person would probably be unable to advance further in his life. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder if the current Sea Realm was also a test subject of a certain cultivator. No one could become a god anymore in the Sea Realm. Could it be that the cultivator had perished? However, Han Fei smiled at the thought of that. How big was the Sea Realm? How big was it here? It was completely different. Even a god couldn't have created an origin star as huge as the Sea Realm. Since Luo Hao couldn't go any further, Han Fei didn't want to waste much time on him. Han Fei appeared silently behind Luo Hao, but he didn't notice him at all. Time, retrospect. A blue light flashed in Han Fei's eyes. He traced Luo Hao's life. This person had spent 1,000 years cultivating since he was born. He was considered the most talented cultivator here. It had even taken Han Fei hundreds of years to reach the Sea Establishment realm. As for Luo Hao's life, it was also full of ups and downs. He had experienced thousands of disasters and countless opportunities to get to where he was today. In this small world, of course, Luo Hao didn't know that all of this was under the control of others. He just felt that he was lucky enough to get to where he was today. Soon, Han Fei realized that something was wrong with Luo Hao's cultivation. When Luo Hao was a venerable, he comprehended the so-called Great Tao here. Cultivating all 7 Taos at the same time, he was extremely talented. When he was in the Sea Establishment realm, Luo Hao comprehended a law, and his combat power soared. After thousands of battles, he began to fuse with the heavenly Tao. Chapter 2786-2786. The Great Monarch's Origin Star, 32786. The Great Monarch's Origin Star, 3 Yes. Luo Hao and the others didn't have their origin stars. They simply fused with the heavenly Tao. The way to fuse with the Tao was to assimilate oneself into this world and nourish one's body, bones, soul, meridians, and so on with the power of the law. In the later stages, which was equivalent to the later stages of the Sea Establishment realm, Tao fusion became a replacement process. He replaced his meridians with the power of the law and used the power of the law to reconstruct his flesh and bones. In the end, Luo Hao thought that he was the law and he was the world. Han Fei couldn't help but mutter, "Is this how the 10,000 scale monarch cultivates? Is this a great monarch's way to fuse with the Tao?" Han Fei couldn't help but think of the green jade stone bridge. He had always suspected that although he hadn't begun to fuse with the Tao, the green jade stone bridge had already begun to do it. All the Taos he walked on had been absorbed by the green jade stone bridge. Therefore, by comparison, his path seemed to be different from that of the 10,000 scale monarch. But Han Fei didn't understand what the green jade stone bridge was exactly. Why could it also fuse with the Tao? Logically speaking, all cultivation methods had the same goals. If he cultivated step by step and took the same path as everyone else, he might end up on a cultivation path similar to Luo Hao's. Besides, one thing was fundamental. He cultivated the supreme divine technique of the human race. At present, he didn't even have a modified star except his origin star, so his path was fundamentally different from that of the 10,000 scale monarch. As if to confirm his thoughts, Han Fei stepped into the sky and arrived outside the star-sea quagmire of the 10,000 scale monarch. If the 10,000 scale monarch was still alive, Han Fei definitely couldn't cross the star-sea quagmire of a great monarch. But since he was dead, there was a chance to cross it. Han Fei took out the god-shattering scissors and slashed out the formless infinity sword. He rushed into the star-sea quagmire. Although he felt that there was a power in the Sea of Stars blocking him, the resistance was not very strong. Because the Sea of Stars was still that Sea of Stars, the resistance power of the Sea of Stars was limited. Han Fei found that even if he didn't use the god-shattering scissors and the formless infinity sword, he could still cross the star-sea quagmire. It seemed that he overestimated the star-sea quagmire. When he left the origin star of the 10,000 scale monarch, he was still a little shocked the next moment. With the origin star of the 10,000 scale monarch as the center, there were more than 810,000 kilometer long modified stars surrounding the periphery. Further away, the number of modified stars exceeded 10,000. Han Fei counted, there were nearly 100,000 modified stars. Furthermore, these 100,000 stars were modified 100,000 stars. And the stars in the periphery that hadn't been modified were so many that they actually exceeded his perception range. Shht! Although Han Fei had hunted some monarchs, he had never seen such a scene. One person could suppress 100,000 stars alone. Borrowing the power of 100,000 stars, was this the power of a great monarch? Apart from the 100,000 transformed stars, there might be 1,000,000 primitive dead stars. What the hell? Was this a galaxy? However, this was a good thing for him. It meant that he could harvest hundreds of thousands of stars at once. This amount of resources was comparable to what he could harvest by spending 100 years collecting other people's origin stars with the vast ocean navigator. This harvest was enough for the human race to cultivate for 100 years. The resource problem could be resolved all at once. To put it bluntly, he had made a fortune. Han Fei thought for a moment and then began to refine the stars. He started with the dead stars at the periphery, because they were the easiest to transform and refine. It wouldn't be a problem to refine 1,000 of them in a day. It took Han Fei 3 years to refine all the other stars except the origin star of the 10,000 scale monarch. 3 years later, the first phase of the human race's breakthrough tide had basically come to an end. In 3 years, the average strength of the human race had increased by 1.5 major areas. Of course, above the law enforcer realm, the increase in strength wasn't that much. It was roughly an average increase of 1 major realm. Even the venerable realm was an average increase of 2 minor realms. This opportunity for everyone to make a breakthrough was finally over. Even if there was a second breakthrough tide in the future, it wouldn't be so great. Although everyone's cultivation speed might still be fast, Hanfei didn't expect too much. It would be enough if they could improve by another major realm and a half. It was equivalent that the average strength of human beings would increase by 3 realms in 100 years. This was the highest expectation. On this day, because all the other modified stars except the origin star of the 10,000 scale monarch had been refined by Hanfei, there was a problem with the origin star. The great Tao here was flowing away, the gravity changed, natural disasters increased crazily, and the environment became quite harsh. Without the support of the 10,000 scale monarch, the heavenly Tao here began to become chaotic. It was under such circumstances that Luo Hao suddenly had an epiphany. Yes, Luo Hao seemed to have lost the restraints of this world. In this chaotic situation, he used the Tao he had fused to form an independent heavenly Tao independent of the heavenly Tao of this world. Hanfei couldn't help but ponder. Was it because Luo Hao had really comprehended it? Or had he just reached the sky-opening realm through this abnormal method? Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Chapter 2787, The Great Monarch's Origin Star, 42787, The Great Monarch's Origin Star, 4 Luo Hao laughed out loud. I've made a breakthrough. I've made a breakthrough and become a god. I'm the only god in the world. I made it. I'd like to see what caused this chaos. Luo Hao stepped on the air and quickly found the Starsea quagmire. However, Luo Hao was surprised to find a young man who was deep in thought here. Luo Hao's face changed slightly. Who are you? Luo Hao had a bad feeling. He thought that he was the first to become a god, but why was there someone else here? Could it be that this person had already become a god before him? Hanfei thought for a moment and said, "It's not easy for me to answer your question." In order to explain to Luo Hao who he was, he had to explain to him the existence of the 10,000 scale monarch, the system of the sea realm, and why the 10,000 scale monarch created them as his experimental products. Eventually, Hanfei said casually, "You can understand me as the ominous." The ominous? Luo Hao's face changed slightly. Were you the one who caused the change in the world and invaded our world? Sort of, Luo Hao said. I've already become a god. This world is inviolable. If you leave now, I won't do anything to you. But if you refuse to leave, I'll kill you. Hanfei said leisurely. Do you think I'm a sky fiend? Luo Hao snorted coldly. Isn't that so? The evil demons from outer space are ominous and wreak havoc in the world. Do you really think we 10,000 scale race are easy to bully? Hanfei said. Well, to be honest, the world you live in is about to end. That's bullshit. Laws come. Some of the chaotic laws of the Great Tao were really controlled by this person and swept over. Hanfei raised his eyebrows. This person had only broken through to the sea establishment realm. Logically speaking, his strength was at most at the early stage of the sky-opening realm. However, the strength he showed had directly reached the late stage of the star transformation realm, or even the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Is this the difference between the divine realm and the great monarch realm? Even in this man-made world, a god-level existence can unleash extraordinary combat power and increase his strength by 10 times or even 100 times. It was also the first time that Luo Hao used his full strength. He had never felt so powerful. So what if he was a sky fiend? How could he be an enemy of this entire world? If he could, this world would have long been gone. The law turned into a fist and instantly arrived in front of Hanfei. Luo Hao had thought that even if his punch couldn't kill Hanfei, it would definitely heavily injure him. However, in the next moment, he was shocked to find that his terrifying fist mark was completely blocked by an invisible force half a foot in front of Hanfei. Hanfei extended his finger and pointed gently. Luo Hao's full blow was annihilated without even spreading out a ripple. How is that possible? Luo Hao was shocked. He was a god. He had cultivated his entire life and experienced countless difficulties. How could he be defeated so easily? At that moment, Luo Hao took out his life scale. His 7 daos spun at the same time, turning into 7 law swords, spinning and attacking Hanfei. Kill. Well, this blow is as powerful as a perfected star transformation realm cultivator's attack. How can you become so much stronger? Hanfei reached out and grabbed the 7 law swords with one hand. He felt that this attack contained the power of laws. But theoretically speaking, Luo Hao had just entered the sky-opening realm. How could he be able to comprehend laws? Under Luo Hao's shocked gaze, Hanfei was observing his full blow. After a long while, Hanfei nodded slightly. The powers of laws are intertwining and fusing. It seems to have formed a brand new power. Is it will? No. Is this divinity? Why was such a thing born? Is there no direct connection between the existence of divinity and strength? Hanfei couldn't help but think of what Zhang Linxian said. The divine realm was just a title. Even if the ancient humans weren't gods, they were no weaker than gods. Was it because they had divinity? At this moment, Hanfei frowned. How did you comprehend this power? Although Han Fei could roughly guess the type of this power, he still didn't understand how this power was born. Could he comprehend it after Dao fusion? However, that wasn't right. Most of the great monarchs had fused with the Dao, but he hadn't seen any of them give birth to divinity. Did it mean that this thing might be related to the user's will? Luo Hao's face changed drastically. This damn ominous was simply a terrifying powerhouse who had surpassed the divine realm. His first thought was certainly to run. Unfortunately, in Han Fei's presence, where could he run to? Han Fei grabbed the man with his hand and activated the soul-searching technique. Unfortunately, he couldn't understand Luo Hao's divinity at all. It was as if the man obtained it from an epiphany. Seeing that his soul-searching failed, Han Fei could only shake his head helplessly. Perhaps the 10,000 scale monarch would be more inspired if he were here. After all, he was the creator. Furthermore, if the 10,000 scale monarch could live to this moment, he might be able to find a way to become a god from Luo Hao. Unfortunately, he had already died. Bang! Han Fei crushed Luo Hao. Although he didn't understand Luo Hao's comprehension, he seemed to have roughly understood the conventional way to become a god. Although it wasn't suitable for him, it should be suitable for Neza and Zhang Daqian. With this in mind, Han Fei put on a smile. For the first time, he felt that becoming a god wasn't as difficult as he imagined. Chapter 2788, 2788. Two women fighting for a man, 12788. Two women fighting for a man, one. Although Han Fei had witnessed the god-making experiment of a low-level world, this was informative, but of no practical value. He believed that even if the 10,000 scale monarch was still alive and saw this scene, it was impossible for him to become a god immediately. He still had to study and analyze it and then conducted many experiments. However, since the experiment was successful, it represented the feasibility of this god-making plan. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he had killed the 10,000 scale monarch. If he had seen this scene, it probably wouldn't take long for him to become a god. Now that Han Fei had crushed this low-level world's god, Luo Hao, it was time to stop the experiment. The origin star with a radius of 30 million kilometers was quite important to him. Han Fei tried to refine it, but he failed after trying for more than 3 months. This was because the core of this huge star contained too many law powers he was unfamiliar with. After thinking for a long time, Han Fei spent a month collecting all the resources on this star, leaving nothing except the star core. Then, Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth and went directly to the Sea of Stars. He set up an altar to contact the God of War. Could it be that the God of War couldn't eat the origin star of the great monarch that he couldn't? Although the resources on the star had been plundered by him, the energy contained in the star core was definitely not small. However, he didn't have the corpse of the 10,000 scale monarch. There was no way to offer a sacrifice directly. He could only see if the God of War could use other methods to ascend this star. After a while, the fire curtain soared into the sky, and the God of War sent a message first. I heard that you've already proved Dao and killed dozens of monarchs. I asked the old man of the lava giant tribe to look for you for so long, but you didn't show up. Han Fei, right, and the Jew years when he wasn't in the human race. The elder of the lava giant tribe had already hooked up with the God of War, right? Han Fei said, I'm busy saving the human race. As soon as I finished my matters, I came to offer sacrifices to you. God of War asked, what are you offering? A peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator? You killed so many monarchs, and you're only offering a sky-opening realm cultivator to me? Han Fei said, I sacrificed this sky-opener just to establish a connection with you. Although I killed many monarchs, I don't have their corpses. Now I have the origin star of a great monarch with a radius of 30 million kilometers. Can you come over and take it yourself? God of War, a great monarch? Keep bragging. Can you kill a great monarch even if your strength is increased by 100 times? Han Fei asked, huh? Didn't the elder of the lava giants tell you? Han Fei thought that the Grand Elder probably didn't tell everything to the God of War. That's right. The Grand Elder only had a preliminary connection with the God of War. There was no need to tell everything to the God of War. He had to tell the Grand Elder about this later. Since the God of War didn't know his true identity yet, he might as well not tell him. Han Fei said, ha! Didn't the Grand Elder say? I obtained the corpse of an ancient human powerhouse. With the only remaining drop of his essence blood, he easily killed the great monarch. God of War, bastard, that little old man didn't believe me. I told my men to pick him up when he arrived in the West Wilderness. That old bastard, Han Fei said. After all, he just contacted you, so it's normal for him to hold back. So, can you come and take away this great monarch's origin star? This star core contains many powerful laws. I can't move it anyway. If I leave it here, it won't take long for the Starsea giant beasts to target it. The God of War said, sure, how about this? You find an enemy with a corpse, refine his origin star, refine it into a star bead, and throw it in the Sea of Stars outside the great monarch's origin star. Then you sacrifice that enemy to me. Huh? Han Fei suddenly realized that it did work, and it was a simple method. Han Fei said, your method is too simple, but it's very effective. In that case, can you return to the Sea Realm at will? As long as you refine a refined star and throw it in the Sea Realm, you can come back. God of War, it's not as simple as you think. I'm not going there myself. I can only temporarily open this connection point and bring the things over, but I can't leave. Han Fei frowned. Are you trapped? Only when he was trapped would his original body not come over. Otherwise, logically speaking, the God of War could definitely return. God of War, you don't understand. I'm in a very special place now. It's not that I can't go back, but once I leave, my hundreds of thousands of years of hard work will be for nothing. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. There's no rush. Why don't you tell me? God of War, it's useless to tell you now. When it's necessary, I'll tell you even if you don't want to know. Now, hurry up and do what I said. If there's anything, we'll talk later. Hearing what the God of War said, Han Fei didn't ask further. There were too many secrets in this world for him to know. Chapter 2789, 2 women fighting for a man, 2789, 2 women fighting for a man, 2 a man 2. According to the God of War, Han Fei quickly refined the origin star of a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator and threw it outside the origin star of the 10,000 scale monarch. After Han Fei made another sacrifice, this time when the corpse of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator disappeared, suddenly, flames spewed out of the altar that Han Fei had set up, rolling out for 1,000,000 kilometers. In the middle of the flames, a huge hole appeared. Upon seeing this, Han Fei immediately retreated. What the hell is this? Those who didn't know better would think that the chaotic fire sea had descended. Then Han Fei saw a huge fishhook that was thousands of kilometers long shoot out of the flame hole and hook into the origin star of the 10,000 scale monarch through the Starsea quagmire. Buzzet, upon seeing this, Han Fei's face changed slightly. He roared, "Wait a moment. Let me return to the sea realm first." In the blink of an eye, Han Fei had thought that he could use this opportunity to see what the God of War looked like. In this situation, the God of War was clearly trying to fish the star core of the 10,000 scale monarch over. With such violent fishing, even the origin star of the 10,000 scale monarch would definitely collapse. Therefore, Han Fei couldn't care less at this moment. He quickly rushed into the origin star of the 10,000 scale monarch. Guided by the vast ocean navigator, he slashed out a spatial crack and flashed in. At the last moment, Han Fei could still see the collapse of the heavenly Tao of the world, the shattering of all things, and the bulging of the earth as if billions of nuclear bombs were rumbling inside the star. In Han Fei's ear, a vigorous voice said, "Brat, you are too stingy." "Did you really only leave me a core?" Han Fei said. "That's the star core of a great monarch. God of War, come to me in a month." Han Fei returned to the sea realm, and the voice of the God of War dissipated in his ears. The reason it took a month was probably that the God of War needed to digest and make use of this star core, so he didn't have time to talk to him for the time being. In the past month, Han Fei had been busy. He went to the origin star of Gao Yuhuo, the guy who was sprayed to death by that ancient human powerhouse. His corpse was also gone. When Han Fei came to his origin star, he found that it was almost a sea of fire. Those who didn't know better would think that they had arrived in the primeval land. There were still hundreds of millions of fire spirits in the Sea of Fire, but these fire spirits could only be considered Earth-level existences. They weren't very strong, at most, in the Sea Establishment realm. Obviously, Gao Yuhuo was using fire techniques. He was also trying to create living beings, but his origin star was not that big. Its radius was only 3,000,000 kilometers. However, this meant that at least when one reached the immortal level, their origin star could continue to expand. Otherwise, its maximum radius would only be 810,000 kilometers. Outside Gao Yuhuo's Starsea quagmire, there were only more than 8,000 modified stars, and no more than 50,000 dead stars. Each aspect of the star was much weaker than that of the 10,000 scale monarch. But even so, it was enough for Han Fei to work for a long time, at least for a month. Little Black and Little White ate as much as they wanted, and Han Fei refined the stars crazily every day. In the end, Han Fei spent a month but didn't even finish refining 1/3 of Gao Yuhuo's origin star. This made Han Fei sigh. Sometimes, even if there were resources all over the ground, one had to have the ability to pick them up. He had thought that he needed to empty the origin stars of 3 people every day, but it didn't seem to be the case at all. He had been picking up the resources on the origin star of the 10,000 scale monarch all the time for years. It would take him at least 3 to 5 months to pick up all the resources of even an immortal level monarch's origin star. The resources he had picked up so far were enough for the entire human race to cultivate for 100 years. If they used them sparingly, it might even be enough for them to cultivate for 200 years. When the 1-month period was up, Han Fei set up the altar again. When the fire curtain soared into the sky, the message of the God of War had arrived. The instantaneous reply, "No," the early reply, made Han Fei feel that the God of War was probably the only great monarch in the world who didn't care about face at all. The God of War said, "Han Fei, you're really stingy. I heard that you killed 2 great monarchs, but all you did was sacrifice a bare star core for me. Come on, I'm your senior anyway, guiding you all the way forward, but you didn't remember me until you almost collected all the resources. Is that appropriate?" Han Fei rolled his eyes and replied, "There's one more origin star that I don't have the time to get for now. The place where the cultivator died is quite far away. Hey, even if it's only a star core, it's still the star core of a great monarch." Why do you act like you haven't eaten your fill for millions of years? How about this? Just tell me, is the origin star of a great monarch and its associated resources enough? The god of war instantly replied, it's enough for me to use for 500 years. Han Fei was stunned and replied, wait, what the hell are you doing? That's the entire resources of a great monarch. But they're only enough for you to use for 500 years? Han Fei was crazy. Was this god of war bragging? God of war, I'll use them for recovery so the consumption is fast. Han Fei asked, were you seriously injured? The god of war said, kinda. Someone from the wild ancient race in the West Wilderness is offering sacrifices to me too, but it's not enough. At most, the sacrifices are in the sky-opening realm or something. Boy, if you give me the great monarch's origin star, I can fight for you when necessary. Chapter 2790, 2790, 2790, 2 women fighting for a man, 3 2790, 2 women fighting for a man, 3 Han Fei asked, you can't come back, can you? How can you help me fight? God of war, I've recovered a little bit of my strength. It won't be a big problem for me to cast a projection over. Han Fei asked, can the projection have immortal level strength? God of war, the great monarch realm, but you can't just leave me a star core after harvesting all the resources. Han Fei, deal. In fact, Han Fei's need for resources was no longer so urgent. It was only in the first few hundred years after the human race came to the sea realm that he needed to provide them some help with resources. However, he couldn't help them all the time. Some things had to be fought for by them themselves. He helped them in the beginning because they had no power to protect themselves or source of resources. Their survival was completely unguaranteed, so he had no choice but to help them as the human emperor. However, after the human race's breakthrough tide, their overall strength would definitely improve greatly in 100 years. Then, he shouldn't give away resources for free. Unlike ordinary monarchs, he didn't need so many refined stars. What he lacked was trump cards. With a strong master like the god of war who could provide him with a trump card of the great monarch realm strength, it was worth it even if he had to exchange a great monarch's origin star for it. After all, that person was killed by the demon god, which was equivalent to obtaining this trump card for nothing. The god of war seemed quite excited. Among the many seedlings he had developed, Han Fei was the only one who was growing at an astonishing speed and killing enemies across realms as if it were a piece of cake for him. Now that it was inconvenient for him to move, he had to keep an eye on this little guy. Han Fei promised to offer the great monarch's origin star to the god of war within a year, and then he went offline. There was nothing special about him looking for the god of war. It was just that the star core of the 10,000 scale monarch couldn't be moved and he didn't want to waste it, and the god of war happened to need it. That was all. After chatting with the god of war, it took Han Fei another 3 months to finally collect the resources on Gao Yuhuo's origin star. The star core was sacrificed to the god of war in the same way. And this time, Han Fei didn't plan to continue to collect the resources on the origin stars of other monarchs, even if those origin stars might be targeted by Starsea giant beasts. This was because Han Fei felt that he had to consolidate his cultivation. Ever since he proved Dao, he hadn't had time to consolidate his cultivation. After he proved Dao, he was busy with the human race's matters, building cities, setting up arrays, and collecting the resources on the origin star of the 10,000 scale monarch, which took him a lot of time. After leaving the origin star, Han Fei was about to go to xuanhuan and tell him that he needed to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Han Fei habitually scanned the vast sea with his perception to prevent anyone from spying on the human race. Although Chu Hao was here, he was more at ease to check it with his own eyes. But in the next moment, he opened his mouth slightly, only to see a beautiful woman and a young man crossing the void and rushing towards the human race. Xuanhuan, senior sister, let me go back by myself, okay? You're not from our human race after all, and you're so powerful. I'm afraid there will be some conflict, the woman said. What conflict can there be? I'm your senior sister. Can't you just introduce me to them? Besides, when we passed by the city of wanderers, they said that the human race is now guarded by strong masters. Although I'm not weak, I only have 5 Dao locks. Since I haven't proved my Dao yet, how can a monarch be afraid of me? Zhang Xuanyu put on a bitter face, secretly sighing that it was not a good thing for a man to be too handsome and capable. Fine, just let her follow me. What bad things can happen? Han Fei was amused to see this. He was not in a hurry to greet him. He thought to himself, why did you bring a woman back? Wouldn't your little wife explode? A moment later, before Zhang Xuanyu and his senior sister stepped into the range of the human race, they saw the Beast King silently blocking in front of them. The Beast King sized up Zhang Xuanyu and then looked at his senior sister. Who are you? Why have you come to human territory? Before Zhang Xuanyu could speak, his senior sister said, I'm Ren Yingying. Nice to meet you, Master Monarch. I'm just accompanying my junior brother back to his race. The Beast King nodded slightly. Your soul power is very strong. You don't seem to be from the City of Wanderers. But since you aren't from the City of Wanderers, how do you know that humans have appeared in the chaotic wasteland? Zhang Xuanyu said. Well, senior, I'm Zhang Xuanyu. The human emperor, Han Fei, and I are fellow disciples of the Thug Academy, and can be said to be brothers. When the heavenly cicada's sound resounded throughout the East Sea Divine Realm, I knew that Han Fei had already taken action. Back then, we went out of the Raging Sea together. Now he has started to take action against the 10,000 Scales race. How can I not return to help him? Oh, the Beast King understood. You're from the Thug Academy? Then come with me. Let them acknowledge you. Another moment later, at the gate of the Thug Academy, Zhang Xuanyu said excitedly, President Bai, Senior Brother Dashuai, Nan, Lingyuan, Daji, look who's back. For a moment, Old Bai and the others heard someone calling and looked at the door. Old Bai was delighted. Oh, here comes another one. Old Bai asked, Brat, where did you come back from? How did you know that we were out of the Raging Sea? Seeing that, the Beast King left quietly. Chapter 2791, 2 women fighting for a man, 2791, 2 women fighting for a man, At this moment, a girl ran out, becoming a beautiful scene in the Thug Academy. Before she arrived, her voice had arrived. Darling, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Darling, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Darling. Ren Yingying looked at Zhang Xuanyu in shock. Junior brother Yu, didn't you say that you don't have a wife? Zhang Xuanyu's face stiffened. Well, Puffer Yi Shiyan plunged into Zhang Xuanyu's arms, her little head nuzzling Zhang Xuanyu's chest as she cried out excitedly. This scene made Ren Yingying's face turn green. Kujinyan and Ling Yuan had just arrived and saw this scene. Kujinyan was about to speak when Ling Yuan stopped him. Ling Yuan looked at Ren Yingying and said in a low voice, Let Senior Brother Yu solve it by himself. Su Daiji and the others arrived one after another. Then, they happened to hear Ren Yingying say, Junior Brother Yu, you haven't answered my question. Didn't you say that you don't have a wife? Only then did Yixian notice that there were others. When she pulled her head out of Zhang Xuanyu's arms, she saw a cold and sexy woman looking at her with a green face. Yixian immediately understood and interrupted, Darling, who is this auntie? Why is she back with you? Auntie? Ren Yingying was shocked and instantly infuriated. She gnashed her teeth and said, Little girl, didn't your elders teach you how to speak? Try calling me that again? Auntie. Yixian didn't retreat at all. You want to threaten me? Do you know who my eldest senior brother is? He's the current human emperor. He killed monarchs as easily as slaughtering fish and shrimp. If you threaten me again, believe it or not, I'll call my eldest senior brother. Han Fei, who was watching the show, couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This girl is not shy at all. What the hell is she talking about? Ren Yingying was furious, but she knew that this was destined to be a war without smoke. Although this was someone else's territory, she couldn't admit defeat. She grabbed Zhang Xuanyu's arm and said, Zhang Xuanyu is my junior brother and my dual cultivation partner. As a sea establisher, what else can you do except hold him back? Yi Xian hugged Zhang Xuanyu's other hand and snorted coldly, Take your dirty hand away. I'm already calling him darling, so I'm definitely his wife. What's the big deal of dual cultivation? My husband can easily have 100 or 80 dual cultivation partners, but he only has one wife. Right, darling? As she spoke, Yi Xinyan pinched the flesh on Zhang Xuanyu's arm hard. On the other side, Ren Yingying was also pinching Zhang Xuanyu's flesh as she said to Yi Xinyan tit for tat, You're nothing but a burden. You can't keep up with junior brother Yu. You'd better let go. The two of you are too far apart. You won't be able to get together in the end. Yi Xian curled her lips. Nonsense. I've only cultivated for less than 1,000 years and have already reached the intermediate sea establishment realm. As long as I'm willing, I can reach the peak level of the sea establishment realm in 100 years. In a few hundred years, it won't be a problem for me to open the sky. You're already an old ant. Look at the wrinkles on your face. How many tens of thousands of years old are you? Fuck, Ren Yingying scoffed. Wrinkles? You sharp-tongued little bachi. You old auntie tens of thousands of years old. Beside him, Old Bai was scratching his face as if he was thinking about how to deal with this situation. Su Daiji, Guqi, Jingye, and Su Sanqian were all on Yi Xian's side. At this moment, they were all staring at Zhang Xuanyu angrily. Wang Deshuai and Bai Lu had just seen this scene, and Wang Deshuai was about to greet Zhang Xuanyu when Bai Lu stopped him. Are you stupid? Can't you see what's happening over there? When the two women were fighting, Zhang Xuanyu said timidly, Well, can you stop for a moment? Shut up. The two girls shouted at Zhang Xuanyu angrily in unison. All right, stop it, both of you. Zhang Xuanyu roared. His ears were ringing. He really should have snuck out himself. In particular, more and more disciples of the Thug Academy were watching. His role model image was gone. The two girls were stunned by Zhang Xuanyu's roar, but in the next moment Yi Xian pouted. Darling, why are you scolding me for an old auntie? Ren Yingying shouted. Junior brother Yu, why are you yelling at me? Just when Zhang Xuanyu's head was dizzy, Han Fei thought that it was time for him to show up. Han Fei's figure appeared a few meters away from Zhang Xuanyu. Seeing this, the latter seemed to see a lifesaver. Fei, you're finally here, Han Fei chuckled. Look what you've done. Seeing this, Ren Yingying immediately bowed and said, Ren Yingying greets Master Human Emperor. Han Fei nodded slightly. Welcome to the human race. Yi Xian looked at Han Fei angrily. Eldest senior brother, didn't you say you would help me keep an eye on my husband? You didn't keep your word. Now this woman is bullying your dear junior sister. Chapter 2792, Entering the Demon Domain. Again, 2792. Entering the Demon Domain again, 1. Han Fei was stunned by Yixian's question, and his air as the dignified human emperor was immediately gone. Han Fei paused and said, "When did I say I would keep an eye on your husband for you? I don't have the time." Ren Yingying's eyes lit up, and Yi Xingying's eyes welled up with tears. Han Fei hurriedly added, "However, eldest senior brother will definitely uphold justice for you." Yixian's eyes lit up as her confidence returned. As for Ren Yingying, she was filled with worry. Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu seriously and said, "It's not that I want to criticize you, but we watched Yan Yan grow up. If you dare to fail her, it will be difficult for us to be brothers." Zhang Xuanyu nodded quickly. Yes, I won't. I definitely won't fail her." Han Fei looked at Ren Yingying and asked, "When did you become dual cultivation partners?" Although Han Fei didn't release any suppressing pressure, Ren Yingying felt inexplicably scared. She wanted to fool him, but she couldn't help but tell the truth. She said, "We just haven't had a wedding, but everyone in the Ghost Strait knows my relationship with junior brother Yu." "Oh, after all, you two haven't had a wedding. This girl and Yan Yan, after all, we're in public. How can we make such a scene? If the news gets out, how will outsiders look at our thug academy? Let go." Ren Yingying let go of her hand in fright. She knew Han Fei. When she heard about human emperor Han Fei, she immediately thought of Han Fei, the disciple of the Void Temple, the man who won first place in the 100,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty. She couldn't afford to offend such a person. Although Yi Xian was unwilling, she still reluctantly let go because of Han Fei's words. Zhang Xuanyu cast a grateful look at Han Fei, and Han Fei glared back. "All right, young lady, Zhang Xuanyu's choice is up to him. I think he will give you a clear answer. Of course, he can't abandon Yan Yan. Since you're here, you can stay at the Thug Academy for the time being. If you don't mind, you can give a few classes to the disciples of the Thug Academy, teaching them about the Sea Realm and the wilderness. What do you think, miss?" Yi Xian opened her mouth and wanted to speak, but she choked back her words under Han Fei's gaze. Ren Yingying bowed slightly. "Thank you, Master Human Emperor. I can teach here for the time being." Han Fei nodded slightly and then glanced at the other students. "Dismiss. President, I have something to talk to Zhang Xuanyu in private. We'll come back for dinner." Old Bai nodded quickly. "Okay, go ahead. Anyway, the Thug Academy is here and can't be moved away. I'll ask old Jiang to make a few dishes and make some dumplings. When you come back tonight, let's have a drink." "Okay, no problem." A moment later, Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu walked in the sky above the human cities. After a simple introduction of the battle, Han Fei said leisurely, "All right, you are really cold-hearted. Yi Xian has been eagerly waiting for you to return, but you bring her your senior sister. You have to pacify her yourself. I can't do anything about it." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Do you think I want to? I had no choice. If she hadn't followed me, I wouldn't have had a chance to leave the Ghost Strait." Zhang Xuanyu suddenly changed the topic. "Alas, we were separated less than 100 years ago. At that time, you were only in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, right? Have you already proven Dao?" Zhang Xuanyu felt that his cultivation speed was fast enough, but he didn't expect Han Fei to be even faster than him. Some things have nothing to do with time. "How long will you stay this time?" Zhang Xuanyu said. "I can only leave the Ghost Strait with the excuse of going out to gain experience and seek a breakthrough. I'll be back in about 10 years, otherwise I won't be able to come out again. Besides, I have a master in the Ghost Strait who hasn't taught me many major techniques yet." Han Fei nodded slightly. "The point is that you have to arrange Yi Xian well. You can take her away or something. Anyway, you have to pacify her yourself. I don't have the time to do it for you." Zhang Xuanyu blushed. "Okay, any news on Kuang Kuang and Xiaobai?" Han Fei told him about what happened to Lirenquang, and Zhang Xuanyu immediately exclaimed, "Kuang Kuang is going to prove Dao? Gosh, when we separated, this guy hadn't opened the sky yet." Han Fei said, "He has a Great Monarch Realm Master who is as strong as Great Monarch East Marshal. Who in the Ghost Strait can compare to him?" Zhang Xuanyu hesitated for a long time and finally said, "The fatty seems to be luckier than us since childhood." Han Fei nodded in agreement. "I haven't heard from Xiaobai yet, but since you two are here, she must be on her way. You can stay here for a few years. Maybe we can meet again." Zhang Xuanyu said, "All right, I'll leave some soul techniques to the human race." In the evening, Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu returned to the Thug Academy for a meal. The only disharmony at the dinner table was that Zhang Xuanyu was sandwiched between the two women. There was no telling how he felt during the meal. The next day, Han Fei left Zhang Xuanyu alone. This guy was going to teach the human race soul techniques, which could make up for his shortcomings in this aspect. After all, he was a body refiner. Although his soul was powerful, he didn't leave many related inheritances. Chapter 2793, Entering the Demon Domain. Again 2793, Entering the Demon Domain. Again 2793. On Han Fei's origin star, he could finally stop and consolidate his realm. Han Fei could perceive the slightest change in his origin star. However, at this moment, a translucent black brocade sachet was hanging on the small vine of the demon purification pot. How could I have forgotten that? Back in the Tao Enlightenment Palace of the Divine Capital Dynasty, when the mysterious man helped him kill the ominous, he had left this brocade sachet to him. At that time, when he reunited with Zeman Linglin in the Time River, he was hurriedly sent back to the raging sea. Then, he went to the lava giants to take them away. After that, he was preparing for the human race's east expedition into the sea realm, so he didn't have the time to care about this. Han Fei didn't know why the demon purification pot hung the brocade sachet up, or if the brocade sachet ran over on its own. Anyway, Han Fei remembered that this thing was definitely not hanging on the small vine. Han Fei took off the brocade sachet and opened it without any hesitation. He was also very curious about who the one who helped him with the self-severing tribulation was, and what the brocade sachet would tell him. The brocade sachet looked very ordinary. When it was opened, there was only a note inside. On it was written, "Death is not the end of life, but only means that the door of reincarnation has not been opened yet." Han Fei was dumbfounded. What did this mean? The literal meaning was that after death, life would still exist in a certain form. But what did this have to do with the door of reincarnation? The brocade sachet that the mysterious cultivator gave him couldn't be opened until he finished the self-severing tribulation. If he didn't finish it, the brocade sachet would automatically dissipate. If he opened this brocade sachet before finishing the self-severing tribulation and saw this sentence, would it be any different? If it was just this strange sentence, he could open it at any time, right? That was the problem. Would there be any changes after he read this sentence before he finished the self-severing tribulation? No, I can't be fooled like this. I still have to get to the bottom of it. Han Fei gave up the idea of consolidating his cultivation immediately, stepped out of the Starseed quagmire, and offered sacrifices to the God of War again. The God of War sent a message in advance. Is the Great Emperor's original star ready? Not yet. But I have a question that I need to ask you. The enthusiasm of the God of War immediately disappeared, and he only replied with 2 words. What question? Han Fei said, "Senior God of War, before I proved Tao and transcended the tribulation, someone helped me pass the self-severing tribulation in advance. Now I have an idea. What if I had failed to pass it?" Someone helped you with that? It seems that you have quite a powerful background, Han Fei said. "Senior, please be serious. This matter is very important to me." The God of War didn't beat around the bush and simply replied, "Normal people don't pass the self-severing tribulation until they are proving Tao. If you don't succeed in passing the self-severing tribulation, your negative side will dominate and turn into the ominous, and the original body will naturally be reduced to ashes by the tribulation. And a small number of people will pass the self-severing tribulation in advance. If they don't succeed, not only will their negative sides completely turn into the ominous, but they may also occupy the original bodies and deprive them of everything they have. There are pros and cons to everything. There are advantages to passing the self-severing tribulation in advance, so there are naturally disadvantages. That is, if your original body doesn't grow as fast as your negative side, it will be very dangerous." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "Memories will also be stripped away?" The God of War said. "Of course, everything you have will be occupied by the ominous. If you have some special purification-type treasures, they will automatically resist the ominous. But if they fail, they will only shatter." The mysterious cultivator didn't let Han Fei see the brocade sachet before he passed the self-severing tribulation because he was afraid that if Han Fei failed to pass his self-severing tribulation, the contents of the brocade sachet would be seen by Han Fei's negative side. Death is not the end of life, but only means that the door of reincarnation has not been opened yet. Although Han Fei didn't know the meaning of this sentence, he knew that at least he couldn't let the ominous see it. But could he ask the God of War about it? Han Fei thought for a moment and refrained from asking. After all, he had never met the God of War in person, so his trust in him was definitely not as high as his fellow disciples in the Void Temple. He should ask his 5th senior brother. Oh no, there was actually a more suitable person, Senior Brother Undead. Han Fei couldn't really experience death, or he would have to switch to becoming an undead creature. But what about Senior Brother Undead? Han Fei said. Well, that's it. Wait for me for some time. When I'm done, I'll immediately find the origin star of that great monarch. Returning to his origin star, Han Fei didn't immediately contact his senior brothers. No matter what secret this sentence involved, it definitely required a certain level of strength to understand it. He had just proved Tao and his strength hadn't completely stabilized. It would be better to wait until his strength had increased by 5 times like Feng Yu before he thought about this problem. Han Fei would naturally rely on the God-Fiend Formless Technique and the Supreme Divine Technique to stabilize his strength. The God-Fiend Formless Technique and the Supreme Divine Technique that focused on the physique could improve his strength by compressing his star core and extracting the power of other star cores to pour into his own. And he had the Soul Sealing Pearl, which contained nearly 500 origins of soul power, which was pure soul power taken from the Soul Sea. In this way, if he cultivated his body and soul at the same time, it would take at most 100 years to completely stabilize his cultivation when his star core was compressed to its current limit. Chapter 2794-2794. Entering the demon domain, again 32794. Entering the demon domain, again 3 cultivation, had no concept of time. Han Fei sat in his origin star for 100 years. In the past 100 years, Han Fei had shattered 10 origin stars of Tao provers. The star cores used by him and the star fragments covered the surface of his origin star, forming an absolutely sealed super protective layer. This made Han Fei's origin star look as if it had a radius of 2 million kilometers. This was only because his current capacity was limited. Otherwise, he could continue to expand his origin star with these star fragments. This made Han Fei wonder, could it be that the origin stars of Gao Yuhuo and the others were also expanded like this? For this question, he specially asked the God of War, but the God of War's answer was very clear. He said that these were 2 forms, but their essence was the same. However, the origin stars condensed with the Supreme Divine Technique were stronger. This was because the Supreme Divine Technique used the powerful star core of the 810,000 kilometer origin star to support the star barrier that would be expanded later. And the strong masters who cultivated in the normal process were using more and more modified stars to expand the star barrier through their gravity and the transmission of chaotic energy. The two seemed to be the same, but in terms of the ultimate power of the star core, normal cultivators' star cores were definitely not comparable to the star core cultivated with the Supreme Divine Technique. Therefore, after hearing what the God of War said, Han Fei couldn't help but feel that he was quite powerful. Gao Yuhuo was already an immortal-level cultivator, but his origin star's radius was only 3 million kilometers. Now he was only at the Tao proving level, but his origin star's radius had already reached 2 million kilometers. There seemed to be much more room for his improvement than Gao Yuhuo. On this day, the compression of the star core had almost reached its limit. It took 132 years, which was equivalent to half a year in the outside world. Yes, with abundant resources, Han Fei's cultivation was so fast. He couldn't help but look at his information, only to see that it was Owner, Han Fei level, 1112 Tao proving. Bloodmine ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean. The 29,142nd Immortal Chi, 420,000 Soul, 317 Origin Strength, 317 Star Powers, First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage, Second Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness, Spiritual Heritage, First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin Yang, Sky Swallowing Fish, Level 1009, Second Spiritual Beast, The Emperor Sparrow, Level 1009, Main Art, God Fiend Formless Technique. Huh? I upgraded by a level? Han Fei didn't expect this. He knew that his strength had definitely increased by 5 times, but he didn't expect it to increase by a small level. However, Han Fei wasn't intrigued at such a small level now. Although his soul and strength had increased respectively by 72 origins and 72 star powers, it was still far from enough compared to the strength of immortal-level monarchs. Furthermore, Han Fei discovered that although his flesh and bone hardness had improved significantly after the monarch tribulation, his body and bones couldn't support it at all with the 7-time enhancement of his original Great Tao. He had tried it. Now, he could forcibly increase his combat power by 4 times at most. Once he used more than 4 times his strength, his body would begin to collapse. The only thing that could still withstand it was his bloodline. He couldn't blame his monarch tribulation. The 4 times of his upper limit was nearly 1,300 star powers, which was 13 times stronger than when his 5 Tao locks were fully broken. Therefore, the improvement brought by his monarch tribulation was actually good enough. It could only be said that he had grown too fast. What Han Fei needed to do now was to fundamentally improve the strength of his bones, blood, and flesh. The first thing Han Fei thought of was the lightning drawing platform. When he transcended the monarch tribulation, the lightning drawing platform attracted a small amount of lightning tribulations, producing a total of 3 Tao-proving lightning strikes. Including the one that came with the lightning drawing platform, there were a total of 4 lightning strikes. Han Fei felt that if he digested the 4 lightning strikes now, his physique would definitely become at least 10% stronger. However, this kind of enhancement was not a big deal now. What he wanted was not a 10% or 20% enhancement, but a multiple-time enhancement. And the way to completely change one's aptitude was naturally to transform his golden jade bone into the heavenly Tao jade essence. This was not a difficult way to understand. Merging the heavenly Tao into the bones and transforming the golden jade bone into the heavenly Tao jade marrow was the path one should take in the monarch realm. This path wasn't difficult. After all, there were many places where one could obtain the heavenly Tao jade marrow. But there weren't many heavenly Tao jade marrow that could really meet the requirements. For example, his golden jade bone had almost reached the limit, which was the manifestation of the extreme Tao. Similarly, there was a limit to the heavenly Tao jade marrow. However, fusing with the heavenly Tao was very friendly to those who had an origin ground. However, it was different for those who didn't have an origin ground. They had to forcefully absorb the power of the heavenly Tao. The efficiency of such a fusion was very low. The reason why the competition for origin grounds was so crazy was that after proving Tao, an origin ground could help cultivators continuously fuse with the heavenly Tao to boost his cultivation. But Han Fei couldn't. The power of the heavenly Tao in the raging sea was no longer enough for Han Fei to cultivate. If Han Fei wanted to quickly condense the heavenly Tao jade bone, he had to find a powerful origin ground. However, this was not a problem for him. This was because he had a ready-made origin ground in his hand, which was the reward of the 100,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty. At this moment, the effects of all the hardships Han Fei had experienced in the sky-opening realm came out. Chapter 2795, Entering the Demon Domain. Again 2795. Entering the demon domain again, in the sky-opening realm. He had collected a large number of treasures, resources, and connections. He was far from using them up. In fact, as far as the origin ground was concerned, the sea-quelling painting from the raging sea might contain more than one origin ground. However, he had to go to the place where the sea-quelling painting was originally drawn. If he had the time now, Han Fei felt that if he really spent hundreds of years, he might be able to get several origin grounds. As soon as Han Fei finished his cultivation, he stepped out of the Starsea quagmire and entered the Sea of Stars. Then, Han Fei took out the bead that represented the origin ground, injected immortal qi into it, and began to refine it. This refinement didn't integrate the origin ground into his body, but opened a channel connecting to this origin ground, and this bead was that channel. After a while, when Han Fei refined the bead with a thought, a door to the void appeared in front of him. Buzz! Han Fei walked in without hesitation. The origin ground might be dangerous, but Han Fei believed that with his current strength, as long as the other party hadn't reached the immortal level, it was impossible for him to defeat him. Even if there were any immortal level powerhouses in the origin ground, they couldn't kill him instantly. After all, he was no longer that perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Huh? When Han Fei's eyes lit up, he looked at the mountains and rivers in shock. Why did this place look so familiar? Demon Domain? Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Yes, this place was the Demon Domain. However, the current demon domain was no longer polluted by the ominous. There were no longer those disgusting black tentacles or the strange and terrifying demonic sources here. The current demon domain had become a sea of demon plants. There were colorful flowers, giant trees that towered into the sky, fan grass that swayed with the wind, and fireflies that flew in the grass. Han Fei looked around and sensed that this place was like a demon plant planet that had never been cultivated. There were millions of types of demon plants, beautiful and enchanting. The only problem was that the levels of these demon plants were very low, so low that most of them couldn't be called demon plants, because many of them weren't even fishing masters. Huff! Han Fei didn't know until now that no wonder Great Monarch East Marshal used the demon domain as one of his tests, because the demon domain was the final reward. Han Fei was still in a daze. In front of him, a phantom appeared in the air. It was a big sunflower that had once fought side by side with Han Fei. Han Fei immediately came back to his senses. Hi, Senior Dao Domain Sunflower Head. The phantom of the sunflower swayed and a void channel appeared. Come here. A clear voice came from the void passage. Han Fei didn't hesitate. Although the Dao Domain Sunflower Head was an immortal level chaotic spiritual plant, its quality was definitely not bad. When Han Fei stepped into the void passage, he came to the world origin lake of the demon domain in the blink of an eye. This lake was 800 kilometers wide at this moment, and in the middle of the lake was the Dao Domain Sunflower Head. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Naime Dao Domain Sunflower Head, weak. Introduction. The Dao Domain Sunflower Head is the head of a domain, a simulated body of world origin. When a world is strong enough, its world origin will give birth to an autonomous will and high-level intelligence. The Dao Domain Sunflower Head is the incarnation of the world origin of this world. It has unparalleled power of purification, life, healing, and will. Its sunflower seeds have various abilities such as Dao Enlightenment, Soul Recovery, Potential Arousing, and Purification of Darkness. Level 118 Quality Exiotic Spiritual Plant A Realm. Immortal Level SI Battle Technique. Annihilation Sunflower Seeds, Light of Purification, Light of Life, Light of Healing, Light of Soul. Collectible SISI. Dao Enlightenment Sunflower Seeds, Absorbable SIS, Remarks, RDAT. The head of a domain and the simulated body of the world origin. Although Han Fei had already seen this information once, this time, the Dao Domain Sunflower Head had changed from a dying state to a weak state. This meant that this world was reviving at an incredible speed. The ethereal voice resounded above the world origin lake, clear and high. I've been waiting for you for a long time, but I didn't expect that when we met again, you had already proved Dao. Chapter 2796, Loose Living Beings 1 2796. Loose Living Beings 1. The Dao Domain Sunflower Head sounded a little aggrieved. Han Fei replied, I didn't know that the origin ground turned out to be the demon domain. In just a few decades, I didn't expect the changes here to be so great. Senior, you consumed so much energy in that battle. Have you recovered? The big sunflower of the Dao Domain Sunflower Head swayed slightly. I haven't recovered yet, but with the help of you, I've recovered a little. Han Fei thought to himself, after all, she was an immortal level powerhouse. Judging from her level, she was probably only one step away from the Great Monarch realm. With such strength, as long as she didn't have any natural enemies, she would naturally absorb the energy in the Sea of Stars and recover a lot in thousands of years. The help of the Divine Capital Dynasty only accelerated the recovery here. Perhaps they felt that if the reward was the dilapidated demon realm, it would affect their prestige. That's good. As he spoke, Han Fei had already looked around the World Origin Lake. The World Origin Lake was continuously absorbing the power of the Great Tao from the outside world. Beside the lake were tens of thousands of strange demon plants that were being nurtured. There were probably hundreds of them, including those that had been newly born or had never died. In addition to these spiritual plants, in the lake, a small red carp stuck its head out and stared at Han Fei curiously. Han Fei knew this little thing. This was the true core of this world, the heart of the world origin. Dao Domain Sunflower had asked, "Since you've proved Dao, why did you think of this place?" Han Fei didn't hide it. He said, "Senior, although I've already proved Dao, the power of the heavenly Dao in the place I've proved Dao is thin and the world origin is exhausted, and I need to grow quickly and temper the heavenly Dao jade marrow bones, so I thought I still had an origin ground in my hand. Since this place is still recovering, I can think of other ways." However, Dao Domain Sunflower had said, "No need. The heavenly Dao here will cooperate with you. You need to condense the bones of the heavenly Dao jade marrow anyway. It's better to do it here. This is my choice. If I have to choose an ally I can trust and fight alongside me in the future, I can trust you." Han Fei's heart stirred. This was simply a blessing from the heavens. If it was an unfamiliar origin ground, he might have to fight, suppress, or even resist the world origin of that origin ground before he could use the power of that world to cultivate. Furthermore, ordinary origin grounds wouldn't have an immortal level cultivator guarding it. If there was really an immortal level cultivator guarding it, unless Han Fei called the senior brothers and sisters of the Void Temple to help him, he wouldn't be able to handle it himself. Therefore, since Dao Domain Sunflower Head had agreed, this place was his best choice. The efficiency of tempering the heavenly Dao Jade marrow bones here would at least be hundreds of times higher than in the Sea Realm. This was the charm of Origin Grounds. Of all the Dao Proving level cultivators he had encountered before, if they had had an opportunity to own the Origin Ground, how could they have been killed by him? However, when he came to the demon domain again, Han Fei wasn't just thinking about the heavenly Dao Jade marrow bones. He said, "Senior, are there still mainly loose living beings here?" "Yes. They're loose, but they're also individuals. The ominous infiltrated this place and used the loose Dao with evil thoughts." Gulp, Han Fei swallowed. This was a divine path, a very clear divine path. Han Fei had yearned for loose lives before. Suppose that ants were cells of life. The queen ant was the brain and the reproductive system. The soldier ants were the defense tissue of the body. The worker ants were cells, mouths, and hands that were used to find food, transmit food, and maintain the brain. When the worker ants gathered together to transport food, it was like blood transmitting nutrients. At the same time, the worker ants had many other functions, such as cultivating new living cells, young ants. In this way, the entire ant swarm was a complete life, a strange life called loose life. The reason why Han Fei said that this was a clear divine path was that he couldn't see the end of this path. As more and more loose individual cells or lives were scattered, it was easier for the loose life to transmit all kinds of energy and mobilize power. It was foreseeable that the one with the real body could become infinitely strong. This was an opportunity, a life system that Han Fei felt had a promising future. Han Fei said, "Senior, I have a presumptuous request." Dao Domain Sunflower had asked, "What's the matter?" Han Fei took a deep breath and said, "Senior, I want to cultivate an avatar that is a loose living being." In addition to Neza, who was created with the lotus root body of Water Immortal, he also created Zhang Daqian, who walked the giant beast divine Dao with 1:3, deduced from the all things 3. As for the 1:3, it could completely separate a person into 3. Apart from the original body, it could create 2 avatars. Now, he could create another avatar. This time, he had too many resources, and his strength had reached the Dao Proving level. He could completely create an avatar that could ignore the level barrier and heavenly tribulations with the bloodline and potential of the main body. In other words, he could directly create a Monarch Realm avatar. Of course, such an avatar would have a huge impact on his original body. If he wanted to create such an avatar, he might have to cut off at least 10% of his current strength. However, Han Fei didn't want to cut off so little. He wanted to cut off half of his strength. Chapter 2797, Loose Living Beings, 2797, Loose Living Beings, 2. If he cut off half of his strength to create an avatar, this new avatar would be very strong from the very beginning. He didn't need to cultivate from a young age. Furthermore, once an avatar in the loose life form controlled a world like Dao Domain Sunflower Head, it would grow up very quickly. As for his original body, although his strength had been halved, he didn't lack resources at all. If he cultivated the Supreme Divine Technique and the God-Fiend Formless Technique at the same time, he would definitely return to his peak in 100 years. Anyway, the human race was still in the chaotic wasteland, and with the existence of fifth senior brother here, it could be said that the human race were absolutely safe. By the time he left the chaotic wasteland, he would have long recovered his peak combat power. Of course, if he wanted to directly create such an avatar, he needed the help of Dao Domain Sunflower Head. That was, he needed a drop of her essence blood to fuse with himself and create an avatar that ignored the upper limit of realms and didn't need to transcend the tribulation. Dao Domain Sunflower Head was silent for a moment. Why do you cultivate? Hanfei said. I'm now the current human emperor. The 130 billion people of the entire human race need to rise under my lead. However, regardless of whether the human race rises or not, once the ominous descends, everything will eventually turn into a bubble. Therefore, whether I'm willing or not, I will inevitably fight against the ominous in the future. Seeing that Dao Domain Sunflower Head was silent for a long time, Hanfei continued, I have another identity. I'm a disciple of one of the 3 temples, the Void Temple. The sunflower straightened up a little, and then a clear voice said, Okay. Hanfei was overjoyed. Sure enough, the name of the Void Temple was more useful. Dao Domain Sunflower Head, how do you need me to help you? Hanfei cupped his hands. I need a drop of your essence blood. I have my ways to get other resources. Also, I'll create my avatar here. Senior, you don't have to worry that I'll do anything bad with this drop of essence blood. Dao Domain Sunflower Head, okay. Dao Domain Sunflower Head was straightforward. When she learned Hanfei's identity as a disciple of the Void Temple, she no longer hesitated. As for confirming the authenticity of Hanfei's words, she wasn't worried. This was because Hanfei still needed to cultivate in this world and use the power of the Heavenly Dao here to condense the Heavenly Dao Jade Marrow Bones. When the Heavenly Dao fused with him, she would have a way to verify if what Hanfei said was true. After all, the Dao Domain Sunflower Head represented a large portion of the Heavenly Dao power in this world. In the middle of the big sunflower, a sunflower seed cracked, and a drop of dark green essence blood flew to Hanfei. Hanfei didn't think that his decision was hasty, he only knew that this was an opportunity. Previously, the demon domain had been ruled by the ominous, so he couldn't embark on the path of loose living beings. Now that the ominous had been purified and the Dao Domain Sunflower Head was recovering, this was an opportunity. Hanfei took out all the essence blood of the divine beasts and ferocious beasts he had obtained in the Divine Capital Dynasty. A large amount of soul power surged out of the soul-sealing pearl. This loose living being didn't cultivate the God-Fiend formless technique, but his soul power must be super strong. Otherwise, how could he achieve infinite control? Therefore, the soul that Hanfei cut off from himself was definitely not enough. He still needed the soul power in the soul-sealing pearl to help. Then, Hanfei unleashed all the immortal chi, which was continuously growing. He also slashed off part of his soul power, flesh and blood, and spiritual will. At that moment, in front of Dao Domain Sunflower Head, above the world origin lake of the demon domain, the wind and clouds were turbulent and spiritual energy was surging. This was not enough. Hanfei took out the star pearls refined from the origin stars of 18 Dao Provers. There were 30 level 9 minerals and 360 level 8 minerals. Seeing these resources, Dao Domain Sunflower Head was a little speechless. What kind of avatar did Hanfei want to create? The resources invested seemed to have completely exceeded the upper limit of his strength. In the end, Hanfei needed to choose the type of his avatar. First of all, it had to be a demon plant. It wasn't that other creatures weren't good, but that the longevity, growth speed, and escapability of demon plants were very strong. After all, demon plants could transform into countless ones. Even if he was killed in the end, as long as a blade of grass survived, it meant that he hadn't perished and could cultivate back. Take the demon domain as an example. The demon plants in the entire demon domain might be part of a loose life. Previously, the ominous had almost occupied the entire demon domain. However, in the end, once the Dao Domain Sunflower Head destroyed the ominous and took back the control of the demon domain, she could recover at an unbelievable speed. As for which demon plant to choose, Hanfei closed his eyes and glanced around his origin star. Soon he picked a few demon plants. One was dandelion, one was sky survey sisal, and the last was the most ordinary bamboo. Of the 3 demon plants, one was good at sowing seeds, one was good at attacking, and the last one was a bamboo. It was tough and could have many bamboo leaves. If used well, it could also be good at attacking. After some thought, Hanfei chose the bamboo. He didn't create this avatar to fight. His original body and Zhangdaqian could be said to be extremely good at fighting. However, he had an entire human race to protect now. What he needed most was tenacity and protection ability. Chapter 2798-2798, Loose Living Beings, 32798, Loose Living Beings, 3. Therefore, it only took Hanfei a short time to choose the most ordinary bamboo as his third avatar. Furthermore, the structure of the bamboo was simple, unlike the human body that was too complicated and difficult to understand. Just like Zhangdaqian, Hanfei constructed an extremely complicated yin-yang millstone array in the bamboo to better absorb energy and resources in the future. In front of Hanfei, a bamboo shadow grew in the void. Whether it was his flesh, his soul, level 9 mineral, or those origin stars, they all turned into nothingness and were swallowed by the chaotic phantom in front of him. Next was the natural time needed to create an avatar. Hanfei's original body was pale. Cutting off 50% of his strength and soul had greatly damaged his vitality. He said to Dao Domain Sunflower Head apologetically, "Senior, I need to cultivate in seclusion for a while." on the 100th day of Han Fei's seclusion, a green bamboo with golden threads appeared in midair. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Introduction. The chaotic spirit bamboo that appeared in the chaotic era is called the creation star bamboo. Its characteristic is that the bamboo's body is abnormally tough, comparable to a chaotic spiritual treasure. The creation star bamboo belongs to the demon plant lineage. It has an extremely powerful physique and soul. This bamboo is a mutated creation star bamboo. It can be immune to all weapons below the spiritual treasure level. It can be immune to the soul attack of all creatures of the same realm. As it takes the loose Tao, even if there is any residue of it, it can cultivate again and recreate glory. L level 112 quality H creation, level 119. Tao proving level age Tao, battle technique immune to damage, soul attack, and demon plant manipulation. OHTCHC collectible. None unabsorbable 1 note. The creation star bamboo was originally a kind of innate demon plant, but it was extinct in the primordial era. An innate demon plant? At the Tao proving level at the very beginning? Han Fei was quite satisfied with the creation star bamboo avatar he created. Although his strength had plummeted, so what? He would recover in less than 100 years. It was equivalent to spending 100 years to create an avatar at the Tao proving level. Considering the creation star bamboo's realm, he had clearly profited. The Tao proving level? Is there such a technique in this world? Tao Domain's sunflower head seemed to be stunned. Although she had seen Han Fei sacrifice so much and cut off so much of his strength, the avatar he created was ridiculously strong. Han Fei was actually quite surprised. He couldn't help but wonder if it was too early to use the great technique, 1:3. If he took the giant beast divine Tao now, he might be able to create a monarch realm giant beast avatar. Of course, Zhang Daqian took the nirvana divine Tao and needed to improve himself through death again and again. Cultivation from a young age was more meaningful. However, at this moment, he had created 2 avatars. If Han Fei wanted to use them again, he had to wait for his original body, Zhang Daqian, and the creation star bamboo to reach the same realm. Only after the 3 were combined could he use the 1:3 technique again. Or, after one of his avatars died, he could create another avatar. It was easy to die, but it was meaningless. As for the integration of the 3, the difficulty was extraordinary. At present, Zhang Daqian's cultivation speed was still a little slow. Han Fei didn't think too much. He looked at the creation star bamboo and said casually, "Since you're a loose life, I'll call you Han Song." The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. He cupped his hands at Tao Domain's sunflower head and said, "Thank you for your help, Senior. I may need to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time." "Please forgive me, Senior." The big sunflower swayed slightly, and her voice was clear and ethereal. "I'll open a pure land for you to cultivate, 3 years later." After consuming a lot of resources, Han Fei managed to stabilize his current cultivation. On this day, after Han Fei fused with part of the heavenly Tao here, he knew that it was time to leave for the time being. In the past 3 years, he had used the heavenly Tao here to temper the heavenly Tao jade marrow bones just to make the Tao Domain sunflower head believe him. Now, he should go out. After all, cultivating in his origin star for a year was equivalent to cultivating here for 256 years. It was more meaningful to him. Besides, he had a channel to the demon realm and could come in at any time, on Han Fei's origin star. Han Song, on the other hand, transformed into Han Fei's original appearance. Anyway, it was him. Han Song could temporarily replace him and occasionally guard the human race. It was the best of both worlds. In the chaotic wasteland, Ren Yingying was giving a lecture. Zhang Xuanyu seemed to have been wandering the human world these past few years, imparting techniques everywhere and experiencing the human world. Luo Xiaobai hadn't returned yet, but the sword god had returned, which was something Han Fei didn't expect. However, Han Fei didn't greet the sword god. He entered the human race as Han Song. However, before he approached, Chu Hao had already appeared opposite Han Fei. Chu Hao sized up Han Fei and asked, "Who are you?" Han Fei grinned, as expected of a great monarch-level powerhouse. "Even though your strength has dropped so much, you can still recognize me," Chu Hao said. "I sense the aura of a demon plant." Buzz, Han Fei's main body, stepped out of the void world and said with a smile, "This is my avatar. In the coming period of time, he will occasionally supervise the human race in my place." Chapter 2799, Loose Living Beings for 2799, Loose Living Beings for an Avatar at the Tao Proving level. "You've just proved Tao yourself, eh? Wait, your aura is unstable. Your strength seems to have plummeted." Chu Hao's eyes were sharp. He could see the problem with Han Fei at a glance. Han Fei smiled casually. "There's a price to pay if I want to create such an avatar, so I'll have to cultivate in seclusion for a long time. But it doesn't matter. The avatar is also me. Our souls are connected, so all the decisions of the avatar are my own. As expected of someone from the Void Temple, I've never heard of such a method. Since your souls are connected, I won't say anything else. Speaking of which, how long do you plan to let the human race stay here? Han Fei said. For 100 years first. I have to go through the tidal wave first and then destroy the city of origin. After completing these two things, I'll have to leave. Chu Hao nodded slightly. Okay, but if you want the human race to temporarily have a great monarch-level powerhouse guarding it, you can consider helping me get more Spring of Life. Han Fei said. The heavenly race have 2 great monarchs guarding them. I can only say that I'll try my best, but it's definitely not something that can be done in the next 100 years. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. This year, Zhang Xuanyu was leaving, but Luo Xiaobai hadn't returned. Before Zhang Xuanyu left, he stuffed 2 space-time cultivation beads into Han Fei's hands and said, "Give these space-time cultivation beads to Xiaobai. Kuang came and left earlier than me, and now that he's about to prove Dao, he probably won't need them. With the special care of the Ghost Strait, my cultivation speed is very fast, and it's only a matter of time before I enter the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. As for Xiaobai, you know her personality. She hasn't returned for such a long time. Either she was delayed on the way, or she's not strong enough and is still on her way. But either way, she should need these 2 space-time cultivation beads more than me." Han Fei thought for a moment, took one of them and said, "Trust me, as long as Xiaobai comes back, her cultivation speed will definitely not be slower than yours. The current human race is more suitable for her, so 1 bead is enough to represent your feelings. Although your cultivation speed is not slow, a space-time cultivation bead is equivalent to 500 years of time. With such a long time, if it's used appropriately, not to mention the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, it's even possible for you to reach the perfected star transformation realm. Therefore, 1 bead should be enough for her." "Well, by the way, can you help me take care of Yanyan?" Han Fei asked in surprise. "You're not taking her with you? She didn't make a fuss?" Zhang Xuanyu said. "Of course she did, but the Ghost Strait is not our territory. The human race is about to rise, so it's better for her to stay in the human race. Even I will definitely come back after I prove Dao. As for the Sky Crater world, I might not go there." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "She agreed so easily?" Zhang Xuanyu said with a dark face. "Of course not, so I gave her a baby." "Puff!" Han Fei choked and looked at Zhang Xuanyu in shock. "Fuck! You're awesome. Are you going to abandon the poor mother and her baby?" The corners of Zhang Xuanyu's mouth twitched. "What do you mean by abandon?" "I'll be back," Han Fei asked. "What about Ren Yingying?" Zhang Xuanyu said. "When I'm done, I'll bring her back with me." Han Fei took a deep look at Zhang Xuanyu and gave him a thumbs up. "You are really awesome." Chapter 2800, 2800. All about Demon Plants 1, 2800. All about Demon Plants 1. In fact, Han Fei knew that Zhang Xuanyu was a very conflicted person. Although this guy often seduced girls, generally speaking, he wouldn't get serious. This was related to Zhang Xuanyu's own experience. He didn't want to have too many attachments in this world, so when Han Fei heard that he gave Yixian a child, he was stunned. Or rather, Zhang Xuanyu had seen something clearly in the past few years when he was wandering in the human world. Han Fei didn't know what Zhang Xuanyu was thinking. As long as Yixian and Ren Yingying were willing, it was none of his business. In the end, Han Fei gave Zhang Xuanyu nearly 10,000 modified stars. The human race needed strong masters now, and no matter how good Zhang Xuanyu's status in the Ghost Strait was, he couldn't have as many resources as him. Therefore, if he wanted Zhang Xuanyu to quickly prove Dao, he could just give him resources. About 8 years after Zhang Xuanyu left, the breakthrough tide of the human race was finally over. This breakthrough tide lasted about 15 years. The craziest period was the first 3 years, when the average strength of the human race increased by a major realm. In the following 12 years, the breakthrough rate dropped greatly, but it could be said that the human race's overall strength had increased by another major realm. So far, the overall strength of the human race had stabilized and increased by about 2 major realms. This was a benefit given to the human race by the new environment. Of course, although it sounded rather intimidating that their overall strength had increased by 2 major realms, in fact, the improvement was much smaller than expected. According to the latest statistics compiled by Han Xuan, the human race now had 1 monarch, 8112 sky openers, 150,000 sea establishers, and an unprecedented peak in the number of venerables, reaching 130 million, more than 4 times higher than before. This was a great number. Logically speaking, it was impossible for there to only be tens of thousands of sea establishers. It was just that most people had just advanced to the venerable realm. Once these human venerables grew stronger, the number of sea establishers would soar like a rocket. It was only a matter of time for the human race to hase 1 million sea establishers. As for the explorers, the number had reached a peak of more than 3 billion. There was no need to calculate the cultivators below the explorer realm. The total population in the dangling fisher realm, the hanging fisher realm, the hidden fisher realm, and the law enforcer realm was about 180 billion. The number was decreasing in the form of an upside-down pyramid. This was the human race, an ancient race that could win with population. From the chaotic era to the primordial era and the age of gods to this day, the human race had declined but never perished. As long as the human race didn't perish, as long as enough time was given to the human race, it would still return as a flourishing super race. This was only the beginning. Once the human race's inverted pyramid cultivation structure was completely stabilized, there would only be more and more sky openers, and monarchs would inevitably be born. At this moment, the 10-year deadline that xuanhuan and Hongyue had agreed on had passed. xuanhuan found Gu Tingnan and Enbalin, who was controlled by Han Fei, and began a small-scale training plan. For the humans and the City of Wanderers, they were training their soldiers. But for the City of Origin, they thought this was a test from the humans and the City of Wanderers. Now it was just a small-scale test, but there would definitely be a large-scale test in the future. But they had no choice but to delay. The only thing that made them feel lucky was that there was still a monarch in the City of Origin. Of course, if they knew that this monarch was just a puppet, no one knew how they would react. Han Fei didn't care about this matter. He only told Han Xuan to leave as many broken limbs as possible. Han Xuan directly issued a point rule. Anyone who could obtain the enemy's body parts on the battlefield, be it broken limbs or weapons, could exchange them for points and resources. As soon as this rule was announced, many people's enthusiasm was ignited. Human beings were not short of belligerents, especially those body refiners who followed Han Fei's footsteps. They were in dire need of fighting. In the raging sea, there were still sea demons they could fight. But now, in the chaotic wasteland, except for the so-called ominous creatures, they had no enemies at all, unless they went to the battlefield. As for the revived graveyards, because the number was limited, it was only provided for some elite cultivators. This made many people crazy to join the battlefield against the City of Origin. Of course, some people were passionate about fighting, and there were also people who were passionate about life. Those who had ordinary cultivation potential, even though they had been transformed by the raging sea, devoted themselves to the construction of the cities. All kinds of businesses were popping up like mushrooms after the rain. As there were the most mining areas in the chaotic wasteland, these shops were mostly mineral and weapon shops. Some smart and stronger ones had even started trading with the City of Wanderers. However, the population of the City of Wanderers was too small compared to the human race. As a result, the merchants in the City of Wanderers discovered this and took the initiative to go to the human race's cities to do business. For example, the fat sapling creature who sold sweet pills was exhausted every day. This was because the sweet pills grew from themselves. If it weren't for the fact that the human race had a great spending power and spent a large amount of resources on them, these fat saplings would have died of exhaustion within 3 days in the human cities. Chapter 2801, All About Demon Plants. 22801, All About Demon Plants 2. In any case, the days of the human race were getting better and better. It was precisely because the breakthrough tide had completely passed that the human race began to enjoy their lives. If they cultivated desperately at this time, the effect would not be so obvious. In the past dozen years, everyone had been focused on cultivation and strived to make more breakthroughs, so their minds had been tense and their lives had been lacking joy. Han Fei thought that it was time to make life easier for everyone. As for how to do it, it was simple. On this day, as usual, after Han Fei came out of his origin star, he returned to the Thug Academy to have a small gathering with everyone. The people he was familiar with in the past gathered together and began to cook and barbecue. This seemed to have become the daily life of the Thug Academy. At the dinner table, Han Fei asked, "Old Jiang, do you want to make a plantation or not?" Old Jiang raised his eyebrows. This chaotic wasteland is invaded by the tidal wave every 100 years. Not even a blade of grass grows here. How can I make a plantation here? Besides, our academy doesn't occupy a large area now. Han Fei grinned and said, "Although it's not big, life needs a sense of ritual." Zhang Qin interjected, "If it's possible, we can get one. But what should we plant? We came to the sea realm in a hurry, so we didn't bring the plants with us. Even if we take them here, those ordinary crops can hardly adapt to the environment of the sea realm." Old Bai echoed, "Cultivation in the chaotic wasteland is not bad, but life here lacks some color. Han Fei, do you have any more advanced spiritual fruits or whatnot? You can transplant some of them." On Yixian's lap was a girl. She asked curiously, "Mommy, what's a plantation?" Yixian was holding a skewer of meat and eating as she said, "It's the demon plants in the Forest of Terror. Have you seen them? Void Vine, Heavenly Vine, and some plants without intelligence and countless times smaller than them." "Ah, then can we plant Void Vines? Uncle Void Vine took me to fly over dozens of cities last time." Gulp. Well, Yixian was at a loss for words. These children were born in the chaotic wasteland, so it was indeed difficult for them to understand what ordinary plants were. They only knew that demon plants were very powerful, and in the entire human cities, because of the limited space, demon plants couldn't develop demon plant communities wantonly. After all, this was the human race's territory. Han Fei laughed. "Pan Pan, do you want to see what the plantation is like?" Everyone couldn't help but look at Han Fei. Was he really going to do it? Zhang Pan Pan nodded quickly. "Uncle Human Emperor, I want to see it." Han Fei reached out to rub Zhang Panpan's head and looked at everyone. The breakthrough frenzy has passed. We lack new food. I heard that the supply of sweet pills from the City of Wanderers is not enough. After all, we are human beings. We should put food on the agenda. Han Fei waved his hand, and the ground trembled slightly. At first, bamboo shoots rose from the ground in the area where Han Fei and the others were. Then, these bamboo shoots were growing at a visible speed. In just dozens of seconds, the area within a kilometer had turned into bamboo wood. However, there were still many bamboo shoots that hadn't grown on the ground. The bamboo wood shooting out of the ground immediately attracted the attention of many students of the Thug Academy. Although many people couldn't participate in Han Fei's dinner, they had been paying attention to this side. After all, it was rare for Han Fei to come back. They also fantasized that Han Fei would talk to them. At this moment, a bamboo wood appeared out of thin air, and many students put down what they were doing and gathered around. Where is this bamboo wood from? I haven't seen this green color in a long time. Oh, plants can grow in the chaotic wasteland? Let's go and take a look. Seeing many people gather around, Han Fei said loudly, "Well, everyone, come here. Let's take advantage of today's leisure time to make a name for the Thug Academy." Old Jiang said, "Focus on wheat, rice, garlic, peppers, ginger, all of them." Old Jiang's attention was directly focused on food. He had thought that he should cultivate hard in the chaotic wasteland, but since Han Fei had started it, his interest was piqued. Since he wanted to plant plants, he should certainly plant food first. Han Fei grinned and said, "Haha, okay," Zhang Panpan exclaimed. "Wow, these rods look like Uncle Chensi." Lu Chensi appeared out of nowhere with a swish and complained, "Little Panpan, how can you say I look like this ordinary bamboo? That's not right. This doesn't seem to be ordinary bamboo. This bamboo seems to be a demon plant, right?" Old Bai grabbed a bamboo randomly and said in surprise, "This bamboo is so tough that even dangling fishers can't break it. Has it just grown out?" Everyone imitated him and pinched the bamboo. They also looked at Han Fei in shock. They thought that if Han Fei could plant bamboo of this level with a wave of his hand, it wouldn't be a plantation but a demon plantation, right? Han Fei smiled and said, "It's mainly because these seeds were born from my origin star, so they're no longer ordinary plants. But to everyone, what's the difference between a plantation and a demon plantation? Come on, let's continue."